Chapter 4, Becoming an Intern Investigator and Unlocking the Merit Mall. You are the one who slain the faced centipede, are you not? The woman clad in black held up a photograph of the faced centipede's corpse before Lin Mo. In the image, Lin Yuan could be seen sitting on the ground, utterly devastated and weeping, indicating that the photograph had been taken not long ago. Indeed, it was I. Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. He was confident that these two individuals had approached him because they possessed accurate evidence. Thus, there was nothing to conceal. The woman in black exchanged glances with the man in black, both nodding before turning their attention back to Lin Mo. If that is the case, would it be convenient for you to join us in the vehicle for discussion? Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. There are matters that are not suitable for discussion here. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo pondered briefly. He aspired to continue enhancing his abilities, and the ordinary creatures he could encounter would yield scant ability points. He needed to slay extraordinary beasts to achieve this. The Ability Management Bureau undoubtedly possessed a wealth of information regarding such creatures. Engaging in conversation with them would not be a negative experience. Perhaps he might glean some essential information. Thus, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Certainly. Inside the black luxury vehicle, the woman introduced herself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Su Qianqian, an intern investigator at the Ability Management Bureau. She extended her right hand towards Lin Mo for a handshake. Shen Fei, the man in black, followed suit. A pleasure to meet you. May I inquire what prompted you to summon me to this vehicle? Lin Mo asked, shaking hands with both. His curiosity piqued. Lin Mo, you awakened your abilities just yesterday, correct? Su Qianqian inquired. That is correct. Lin Mo nodded. However, according to our records, your awakening was merely an F-grade ability, Erasure, which is devoid of combat prowess. Yet, although the face centipede is only a second-tier beast, many third-tier ability users may not stand a chance against it. How could you, as a novice ability user, have slain it? Su Qianqian questioned, her expression rife with skepticism. Well, at the moment I encountered the faced centipede, I was utterly terrified, thinking I was doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, I somehow broke through and awakened a new skill, which allowed me to deliver a fatal blow to the creature. Lin Mo explained thoughtfully, providing what he believed to be the most reasonable explanation. A breakthrough in a moment of crisis. Su Qianqian and Shen Fei exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, for such occurrences had indeed transpired before. May we assess your current ability level? Su Qianqian retrieved an instrument resembling a barcode scanner from her bag and inquired of Lin Mo, aware that this matter could not remain concealed. Lin Mo nodded in consent. Su Qianqian aimed the device at Lin Mo and took a reading. Upon viewing the information displayed on the screen, both she and Shen Fei were rendered speechless. A third-tier ability user. In just one night, you have ascended to a third-tier level, and your ability has progressed from F-grade to B-grade. You are truly exceptionally gifted. Su Qianqian regarded Lin Mo with eyes aglow as if she had discovered a treasure. You flatter me. I did not anticipate this. Lin Mo responded modestly with a smile. Lin Mo, our initial intention was merely to understand the general circumstances for reporting purposes, as the face centipede was originally our assigned target. However, now that you have slain the creature and demonstrated such remarkable talent, we wonder, would you be interested in joining our Ability Management Bureau? Su Qianqian directly extended an olive branch to Lin Mo. Join the Ability Management Bureau? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, joining our Ability Management Bureau comes with numerous benefits. As intern investigators, we receive a monthly salary of $20,000, with meals and accommodations provided. Once transitioned to formal investigators, the salary can rise to $50,000, alongside comprehensive insurance and bonuses for completing missions, with additional rewards for slaying extraordinary beasts. Furthermore, various precious training resources are available for exchange within our Ability Management Bureau. Additionally, should you become a senior investigator, local departments will be compelled to cooperate fully with you during missions, and in emergencies, you may even assume direct command of local operations. By joining the Ability Management Bureau, you will not only gain status and influence, but also a promising and prosperous future. The previously reticent Shen Fei unveiled a plethora of enticing conditions. It was no wonder he was so eager. A prodigy like Lin Mo, if brought into the Ability Management Bureau, would yield substantial rewards for both him and Su Qianqian. This would far surpass the gains from slaying a mere face centipede. So many advantages. To be honest, Lin Mo felt a stirring of excitement. He had been troubled by a lack of direction, but now, with provisions, a stable position, and a handsome salary, he could hardly resist the allure of such an opportunity. Most importantly, he would gain identity, status, and authority. The thought of how envious his classmates would be upon learning this filled him with enthusiasm. Lin Mo turned to the two and asked, if I join the Ability Management Bureau now, will I immediately be able to undertake missions, hunting extraordinary beasts like you? Certainly, Su Qianqian replied eagerly. Then I agree to join. Lin Mo declared without hesitation. As long as he could continuously accept missions and slay extraordinary beasts, he would be able to perpetually enhance his abilities while simultaneously reaping the rewards from the Ability Management Bureau. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement would be foolish to refuse. Upon hearing Lin Mo's agreement, Su Qianqian and Xin Fei were overjoyed, knowing their rewards were assured. Without further ado, they promptly escorted Lin Mo directly to the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau. As it was an internship period, the procedures were not overly cumbersome, and the onboarding process was swiftly completed. In addition to the intern investigator credentials, Lin Mo received a specialized mobile device from the Ability Management Bureau. This device was essential for internal communication, accepting tasks, and even for emergency assistance. Most importantly, it granted access to the Merit Mall of the Ability Management Bureau. The Merit Mall was replete with valuable items, including many rare treasures unavailable in the market. For instance, there were evolution potions capable of enhancing ability levels, weaponry designed to slay beasts above level 7, and upgrade potions, which could significantly increase an ability user's level upon consumption. To exchange for these treasures, one needed a currency known as merit points. To illustrate, an evolution potion was valued at 1,000 merit points. It is noteworthy that the market price for such a potion outside was a staggering 10 million per bottle. Thus, one merit point equated to 10,000 yuan. Chapter 5. Accepting the mission. Encountering bullying in the dormitory. Mission location, Jiangzhou University, Boys Dormitory, Building Number 1. How fortuitous. It turns out I've been assigned to my own school's dormitory, just in time to return and tidy up my bedding and belongings. This way, I can move into the dormitory allocated by the Ability Management Bureau tonight. The dormitory for intern investigators is a single room, a spacious 80 square meter one-bedroom apartment. It is fully furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. With such a splendid arrangement, who would want to squeeze into a cramped 30 square meter room shared with 5 others? Mission details. Recently, traces of bloodthirsty parasitic beasts have been discovered within Jiangzhou University, resulting in the demise of several students. However, these parasitic beasts are exceptionally adept at camouflage, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary people during the day. The Jiangzhou branch has dispatched personnel to investigate, and the location of the parasitic beasts has been pinpointed to Boys Dormitory Building No. 1. Please proceed immediately to ascertain the situation and apprehend or eliminate the bloodthirsty parasitic beasts. Mission reward. Successfully killing or capturing the parasitic beasts will yield 10 merit points and a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Special reminder, the bloodthirsty parasitic beasts are classified as secondary-level anomalous creatures and possess formidable combat capabilities. It is advised that only individuals with abilities of level 2 or higher undertake this mission. Those below level 4 should team up to avoid unnecessary casualties. 10 merit points, coupled with 50,000 yuan in cash, amounts to a staggering 150,000 yuan. Such a reward is not insignificant for my current circumstances. Of course, Lin Mo would not be foolish enough to exchange merit points for cash. After all, the merit shop offers a plethora of valuable items. It is paramount to accumulate merit points for treasures, maximizing their potential value. With that thought in mind, Lin Mo promptly accepted the mission. Lin Mo, what mission have you taken on? Do you need a team? At that moment, Su Qianqian inquired. Her gaze fixed on Lin Mo. Xin Fei also looked towards Lin Mo, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Mo pondered briefly. With such a meager reward, teaming up would mean splitting it 3 ways. Besides, a mere secondary-level bloodthirsty parasite is easily manageable on his own. With this in mind, Lin Mo shook his head and replied with a smile. Next time, definitely. Jiangzhou University. Boys Dormitory Building Number 1, Room 302. As the sky had not yet fully darkened, it was highly unlikely that the bloodthirsty parasitic beast would make an appearance. Thus, Lin Mo decided to return to his dormitory, first to tidy up his bedding. Suddenly, as he stepped through the door, a pair of glasses flew towards him, crashing to the ground, with one lens shattering instantly. Lin Mo looked up to see 3 boys in the corner mercilessly beating a frail student. Perhaps hearing the door open, the trio halted their assault and turned to face the entrance. Upon recognizing Lin Mo, their faces contorted with mockery. Oh, isn't this our academic prodigy Lin back home? Sneered the leader, Guotao, the dormitory head of 302, whose family background afforded him a sense of superiority, allowing him to dominate the dormitory with impunity. Beside him, his 2 loyal subordinates, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, followed suit, their allegiance unwavering. The unfortunate victim, Wang Zhe, hailing from a rural background and naturally frail, often became the target of their bullying. Previously, these 3 had not dared to be so brazen, merely compelling Wang Zhe to fetch tea, run errands, and wash their socks and underwear. Why, then, had they resorted to violence today? Lin Mo bent down to retrieve the glasses and approached Wang Zhe, bewildered. Why are they attacking you? I. Wang Zhe cast a fearful glance at Guotao and cautiously pointed towards Lin Mo's bed. Lin Mo looked up, his expression darkening. His bed was a veritable dump, littered with foul shoes, stinky socks, leftover takeout, used tissues, and even several bottles filled with yellow liquid. It was an utter disgrace. The once pristine bedding was now utterly unsalvageable. Seething with anger, Lin Mo demanded, "Who did this?" Before Wang Zhe could respond, Guo puffed out his chest, brazenly declaring, "Of course, it was me. Last night, my friends and I were up all night gaming. The trash can was overflowing, and we had no place to dispose of our refuse, so we borrowed your bed temporarily. You weren't here, so what's the big deal? But that damned Wang Zhe had the audacity to say we shouldn't have done this. Shouldn't he get a beating for that? Not having knocked him out is already a mercy." Lin Mo's expression turned even colder upon hearing this. "You have truly gone too far. Oh dear, Lin Mo. Are you getting angry? Is this really worth your ire over such a trivial matter?" Li Yuan scoffed dismissively. "Indeed. After all, you're merely a waste with an awakened F-level ability. Living amidst refuse suits you perfectly. We're merely helping you acclimate to your environment. You ought to thank us." Lu Dalong added mockingly. Enough. No need to waste breath on a worthless individual. After all that, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Let's go. I'll treat you to some river fish." Guo Tao waved his hand grandiosely. "Long live Brother Tao." Li Yuan and Lu Dalong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ready to kneel in reverence to Guo Tao, the three prepared to leave. Wait. Just then, Lin Mo's icy voice cut through the air behind them. "What? Do you have something to say?" Guo Tao turned back, annoyance etched on his face. "Come over here, clean up the garbage on my bed, and apologize to me and him sincerely," Lin Mo stated flatly. The moment those words left his lips, Wang Zhe, who was still on the ground, was taken aback. Had Lin Mo lost his mind? How could he dare speak to Guo Tao in such a manner? This was it. He would surely face another beating today. "Lin Mo, do you think you're still the same academic prodigy with the school to protect you?" Guo Tao glared at Lin Mo, his voice dripping with contempt. "You have become the laughingstock of the entire school. In my presence, you are nothing. Just a waste with an F-level ability, daring to speak to me like that? You've truly lost your mind. Now, kneel and bow 3 times, begging for my forgiveness, or else tonight, you'll regret it." Chapter 6, Teacher? Anomalous Beast. Brother Tao, maybe we should let this go. I'll apologize on Lin Mo's behalf. He spoke out of line just now. Please don't take it to heart. Wang Zhe pleaded. "Shut your mouth. This is none of your business. If you dare to speak again, I'll break your legs." Guo Tao shot a fierce glare at Wang Zhe, chastising him. Wang Zhe immediately lowered his head in fear. Guo Tao turned to Lin Mo, a smug grin on his face. "Lin Mo, don't say I haven't given you a chance. If you sincerely beg for forgiveness, you might still have a place in room 302. Otherwise, prepare to wander the streets." However, Lin Mo stood still, seemingly impervious to Guo Tao's threats. Witnessing this, Guo Tao's smile vanished, replaced by a cold glare. "You think you can play deaf? Fine. If I don't beat you into submission today, I want to share the same surname as you." With that, he exchanged glances with Li Yuan and Lu Dalong. Li Yuan and Lu Dalong immediately grasped Guo Tao's intention, their lips curling into cold smiles as they charged directly at Lin Mo. Both were members of the school's basketball team, and with their enhanced physical abilities, their muscular physiques exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. As they approached head-on, the pressure was palpable. On the floor, Wang Zhe, frightened, buried his head in his arms. However, in the next moment, 2 heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the dormitory. Wang Zhe, lying on the ground, momentarily paused, cautiously lifted his head, and was instantly dumbfounded. Lin Mo stood there, unharmed, while Li Yuan and Lu Dalong lay on the ground, blood pouring from their mouths, their cries incessant. Witnessing this scene, Guo Tao's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. What had just transpired? How had Li Yuan and Lu Dalong been brought down so swiftly without him even fully comprehending the situation? Wasn't Lin Mo supposed to possess the most inferior F-grade ability that couldn't even swat a mosquito? How could his combat prowess be so formidable? Yet, Guo Tao could never have imagined that Lin Mo was now a level 3 ability user, with his powers having evolved to grade B, dealing with newly awakened. Novice ability users like them was akin to a brutal slaughter. Tasked with a mission, Lin Mo had no desire to stir up trouble. Yet they seemed insistent on provoking him. With a resigned shake of his head, he advanced toward Guo Tao. Upon seeing this, Guo Tao's expression changed dramatically. He glared at Lin Mo, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Lin Mo, what do you intend to do? My awakened ability is grade C, and the school holds me in high regard. You, a mere F-grade waste, dare to lay a hand on me? The school will surely expel you. Is that so?" Lin Mo replied with a cold smile, swiftly closing the distance and throwing a punch at Guo Tao. Guo Tao attempted to activate his ability in retaliation, but Lin Mo's speed was simply too swift. Before Guo Tao could unleash his powers, Lin Mo's fist landed solidly in his abdomen. A heart-wrenching scream erupted once more. Guo Tao clutched his abdomen, collapsing to the floor as he retched blood. Witnessing this, Wang Zhe gulped nervously, shock written all over his face. How could Lin Mo, with the same F-grade ability, be so overwhelmingly powerful? This quilt was beyond saving. Lin Mo glanced at the disheveled bed, feeling a twinge of regret. He then directed his gaze at Guo Tao. cold light flickering in his eyes as he prepared to deliver another harsh lesson. Bang! Just then, the dormitory door was suddenly thrust open from the outside. A middle-aged man, looking refined in a white shirt, stepped inside. What on earth is going on in your dormitory at this hour? The man was the dormitory supervisor. Seeing him, Guotao felt as though he had found a savior. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled toward the man, sobbing, "Teacher Zhang, you must help me. Lin Mo has gone mad. He attacked me, even hitting me as the dorm leader. Look at what he did, I'm bleeding." Teacher Zhang cast a glance at Guotao. When his gaze fell upon the blood at the corner of Guotao's mouth, he paused momentarily, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes. But soon, he averted his gaze, turning to Lin Mo with a stern expression. "Fighting in the dormitory, bullying fellow students, causing the dorm leader to bleed. Lin Mo, you truly have a lot of audacity. Prepare to face punishment. Teacher Zhang, shouldn't you first inquire about the cause of this incident before hastily condemning me?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow. "What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Teacher Zhang narrowed his eyes, speaking as he scanned the dormitory. Upon confirming that Li Yuan, Lu Dalong, Wang Zhe, and Guotao were all injured, while Lin Mo remained unscathed, a chilling smile crept onto his lips. He turned to Guotao and said, "Go, lock the dormitory door. Today, the teacher will uphold justice and teach this disrespectful dog a lesson." At these words, Guotao was overwhelmed with excitement. Teacher Zhang was a level 2 ability user. If he intervened to teach Lin Mo a lesson, it would surely be a decisive blow. He hurriedly approached and locked the dormitory door. After completing this task, Guotao eagerly returned to Teacher Zhang's side, fawning, "Teacher Zhang, the door is locked tight. Please, unleash your wrath on this ungrateful wretch." "Absolutely." Teacher Zhang nodded, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "But before that, I would like to borrow something from you." "What is it?" Guotao asked, puzzled. "Your blood." With that, Teacher Zhang's entire face unfurled like the petals of a carnivorous flower, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. At this sight, Guotao froze in terror. Before he could even regain his composure, a 2-meter-long crimson tongue shot forth, racing toward him. By the time Guotao reacted and attempted to flee, it was already too late. The blood-red tongue ensnared him with an unyielding grip. At the tip of the tongue was a mouth filled with sharp teeth, which opened wide and sank into Guotao's carotid artery. In an instant, blood spattered everywhere, and screams reverberated throughout the dormitory. The crimson tongue functioned like a straw, relentlessly siphoning blood from Guotao's body and transferring it back to Teacher Zhang. In mere seconds, Guotao was drained. Reduced to skin and bones, his eye sockets hollowed as all life faded from him. Only then did Teacher Zhang retract his blood-red tongue, his face returning to normal as he licked his lips in satisfaction. Witnessing this, Li Yuan, Lu Dalong, and the still-shocked Wang Zhe lay paralyzed on the ground. Though they had studied various beasts and their ferocity in textbooks, they had never encountered such horror in reality. Only Lin Mo, with his eyes fixed intently on Teacher Zhang, wore a smile of excitement. Chapter 7. Slaying the Bloodthirsty Parasite Beast, Encounters with Scoundrels. The Bloodthirsty Parasite Beast. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the Teacher Zhang before him was the target of his mission. However, he had not anticipated that the bloodthirsty parasite beast would reveal itself without him having to search for it. What a serendipitous turn of events. "Oh, you recognize me?" Teacher Zhang looked at Lin Mo, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. "I not only recognize you, but I have come specifically to find you," Lin Mo replied, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he produced his identification and held it up before Teacher Zhang. "Intern investigator of the Ability Management Bureau, Lin Mo. Bloodthirsty parasite beast, you are under arrest." Upon seeing the identification in Lin Mo's hand, Teacher Zhang's expression darkened. So that's why the police suddenly ceased their investigation. They dispatched the Ability Management Bureau. However, do you really think you can capture me with just your status as an intern investigator? You must be seeking your own demise. As the words fell, Teacher Zhang's face once again unfurled like petals, the 2-meter-long blood-red tongue erupting forth, hurtling toward Lin Mo. Still daring to act? Lin Mo's mind sharpened, and a crimson light flickered in his eyes. The next moment, 2 beams of red purifying light shot from Lin Mo's eyes, colliding with the blood-red tongue. Bang! The 2 forces met. The blood-red tongue erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into a mist of crimson. A heart-wrenching scream echoed in the air. Without uttering a word, Teacher Zhang turned and attempted to flee. "Now you think to escape? Too late." Lin Mo smirked coldly. Once again, 2 beams of annihilating light shot forth, striking Teacher Zhang squarely in the head. In an instant, Zhang's head burst apart, his body stiffening for a couple of seconds before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 2 mutant beast. The Bloodthirsty Parasite, Offspring, earning 500 ability points. Host level 3 ability user, 7,500. Upon reviewing the system's information, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Offspring. Could it be that what he had slain was not the progenitor of the bloodthirsty parasite? If that were the case, there must be other bloodthirsty parasites lurking within the school and even throughout the entire Jiangzhou city. This is unacceptable. I must report this matter to the Ability Management Bureau as swiftly as possible. After all, the bloodthirsty parasite is unlike other mutant beasts. It excels at camouflage, appearing almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans, making it incredibly difficult to defend against. If we cannot eradicate them all, they pose a significant latent threat. After dispatching the bloodthirsty parasite before him, Lin Mo sent the location to the Ability Management Bureau via a specialized phone. Naturally, a team would soon arrive to handle the beast's remains, restore the scene, and erase the memories of any onlookers. There was no need for Lin Mo to concern himself with those matters. He merely needed to return and submit his mission to claim his reward. Turning to Wang Zhe, Lin Mo extended a hand to help him up from the ground. Thank you, Wang Zhe said, his face filled with gratitude. There's no need for thanks. We are roommates. If Guotao dares to bully you again, oh wait, he won't have the chance. Lin Mo cast a glance at the now lifeless Guotao. Then his gaze fell upon the already terrified Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, as he coldly declared, if those two dare to trouble you again, simply let me know. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong trembled uncontrollably, nearly on the verge of tears. After today's events, even if they were given 800 more lives, they would not dare to act recklessly again. You are truly impressive. I wish I could be as formidable as you. A hint of envy flickered across Wang Zhe's face, followed by a deep sigh as he lamented, it's a pity that I awakened only the most inferior F-grade auxiliary ability, healing. I can't even save an ant. My life is destined to be devoid of prospects and hope. Ah, please don't say that. Lin Mo patted Wang Zhe on the shoulder, encouraging him. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. Your future is yours to shape, as long as you don't give up. There will come a day when you can change your destiny. Really? Wang Zhe's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, Lin Mo. From today onwards, I will work twice as hard, striving for the day I can join the Ability Management Bureau and fight alongside you. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Little did Lin Mo know, his heartfelt encouragement would one day cultivate a truly great hero for humanity, potentially altering the fate of all humankind. Outside Jiangzhou City, atop an unnamed mountain peak, a figure stood gazing into the distance at the city enclosed by towering walls. This figure was draped in a blood-red cloak, their head entirely concealed by a hood, revealing only a shadow that obscured their features. Suddenly, the mysterious figure turned to glance toward the southern direction of the city, their voice raspy as they murmured, discovered so soon? Lin Mo, the intern investigator of the Ability Management Bureau. Interesting. It seems the plan must be advanced. As the words fell, the mysterious figure vanished in an instant, as if they had never been there at all. Having left the dormitory, Lin Mo could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the Ability Management Bureau to claim his well-deserved reward. After all, it was the first time in his life he had earned such a significant sum. To say he was not excited would be a falsehood. However, just as he reached the school entrance, he encountered two figures he was most reluctant to see. Who else could they be but Wang Ba and Chu Yuqi, the insufferable duo? Upon spotting Lin Mo, the pair approached without delay. Oh, isn't this the great waste, Lin Mo? How do you still have the audacity to return to school? I thought after such a blow yesterday, you might have taken the leap off a building. Wang Ba jeered. Lin Mo, what are you doing here? You're not waiting for me, hoping to rekindle our romance, are you? Let me tell you, don't dream in broad daylight. It's impossible for us. In this life, the next, or even the next after that, I could never be with an F-grade ability user like you. Chu Yuqi sneered disdainfully at Lin Mo. Chu Yuqi, you really overestimate your importance. Is this school your family's property? Am I here waiting for you? Please, spare me your narcissism. Lin Mo shook his head with a cold laugh, no longer willing to engage in conversation with the insufferable pair, and attempted to walk away. You. Chu Yuqi stomped her foot in frustration. Wang Ba swiftly stepped forward, blocking Lin Mo's path with a smug grin as he said, Hey, Lin Mo, why the rush? There's something I haven't told you yet. What is it? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Wang Ba leaned in closer and whispered into Lin Mo's ear, Lin Mo, you truly are a pathetic waste. I never thought after a year with Chu Yuqi, she would still be a virgin. Last night, we booked a room together, and it was truly exhilarating. At these words, Lin Mo's expression darkened immediately, although he had long ceased to care for Chu Yuqi. Being subjected to such blatant provocation left him with no choice but to react. In that moment, the look Lin Mo directed at Wang Ba was nothing short of murderous. Yet, Wang Ba remained unabashedly arrogant, deliberately provoking him. What? You want to hit me? Come on, if you dare, go ahead. Don't hold back. With that, Wang Ba provocatively thrust his face closer to Lin Mo. Seeing this, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. You asked for it. In an instant. Without further ado, he swung his right hand through the air and delivered a resounding slap. Slap. The sound echoed sharply, and Wang Ba was sent spinning like a top, whirling in place for several rotations before collapsing to the ground. The side of his face that had been struck was already swollen, displaying a bright red handprint, while blood streamed from his mouth, and several teeth had been knocked out, leaving him in a truly pitiful state. This scene undoubtedly drew a crowd of onlookers. Students passing by who were captivated by the spectacle. Upon recognizing that it was Wang Ba who had been struck, they were left in shock. My heavens! Has Lin Mo gone mad? How dare he hit Wang Ba? Doesn't he know Wang Ba's father is a level 9 ability user? Indeed. Lin Mo awakened only an F-grade ability with no family backing. How could he possibly provoke Wang Ba? Is he tired of living? It seemed clear to everyone that Lin Mo's confrontation with Wang Ba was an incredibly foolish act. Baba, are you alright? Chu Yuqi hurriedly stepped forward to assist Wang Ba up from the ground. At that moment, Wang Ba felt as though his head had been bombarded. A persistent buzzing echoing in his ears, even ringing. He could not comprehend how Lin Mo, having awakened only an F-grade ability just yesterday, could possess such terrifying strength. After a considerable time had passed, Wang Ba finally regained his composure, staring intently at Lin Mo, his voice filled with unbridled fury. Lin Mo, you worthless wretch. How dare you strike me? Did you not ask me to hit you? Lin Mo replied with a slight smirk, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Very well. If I do not break your legs today, I shall take your surname. Wang Ba, infuriated, shoved Chu Yuqi aside and summoned his powers. He had awakened a C-grade combat ability, Thunder. A thunderous roar filled the air as a bolt of lightning rapidly coalesced in the palm of Wang Ba's right hand. He lifted his hand, aiming it at Lin Mo, and bellowed, "Die!" As the words left his mouth, a lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb, erupted from Wang Ba's palm, hurtling towards Lin Mo. The strike seemed destined to collide with him. Despite Wang Ba being a novice with merely an elementary ability, the ferocity of the lightning, coupled with its C-grade classification, was formidable. If it struck Lin Mo, it would surely result in grave injury, if not death. A cruel smile crept across Wang Ba's lips at the thought. However, in that critical moment, Lin Mo's figure vanished from sight. The bolt of lightning merely struck the ground where Lin Mo had stood, scorching it black and sending up plumes of smoke. Where did he go? Wang Ba exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in his ear, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He turned to see Lin Mo's icy smile. In an instant, every hair on Wang Ba's body stood on end, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Before he could react, Lin Mo seized Wang Ba's right arm, twisting it forcefully. With a resounding crack, Wang Ba's arm contorted grotesquely. His agonizing scream pierced the air, resonating with unearthly pain. Tears welled in Wang Ba's eyes, his features contorted in agony. The onlookers gasped, taken aback by Lin Mo's ruthless ferocity. Was this truly the same obedient student who had once endured bullying and humiliation without retaliation? Lin Mo, you scoundrel! You will pay for this! Wang Ba howled in rage, pain fueling his fury. Still barking, are we? Lin Mo's eyes glinted coldly as he delivered a swift kick to Wang Ba's knee. With the strength of a third-tier ability user, Wang Ba's knee shattered. His leg bending backward, blood gushing forth, revealing the stark white of bone at the fracture. The sight alone was enough to evoke sympathy and pain. Wang Ba's cries grew even more pitiful. Lin Mo carelessly tossed Wang Ba onto the ground, observing him thoughtfully. With your right arm and leg broken, yet your left limbs intact, this seems rather asymmetrical. Alas, I am a benevolent soul. Let me assist you in achieving balance. With that, Lin Mo raised his right foot. At this sight, Wang Ba nearly lost control of his bladder. He realized he must plead for mercy. After all, today's confrontation could lead to dire consequences if he continued to defy Lin Mo. Brother Mo, please, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. Just spare me this once. Wang Ba implored, his tone dripping with submission. Hearing this, Lin Mo lowered his foot, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "You truly acknowledge your error?" "I genuinely do. It was foolish of me to provoke you. I am a beast, unworthy of your consideration. Please, do not hold it against me." Wang Ba continued to grovel. This scene left Chu Yuqi astonished. "I might consider sparing you. But you must remember, you and that wretch are not to appear before me again. Otherwise, next time, I will not be so lenient." Lin Mo warned coldly. "Who are you calling a wretch?" Chu Yuqi retorted, her annoyance evident. "Shut it. If Brother Mo says you're a wretch, then you are. How dare you speak back? Apologize to him at once." Wang Ba shot her an irritated glare. Despite feeling wronged, Chu Yuqi dared not defy Wang Ba. Bowing deeply to Lin Mo and meekly stating, "I am the wretch. I'm sorry. Rest assured, Brother Mo, I will heed your words," Wang Ba vowed earnestly. With that, Lin Mo turned to leave. He understood this was a school setting and could not openly execute Wang Ba, but if this fool dared to confront him again, he would show no mercy. Once Lin Mo departed, Chu Yuqi rushed to assist Wang Ba, her voice filled with dismay. "Brother Ba, are we just going to let this go? Lin Mo humiliated you in front of everyone. Let it go? When have I, Wang Ba, ever suffered such disgrace?" His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, his voice low and menacing. "But you just..." Chu Yuqi furrowed her brow, confused. "Humph, foolish woman. That was merely a strategic retreat. Lin Mo's newfound strength is inexplicable. If I had continued to confront him, I might have lost my life today." I had no choice but to feign submission. Wang Ba scoffed, his gaze fixed on the direction Lin Mo had taken, murderous intent flaring within his eyes. Dare to touch me? Just wait. I will ensure that Lin Mo, the worthless scum, meets a fate worse than death. Chapter 9. Could he be a homosexual? Upon returning to the Ability Management Bureau, Lin Mo submitted his task and claimed his reward. Naturally, he also reported the bloodthirsty parasite incident, prompting the Bureau to dispatch personnel for investigation, relieving him of further concern. The sum of 50,000 yuan was directly deposited into Lin Mo's account, while 10 merit points were transferred to his merit store account. After confirming the rewards, Lin Mo inquired about the process of becoming a full-time investigator. Currently, he was merely an intern, and the benefits he received were incomparable to those of permanent investigators. According to the staff's response, to achieve full-time status, he needed to complete 10 tasks and pass an evaluation. Having understood this, Lin Mo made his way to the dormitory assigned by the Bureau. This was a residential complex specifically constructed for investigators, situated adjacent to the Ability Management Bureau. The environment of the complex was exceptionally upscale and elegant. A plethora of exquisite green plants, alongside artificial mountains and lakes, as well as wetland landscapes, adorn the area. Coupled with its prime location in the city center, the property prices here commence at no less than 30,000. Following the address, Lin Mo located his room. Although it was merely an 80 square meter one-bedroom apartment, the decor was remarkably refined, with an array of furniture and appliances at his disposal. It appears that regardless of the world or circumstances, one can always find solace in the comforts provided by the nation. After a brief acclimatization to his surroundings, Lin Mo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting him to indulge in a warm bath before settling down for a restful slumber. Once he filled the tub with hot water and reclined within, he exhaled deeply, his eyes half closed, ready to savor the moment. However, at that instant, a figure materialized abruptly before him. Startled, Lin Mo hastily opened his eyes and gazed at the apparition. Before him stood a young man, seemingly in his 20s, whose demeanor was rather unassuming, even endearingly simple, clad in a red checkered shirt typical of programmers and blue jeans. He was making an earnest effort to present Lin Mo with a friendly smile. This alleviated Lin Mo's tension slightly, as he sensed no hostility or threat emanating from the stranger. Otherwise, he would have instinctively unleashed a wave of obliterating light. Yet, Lin Mo was perplexed. Wasn't he residing in a single-occupancy dormitory? Where had this individual come from? Hello, my friend. It is a pleasure to meet you, the young man exclaimed, extending his right hand in greeting. Who are you, and how did you enter my room? Lin Mo inquired, crossing his arms defensively and frowning. Hee. I'm your neighbor next door. Our bathrooms share a wall. The young man replied with a beaming smile. So, Lin Mo was still bewildered. I heard some commotion from your side and realized a new neighbor had arrived. Excited, I simply passed through the wall. The young man explained. Passed through the wall? Lin Mo was taken aback. Indeed, through the wall. The young man confirmed with a nod. To demonstrate, he turned and approached the bathroom wall, promptly vanishing into it. Before Lin Mo could fully comprehend the situation, the young man re-emerged from the wall, standing before him once more. At this revelation, Lin Mo felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. So, this fellow possessed the ability to walk through walls. No wonder he had entered unnoticed. However, the thought of living next door to someone with such a peculiar ability left Lin Mo feeling rather insecure. What if the next time he was engaged in a more private activity? That would indeed be awkward. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo addressed the young man, my friend. First and foremost, it is a pleasure to meet you. Secondly, if you wish to visit me again, could you please use the front door? Your sudden appearances catch me off guard. Ahem. The young man realized he had been somewhat presumptuous and responded with an embarrassed smile. I sincerely apologize. I've been living alone for quite some time, and the excitement of a new neighbor made me forget to use the front door. Rest assured, I won't do this again. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a bit relieved. He had initially feared the young man might have some peculiar tendencies. However, it seemed he was quite normal. With this thought, Lin Mo's demeanor softened considerably. Well, I'm currently in the middle of a bath. Why don't you head back for now? Once I'm dressed, we can continue our conversation. Sure, no problem. The young man nodded and promptly turned to re-enter the wall. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This ability certainly made visiting neighbors quite convenient. He stood up from the bathtub, intending to grab a nearby bathrobe. Just then, a head suddenly popped out from the wall, grinning widely, my friend. You haven't told me your name yet. Lin Mo's face flushed with embarrassment. Despite both being men, it was their first meeting, and here he was, exposed without a shred of modesty before the other. Even with a thick skin, this was a bit much to bear. The young man, realizing he had seen too much, muttered under his breath, quite long, even longer than mine, before swiftly retracting his head. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat exasperated, hurriedly dressed to prevent further unexpected interruptions. 5 minutes later, they reconvened in the living room, this time with the young man entering through the front door. Sorry about earlier. I got a bit too excited about having a new neighbor. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. It's all right. Thankfully, I'm a man. Had you barged into a woman's bathroom, you'd be facing charges of assault. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat helpless. Actually, I did accidentally wander into one before, the young man admitted sheepishly. Really? Lin Mo was taken aback. It seemed this seemingly simple fellow had quite the history. Let us not dwell on that. The young man chuckled nervously, extending his right hand to introduce himself. I'm Lu Liang. I look forward to our camaraderie. Lin Mo? Lin Mo smiled as he shook Lu Liang's hand. They engaged in light conversation, during which Lin Mo briefly shared details about his own abilities. Obliteration? Oh, that is fantastic. We would make quite the pair. Lu Liang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly at the remark. Make quite the pair? Could it be that this fellow was inclined towards men? Instinctively, he shifted back a little, creating distance between them. Noticing Lin Mo's reaction, Lu Liang quickly clarified. Lin Mo, when I said pair, I meant as teammates. Teammates? Lin Mo blinked, intrigued. To be candid, Lin Mo, I currently have a rather challenging task at hand that I cannot accomplish alone, and I am in the process of recruiting allies. Would you be interested? Lu Liang took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Chapter 10, The Bounty Task, The Cracked City Wall. What task? Lin Mo's curiosity piqued. Here. Lu Liang produced his phone, displaying the task details for Lin Mo to see. Task location, the outer city wall on the west side of Jiangzhou, wall number 1973. Task details, recently, the wall numbered 1973 has exhibited signs of cracking. Relevant authorities have dispatched personnel for urgent repairs, but during the process, several workers have mysteriously gone missing, with their bodies later discovered in a gruesome state. Preliminary assessments suggest a possible connection to anomalous beasts. Investigators are to promptly proceed to ascertain the truth behind the wall's cracking and capture the responsible anomalous creature. Task reward. Completion of this task will yield a reward of 300,000 yuan and 100 merit points. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed. What kind of task is this? The rewards are so substantial. After all, the task he had just undertaken earlier that day offered only 50,000 in rewards and 10 merit points. This new task was nearly tenfold that. Hee. This is a bounty task I managed to snag with my swift hands. Lu Liang chuckled sheepishly. A bounty task? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback and quickly resumed reading. Special reminder. Attention. 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 This task is a bounty mission with an unknown danger level, an unknown number of exotic beasts, and unknown beast levels. It is advised that those with abilities below level 4 should not attempt this mission, and level 4 and above abilities should preferably go in teams. Is this what a bounty mission entails? There is no information at all. Not even the level and number of exotic beasts are known. No wonder the reward is so high. It's essentially a gamble with one's life. With this thought, Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang and inquired, so, what level are you at now? I am a level 2 ability user. Lu Liang replied, lowering his head and speaking in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Level 2. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. Brother Lin, I know you must think I'm crazy, but I really have no choice. This task is crucial for me. I must complete it, or I will be expelled. Lu Liang said, his face filled with helplessness. Why is that? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Since joining the Ability Management Bureau, I have failed 9 tasks in a row. This is my 10th task, and if I abandon or fail it, it would mean I am unfit to be an investigator. According to the rules, I will be directly kicked out of the bureau. Lu Liang bitterly smiled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, 9 consecutive failures are indeed somewhat humiliating, and he was genuinely worried that he might scare Lin Mo away. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. So, Brother Lin, are you willing to join me on this mission? If we succeed, I can forego any reward and give it all to you, just asking to complete a task and not be expelled. Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo with eager anticipation, his eyes brimming with pleading. Well, Lin Mo pondered for a moment. To be honest, he had never undertaken a bounty mission and felt quite uncertain about it. However, the reward was indeed tempting. It might be worth a look. If the situation turned dire, he could always make a swift exit. With this thought, Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and asked, besides being able to walk through walls, do you possess any offensive skills? That seems to be all I have. Otherwise, I wouldn't have failed those previous 9 tasks. Lu Liang shook his head awkwardly. But then as if recalling something, he quickly added, however, I can definitely ensure my own safety, so you can rest assured that I won't hold you back. Alright then, let us get some rest tonight, and we'll set off early tomorrow. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang was momentarily stunned before becoming overwhelmingly excited. That is fantastic. Finally, someone is willing to team up with me. Brother Lin, you are the first person since I joined the Ability Management Bureau to agree to team up with me. I'm so touched. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Lin Mo found himself both amused and exasperated. The next morning, the two first arrived at the Ability Management Bureau. After all, Lu Liang had accepted this bounty mission, and Lin Mo needed to report to the Bureau to join the team. Lu Liang, Level 2 Ability User, Intern Investigator. Lin Mo, Level 3 Ability User, Intern Investigator. Are you both certain you want to team up to undertake a bounty mission? The staff member looked at the two with a face full of astonishment. This question naturally drew the attention of many around them. Lu Liang. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the one who has failed 9 tasks in a row? Indeed, it is him. This guy is nothing but a disgrace to our ability management bureau. I can't believe he has taken on another bounty mission. It seems he hasn't given up. But are bounty missions something just anyone can undertake? What a reckless thing to do. Yes, the most ridiculous part is that someone dares to team up with him. And this Lin Mo seems to be a newcomer, right? Instead of focusing on simpler tasks, he is foolishly following a 9-time failure to his doom. How laughable and pitiable. Most of those around them were also intern investigators. And they had naturally heard of Lu Liang's illustrious track record, so they all scoffed at the idea. They even thought the two were practically courting death. You all. Lu Liang gritted his teeth in anger, ready to confront the crowd. However, at that moment, Lin Mo reached out to stop him and shook his head, saying, "There's no need to waste breath on those who look down on you. Focus on getting the job done. The truth will serve as the loudest slap in the face, silencing them all." With that, Lin Mo turned to the staff member and confidently stated, "We are definitely teaming up to undertake the bounty mission." Chapter 11, Mysterious Deaths and the Discovery of a Cave. On the outskirts of Jiangzhou City, on the western side of the outer city wall, following the awakening of myriad races and the outbreak of exotic beasts, people began constructing tall and sturdy walls around the city to ward off large-scale invasions by these beasts. It is precisely due to the protection of these walls that the city has remained unharmed, providing humanity with the breathing room and time to cultivate strong individuals. Consequently, any cracks in the walls are a grave matter. Even with continual reports of workers mysteriously disappearing and dying, the repair efforts for the walls have not ceased. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived at wall number 1973, workers were still laboring tirelessly under the scorching sun. After identifying themselves, a middle-aged man wearing a white hard hat hurried over. "Ah, comrades from the Ability Management Bureau, you've finally arrived." The man approached Lin Mo and Lu Liang, shaking their hands as he introduced himself. "I am Yang Shan, the supervisor of this site. Mr. Yang, the situation is urgent. To prevent any further worker disappearances, we need to commence our investigation and capture the exotic beasts promptly. Please cooperate with us." Lin Mo said directly, cutting to the chase. "Absolutely, if you need anything, just let us know, and we will fully cooperate," Yang Shan assured them, patting his chest. After all, he was responsible for this project and wanted to capture the beast as soon as possible to ensure its successful completion. "First, take us to the location where the workers' bodies were discovered," Lin Mo suggested, looking at Yang Shan. "Of course, please follow me." The three walked into the construction site, making their way to the base of the wall. Gazing up at the towering wall and the horrifying crack that stretched several dozen meters long and half a meter wide, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang could not help but gasp in shock. Thankfully, it had been discovered in time and reinforced. Otherwise, it would have surely collapsed after some time. If that happened, once the army of exotic beasts attacked, Jiangzhou City would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. "Brothers, these are the bodies of the missing workers. To facilitate your investigation, we did not dare to move them or bury them. We only covered them with a white cloth." Yang Shan pointed toward some distance ahead and said. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked down. Not far away, several bodies covered with white cloth lay in place. The two approached and lifted the cloth from one of the bodies. However, the moment they did, they were immediately taken aback by the sight before them. The deceased worker's body was completely decayed, blood and flesh blackened, with no intact skin remaining. A nauseating stench emanated from the corpse, and his eyes were wide open, filled with terror and despair. Clearly, he had witnessed something horrifying before his demise. Lin Mo held his breath and crouched in front of the body, trying to locate the fatal wound to deduce information about the size and attributes of the exotic beast. However, after searching for a long time, he found no useful clues. Logically speaking, if this worker had perished at the hands of a monstrous beast, it would be expected for his body to bear conspicuous wounds. Yet, the corpse before them, aside from its grotesque decay, exhibited not a single injury. This was indeed peculiar. Subsequently, Lin Mo and Lu Liang examined several other corpses, only to find them identical to the first. How could this be? Were these workers all poisoned? Lu Liang furrowed his brow and inquired. "Why do you say that?" Lin Mo asked, gazing at Lu Liang. The complete decomposition, the darkened blood, and the foul odor all bear a striking resemblance to the symptoms of poisoning. Could it be that we are dealing with a creature capable of emitting lethal toxins? Lu Liang analyzed, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Perhaps that is indeed a possibility. Lin Mo nodded contemplatively before turning to Yang Shan and asking, "Have any workers at our site seen this beast?" Yes, a few workers claimed to have spotted the creature. But according to their descriptions, it moved with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, and there was not just one. Yang Shan replied urgently, "Not just one." Lin Mo frowned and turned to Lu Liang, stating, "In that case, we shall split into two groups. You and Mr. Yang will gather those workers who have encountered the beast to collect any useful information. I will meticulously search this vicinity to see if I can uncover any clues." "Understood. Lin brother, please exercise caution. Lu Liang nodded and promptly departed with Yangshan. Lin Mo first bent down to cover the corpses of the workers once more with white cloth. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals were victims of fate. They toiled in the most arduous conditions, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of a monstrous beast, and now they could not even rest peacefully. Their bodies left to rot in the wilderness. It was truly lamentable. Upon completing this task, Lin Mo began to explore the area closely. Since the beast had discarded the bodies here, it could be a deliberate display of defiance towards humanity, or perhaps its lair was in close proximity. Lin Mo meticulously examined the base of the city wall, inching along. Suddenly, a particular slab of bluestone on the ground in the distance caught his attention. The ground at the base of the city wall was paved with such bluestones. However, due to ongoing repairs to the cracked wall, these stones were covered in a thick layer of dust and debris. Yet, this one slab appeared remarkably clean. Lin Mo approached and knocked on the bluestone. Thud, thud. A comparatively hollow sound resonated. Without hesitation, he wedged his fingers beneath the edge of the stone and lifted it forcefully. In the next moment, a hole with a diameter of nearly 1 meter revealed itself before Lin Mo. Chapter 12. A giant termite? No, a baby of experience. Indeed, it was here. A glint of excitement sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes. This entrance was substantial and irregular, occasionally exuding a pungent, fishy odor. Undoubtedly, this was the lair of the monstrous beast. Just then, Lu Liang and Yangshan arrived with several workers in tow. What in the world is this enormous hole? Yangshan exclaimed, taken aback. Were you not aware of it before? Lin Mo turned to Yangshan and asked. A hole of this size would have been filled immediately if discovered earlier. After all, it lies at the base of the city wall and could undermine its foundation. Yangshan hastily shook his head. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Lu Liang, inquiring. What did the workers say? These workers have seen the beast, but according to their descriptions, they did not get a clear view of its appearance. They only caught a glimpse of a white shadow darting past, and heard some rustling sounds. Lu Liang gestured towards the workers nearby. Rustling sounds? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I surmise these are likely the sounds of the beast's movements. Lu Liang confirmed, nodding. It seems that to uncover the true nature of this beast, we must venture into the hole, Lin Mo declared, his expression serious as he gazed at the opening. Lin brother, I will accompany you. Without hesitation, Lu Liang stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo cast a glance at Lu Liang and smiled slightly. From the current perspective, Lu Liang appeared to be a commendable ally, intelligent, analytical, and responsible. Aware of the peril that lay ahead, he still chose to accompany Lin Mo, which made him worthy of trust. The two approached the entrance of the hole, took a deep breath, and prepared to descend. Rustle, rustle. Just then, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the hole. Lin brother, did you hear that? Lu Liang swiftly turned to Lin Mo, asking. Yes. Lin Mo nodded, narrowing his eyes as he peered into the hole. It seems to be coming from within, and it appears to be getting closer. This is not good. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically as he quickly pulled Lu Liang aside. Whoosh. In the next instant, a white shadow burst forth from the hole. Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly focused their gaze, their faces reflecting astonishment. For it was a gigantic termite. At least 2 meters in length, it loomed larger than a human. Monstrous beast. Yangshan and the other workers displayed expressions of sheer terror upon witnessing the colossal termite. Being ordinary individuals without awakened abilities, their fear was palpable. Mr. Yang, take them and leave at once. Also, inform the other workers not to approach this area until we have resolved the situation. Lin Mo commanded urgently, turning to Yangshan. Understood. Yangshan nodded, gesturing for the workers to follow him as he prepared to leave. Rustle, rustle. However, at that moment, the giant termite suddenly locked its gaze onto Yangshan and the others, raising its rear end. In the next instant, its hindquarters emitted a brilliant white light. Observing this, Lin Mo's brow furrowed as he recalled something, quickly warning Yangshan and the others, run. Yet it was too late. Boom. A thick, white liquid erupted from the rear of the giant termite, shooting forth like a cannonball towards Yangshan and the others. Before they could react, the worker at the back was struck directly by this viscous substance. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the liquid, akin to sulfuric acid, caused the worker's skin to emit wisps of smoke as his body began to rapidly decay and darken. Within moments, he was left without a single intact patch of skin, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. His death mirrored that of the previous corpses almost perfectly. Witnessing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang couldn't help but gasp in shock. So, the giant termite possessed the ability to spray toxins. It was likely that the earlier workers had met their gruesome fates in a similar manner. Yangshan and the other workers, having never encountered such a scene, were frozen in fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. What are you waiting for? If you wish to survive, run. Lin Mo glared at them sternly, his voice cold. Upon hearing this, Yangshan and the others snapped back to reality, turning and fleeing without a second thought. Their instinct for survival ignited an extraordinary speed within them, akin to that of sprinting athletes, wishing they had been born with an extra pair of legs. Rustle, rustle. The giant termite, evidently aware of its targets, pursued them relentlessly. Whoosh! Yet just then, a shadow dashed forward, obstructing the path of the colossal termite. It was none other than Lin Mo. The giant termite's eyes instantly turned crimson, and it lunged aggressively at Lin Mo. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo unleashed his elimination beam. Buzz! Two crimson beams erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking the giant termite with tremendous force. Boom! The giant termite exploded on the spot, transforming into a puddle of viscous light green liquid, accompanied by several white termite legs. Had it been slain so swiftly? Standing nearby, LV Liang gazed at this scene, utterly astonished. It was simply too fast. He hadn't even joined the fray yet. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 exotic beast, the giant termite, and earned 100 ability points. The system's voice resonated within Lin Mo's mind. Level 1 exotic beast? No wonder it was so weak. Yet, was this bounty mission truly as simple as just one level 1 beast? Lin, you're incredible. I knew teaming up with you would be the right choice. This beast was annihilated in an instant. It seems the bounty mission isn't as daunting as I had imagined. LV Liang approached, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. Perhaps it's not that straightforward, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head and frowning. LV Liang was taken aback. Rustle. Just then, that familiar sound echoed once more from the underground tunnel. Soon, a white shadow crawled out from the hole. It was the giant termite. How can there still be more? LV Liang's expression shifted dramatically. However, before he could finish his sentence, another giant termite emerged from the tunnel, followed by a third, then a fourth. Before long, the number of giant termites had swelled to over a dozen, sending shivers down one's spine. Goodness, Lin, it appears we've truly stirred up a hornet's nest. LV Liang could no longer maintain his composure. Although these giant termites were merely level 1 exotic beasts and not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. At this rate, they would surely be worn down to nothing. Yet, LV Liang failed to notice that Lin Mo, standing beside him, displayed not a hint of fear. Instead, his expression was filled with excitement and eagerness. A plethora of exotic beasts? Perhaps other ability users would be daunted by such a scenario. But for Lin Mo, this was nothing short of a grand opportunity. In fact, at this moment, these giant termites had transformed in his eyes from ferocious beasts into adorable experience points. Whether he could break through to become a level 4 ability user and elevate his powers to grade A depended entirely on this moment. Chapter 13. Breaking through to level 4 ability user, gaining new skills. Thank you, nature, for your generous gift. Come on, bring me even more. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, eager to engage. What are you saying, Lin? LV Liang looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Nothing. Leave these exotic beasts to me. Just ensure your own safety. Lin Mo waved his hand and charged directly toward the swarm of giant termites. Lin, there are quite a few beasts. Let me lend you a hand. LV Liang, having produced a knife from somewhere, prepared to join the fray. Don't. I can handle this alone. You mustn't come near. Lin Mo shattered one giant termite with a swift strike and turned to LV Liang. Each of these giant termites represents 100 ability points. If I let you kill one, I won't be able to earn those points myself. Thus, it's best if I handle this myself. LV Liang was momentarily at a loss. However, sensing that Lin Mo's arrangement must have its reasoning, he replied, all right then, but if you need support, be sure to let me know. Not a problem. Lin Mo nodded, then turned and charged toward the giant termites. With his status as a level 3 ability user, dealing with these level 1 exotic beasts was akin to a dimensional strike. Soon, a dozen giant termites were eradicated. Watching his rapidly increasing ability points, a satisfied smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. At that moment, however, from the tunnel, a vast swarm of giant termites surged forth. There must have been at least dozens. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, observing this scene from a distance. LV Liang couldn't help but feel a swell of admiration. Lin truly is a hero. Faced with dozens of exotic beasts, he remains unflinching. Moreover, he chooses to confront them alone to shield me from harm. It's truly moving. I owe Lin a significant favor. In a short span, the giant termites that fell to Lin Mo's hand numbered over 100. His ability points surged dramatically, with the destruction of yet another giant termite. A chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to a level 4 ability user, ability points. You now have the opportunity to evolve your abilities. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Immediately evolve. Congratulations, host. Your ability has evolved to grade A elimination. Can evolve to SSS level annihilation. Current progress, 50. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Elimination Sphere. Another new skill? A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Just then, dozens more giant termites crawled out from the tunnel. A smirk tugged at Lin Mo's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his new skill. Thus, Lin Mo focused his mind. Buzz, a red sphere, the size of a fist, coalesced above the palm of his right hand. This sphere was semi-transparent. with faint red arcs of electricity flickering within. As soon as the red sphere formed, it emitted a terrifying aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo hurled the red sphere at the swarm of giant termites. Boom. The moment the red sphere soared into the mass of giant termites, it detonated instantly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of giant termites were obliterated. Many surrounding termites, though not directly killed, suffered grievous injuries, their legs flying in all directions. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo's expression revealed astonishment. Was this the power bestowed by a grade A ability? Its might was truly formidable. Moreover, he hadn't even exerted his full strength with that elimination sphere. If he concentrated fully, its power could multiply several times over. How brutal. I relish this. Meanwhile, LV Liang, standing not far away, was equally dumbfounded by the sight. Whether it was an illusion or not, in that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed Lin Mo's aura swell significantly, even feeling an invisible pressure emanating from him. Could it be that Lin has experienced another breakthrough? Upon this realization, LV Liang couldn't help but gasp in awe. Back at the battlefield, Lin Mo discovered that ever since his advancement to a level 4 ability user, the ability points awarded for killing these giant termites had suddenly diminished. Each kill now granted only 10 ability points, and sometimes it didn't grant any at all. The contrast was stark compared to before. What was most concerning was that these giant termites seemed endless. After he had just exterminated dozens, double that number immediately emerged from the tunnel. At this rate, once his stamina and ability points were depleted, rendering him unable to use his powers, he would surely be overwhelmed by the hundreds, if not thousands, of giant termites. He needed a strategy to eliminate them completely. He could not afford to continue this drawn-out battle. Lin Mo pondered briefly, then turned to LV Liang, asking, LV Liang, aside from passing through walls, can your ability allow you to burrow underground? It should be possible. LV Liang nodded eagerly. Splendid. You must immediately descend and ascertain the situation within that subterranean cavity. These enormous termites seem inexhaustible. We must uncover their source. Lin Mo commanded. Certainly, I shall investigate at once. Without hesitation, Lu Liang, who had been awkwardly observing Lin Mo's exertions, promptly burrowed underground. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lu Liang emerged from the depths, addressing Lin Mo, Brother Lin. I have located the source of these termites. About 100 meters beneath our feet lies a massive insect nest, from which these giant termites are incessantly hatching. Insect nest. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. No wonder the city wall exhibited such severe cracks. The foundation must have been compromised by this nest. Yet, how did such a nest suddenly appear beneath an otherwise stable structure? Surely, during the construction of the wall, the ground would have been excavated, and any nest discovered would have been dealt with at that time. Could it be the result of deliberate malice? Nevertheless, such speculations were no longer Lin Mo's immediate concern. The paramount issue was to eradicate this nest. Otherwise, these giant termites would remain an eternal menace. Lin Mo's mind raced, suddenly igniting with a daring idea. Without a moment's pause, he summoned all his psychic energy, coalescing it into 2 orbs of annihilation, each significantly larger than a basketball. In an instant, 2 terrifying waves of destructive energy radiated outward. Approaching Lu Liang, he handed over the orbs, saying, from here on, it relies solely upon you. Take these orbs down and obliterate that nest. Chapter 14. What? You two brought down the city wall. Gulp. Lu Liang swallowed hard as he stared at the menacing orbs of annihilation. He had witnessed their power firsthand before, and now these orbs were tenfold larger than the one Lin Mo had previously conjured. The mere thought of an accidental detonation sent shivers down his spine. However, Lu Liang understood that he could not shirk his responsibilities during this bounty task. Otherwise, what reason would Lin Mo have to continue including him in future endeavors? To hell with it, I'm all in. Lu Liang steeled himself, taking the orbs from Lin Mo. Once released, you have approximately 3 seconds to escape. So upon throwing them at the nest, you must withdraw immediately. Do you understand? Lin Mo instructed gravely. Understood, I will complete the task. Lu Liang nodded, carefully cradling the orbs as he descended once more. Lin Mo clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anxiety. The success of their endeavor hinged on this daring gamble. About a minute later, a thunderous explosion reverberated from below, shaking the ground violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have destroyed a level 4 insect nest, earning 2,000 psychic points. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 4 aberrant creature, the termite queen, earning 2,000 psychic points. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a level 1 aberrant creature, the giant termite, unhatched, earning 10 psychic points. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a level 1 aberrant creature, the giant termite, unhatched, earning 5 psychic points. In no time, Lin Mo's psychic points surged by approximately 10,000. He knew Lu Liang must have succeeded. The giant termites above, upon the destruction of their nest, collapsed instantly, legs in the air, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. Lin Mo exhaled in relief but soon glanced around, noticing Lu Liang's absence, which immediately ignited his concern. Could Lu Liang have been caught in the blast? He wondered. Hastily, he rushed to the entrance of the hole, calling out, Lu Liang. However, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Lin Mo's brow furrowed in distress. If Lu Liang had perished, he would carry that guilt for life. For it was he who had proposed the idea to destroy the nest and sent Lu Liang to execute it. Brother Lin, were you calling for me? Suddenly, a head poked up from the ground at Lin Mo's feet, startling him to the point where he nearly kicked it. But upon recognizing the dirty face, he was filled with relief. Lu Liang. It's me. Lu Liang emerged fully from the earth. You nearly scared me to death, Lin Mo exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Lu Liang's shoulder. I called for you repeatedly. Why didn't you respond? Brother Lin, the power of your annihilation orbs was utterly terrifying. Although I ran with all my might, I was still knocked unconscious by the shockwave. I only regained consciousness when I heard you calling. Lu Liang dusted himself off with a rueful smile. I'm just glad you're all right. Lin Mo sighed deeply, then pointed towards the hole, declaring, our mission appears to have been successfully completed. No more giant termites have emerged. Really? Haha. Fantastic. I've finally accomplished my first task for the Psychic Management Bureau, and it was a high-difficulty bounty task at that. Now I won't be expelled, and those people at the Bureau won't dare mock me when I return, Lu Liang exclaimed, dancing with joy like a child. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. However, just then, a loud cracking sound emanated from the wall, abruptly halting their laughter. Both turned to see the already fractured city wall 1973 now riddled with even more cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Not good, Lin Mo shouted, grabbing Lu Liang as they hastily fled. Just as they escaped, the wall crashed down with a thunderous roar. Once in a safe zone, they exchanged stunned glances, both gasping in disbelief. Brother Lin, did we cause the wall to collapse? Lu Liang asked, swallowing hard. It seems so, Lin Mo replied, nodding gravely. This wall is crucial for Jiangzhou City. Damaging it is a grave offense. We came to capture aberrant creatures that were damaging the wall, yet now we've outdone them. Bringing it down ourselves. Not only are our rewards likely forfeit, but we may face punishment, perhaps even imprisonment. Lu Liang's face paled, despair washing over him. Must we be so pessimistic? The foundation of this wall had already been gnawed away by those giant termites. Even if we repair the surface cracks, it would not be long before it collapses again. We merely expedited the process. If we had left this structurally unsound wall intact, it would have led to far worse consequences when the aberrant creatures attacked. Therefore, we have preemptively eliminated a hidden danger. And we are not guilty, but rather deserving of commendation, Lin Mo argued, shaking his head with a smile. Really? Lu Liang gazed at Lin Mo in disbelief. Would I deceive you? Lin Mo chuckled, patting Lu Liang's shoulder. Now, let us return and claim our reward. With that, the two vanished in a flash. Shortly after their departure, Yang Shan, alerted by the commotion, arrived with a group of workers, only to be met with the sight of the collapsed wall. Yang Shan was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with shock. Oh my god, what is going on? Has the army of otherworldly beasts launched an assault on the city? At the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, the 7th investigation team was comprised of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. At this moment, within the office of their team leader, Zhang Wei, chaos ensued. What? You two brought down the city wall? Zhang Wei, sipping his tea, nearly choked upon hearing their report, spitting out the liquid in disbelief. Haha, team leader, it was merely an accident. Lu Liang chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Don't call me team leader. You are my superior, Zhang Wei retorted. Lu Liang, after a string of failed missions, I began to question your capabilities, and then you go and create this monumental disaster. And you, Lin Mo, on your very first day with the Bureau, completed a level 2 mission splendidly. I was just about to commend you. And now you've surprised me with another calamity. You two are truly my living ancestors. Zhang Wei was on the brink of collapse, utterly bereft of tears. The destruction of the city wall was a grave offense. Not only would he, a mere team leader, face repercussions, but likely the director of the Jiangzhou branch would also suffer the consequences. Chapter 15. A stinging reality check. What a delight. Team leader, you've misunderstood this situation. Here is how it actually transpired. Lin Mo recounted the discovery of the insect nest at the base of the city wall. Are you saying that the foundation of the wall was already compromised? Zhang Wei squinted thoughtfully. Indeed, and I suspect this matter is far more complex than it appears. How fortuitous is it that the insect nest appeared right beneath the wall? If someone orchestrated this, when the army of otherworldly beasts attacks Jiangzhou, a wall without a foundation would be nothing more than a mere facade. Lin Mo articulated his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei nodded, deep in thought. He then looked at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, his expression turning serious as he cautioned. This is a significant matter. I must report it immediately. Once you two collect the reward for this mission, refrain from wandering about, remain on standby, and do not create further incidents, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang stood at attention, their postures rigid. All right, you two, hurry and leave. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively, feeling overwhelmed by his living ancestors. Nodding, Lin Mo and Lu Liang turned to exit the office. Just as they approached the door, Lu Liang suddenly halted, a thought striking him. He turned back to Zhang Wei and asked, "By the way, team leader, does our discovery of the insect nest count as a special contribution? Is there any additional reward?" At this, Zhang Wei's mouth twitched. Looking at Lu Liang with a forced smile, he replied, "Of course. I can reward you both with a delightful week-long stay in a cell. How does that sound? Then perhaps that's unnecessary." Lu Liang's face turned pale as he hastily pulled Lin Mo out of the office. Once they exited, Zhang Wei glanced at the desk phone. His brows furrowed in concern. How should he report this incident? While it was somewhat understandable, the fact remained that Lin Mo and Lu Liang had indeed caused the wall's collapse. "Oh, my ancestors, you are truly going to be the death of me." Zhang Wei sighed heavily, bracing himself to place the call. After departing from the team leader's office, Lin Mo and Lu Liang headed straight to the task handover location. Numerous investigators present noticed them, their faces contorted with mocking smiles. "Oh, aren't those the two who were supposed to team up for the bounty mission this morning? Why are they back so soon, looking all disheveled? They must have failed already. Haha, I doubt they even went, otherwise. With one at level 2 and the other at level 3, how could they have returned? They're probably already done for. Those clowns must have realized the peril of the bounty mission and come back to cancel it. What a disgrace." Ignoring the scornful remarks, Lin Mo and Lu Liang approached the counter. The same staff member from before recognized them and jested, "What's this? Having second thoughts? It's wise to give up now. This bounty mission is beyond your capabilities. You'd only be sending yourselves to your doom. We won't be canceling it." "As we have already completed the task," Lin Mo replied coolly, handing over his identification. "What? Completed it?" The staff member was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed. We are here to hand over the mission and claim our reward," Lu Liang added, presenting his ID as well. Upon hearing this, the disdain on the faces of those present intensified. They firmly believed this was a delusion. Clearly, these two were merely boasting. The staff member promptly scanned their IDs, and the computer screen flashed the words "mission completed." The staff member gasped in astonishment. They really did it. As this revelation spread, the mocking smiles on the faces of the onlookers vanished. They hurriedly crowded around, and upon seeing the screen, their expressions transformed into one of sheer disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. It was utterly inconceivable that two interns, only at levels 2 and 3, could successfully complete a high-risk bounty mission. "Now, can we receive our mission rewards?" Lin Mo inquired, smiling at the staff member. Of course, the staff member no longer dared to underestimate them, quickly processing the handover and reward procedures. Since Lin Mo and Lu Liang had completed the task as a team, the reward of 300,000 cash and 100 merit points was evenly divided between them. After confirming the rewards were credited to their accounts, Lin Mo and Lu Liang turned to leave. As they exited, the investigators present looked at them as if they were monsters, filled with shock and awe. Once outside, they collectively gasped, unable to contain their astonishment. Have the intern investigators become this formidable? In the corridor, Lu Liang exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Brother Lin. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Especially as we left, the way they looked at us was absolutely delightful. Now I finally understand what you meant this morning. Delivering a reality check with facts is far more satisfying than mere verbal disputes." Lu Liang was so excited he was nearly dancing, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "Now we can finally hold our heads high, right?" Lin Mo smiled. "Haha, absolutely. From now on, let us see who dares to call me useless." Lu Liang grinned proudly. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly pulled out his phone. "I almost forgot an important matter." "What is it?" Lin Mo queried, puzzled. In the next moment, his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw Lu Liang had transferred 15,050 merit points to him. Seeing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you doing?" "Brother Lin, we had a prior agreement. If we completed this mission, the rewards would be yours entirely, and I must honor my promise." Lu Liang replied with a smile. "That's not acceptable. This time, regardless of the circumstances, you have contributed significantly, and I cannot bring myself to claim the reward solely for myself." Lin Mo immediately shook his head. Although he was in dire need of money and many merit points for future exchanges of valuable treasures, as the saying goes, a gentleman values wealth gained through rightful means. If it weren't for LV Liang's daring act of infiltrating the underground to destroy that insect nest, the consequences could have been dire. Therefore, how could he even contemplate monopolizing this reward? Thus, Lin Mo hastily attempted to transfer the money and merit points back to LV Liang. Alas, LV Liang firmly grasped Lin Mo's hand, shaking his head with a serious expression, saying, "Brother Lin, please, you must accept this reward. To be honest, though we are mere strangers, you were willing to take me along to undertake such a perilous bounty task and help me avoid dismissal. This is an immense favor to me. I, LV Liang, have no means of repaying you other than offering the entire reward. I sincerely hope you will not reject it. If you truly consider me a friend, then in future missions, just take me along. I certainly regard you as a friend, but regarding this reward." Lin Mo furrowed his brow. If you genuinely wish to acknowledge me as a friend, let us not speak of the reward anymore. Let us go for drinks. Tonight we shall indulge. LV Liang threw an arm around Lin Mo's shoulder, leading him outside the Ability Management Bureau. In response, Lin Mo could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Chapter 16. The hero emerges? Get lost. At the municipal hospital, in the VIP ward, Wang Ba lay on the hospital bed, his face filled with grievance as he wailed, "Dad, you must avenge me. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might never have seen you again." Standing before the bed was a middle-aged man, his dark skin and crew cut exuding an aura of formidable pressure despite his short stature. This man was Wang Ba's father, Wang Delong, a level 9 ability user and chairman of the Wang Group. Observing Wang Ba's face, swollen like that of a pig, and his limbs encased in plaster, Wang Delong's expression darkened to an extreme. At that moment, the ward door was pushed open from the outside, and a young man in a black suit entered. He quickly approached Wang Delong, clasped his fists in respect, and said, "Boss, I found out that Lin Mo has joined the Ability Management Bureau as an intern investigator. According to intelligence, he is now a level 3 ability user, with a B-grade ability. A mere intern investigator and a level 3 ability user dares to touch my Wang Delong's son? He truly must be tired of living." Wang Delong scoffed, his eyes glinting with cold fury. He turned to the young man and commanded, "Immediately dispatch a level 4 ability user to deal with him." "Boss, if he is just a level 3 ability user, he is indeed not to be feared. However, he is affiliated with the Ability Management Bureau. Shouldn't we notify the Jiangzhou branch beforehand to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings?" The young man suggested promptly. "No need. He is just an intern investigator. In essence, he is not even a formal member of their staff. Killing him poses no risk. I refuse to believe the Jiangzhou branch would confront me over such a useless individual." Wang Delong waved his hand dismissively. "Understood. I will take care of it immediately." The young man nodded and swiftly departed. Wang Delong turned back to his son, a doting smile spreading across his face. "Son, rest assured. Tonight, you will witness Lin Mo's head rolling." As night fell, at Hao Ji's barbecue stall, due to team leader Zhang Wei's orders prohibiting the two from wandering, Lin Mo and LV Liang were confined to this nearby eatery. This way, even if the Ability Management Bureau sought them out, they could return promptly. "Brother Lin, you seem somewhat unsettled. Do you have something on your mind?" LV Liang inquired curiously, taking a large gulp of beer and noticing Lin Mo's furrowed brow. "I was pondering who would be footing the bill for tonight's meal." Lin Mo replied earnestly. "Huh." LV Liang was taken aback for a moment. "Haha, just kidding." Lin Mo grinned, but his expression soon turned serious. "Actually, I was reflecting on today's insect nest incident. If that nest was intentionally placed there, who might that person be? What could their motives be? Well, I can't make sense of it either. But isn't the higher-ups already investigating? We interns shouldn't concern ourselves with it. Trust in their wisdom." LV Liang waved his hand, seemingly unfazed. "Let us hope so." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. However, there was something he hadn't shared with LV Liang. The bloodthirsty parasitic beast he had just exterminated yesterday and today's insect nest. He felt an unsettling connection between the two. But what that connection was eluded him. He could only await the investigation results. "Come on, let us drink," LV Liang exclaimed. "Brother Lin, I noticed you are quite adept at slaying monsters. Yet you seem to falter when it comes to drinking. I've already finished a bottle, and you still have half left. Hurry up and finish it, no dilly-dallying. Or I'll make you treat." He opened another bottle of beer, eyeing Lin Mo fine then. Lin Mo chuckled helplessly, lifting the beer bottle, ready to down it in one gulp. Bang! Just then, a stone flew from somewhere, striking Lin Mo's beer bottle. The bottle shattered instantly, beer splattering everywhere. "What the hell? Who did that?" LV Liang exclaimed angrily, standing up immediately. Lin Mo frowned, turning to look in the direction from which the stone had come. Not far away, a middle-aged man, seemingly ordinary and dressed in black sportswear, was leisurely approaching. "Are you Lin Mo?" he inquired coldly, stopping before their table. "That's me." Lin Mo nodded, puzzled. "May I know who you are? You have offended someone you shouldn't have, so." The middle-aged man smirked frostily, his tone menacing. "I am here to take your life." "Oh." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "May I inquire as to who that is?" "You will know once you are dead." The middle-aged man replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and LV Liang immediately became alert. LV Liang even grabbed a nearby beer bottle, ready for a fight. "Hey, what is going on?" Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted. A burly man, holding a large handful of skewers and wearing a Peppa Pig apron, approached them. He glanced at Lin Mo and LV Liang before glaring at the middle-aged man, sneering. "What? The underworld is here bullying students in my barbecue stall? You should inquire about who I, Hao Gu, and before causing trouble on my turf. Are you tired of living?" Clearly, the newcomer was the owner of the barbecue stall. Lin Mo and LV Liang's eyes brightened. Wow, the hero has arrived, they thought, impressed by Hao Ji's imposing demeanor and presence. Could he be a hidden master? The middle-aged man glanced at Hao Gu, then kicked the table in front of him. Boom. With a loud crash, the table shattered into pieces. And that was a stainless steel table. Hao Ji's eyes widened in shock, stammering, "Air ability user. Get lost. The middle-aged man coldly replied, fixing his gaze back on Hao Go. Hao Go inhaled deeply, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man, and shouted with unwavering authority, Get lost. Just get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned on his heel and fled, prompting the ordinary patrons at the roadside eatery to rise in unison and scatter like startled birds. In no time, only Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and the middle-aged man remained in the establishment. Lin Mo, momentarily speechless, exchanged a glance with Lu Liang. Without hesitation, Lu Liang seized a beer bottle and hurled it at the middle-aged man's head. The bottle shattered upon impact. Yet, the next moment, the middle-aged man appeared unfazed. Turning to Lu Liang with a sinister smile, haven't you eaten? With that, the middle-aged man unleashed a powerful punch. The strike was swift and brutal, sending Lu Liang flying across the room, where he crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, and promptly lost consciousness. Lu Liang. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically at the sight. Do not fret, I shall send you down to accompany him shortly. The middle-aged man sneered, raising his fist to strike Lin Mo. Chapter 17. Are ability users worth more than beasts? As the formidable punch approached Lin Mo's chest, he instinctively stepped back, creating distance and narrowly evading the blow. Oh, quite adept at dodging, aren't we? The middle-aged man's lips curled into a mocking grin as he focused his energy. Suddenly, a massive stone wall, 5 meters high and wide, erupted from the ground behind Lin Mo. Before he could react, additional stone walls rose before him and on either side, gradually closing in with a menacing intent. Now let us see how you escape. The middle-aged man proclaimed triumphantly, confident in his ability to manipulate stone, a skill that had defeated countless adversaries before. Within the confines of the stone walls, Lin Mo's mobility diminished rapidly. If this continued, he would inevitably be crushed into a pulp. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Mo summoned his powers, preparing to break through the walls forcefully. At that moment, however, a head suddenly emerged from the ground beside his right foot. Lin brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo looked down, his eyes flashing with delight. Lu Liang, are you unharmed? Shoo, I was merely pretending to be unconscious. You think it would be that easy to take me out? Lu Liang whispered, placing a finger to his lips. He then surveyed the surrounding stone walls and continued, Lin brother, I observed from the outside that these walls are exceptionally thick and sturdy. It would be quite challenging to break through them forcefully. Allow me to assist you in your escape. You? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Lu Liang reached out with both hands and grasped Lin Mo's legs. I can help you burrow out. Sounds good. Lin Mo nodded, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But before we leave, I must leave this old fool with a little surprise. Not far from the stone walls, the middle-aged man, noticing that his walls were nearly closed in, assumed that Lin Mo was now trapped and unable to move. With a smug expression, he stepped forward and knocked on the stone wall, sneering, Boy, I imagine being squeezed by the walls is quite unpleasant, huh? If you wish to beg for mercy, just make a sound, and perhaps I might grant you a more peaceful exit. Yet, there was no response from within the walls. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, Humph, a tough nut to crack, are we? Let us see whether your bones are harder than my walls. With that, he concentrated his energy to accelerate the wall's convergence, intending to crush Lin Mo into a pulp. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from within the walls. The middle-aged man was momentarily startled, but his expression swiftly changed to one of alarm. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. The stone walls collapsed under a tremendous force, sending debris flying, and the middle-aged man was thrown back violently, crashing to the ground and spewing blood uncontrollably. At that moment, two figures emerged from the ground beside him, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. How could this happen? Goodness, Lin brother, the power of your dispel sphere is truly formidable. It can even injure this fellow through the walls. Lu Liang gasped, glancing at the pale, barely conscious middle-aged man. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Just before Lu Liang helped him escape, he had condensed a dispel sphere and left it within the stone walls. When the middle-aged man compressed the walls, he inadvertently triggered the explosion of the dispel sphere, resulting in the earlier chaos. Lin Mo crouched beside the middle-aged man, coldly demanding, Speak. Who sent you? Reveal it, and I may spare your life. Coughing violently, the middle-aged man expelled a significant amount of blood, glaring at Lin Mo with rage. Through gritted teeth, he spat, Lin Mo, today, I admit defeat. But do not revel too soon. Before long, more formidable opponents will come to kill you. You want to live long. I shall be waiting for you below. Alarmed, Lin Mo's expression shifted as he prepared to pry open the middle-aged man's mouth. In the next instant, the middle-aged man's eyes bulged, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, meeting his demise. Poisoned, Lu Liang reached out to check the middle-aged man's pulse, confirming his lack of breath, his brow furrowing in concern. This guy is ruthless. If he can't succeed, he'd rather die. Lin brother, just who have you offended? As Lin Mo pondered, he concluded that he likely had no enemies. The only person with whom he had any conflict was Wang Ba. Could this man have been sent by Wang Ba's father to seek revenge? Just as Lin Mo was engulfed in confusion, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in the elimination of a level 4 ability user, earning 3,000 ability points. This revelation startled Lin Mo. Eliminating an ability user also yields rewards? Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, the previous defeat of the level 4 beast, the Queen Termite, had only granted him 2,000 ability points. It appeared that ability users were indeed more valuable than beasts. With this realization, Lin Mo mused, my enemies. No matter who you are, please send more ability users my way. For my breakthrough and the evolution of my powers depend entirely on you. Meanwhile, Wang Dalong, who was in the hospital keeping his son company, suddenly erupted into a fit of sneezes. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo's silent prayers might just make him faint from exasperation. At the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau, Zhang Wei, having toiled throughout the day, was preparing to leave work when his desk phone rang abruptly. Frowning in mild annoyance, he was taken aback when he saw the caller ID. Hello, Director. Xiao Zhang, we have thoroughly investigated the collapse of the city wall. It was indeed a deliberate act, with someone having buried a nest of insects at its base to utilize the termite beasts to destroy the foundation. This is a conspiracy. The director's voice transmitted through the phone. In that case, does this mean Lin Mo and Lu Liang are safe? Zhang Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. Certainly. The two of them are not only innocent but rather contributory, for they have helped us resolve a significant hazard in Jiangzhou City. Fortunately, this issue was detected in advance, allowing us ample time to reconstruct the city walls. Otherwise, if those monstrous termites had continued to undermine the foundation of the walls, an assault by a horde of aberrant beasts would have resulted in an unimaginable catastrophe. The director remarked. Wonderful. I shall immediately convey this splendid news to the two of them. Zhang Wei exclaimed, filled with elation, and promptly prepared to hang up the phone to notify Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Do not rejoice too soon. This matter is far from straightforward. However, at that moment, the director's somewhat grave voice resonated through the phone. Zhang Wei's hand, gripping the phone, froze mid-air as he inquired, perplexed. Director, what do you mean by that? Do you know who placed the insect nest? The director retorted. Who? Zhang Wei furrowed his brow. The cult of the divine. The director replied with a weighty tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's expression shifted to one of profound dismay. Those lunatics? Yet, it makes sense. For years, the cult of the divine has secretly wreaked havoc in human cities, attempting to sow chaos, seize power, and dominate the urban landscape. Thus, it is indeed within their capabilities. Not only that, but the prior bloodthirsty parasitic beasts may also be linked to the cult. Lin Mo has interfered with or indirectly thwarted their plans on 2 occasions. Do you believe the cult will let this slide? The director continued. Are you suggesting that the cult will send someone to retaliate against Lin Mo? Wouldn't that put him in grave danger? After all, those individuals are merciless maniacs. Over the years, our Ability Management Bureau has engaged in a bloody struggle against them, suffering numerous sacrifices. Lin Mo, being a newcomer, would undoubtedly face a dire fate if he encountered them. Zhang Wei exclaimed, his concern escalating. This is precisely why I called you. Lin Mo and Lu Liang have just achieved a great feat, and we cannot allow them to fall victim to the cult's persecution. We must devise a means to protect them. The director stated with utmost seriousness. Protect them? Zhang Wei's eyes darted thoughtfully, and suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his gaze. I know of a place that is relatively safe. After Lin Mo and Lu Liang finished dealing with the corpse of the middle-aged man, they found themselves devoid of appetite, settled the bill, and prepared to return to their dormitory. However, as they reached the entrance of the community, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several dark figures sprang forth, obstructing their path. Lin Mo and Lu Liang initially assumed it was the middle-aged man's accomplices arriving and immediately braced themselves for combat. Yet, in the next moment, upon discerning the identities of the shadowy figures, they sighed with relief. For these individuals were all clad in the uniforms of the Ability Management Bureau. At that instant, one of the leading men produced his identification, presenting it to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, and coldly stated, I am Investigator Han Dong. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. You two are suspected of damaging the city walls. Please accompany us for an investigation. Damaging the city walls? Senior, you must be mistaken. We have already explained the situation to Team Leader Zhang. This is purely a misunderstanding. Lu Liang's expression shifted, and he hastily replied. Team Leader Zhang sent us here. Please cooperate. If you can prove your innocence, you will certainly be released. Investigator Han Dong said with a stern countenance. Lu Liang quickly turned to Lin Mo, feeling momentarily at a loss. Lin, what? Everything is fine. Lin Mo smiled reassuringly and shook his head, exhibiting remarkable composure. Let us accompany them for the time being. In Jiangzhou City, at the ruins of City Wall number 1973, workers were laboring late into the night to reconstruct the wall. Meanwhile, just under 100 meters from the ruins, several silhouettes stood silently, observing the proceedings. At that moment, one young man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black trench coat, with a rather refined appearance, spoke. What a pity, we were discovered so swiftly. It seems our plan to undermine the walls through the insect nest and lure an army of aberrant beasts to attack the city has been utterly thwarted. I've heard that the discovery of the insect nest was made by 2 trainee investigators from the Ability Management Bureau, one named Lu Liang and the other. What was it? Lin Mo? Truly a pair of bothersome individuals. The refined man's companion, an elderly figure clad in black traditional attire, said with a grim expression. Gritting his teeth. Lin Mo? That name sounds familiar. A figure draped in a crimson robe, hooded, suddenly interjected. The refined man turned to this figure, puzzled. What? Have you crossed paths with him? Indeed. The figure nodded, then removed the oversized hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage. This was, without a doubt, a strikingly attractive woman. With bright eyes and white skin, a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye only added to her allure. Yesterday, I infiltrated a bloodthirsty parasitic beast's body within the city, only to be killed by someone who seems to be this Lin Mo. The enchanting woman mused thoughtfully. It appears this individual is deliberately opposing us, the cult of the divine. We must eliminate him swiftly, or he will undoubtedly impede our grand plans in the future. The refined man narrowed his eyes, his face marred by a chilling murderous intent. Then let us act tonight, the elderly man in black suggested with a cold smirk. Without further ado, the group proceeded directly towards the ruins of City Wall number 1973, intending to breach the city of Jiangzhou through this point. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of these individuals, a worker on site raised his head, bewildered. Who are you? How did you come in from outside the city? The refined man cast a cursory glance at the worker, sneering coldly before casually waving his hand. In an instant, the worker's head was severed, rolling far across the ground before coming to a stop. Murder. The remaining workers, witnessing this horrific scene, were utterly terrified, dropping their tools and attempting to flee. However, the refined man and his companions had no intention of letting them escape, pursuing them relentlessly. In mere moments, all 20 or so workers on the site had perished. The refined man clapped his hands together. At that moment, his phone vibrated abruptly. Checking the screen, a triumphant smile crept across his lips as he turned to the others, saying, Gentlemen, I have pinpointed Lin Mo's exact location. Upon hearing this, the group shared a sinister smile, quickly transforming into shadows as they hastened towards the city center. The extraordinary prison, constructed and overseen by the Ability Management Bureau, houses not ordinary criminals, but rather those who have awakened formidable abilities yet tread the path of villainy, posing immense threats to the city. Additionally, it contains powerful aberrant beasts that wreaked havoc in the urban landscape and were captured by the Ability Management Bureau, awaiting resolution. Thus, the entire extraordinary prison is heavily fortified, with even a mosquito finding it nearly impossible to enter unobtrusively. At this moment, in cell number 666, Lu Liang lamented, Lin, did you not say that we were not only innocent but had rendered a service? How is it that we find ourselves in prison now? Are we destined to remain here for eternity? Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Investigator Han Dong had claimed to bring them in for questioning, yet upon entering this cell, he vanished without a trace. Despite Lu Liang's desperate calls for assistance, no one responded, which only heightened his anxiety. Initially, joining the Ability Management Bureau was meant to secure a stable position, a reliable government job. Now, however, it seemed he had merely traded that for a prison sentence. Chapter 19, Special Mission, Survive for 10 minutes. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. It shouldn't be a major issue. I reckon we'll have everything cleared up tonight and be released by tomorrow. Lin Mo remarked with a calm smile. I truly envy your composure, Brother Lin. I sincerely hope you're right. Lu Liang sighed helplessly, casting his gaze down at the hard, unyielding floor, his face etched with bitterness. It seems I'll have to make do with sleeping on the ground tonight. I can't help but miss my soft, expansive mattress. With that, he resignedly laid down on the floor. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head with a smile and was about to lie down beside him when a chime echoed in the air. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special mission. Survive for the next 10 minutes. Upon completion, you will receive a surprise reward. Countdown, 00959. Lin Mo was taken aback. Survive for 10 minutes? Why would such a task be triggered out of the blue? Moreover, what sort of life-threatening situation could arise in this prison cell? Boom. Suddenly, one of the walls of the cell collapsed. What on earth is happening? Lu Liang exclaimed, springing up from the ground in shock. As the dust settled, both of them hurriedly peered outside the crumbled wall. Not far away, several figures stood there. Indeed, they were the elegant man and the seductive woman who had infiltrated Jiangzhou City to assassinate Lin Mo. Brother Lin. Who are these people? Are they your friends? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo, inquiring. I do not know them either. Lin Mo shook his head, yet instinctively heightened his vigilance. After all, he had just triggered a survival mission, and the appearance of these individuals was likely related to that task. They might very well be here to kill him. With this thought, Lin Mo discreetly concealed his right hand behind his back. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. The elegant man stepped forward, gazing at the two inside the cell with a smile. Come out, and let us have a chat. Do you take us for fools? Exiting like this would be tantamount to a jailbreak. We are innocent, and we refuse to step outside. If you have the capability, come in and talk. Lu Liang shot the elegant man an exasperated glance. He then turned to Lin Mo and whispered, "Brother Lin, could these individuals be a test sent by the organization? It's hard to say, but let us try to keep them calm for now. We'll stall for as long as we can. The guards will arrive shortly." Lin Mo replied quietly. After all, his current priority was to find a way to last through these 10 minutes. Jailbreak. Huh. You needn't worry about that. You won't survive the night anyway. The elegant man sneered. What? Lu Liang's expression instantly changed as he stared at the elegant man warily. You're not from the Ability Management Bureau? The Ability Management Bureau? No, no, no. We are followers of the Cult of Worship. The elegant man shook his head, chuckling coldly. The Cult of Worship? You are members of a heretical sect. Lu Liang clearly recognized the name and understood the sinister nature of the individuals before him. Heresy? Oh, little brother, you're being rather presumptuous. I do not appreciate that term. The seductive woman laughed alluringly, then waved her hand. Her entire right arm transformed into a tentacle several meters long, lunging towards Lu Liang with astonishing speed. Before Lu Liang could react, the tentacle ensnared his waist, pulling him towards the outside. Panicked, Lu Liang cried out for help. Brother Lin, save me. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and extended his concealed right hand. A sphere of annihilation had already coalesced above his palm. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards the seductive woman. The seductive woman furrowed her brows, sensing a measure of threat emanating from the annihilation sphere. Reluctantly, she released Lu Liang and swung her tentacle, swatting the sphere away. Boom. The moment the annihilation sphere hit the ground, it exploded, creating a deep crater. Witnessing this, the elegant man's eyes narrowed, a hint of intrigue dancing within them. A level 4 ability user? No wonder you could destroy the insect nest we had placed beneath the city wall. That insect nest was your doing? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, we had intended to use the giant termites to damage the city wall and then summon a horde of aberrant beasts to attack. However, we never anticipated that you two would discover and eliminate it so swiftly. Therefore, you must pay with your lives. The elegant man nodded, sneering. Humph. You heretical scum think you can take our lives? You just witnessed Brother Lin's strength. He dealt with that insect nest with barely any effort. Lu Liang straightened his back, attempting to intimidate them with Lin Mo's prowess. If you wish to avoid death, you should flee immediately. Otherwise, Brother Lin will surely leave no one standing. However, the elegant man's face contorted into a scornful smile as he shook his head dismissively. A mere level 4 ability user? Is that truly impressive? As his words fell, a powerful wave of ability surged from within him. Feeling this fluctuation, Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock. A level 6 ability user. At that moment, the seductive woman and the elderly man in black also unleashed their abilities, reaching the level 5 threshold, albeit not as formidable as the elegant man. This revelation left Lu Liang utterly unnerved. He gulped hard and turned to Lin Mo. Brother Lin, you can handle them, right? And what do you think? Lin Mo shot Lu Liang an exasperated look. He was no superhuman. How could he possibly contend with a level 6 ability user and multiple level 5 users? A direct confrontation would lead to certain demise. The only option was to buy time. First, delaying would prompt the prison guards, upon sensing something amiss, to investigate. Second, it aligned with his mission. Since the system had triggered this special task, enduring for 10 minutes should lead to the system resolving the current predicament. With this in mind, Lin Mo's mind raced as he stepped forward, addressing the elegant man. Well, you see, upon our first meeting, I believe it is unnecessary for us to engage in a life-or-death struggle. After all, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. As for the destruction of the insect nest, that was merely in the course of executing the Ability Management Bureau's orders, not my personal intention. Why not grant me the opportunity to join the Cult of Worship? Upon hearing this, not only did the elegant man and his companions appear astonished, but Lu Liang's eyes also widened in disbelief. Chapter 20. On the Edge of Life and Death, Completing the Mission. Brother Lin, how could you even consider joining a heretical sect? The Cult of Worship has committed innumerable atrocities, wreaking havoc in our human cities. Countless investigators and civilians have perished at their hands, posing a threat no less severe than the aberrant beasts. How can we even contemplate associating with them? Lu Liang hurriedly interjected. You are mistaken. Rather than languishing as a mere intern investigator in the Ability Management Bureau, earning a meager salary, wouldn't it be more advantageous to join the Cult of Worship and pursue grand ambitions? Who knows, it might lead to a promising future. Lin Mo waved his hand, speaking earnestly. Do you genuinely believe that? I once thought you were a hero, but it turns out you are a coward. Lin Mo, I have truly misjudged you. Lu Liang stared at Lin Mo, utterly disillusioned. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground while water flows to the low. Lu Liang, it would be wise to recognize the situation and join me in the Cult of Worship. Lin Mo turned to glance at Lu Liang, discreetly winking. Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback, then spat vehemently onto the ground, his face contorted with disdain as he declared, In your dreams, I, Lu Liang, would rather die than yield. If you are so oblivious to the situation, then I have no choice. Lin Mo shrugged and turned to the cultured man. smiling as he inquired, "Might the cult of the divine be willing to accept me? Do you truly wish to join the cult of the divine?" The refined man narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, a fortune teller once foretold that in this lifetime, I am destined to achieve great things. However, it is evident that within the supernatural administration, such potential is unattainable. Joining the cult of the divine may indeed be a commendable option." Lin Mo nodded earnestly. "Haha, Lin Mo, do you take me for a fool? Can I not see through your meager tricks? You are deliberately stalling for time, hoping for the guards to come to your rescue, are you not?" The cultured man suddenly sneered. "How could that be? I genuinely wish to join the cult of the divine." Lin Mo's gaze remained resolute. "Very well, let us change our location, and I shall witness your determination." The cultured man smirked slightly and signaled to the alluring woman. She understood his intent and transformed her hands into tendrils, ensnaring both Lin Mo and Lu Liang tightly. The group swiftly retreated outside the prison. Just as they departed, 2 prison guards arrived. Upon seeing the collapsed wall of the cell, the guards could no longer remain calm. "Quick, notify the supernatural administration." About 2 kilometers away, in a half-finished building, the cultured man and his companions came to a halt. "What are we doing here?" Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. "Did you not express a desire to join our cult of the divine? I am offering you an opportunity." The cultured man chuckled coldly, suddenly producing a sharp dagger from seemingly nowhere. Upon seeing this, the alluring woman released her grip on Lin Mo. The cultured man stepped forward, presenting the dagger to Lin Mo with a sneer. "Anyone wishing to join our cult of the divine must first slay an investigator of the supernatural administration. This is your initiation, a demonstration of your resolve." He gestured toward Lu Liang. "Isn't that a bit excessive? After all, we were teammates for a time. It's hard for me to go through with it. Perhaps I could find another investigator another day?" Lin Mo replied with a grin. "Do you think this is a market where you can pick and choose? Today, either you kill him, or you both die." The cultured man glared at Lin Mo, his voice icy. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, realizing he had no choice but to approach Lu Liang with the dagger, a look of resignation on his face. "My friend, I'm sorry, but for the sake of my future, I must sacrifice you. I promise to burn a great deal of paper money for you once you're gone." "Lin Mo, you scoundrel. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Come if you dare," Lu Liang retorted defiantly, who hasn't faced death, whether early or late. "We all must die. But I, Lu Liang, shall die a glorious death, a hero of humanity, while you and your cultists will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Forever scorned by the world." He stood tall, unyielding in the face of death. "How tiresome," the cultured man complained, digging at his ears, growing impatient. "Lin Mo, make your move." Lin Mo glanced at the system's timer. Countdown, 0:01:32. Damn it, there's still over a minute left? With no other option. It seemed he had to take a gamble. With that thought, Lin Mo took a deep breath, gripped the dagger tightly, and thrust it fiercely toward Lu Liang. Seeing this, Lu Liang's face paled in terror. "Wait, Lin Mo, are you serious? Enough chatter, die?" Lin Mo gritted his teeth, a fierce look in his eyes. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Lu Liang's chest, in a moment of desperation, Lin Mo suddenly turned the blade, aiming it at the tendrils wrapping around Lu Liang. With a splatter, dark green blood sprayed everywhere, splattering Lu Liang's face. The alluring woman, in pain, released Lu Liang. "Ugh, what the hell is this? It's disgusting." Lu Liang spat in disdain. "Stop complaining, let us escape." Lin Mo tapped Lu Liang on the head, urging him. "Oh, right. Lu Liang finally reacted and vanished without a trace. Lin Mo was left speechless, as he had intended for Lu Liang to take him along. Yet this fellow ran off on his own. However, soon Lu Liang's head re-emerged from the ground, sheepishly saying, "Sorry, Lin brother, nearly forgot about you." Without hesitation, he grabbed Lin Mo's ankle and pulled him in. "Haha, still think you can escape?" The cultured man remained unfazed, quickly forming hand seals as he shouted, "Barrier, activate." As his words fell, a brilliant blue light erupted from his body, transforming into a massive blue barrier that enveloped the entire half-finished building. "Capture them both." The cultured man commanded the alluring woman. She nodded, her hands morphing into long tendrils that forcefully plunged into the ground. After several seconds, she retracted her tendrils, revealing 2 figures ensnared within, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. "What the hell? Where did this barrier come from? Almost knocked me senseless." Lu Liang rubbed his head, wincing in pain. Moments ago, he had been fleeing underground with Lin Mo, only to suddenly collide with the appearance of the blue barrier, leaving him seeing stars. The farce is over. The cultured man approached Lin Mo, coldly asking, "Boy, do you have anything to say?" At that moment, Lin Mo's focus was entirely on the system's timer. 0:00:05. Only 5 seconds remained. "Nothing to say, eh? Then let us go together." The cultured man misinterpreted Lin Mo's silence as surrender and signaled to the alluring woman. She smirked coldly, and the tendrils constricting around the 2 tightened. Crack! In an instant, every bone in Lin Mo and Lu Liang's bodies creaked ominously under the pressure, and if this continued, they would surely be suffocated. "It's over, this time. I'm truly done for." Lu Liang despaired, his breathing growing increasingly labored. His complexion shifted from red to purple, then to black, as his consciousness began to wane. Even seeing his great-grandmother beckoning to him, Lin Mo fared no better, on the brink of losing consciousness. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for surviving 10 minutes and successfully completing the special task. The system's voice shone like a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness, rekindling a flicker of possibility for the despairing Lin Mo. Finally completed. What is the reward? Please don't let it be money or houses. Those are utterly useless in this scenario. Congratulations, host, you have received a surprise reward. SSS grade ability Doomsday, final form, 1-minute experience card. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Though it was merely a 1-minute experience card, given the current predicament, he had no luxury to be choosy. Use immediately, Lin Mo urgently commanded. Buzz. In an instant, a wave of extraordinary terror surged from within him. The elegant man on the ground furrowed his brows. Even as a level 6 ability wielder, he sensed a fatal threat emanating from this power. He quickly turned to the alluring woman beside him, urging, "This boy is rather unusual. Swiftly eliminate those two." Understood. The enchanting woman nodded, preparing to manipulate her tendrils to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. However, at that moment, Lin Mo opened his eyes. His irises had transformed entirely into a vivid red, radiating a dazzling light. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, enveloping the elegant man and his companions. Their expressions shifted dramatically. For reasons unknown, they felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Lin Mo, their knees bending involuntarily. "Isn't it a bit late to want to kill us now?" Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk, the red glow in his eyes flickering. In the next instant, the tendrils entwined around him, and Lu Liang vanished without a trace. "Ah, my arms!" The alluring woman screamed in agony, having lost her limbs. Witnessing this, the elegant man swallowed hard, gazing at Lin Mo with trepidation. Who are you? Surely you already know? I am Lin Mo, an intern investigator for the Ability Management Bureau. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, then strode towards them. Observing this, the elegant man's brows rose, and without a moment's hesitation, he focused his mind. Seal. A surge of blue light erupted from his body, forming a blue barrier that enveloped and restrained Lin Mo. However, this barrier lasted merely 0.1 seconds before shattering into pieces. How is this possible? The elegant man was instantly thrown into disarray. "Let me handle this." The elderly man in black stepped forward, opening his mouth wide. A swarm of black crows erupted from his mouth, charging towards Lin Mo with fierce intent. Yet, as these crows neared Lin Mo, about half a meter away, they exploded one after another, dissipating into nothingness. The elderly man widened his eyes in shock. "Stop dawdling. Attack now, or we shall all perish." The elegant man shouted urgently to the others. Hearing this, they dared not hesitate, and quickly unleashed their respective powers. In an instant, an array of colorful abilities surged towards Lin Mo. Yet, without exception, these attacks failed to reach Lin Mo, dissipating completely before they could make contact. "Have you all finished your performance?" Lin Mo smirked slightly, his eyes flashing with cold light as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Then it is my turn." Annihilation. As Lin Mo's voice echoed, thunder rumbled. The sky darkened, and the ground trembled violently. The entire dilapidated building began to sway. Countless bricks and concrete debris rained down towards the elegant man and his companions. Moreover, the ground beneath their feet started to fracture, revealing a bottomless chasm from which molten lava bubbled. What level of ability is this? How can it be so terrifying? The elegant man and his companions struggled to maintain their footing, their faces etched with fear. This is impossible. The intel indicates that Lin Mo is merely a level 4 ability wielder. Even if his ability is SSS level, how could he possibly unleash such overwhelming power with such a meager ability value? It's unscientific. The alluring woman furrowed her brow, confusion evident on her face. Forget about what's scientific or not. We must find a way to escape. The elegant man conjured a blue barrier above him to shield against the falling debris, attempting to flee the crumbling structure. Buzz. At that moment, a terrifying surge of energy drew their attention. They quickly looked up, their faces paling. Above them floated a red sphere, 5 meters in diameter, engulfed in crimson flames, resembling a miniature sun. This sight sent chills down their spines, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. "Run, now." The elegant man, his features twisted in terror, screamed with all his might. The others, terrified, wasted no time and fled without a second thought. "Only now do you wish to escape?" Lin Mo chuckled coldly, his voice resonating. "It's too late." With a slight wave of his right hand, the massive red fireball plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards the elegant man and his companions. No. Accompanied by a desperate scream, the fireball exploded, obliterating everything in its path. The elegant man and his companions had no time to struggle, instantly reduced to ashes. Boom. The already precarious dilapidated building reached its breaking point and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Seeing this, Lin Mo rushed forward to scoop up the unconscious Lu Liang, swiftly vacating the premises. Upon reaching an open area, Lin Mo gently set Lu Liang down, but an overwhelming fatigue surged within him. He too sank to the ground. Clearly, the duration of the SSS level ability experience card had expired, and utilizing it had nearly depleted all of Lin Mo's ability value and stamina, leaving him utterly weakened. Fortunately, his enemies had been eradicated. Lin Mo lifted his gaze towards the site of the collapsed building. There, it lay in ruins, devoid of life. A wave of reflection washed over him. Is this the power of the SSS level ability, Annihilation? Truly formidable. Moreover, Lin Mo understood that due to it being an experience card and his own low level, the power he had just wielded was likely less than 1% of its true potential. The full might of Annihilation must be even more terrifying. This only solidified Lin Mo's resolve to evolve his abilities to the SSS level Annihilation. At that time, not only in Jiangzhou but throughout all of Huaxia, he would undoubtedly carve out his own place. As for the so-called god-worshipping sect, they would no longer dare to trouble him. Chapter 22. Breaking through to level 5 ability wielder, gaining new skills. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 6 ability wielder, earning 5,000 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 5 ability wielder, earning 4,000 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying another level 5 ability wielder. In an instant, Lin Mo's ability points surged dramatically. This time, he had defeated 1 level 6 ability wielder and 6 level 5 ability wielders. Just from ability points alone, he had gained 29,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to a level 5 ability wielder ability points. You now have an opportunity to evolve your abilities. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Lin Mo naturally did not hesitate and promptly chose to evolve. Congratulations to the host. Your A-level ability, Erasure, has now evolved into S-level ability, Obliteration, can evolve into SSS level ability, Annihilation, current progress, 70. Congratulations to the host. Your skills Erasure Beam and Erasure Sphere have now upgraded to Obliteration Beam and Obliteration Sphere. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired a new skill, Sword of Obliteration. A look of delight spread across Lin Mo's face. It seemed this time he had indeed reaped substantial rewards. Not only had his ability successfully evolved to S-level, but his skills had also been upgraded, in addition to acquiring a new skill. This would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Perhaps, with the prowess I possess now, should I encounter the refined gentleman and his companions again, I would have the strength to confront them, even without the experience card. I would not find myself in such a dire predicament as before. Consequently, Lin Mo resolved to unleash the Sword of Oblivion, eager to ascertain the might of his new skill. Am I still alive? Just then, Lu Liang, who lay on the ground, suddenly regained consciousness. Upon noticing this, Lin Mo had no choice but to retract his abilities, rising to look at Lu Liang with concern, inquiring, "How do you feel? Are you all right, Lin brother? Have we arrived in the underworld?" Lu Liang blinked in bewilderment, then abruptly clasped Lin Mo's leg in a tight embrace, exclaiming with relief, "How wonderful! I never expected to still be with you after death. This truly brings me immense comfort." Lin Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes, unable to contain himself, and promptly kicked Lu Liang away. A cry of distress rang out. After about half a minute, Lu Liang returned, rubbing his waist and limping towards Lin Mo. "Are you now fully awake?" Lin Mo asked with a smile. "I can't believe it. We are actually still alive. What on earth just happened?" Lu Liang gazed at Lin Mo, incredulity written all over his face. "Quite simple. I eliminated them all." Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. "You killed them all?" Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock, his astonishment reaching its zenith. Suddenly, with a thud, Lu Liang dropped to one knee, once again clinging to Lin Mo's leg, earnestly imploring, "Lin brother, oh no, father figure, I am now firmly attached to your leg. For future missions, you must take me along. Otherwise, even if you kick me to death, I shall not let go." All right, I will take you along. Is that satisfactory?" Lin Mo conceded, utterly defeated by this character. "Oh yes, with a powerful ally, I shall no longer have to worry about failing my missions," Lu Liang exclaimed, bouncing around with the exuberance of a 3-year-old child. At the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Abilities Management Bureau, in the conference room, the director, Zhao Tianlin, along with the senior officials and the leaders of various investigation teams, had gathered. The purpose of their assembly was to discuss the abduction of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. "This is outrageous. You have them confined in your extraordinary prison, surrounded by so many guards, yet they were still taken? Are your prison staff utterly inept?" Zhao Tianlin glared at the warden beside him, seething with anger. "Director Zhao, please calm down. The cult's attack was sudden, and they were numerous, each possessing considerable strength. That caught us off guard." The warden chuckled awkwardly. "Director, blaming the warden now is futile. The pressing matter is to dispatch a team to search for them." Zhang Wei interjected anxiously. "Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang have considerable potential, particularly Lin Mo. If nurtured properly, he could very well become a pillar for our bureau and even for all of China. It would be a tremendous loss if they were harmed by the cult. What do you all think?" Zhao Tianlin turned to the other senior officials and team leaders for their opinions. In my view, it is no longer necessary to search. Lin Mo and Lu Liang are likely in grave danger. Indeed, from what I know, the cultists who attacked this time included a formidable 6th level ability user. It is doubtful that even seasoned investigators would stand a chance against them. The odds of survival are exceedingly slim. Exactly. Those cultists are all lunatics, merciless in their killings. With Lin Mo and Lu Liang being so inexperienced, falling into their hands would undoubtedly mean death. I reckon their bodies have already grown cold. Thus, we should contact their families, prepare compensation, and reassure them to prevent the matter from escalating, lest our bureau's reputation be tarnished. The senior officials spoke up in unison. Clearly, they believed Lin Mo and Lu Liang were doomed. While your reasoning is sound, as the saying goes, to see the living and to see the dead, if we simply abandon the search, it would surely dishearten many. Zhao Tianlin furrowed his brow, then turned to Zhang Wei, commanding, Zhang Wei, they are from your 7th team. I order you to lead a team immediately to investigate and pursue the cultists. You must bring Lin Mo and Lu Liang back. Understood. Zhang Wei clasped his fists, preparing to rise and go. Bang. Just then, the conference room door was suddenly flung open. A figure hurriedly entered. It was Han Dong, the official investigator who had previously gone to capture Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Director, Team Leader Zhang, good news. Han Dong gasped for breath, his face alight with joy. What good news? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei asked in unison. Lin Mo and Lu Liang have returned on their own. Han Dong announced with a smile. What? Upon hearing this, not only did Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei freeze in place, but everyone present was also utterly stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. For them, the notion that Lu Liang and Lin Mo could have survived the clutches of the cult was virtually inconceivable. Chapter 23, Rewards Received, Mall Consumption. Quickly, bring them here. Zhao Tianlin regained his composure and urgently addressed Han Dong. Yes. Han Dong nodded and turned to leave. Moments later, he returned to the conference room, leading Lu Liang and Lin Mo. As the two appeared, lively and unscathed, the assembly was once again left in utter shock. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you have truly frightened me. Thank goodness you are safe. Zhang Wei rushed forward, concern etched on his face. Thank you for your concern, team leader. Lin Mo smiled. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, how did you escape the clutches of the cultists? Zhao Tianlin stepped forward to inquire. At this, everyone present perked up their ears, eager to learn the details. Naturally, it was my brother Lin who vanquished all the cultists. Before Lin Mo could respond, Lu Liang stood tall, beaming with pride as he interjected. His expression seemed to declare, look, how formidable is my father figure. What? You eliminated them all. The assembly gasped in astonishment once more. Lin Mo, according to our intelligence, those cultists are exceptionally powerful, with a 6th level ability user among them. How did you achieve this? Zhao Tianlin asked Lin Mo, skepticism evident in his tone. At a critical moment, I broke through to become a 5th level ability user. Seizing the opportunity, I dispatched the 6th level user, and the remaining cultists were no match for me. They all perished at my hands. Lin Mo explained after a moment of thought. What? You broke through again? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I recall you were only a 3rd level user when you joined the bureau. It has barely been a few days, and you have ascended to 5th level? At this revelation, the crowd collectively gasped, astonished by the rapidity of Lin Mo's advancement. Remarkably, he had joined the bureau for less than 3 days, yet his abilities had surged from 3rd to 5th level in such a short span. Given this unprecedented growth, it was hardly surprising that Lin Mo could defeat a 6th level user. After all, for those prodigious beings who cultivate as effortlessly as drinking water, engaging in battles beyond their level is merely one of their most trivial talents. Who would have thought that in this small city of Jiangzhou, I, Zhao Tianlin, would encounter such an extraordinarily gifted genius as you? Lin Mo, your cultivation aptitude is truly not inferior to those remarkable prodigies from the headquarters in the capital. Zhao Tianlin was immediately elated, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. After all, the emergence of a genius of this caliber in the Jiangzhou branch would certainly bring prestige to him as the director. Director, I told you Lin Mo is exceptional. Zhang Wei remarked with a smile, his chest swelling with pride. After all, Lin Mo was a member of his 7th team. At that moment, the gazes of the other team leaders towards Zhang Wei were filled with envy. It was evident to all that Lin Mo was destined to soar to great heights and gain renown throughout China. When that time comes, those who share a close relationship with him will undoubtedly reap immense benefits. Rewards. This calls for a reward. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand exuberantly and declared, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, for your early detection of the damage to the city walls that thwarted the sinister plans of the cult of the god of worship, and for eliminating several cult followers, I hereby reward you with 2 million in cash and 500 merit points each. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast envious glances at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. While the 2 million in cash was substantial, it was the 500 merit points that truly held great value. After all, a perilous bounty task typically only awarded 100 merit points. Now, Zhao Tianlin had generously bestowed 500 merit points, equivalent to 5 bounty tasks, without any associated risk. How could they not feel envious? Lin Mo and Lu Liang were equally astonished, for both the 2 million cash and the 500 merit points represented a windfall for them. They quickly clasped their fists towards Zhao Tianlin, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, director. The 2 million cash would be split evenly between Lin Mo and Lu Liang. However, Lu Liang had initially intended to give all the money to Lin Mo, and even half of the merit points, but Lin Mo firmly declined. After all, he had already claimed all the rewards from the previous bounty tasks. Accepting the entirety of this reward would have been somewhat unreasonable. Although he was in dire need of both money and merit points, he couldn't exploit Lu Liang like a sheep. Moreover, Lu Liang had risked his life alongside him. Their successful counterattack against the followers of the cult of the god of worship was a significant achievement for Lu Liang as well. Without his guidance into the underground, they would not have survived long enough to experience the subsequent events. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Mo indulged in a soothing hot shower. Lying down on his soft mattress, his thoughts began to flourish. With this recent reward, combined with the rewards from the previous 2 tasks, his merit points had now reached 610. It was high time to make some purchases at the merit marketplace. After all, following these 2 attacks, Lin Mo had become increasingly aware of his inadequacies in self-defense. Especially this time, had he not inadvertently activated a special task from the system, obtaining an SSS level ability experience card, he might have been in grave danger. Thus, it was imperative to acquire some self-defense equipment, so that in the event of future peril, he would not be left helpless, merely waiting for fate to decide his outcome. With this thought, Lin Mo eagerly retrieved his exclusive phone and entered the merit marketplace. However, after browsing for a while, Lin Mo came to a stark realization. He was indeed a pauper. The prices of items in the merit marketplace were astonishingly high. Equipment like armor and weapons were graded, similar to abilities, ranging from F to SSS. The higher the grade, the more exorbitant the price. Particularly for items graded A and above, the costs were outrageous. Lin Mo initially set his sights on an S-grade armor, which purportedly could withstand the full force of an 8th-level beast attack. This level of defense was already quite remarkable. Wearing it in Jiangzhou City would allow him to walk with confidence. However, upon seeing the price, Lin Mo gasped in shock. It required nearly 100,000 merit points, which translated to an astronomical sum of 1 billion in cash. Lin Mo's entire fortune combined wouldn't even suffice to cover the belt of that armor. The gap was simply too vast. Left with no choice, he began to examine other equipment. Yet, after a thorough search, anything within his reach was priced no lower than 1,000 merit points. The slightly more ordinary items still demanded several hundred merit points. Gritting his teeth, he pondered pooling resources with Lu Liang, but it would not hold much significance for him. This situation was rather awkward. He couldn't afford the expensive items. Yet the cheaper ones were of no use to him. Just as Lin Mo was feeling disheartened and prepared to exit the merit marketplace, an item in the corner caught his attention. Chapter 24, Ace in the Hole, 9 Nether Illusionary Rosemary. Item, 9 Nether Illusionary Rosemary. Type, hallucinogenic poison mist. Price, 588 merit points. Description, this incense is crafted from the venom of a level 10 beast, the 9 Nether Serpent King, and the highly toxic plant, illusionary bluegrass. It is colorless and tasteless. A small inhalation will induce hallucinations, while excessive inhalation can lead to death. Special reminder, this item can only be used once in a short period and has a long cooldown time post-use. Please note, even level 10 ability users are not immune to this poison. Do not attempt to inhale it lightly. Order now, and a vial of antidote will be included. After reading the description, Lin Mo was instantly intrigued. Although the 9 Nether Illusionary Rosemary might not possess the might of those S-grade armors and could only be utilized once in a short span, if employed skillfully, it could yield remarkable results. Even a level 10 ability user could be directly incapacitated. This made it an ideal ace in the hole. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Mo confirmed the purchase. Your order has been placed. It will be delivered to you by a dedicated personnel tomorrow. Your remaining merit points, 22. Gazing at his dwindling merit points, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It seemed he would need to undertake more tasks in the future, as his merit points were simply insufficient. In the office of Wang Corporation's chairman, Wang Dalong's expression darkened as he gazed at the corpse of the middle-aged man before him. All his subordinates lowered their heads, afraid to breathe, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension within the office. Where was the body discovered? Wang Dalong turned to a young man in a black suit standing beside him and inquired. In the flowerbed of the park next to the Ability Management Bureau, buried particularly deep. If it weren't for the locator on him, it would have been quite difficult to find. The young man responded promptly. Humph. Wang Dalong snorted coldly, glaring at the young man, and asked in a low voice, did you not say that Lin Mo is merely a level 3 ability user? How could even a level 4 ability user fail to eliminate him and instead be killed in return? This information cannot be wrong. Lin Mo is undoubtedly a level 3 ability user. Could it be that someone from the Ability Management Bureau intervened? The young man's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly replied, "Well, that is a possibility, considering it is the territory of the Ability Management Bureau." Wang Dalong nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the implications. The young man let out a slight sigh of relief, gazing at Wang Dalong as he spoke. "Boss, Lin Mo is from the Ability Management Bureau. If he remains holed up there, it will indeed be challenging for us to take action against him, considering those individuals at the Bureau are no pushovers. What do you propose then? Should we simply swallow this grievance? My son has been crippled, and now we have lost a capable aide. If we let this go, it would be a disgrace for me, Wang Dalong." Wang Dalong shot a glare at the young man, his tone irritable. No, that's not what I meant, boss." The young man quickly waved his hands in protest, explaining, "What I intended to suggest is that we might set a trap to lure him out, drawing Lin Mo away from the Ability Management Bureau, and then seize the opportunity to take him down effortlessly." "Oh, you have an idea?" Wang Dalong squinted his eyes. "Hee. Since Lin Mo is merely an intern investigator, I happen to have a plan." The young man grinned with satisfaction. The next morning, the staff of the Ability Management Bureau delivered the 9 Hells Rosemary to Lin Mo. Upon opening the package, he found a small glass vial filled with purple liquid. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary perfume bottle. Additionally, there was a small white pill bottle containing white pills, which he assumed to be an antidote. Lin Mo glanced at the instruction manual. The usage of the 9 Hells Rosemary was quite simple. Just like applying perfume, one merely had to open the cap and spray it. Straightforward and clear. "Lin, what did you buy?" inquired LV Liang, stepping out with an inquisitive expression. "A secret weapon," Lin Mo replied with a mysterious smile, stowing away the 9 Hells Rosemary and the antidote. Since this item was intended to be a trump card, it was best to keep the knowledge of it to a minimum before its use, ensuring its effectiveness. LV Liang, understanding Lin Mo's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. "Lin Mo, LV Liang, are you two awake?" At that moment, a figure approached them. It was none other than their team leader, Zhang Wei. Seeing him, both quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Good morning, team leader. There's no need for such formality between us." Zhang Wei waved his hand, then scrutinized Lin Mo and LV Liang with a smile. "Youth is indeed a blessing. After such perilous events last night, you both awaken with such vigor. Just in time. I have a rather pleasant task for you two." "A pleasant task?" Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged puzzled glances. "Indeed." Zhang Wei nodded, continuing, "Under normal circumstances, given the significant contributions you two have made, transitioning to formal investigators would pose no issue. However, the rule stipulates that 10 tasks must be completed for this transition, a regulation set by headquarters that even our director, Zhao, cannot violate. However, while it can't be publicly acknowledged, we can maneuver behind the scenes. For instance, the elimination of those cultists last night and the discovery of the damaged city wall foundation can be counted as 2 tasks completed. In the future, any relatively easy assignments will be prioritized for you two, which will significantly expedite your transition." "I see." The two suddenly understood, promptly cupping their fists in gratitude towards Zhang Wei. "Thank you, team leader. There's no need for such courtesy. You both have made substantial contributions to our branch, bringing honor to our team. It is only right that you receive some special consideration." Zhang Wei waved his hand before continuing. "Now, back to the matter at hand. This task is exceedingly simple. A clothing factory in the south of the city has reported the presence of a giant spider, which we preliminarily suspect to be a second-tier beast. Given your abilities, I trust you will have no trouble dealing with it." "A second-tier beast? This is easy. I successfully broke through to a third-tier ability user last night. I could handle it all on my own without needing Lin Mo's assistance," LV Liang declared confidently, thumping his chest. Lin Mo sensed the surge of ability within LV Liang, and indeed, it was markedly stronger than before. It seemed this fellow possessed quite a remarkable talent. "Very well, then this task is entrusted to you two. If you set off now, you should return in time for lunch. Earlier is better." Zhang Wei clapped Lin Mo and LV Liang on the shoulders before turning to leave the dormitory. Naturally, Lin Mo and LV Liang did not dawdle. They quickly changed their clothes and headed straight to the task location. Chapter 25. As expected, the name fits. In the southern district, at the Ikoin clothing factory. As Lin Mo and LV Liang arrived at the factory entrance, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached them, his face brimming with enthusiasm. "You two must be the investigators from the Ability Management Bureau. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I am the factory manager, Jia Haoren." "What an interesting name, Manager Jia. Does that imply you're a fake good person, perhaps a genuinely bad one?" LV Liang jested with a smile. The young man's jest elicited an awkward smile from Manager Jia, who wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Oh, you're quite the joker. All right, Manager Jia, where's the beast? Please take us there quickly to prevent any harm to the workers." Lin Mo interjected. "Please follow me." Manager Jia promptly led the way. Thus, the three arrived before a storage room. Manager Jia pointed at the closed door, turning back to Lin Mo and LV Liang. "The giant spider is inside. You must be very careful. Rest assured, we are professionals. Open the door and watch how I take it down with a single strike," LV Liang exclaimed, eagerly drawing a sharp dagger from his pocket. Upon seeing this, Manager Jia hastily fished out the key and unlocked the storage room door. Lin Mo and LV Liang stepped inside. The storage room was spacious, devoid of any goods, and eerily empty, with the shelves coated in a thick layer of dust, indicating a long period of disuse. However, the floor was impeccably clean, spotless. As they surveyed the room, they soon discovered a massive spider web in the southeast corner. At that moment, a colossal black spider lay ensnared within it. Its size was nearly that of a cow. From its aura, it was undoubtedly a second-tier beast. Perhaps sensing Lin Mo and LV Liang's proximity, the 8 eyes atop the giant spider suddenly opened, emitting an eerie green glow, seemingly warning the two. Seeing this, LV Liang became invigorated, turning to Lin Mo. Lin, you stay back. Let me deal with this vile creature. With that, he brandished his dagger and charged towards the giant spider. As he closed the distance, however, the spider unexpectedly turned around, presenting its rear towards LV Liang. Hey, you filthy beast. Trying to seduce me with your backside as you face your doom? Watch as I tear you apart. LV Liang, misinterpreting the spider's actions, was incensed. Lin Mo, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation, bemused by such brazen words. Wait, that's not right. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck him. He opened his mouth to warn LV Liang, but it was already too late. The giant spider, lifting its rear, unleashed a massive web that shot directly towards LV Liang. He had no time to evade, and before he could process what was happening, he found himself ensnared by the web, completely immobilized. What in the world? At that moment, LV Liang was firmly bound in place, unable to move. He attempted to sever the web clinging to his body with a dagger, only to discover that each silken strand was remarkably resilient. Despite exerting every ounce of strength he could muster, including all his might, his efforts proved utterly futile. The colossal spider, however, was not inclined to grant Lu Liang much time to struggle and escape. It leaped down from the web, its 8 long legs scuttling swiftly toward Lu Liang. Upon witnessing this, Lu Liang was utterly terrified, urgently calling out, "Brother Lin, save me." As the gigantic spider approached, its gaping maw poised to relish its prey, Lu Liang was paralyzed with fear, his eyes tightly shut in utter despair. Suddenly, a crimson beam, as thick as a utility pole, shot forth and struck the giant spider with a resounding impact. Boom! The once threatening creature exploded. Its dark green ichor and dismembered remains splattering everywhere, leaving only a few severed spider legs behind. Lin Mo was taken aback by this scene. The annihilating beam had indeed been significantly enhanced after its upgrade, now considerably thicker and possessing at least tenfold the power of its predecessor. An S-class ability was truly formidable. Regrettably, the energy value acquired from vanquishing this second-tier beast was pitifully meager, granting merely 200 points, barely adequate. Nonetheless, the mission had been successfully completed, and they could return to claim their rewards. Lin Mo approached, observing Lu Liang, who was trembling and with closed eyes, and jested, "Hey, it's time to get up." At this, Lu Liang cautiously opened his eyes, and upon confirming the giant spider's demise, he let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "I thought I was really going to be eaten today." "You were too complacent," Lin Mo admonished while assisting Lu Liang in tearing away the web. "Even though you are now a third-tier ability user, you must never underestimate your enemies. Otherwise, you risk a catastrophic downfall." "Hey, that was just an accident. Next time. Brother Lin, give me another chance, and I'll prove to you that I'm still quite strong." Lu Liang scratched the back of his head and chuckled sheepishly. Lin Mo shook his head with a wry smile and waved his hand. "Let us go. We need to report the mission." Just as they were about to leave the storage room, the door suddenly slammed shut. The entire room descended into darkness. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Lu Liang hurriedly approached the door, knocking and calling out, "Director Jia, open the door. The beast has been dealt with. Sorry, boys, but someone wants you dead. And I'm just following orders. Don't hold it against me." Came Jia Haoran's voice from outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of a lock being secured. "Damn. Truly living up to your name." Lu Liang stamped his foot in frustration. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered, "You think this flimsy door can stop me? Don't forget what my ability is." With that, Lu Liang prepared to unleash his powers to break through. Swish. Just then, the lights flickered back on. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by a round of applause, a door at the far end of the storage room slowly opened, revealing a dozen figures emerging. Seeing this, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged wary glances, immediately on guard. "Lin Mo, how delightful to finally meet you." Among the crowd, a young man clad in a black suit sauntered forward at a leisurely pace. Chapter 26, A Trap Indeed. "And you are?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Well, it matters not, for you too will soon be dead. Revealing my identity is of no consequence." The young man smirked coldly, introducing himself. "I am Su Kuan, assistant to the chairman of the Wang Group." Wang Group. Lin Mo paused momentarily before quickly connecting the dots. "You're here for Wang Ba, aren't you?" "Quite astute." Su Kuan nodded, his voice icy. "You injured young Master Wang, and my master will not let you off lightly." You were merely fortunate to have the protection of the Ability Management Bureau last time, which allowed you to escape unscathed, even from a 4th-tier ability user. So that was the guy you sent. Lin Mo's expression turned frosty. He had been puzzled as to why someone would suddenly come to kill him. But now the truth was laid bare. It appeared the Wong family was intent on eliminating him, sending a 4th-tier ability user against him right from the start. Lin Mo, luck cannot be your ally forever. Last time, you escaped due to the Bureau's intervention. This time, I have set a trap to lure you far from their reach. Into this clothing factory. No one can save you now, Su Kuan declared with a smug expression. Upon hearing this, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. It turned out that the mission had been a setup from the beginning. In light of this, one question loomed. Was their leader, Zhang Wei, aware of this? Or had he colluded with the Wong family all along? Of course, they could only ascertain the truth once they returned. Now that I've said what needed to be said, prepare to descend into hell. Su Kuan's eyes glinted ominously as he gestured to the dozen individuals behind him. Commanding, attack. Yes. The group nodded in unison and charged at Lin Mo and Lu Liang without hesitation. Lin Mo sensed the fluctuations of their abilities and was taken aback. For the weakest among them were all 3rd-tier ability users. Among them were 3 4th-tier ability users and 1 5th-tier user. Such a formidable assembly was nearly on par with the cultists from the previous night. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. It seemed the Wong group, aside from having Wang Dalong, a 9th-tier ability user as their patriarch, also nurtured a considerable number of skilled fighters, truly not to be underestimated. What do we do now? Lin brother? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo, his anxiety palpable. Didn't you always want to prove yourself? Here's your chance. Pick one, and I'll take care of the rest. Lin Mo replied with a grin. Huh. Lu Liang was initially taken aback, then grimaced as he said, Lin brother, now's not the time for jokes. With so many opponents, my suggestion is to conserve our strength and flee. With that, he activated his ability and attempted to burrow into the ground. However, soon a wailing sound echoed from below. Lu Liang emerged, rubbing his head and with tears in his eyes, lamenting, that wretched barrier. I hate barriers. Ha ha. Su Kuan threw his head back in laughter, producing a stone radiating a purple glow from his pocket, boasting, did you think I hadn't done my research before coming here? You thought you could escape? I've sealed this storage room with a barrier stone, and you two are nothing more than fish in a barrel. Surrender quietly, since escape was no longer an option. Lin Mo smirked and boldly advanced toward the group. Then let us slay them all. Su Kuan's face contorted with disdain as he sneered. You're merely a 3rd-tier ability user, yet you speak with such bravado about killing them all? You'll soon learn the harshness of reality. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when Lin Mo confronted a 3rd-tier ability user, delivering a powerful palm strike. The assailant had no time to react before he was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground, dead and bleeding. Su Kuan's expression abruptly shifted, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What terrifying power! This is certainly beyond what a level 3 ability user could possess. Could it be that this young man has already ascended to a level 4 ability user? Even so, he has merely just broken through. His foundation is undoubtedly unstable, and he likely lacks significant combat prowess. However, in the next moment, Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson light, and 2 beams of annihilation burst forth, instantly obliterating 2 level 4 ability users. Remarkably, those 2 level 4 ability users hadn't even had the chance to unleash their powers before they perished on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Su Kuan could no longer maintain his composure. For at the moment Lin Mo released the annihilation beams, he sensed the fluctuations of Lin Mo's abilities, and their intensity had evidently reached the level of a level 5 ability user. Su Kuan quickly glanced at the only level 5 ability user present and commanded, act swiftly. This young man's realm is equivalent to yours. Apprehend him immediately. Upon hearing this, the level 5 ability user did not dare to hesitate. He swiftly darted in front of Lin Mo and threw a punch. Lin Mo, unperturbed, met him with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, causing both to stagger backward a few steps. I didn't expect someone so young could also attain the level of a level 5 ability user. Your physical strength is on par with mine, but that is where it ends. For an ability user, physical strength alone is futile. True strength lies in one's abilities. Prepare to meet your demise. The level 5 ability user sneered coldly, then extended his arms and bellowed, C-class ability, blazing flame. As his words fell, torrents of flames erupted from his hands, coalescing in the air into a fire dragon over 4 to 5 meters long, exuding a terrifying aura as it surged toward Lin Mo. Observing this, Lu Liang, positioned not far away, turned pale, sensing the lethal threat emanating from the fire dragon, and hurriedly warned, be careful, brother Lin. Yet, Lin Mo remained as calm as ever, gazing at the level 5 ability user with a playful expression, stating, I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment. With that, he extended his right hand, rapidly coalescing a basketball-sized annihilation sphere. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo hurled the annihilation sphere toward the fire dragon. As they made contact, the annihilation sphere unleashed a terrifying devouring force. In an instant, The flames enveloping the fire dragon began to be consumed, ultimately vanishing entirely within the Annihilation sphere. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of the Annihilation sphere surged to about 1 meter, its surface igniting with a scarlet flame, radiating an overwhelming power as it hurtled toward the level 5 ability user. Witnessing this, the level 5 ability user was rendered utterly unsettled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? As fellow level 5 ability users, why can your ability completely devour mine? Mine is a C-class ability." With a slight smirk, Lin Mo coldly retorted, "My ability is S-class." What? The level 5 ability user was instantly struck with horror. As the terrifying Annihilation sphere drew ever closer, he instinctively attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the Annihilation sphere detonated. The level 5 ability user scarcely had time to struggle before he was reduced to ashes. The shockwaves from the explosion swept through the vicinity, taking several level 3 ability users with them into oblivion. Observing this scene, Su Kuin was left utterly shaken, his eyes bulging in astonishment. What manner of monster is this Lin Mo? He has only recently awakened, yet he is already this formidable. Furthermore, did not the young master proclaim that Lin Mo's ability was merely the most inferior F-class? When did it transform into S-class? Could it be that he has taken some drug? But what sort of drug could elevate an F-class ability to S-class in just a few days? Even a million per vial evolution serum could not achieve that. With the only level 5 ability user in their ranks slain, the remaining few were devoid of any fighting spirit, eager to flee. Yet Lin Mo would not allow them to escape. He pursued them relentlessly, reaping their lives like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. In a brief span, apart from Lin Mo, no one else remained standing. All had fallen, lifeless on the ground. Gazing at this scene, Lu Liang, already astounded, gulped nervously and after a long pause, finally uttered 2 words, "Impressive." Having accomplished his task, Lin Mo clapped his hands, turned to Su Kuin, and remarked with playful malice, "Now, only you remain." Su Kuin involuntarily shuddered, quickly fixing his gaze on Lin Mo, his voice trembling as he stammered. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am the confidant of the chairman of the Wong Group. If anything happens to me today, you will face dire consequences. Are you attempting to threaten me? Lin Mo chuckled coldly, instantly appearing before Su Kuin. You. Su Kuin sought to issue another threat. But Lin Mo, without a second thought, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Su Kuin was not an ability user, merely an ordinary person. This punch nearly cost him his life. Ack! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Su Kuin clutched his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. In that moment, he felt as though his stomach had been struck by a speeding motorcycle, the pain nearly unbearable. "Do you still dare to threaten me?" Lin Mo asked, placing his foot firmly on Su Kuin's shoulder, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I." Su Kuin attempted to speak, but upon locking eyes with Lin Mo's icy gaze, he trembled uncontrollably. He realized that Lin Mo truly intended to kill him. No longer daring to be defiant, Su Kuin hastily shook his head, pleading, "I won't do it again. Please, spare my life. If you wish for me to let you go, it is not impossible. Simply answer my questions honestly, and I shall consider it." Lin Mo replied with a slight smirk, his tone dripping with cold amusement. "Of course, ask away. I will reveal everything." Su Kuin nodded vigorously. "How did you manage to persuade the Ability Management Bureau to cooperate with your plan?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, inquiring coldly. "Cooperate with me? I possess no such capability. The Ability Management Bureau holds a supremely authoritative position in Jiangzhou City, apart from the city lord. They do not give face to anyone." Su Kuin replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Then what about the mission we are executing? How did it conveniently fall into your trap?" Lin Mo pressed further. "It is like this. Whenever an aberrant beast appears in Jiangzhou City, the Ability Management Bureau must issue a mission and dispatch investigators to capture it. For a level 2 aberrant beast like this one, they usually send in trainee investigators. Thus, we leaked the information about the aberrant beast in advance, laying an ambush. If you were the one dispatched for the mission, we would strike. If not, we would let it go and wait for the next opportunity. Fortunately, our luck was rather good, as we encountered you on the first attempt." Su Kuin explained. "Oh, I see." Lin Mo nodded in contemplation. It seemed he could now dismiss his suspicions regarding Zhang Wei. The reason Zhang Wei had sent him and Lu Liang to undertake this mission was purely out of goodwill, rather than collusion with the Wong Group beforehand. This revelation brought Lin Mo some relief. Otherwise, having a mole within his team would have made future endeavors exceedingly perilous. "Brother Mo, I have already divulged everything you wish to know. Can you now grant me my freedom?" Su Kuin gazed at Lin Mo with an expression of eager anticipation. "Releasing you is feasible, but upon your return, you ought to know how to articulate today's events, correct?" Lin Mo regarded Su Kuin with a frosty glare. "Rest assured, I shall assert that I never encountered you, and everything that transpired in the storeroom, including your prowess and level of abilities, shall remain sealed within my lips." Su Kuin hastily swore, thumping his chest in assurance. "A promise is a promise. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. A promise is a promise. Su Kuan nodded earnestly. Very well. You may leave. Lin Mo waved his hand, lowering his foot from Su Kuan's shoulder. Thank you, thank you. Brother Mo, you are truly a benevolent soul, Su Kuan exclaimed, visibly moved, as he sprang to his feet, eager to depart. Buzz. At that moment, a beam of obliterating light erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking Su Kuan squarely. Su Kuan's body was instantly obliterated, lifeless beyond recovery. Sealed lips? Only the dead can achieve that, Lin Mo remarked with a chilling smile. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 5 ability user, earning 4,000 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 4 ability user, earning 3,000 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 3 ability user. In that instant, Lin Mo's ability points surged dramatically. After all, having consecutively eliminated over a dozen ability users was indeed a considerable bounty. Even the elimination of Su Kuan rewarded him with an additional 100 ability points. As a result, Lin Mo's total ability points skyrocketed, bringing him perilously close to the threshold of 100,000 to advance to a level 6 ability user. A satisfied expression graced Lin Mo's face. It seemed this outing was far from fruitless. Chapter 28, The Arrogant Wang Clan. Lin, how did you manage to provoke the Wang Clan? They are the most powerful consortium in Jiangzhou. Lu Liang approached with curiosity etched across his face. Their chairman, Wang Dalong, is a level 9 ability user, and it is said that he has connections with the Lord of Jiangzhou City. This is a long story, one I shall elaborate on when we return. For now, our priority is to ensure that Director Jia does not escape. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Indeed. That old scoundrel dared to deceive us. He must be made to pay. Lu Liang suddenly recalled Jia Haoran, who was still waiting outside the storeroom. The two hastened to the storeroom's entrance. Brother Lin, allow me to slip out and unlock it for you, Lu Liang declared, preparing to utilize his wall-passing ability. Bang! Lin Mo delivered a powerful kick to the heavy door, which crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. This scene startled not only Lu Liang, but also left Jia Haoran, who was stationed not far from the door, utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. No one had anticipated that such a solid and weighty door could be so easily kicked open. Lu Liang stood in stunned silence for a full half-minute before once again exclaiming, "Impressive." Without further ado, he charged toward Jia Haoran, shouting, "Old dog. Don't even think about running." Since the barrier stone had just been shattered along with Su Kuan, nothing could impede him now. Before Jia Haoran could react, Lu Liang swiftly closed the distance and sent him sprawling to the ground with a kick. "Spare my life, I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me." Jia Haoran pleaded desperately. "Spare you? We, the Ability Management Bureau, risk our lives daily battling beasts to safeguard Jiangzhou City, and yet you conspire with villains to betray us? Are you even human?" Lu Liang glared at Jia Haoran, seething with indignation. "I was forced into it," Jia Haoran replied, his face a mask of helplessness. "Nonsense. I suspect you were merely tempted by greed. Speak. How much did the Wang clan offer you to cooperate with them?" Lu Liang interrogated. 500,000. Jia Haoran stammered. "What? Only 500,000? You think so little of yourself and Brother Lin, such exceptional investigators, that you would accept such a paltry sum? You actually agreed to it?" Lu Liang's frustration grew, feeling his dignity was insulted. "I had no choice. If I refused, the Wang clan threatened to kill my entire family. I was left with no option." Jia Haoran lamented, tears beginning to flow. This revelation momentarily extinguished Lu Liang's fury, and he turned to Lin Mo, asking, "Brother Lin, this fellow seems to have been coerced. What should we do with him?" Lin Mo contemplated for a moment before stepping forward and looking down at Jia Haoran, questioning, "Is the Wang clan always this tyrannical in its dealings?" Indeed, the Wang clan, with its power and influence, has long been a scourge in Jiangzhou City. They do as they please, and anyone who dares oppose them meets a dire fate. Over the years, countless individuals have been oppressed to the point of despair, and many have lost their lives or families due to their exploitation. My situation is relatively fortunate. At least I still have money. A food factory in the north of the city was targeted by them for a low-price acquisition. When the manager refused, he vanished the next day. How could I dare to defy them? Jia Haoran recounted, his face filled with grievance. Truly, the upper beams are crooked when the lower beams are also flawed. Lin Mo squinted his eyes. No wonder Wang Ba was such a rogue. It seemed all of this was connected to his father. The Wang clan was indeed a malignant tumor for Jiangzhou, posing a threat no less severe than the beasts. With this in mind, Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and instructed, "Take this fellow back to the Ability Management Bureau and detain him. He should prove useful in our future dealings with the Wang clan." "Brother Lin, are you planning to confront the Wang clan?" Lu Liang exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed." Lin Mo nodded, his eyes glinting with resolve. "If others seek to eliminate me, I must retaliate. Otherwise, what sort of man would I be? Brother Lin, if you intend to take on the Wang clan, I, Lu Liang, shall offer my unwavering support. However, the Wang clan is immensely powerful, and we are but ants in their presence. How shall we contend with them?" Lu Liang expressed his concerns. Patience, we shall await the opportune moment. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, a plan brewing in his mind. Upon returning to the Ability Management Bureau, they promptly detained Jia Haoran and subsequently reported their mission, claiming their rewards. Team leader Zhang Wei soon arrived, eager to learn of their findings. Upon discovering that the Wang clan had orchestrated a trap to ensnare Lin Mo, Zhang Wei's face flushed with anger. This is outrageous. They dare to lay hands on personnel from the Ability Management Bureau? The Wang clan has become increasingly brazen in recent years. Team leader, can the Ability Management Bureau intervene and demand an explanation from the Wang clan on behalf of Brother Lin and myself? Lu Liang inquired. This. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, visibly troubled. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, if it were any other faction in Jiangzhou City that dared such a thing, the Ability Management Bureau would not let it slide. However, the Wang clan situation is unique. Their chairman, Wang Dalong, is a renowned hero in Jiangzhou City. He played a pivotal role during the Beast Tide assault, and without his efforts, Jiangzhou City would have surely fallen. As such, he maintains a close relationship with our city lord. If we, the Ability Management Bureau, were to confront Wang Dalong, the city lord would undoubtedly be displeased, which would not bode well for us. Are we to simply allow the Wang clan to act with impunity, trampling over us? What if they strike again while Brother Lin and I are executing our duties? Would that not be perilously dangerous? Lu Liang clenched his fists, expressing his indignation as he spoke. After today's events, I believe the Wang group will exercise greater restraint. Your immediate priority is to swiftly complete the 10 tasks and pass the assessment to become official investigators. In doing so, the Wang group will think twice before daring to meddle with you. After all, official investigators are part of the system, under the protection of our headquarters in the capital. Even the most arrogant Wang group would hesitate to provoke us. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment before suggesting. However, Lu Liang still had more to say. At that moment, Lin Mo waved his hand, interrupting Lu Liang, and then turned to Zhang Wei with a smile, saying, rather than allowing our relationship to deteriorate further, might the team leader find a way to arrange a meeting with Chairman Wang Dalong of the Wang Group? A face-to-face discussion to transform conflict into harmony would surely be preferable, no? Chapter 29. Are these two truly enemies? Upon hearing this, Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Lin just saying at the garment factory that he wanted to wage war against the Wang Group? Why the sudden shift towards reconciliation? Could it be that? Lu Liang's eyes widened in realization. If you are willing to set aside your grievances and seek peace, that would indeed be splendid. I shall go find our director. He should have no issue facilitating this meeting. Zhang Wei replied with a smile, promptly heading towards the director's office. Once Zhang Wei had departed, Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo and quietly asked, Brother Lin, you aren't planning on taking action when you meet Wang Dalong, are you? That is indeed my intention. Lin Mo replied with a cold smile. But Wang Dalong is a level 9 ability user. Do you feel confident in that? Lu Liang asked, concern etched on his face. Fear not. Simply watch for my cues when the time comes. Lin Mo assured him, brimming with confidence. Initially, I thought arranging a dinner with Wang Dalong would be quite challenging. However, to my surprise, he readily agreed once he learned of the matter. The time was set for 8 o'clock in the evening at the Hai Long Grand Hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Jiangzhou, which happens to be a property of the Wang Group. Lin Mo, it was initially our director Zhao who was to accompany you this evening, but he had a last-minute engagement. Thus, I shall join you and Lu Liang instead. Do not be anxious. Boss Wang is quite considerate towards our Ability Management Bureau. Therefore, any misunderstandings can be cleared up tonight, ensuring that you both go your separate ways in peace. Of course, once we enter, be mindful of your words. Patience is key, and we must prioritize the greater good. Zhang Wei reiterated as he parked the car in the hotel's lot. Understood. Lin Mo nodded with a smile, then produced 3 white pills from his pocket, offering them to Zhang Wei and Lu Liang. Take these. They will help you sober up. We must discuss serious matters, so do refrain from overindulging. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang did not hesitate, each swallowing a pill, followed by Lin Mo. The trio then proceeded to the designated VIP room, entering with purpose. Team leader Zhang, it has been far too long. At the dining table, a man with an unremarkable appearance and dark skin, sporting a buzz cut, immediately rose to greet them upon their arrival. Boss Wang, the last time we met was 2 years ago. I have truly missed you. Zhang Wei quickly engaged in pleasantries. He then turned to Lin Mo, introducing him. Lin Mo, this is Wang Dalong, the chairman of the Wang Group. Greetings, Boss Wang. Lin Mo smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, so you are Lin Mo. I have heard that you recently joined the Ability Management Bureau and have already achieved remarkable feats. Not only uncovering the damage to the City Wall's foundation, but also thwarting the schemes of the cult of the god worshippers and rounding up their followers. Truly, a young hero among us, far surpassing my own unaccomplished son. Wang Dalong praised Lin Mo effusively, his affable demeanor misleadingly suggesting a lack of animosity. Lin Mo couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This old fox is indeed more cunning than his son. Seeing the harmonious exchange between Boss Wang and Lin Mo puts my mind at ease. Prior to our meeting, Our director emphasized the importance of resolving any conflicts between you two, and it seems there are no lingering issues now, correct? Zhang Wei inquired with a smile, observing both men. It was merely my son's lack of understanding that led to unnecessary friction with young brother Lin. However, these matters are trivial. I, Wang Dalong, am not one to hold grudges. After tonight, the issues between myself and young brother Lin shall be a thing of the past. Perhaps we might even forge a friendship across generations. Wang Dalong waved his hand dismissively, exuding magnanimity. Lin Mo, see how graciously Boss Wang has extended the olive branch. What say you? Zhang Wei promptly turned to Lin Mo, winking encouragingly. Since Boss Wang has chosen to move forward, I would seem petty to dwell on past grievances. Let bygones be bygones. I am willing to shake hands with Boss Wang in goodwill. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Haha, I admire young brother Lin's straightforwardness. Come, let us drink until we can drink no more, Wang Dalong exclaimed, pulling Lin Mo's hand as they made their way to the table laden with drinks. Observing this from the back, Lu Liang was left in a state of disbelief. Are these two truly enemies? Did they not say that enemies meet with fiery eyes? How does it appear so amicable? Could it be that they are merely acting? If so, their performances are astonishingly convincing. They could easily win an Oscar. Soon, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, Wang Dalong stood, raising a glass to Lin Mo. Young brother Lin, may I pose a question to you? You honor me. Boss Wang, please proceed. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. There exists a man who once saved an entire city, hailed as its great hero, affluent and powerful, revered by many. Yet one day, his son was rendered incapacitated. What do you think? Should he seek vengeance? Wang Dalong's gaze bore into Lin Mo's, his question laden with intensity. In response, Lin Mo smiled faintly, calmly taking a bite of his food before replying. That depends on whether the son brought this upon himself. If he was reckless and provoked trouble, then even his downfall is deserved. He is a hero, the savior of this city. Regardless of his son's transgressions, no one has the right to punish him. Especially not a lowly insect dwelling in the depths of society. Such an act would be a grave insult to the hero. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Wang Dalong's eyes as he spoke icily. Only then did Zhang Wei sense the tension and hurriedly stepped forward with a glass in hand, forcing a smile. Come, Boss Wang, let us drink together. We are enjoying ourselves. Why dwell on unpleasant matters? Team leader Zhang, please hold on. Allow me to finish my thoughts. Wang Dalong waved his hand, halting Zhang Wei. Then turned to Lin Mo with a chilling tone. Lin Mo, you are an astute individual, and now that we have reached this point, I shall be direct. The individuals under my command who attempted to kill you were incompetent and deserve their fate. I harbor no grievances there. However, you harm my son. And that is absolutely unacceptable. Had this been a different time, you would already be a corpse. Yet, since the director of the Ability Management Bureau, Zhao, has intervened, demanding that I spare you, I shall extend this courtesy to the Bureau. However, if you kneel before me now, bow thrice, and allow me to break your limbs, rendering you powerless, we can consider the matter between you and my son closed. What do you say? Chapter 30. Tonight marks your demise. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Wei and Lu Liang's expressions changed dramatically. After all that talk of magnanimity, it seems revenge against Lin Mo was still on the table. Isn't it a bit excessive to simply shatter his limbs and strip him of his powers? Wouldn't he that render Lin Mo utterly incapacitated for life? Boss Wang, didn't we agree to reconcile? Zhang Wei inquired with a forced smile while gazing at Wang Dalong. Indeed, I did promise to seek reconciliation, but it is imperative that my conditions are met. That is my bottom line. Wang Dalong replied coldly. What? Zhang Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Huh. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly let out a chilling laugh. What are you laughing at? Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes. Since Boss Wang has laid down his conditions, allow me to present mine. Lin Mo raised his head, casting a playful glance at Wang Dalong, and declared, First, I want the Wang group handed over to me, and it shall henceforth bear the surname Lin. Second, you and your son shall kneel before me and bow your heads in apology. Third, you shall forfeit your powers and leave Jiangzhou with your son, never to show your face before me again. If you, Boss Wang, agree to these three conditions, I will shake hands with you in reconciliation, and from that moment on, we shall remain as distant as rivers and wells. What say you? Upon hearing this, both Zhang Wei and the bystanding Lu Liang were utterly stunned. In the entirety of Jiangzhou, surely no one had dared to address Wang Dalong in such a manner? As expected, Wang Dalong's countenance darkened, glaring at Lin Mo with a low growl. So you're not here to genuinely seek peace, are you? Isn't that true for you as well? Why pretend to be so magnanimous? Lin Mo retorted with a cold smile. Ha ha. Wang Dalong burst into uproarious laughter, then fixed a frosty gaze upon Lin Mo, stating, You little bastard, I underestimated you. At such a young age, you possess such cunning, I must admit. If you continue to grow, you will indeed become a source of great trouble for me. But one thing baffles me. How do you muster the courage to confront me? Is it due to your pathetic strength akin to that of an ant? Or do you believe that Zhang Wei and the Ability Management Bureau can protect you? Let me make it clear. In Jiangzhou, if I, Wang Dalong, wish to kill someone, no one can shield them. Do you understand? Therefore, you would do well to reconsider my conditions. If you accept, I might spare your life. Lin Mo took a sip of his drink, remaining remarkably composed as he replied. You would do well to ponder my conditions as well, Boss Wang. If you accept, I too might let you live. Upon hearing this, a fierce murderous intent filled Wang Dalong's eyes. You have brought this upon yourself. It is not that I lack respect for the Ability Management Bureau. Since it has come to this, you shall meet your demise. With that, he violently smashed his wine glass onto the ground. From behind the exquisite jade screen not far from the table, a throng of figures surged forth, numbering at least 20 or 30. All were endowed with powers, their abilities surpassing level 4, with several among them even reaching level 6. Such a formidable assembly could hardly be underestimated. Without uttering a word, they charged forward, encircling Lin Mo, Zhang Wei, and Lu Liang. What does this mean, Boss Wang? Zhang Wei's expression shifted dramatically as he furrowed his brows. Rest assured, Team Leader Zhang. My intent tonight is solely to target Lin Mo. As long as you two remain still, you shall come to no harm. Wang Dalong replied with a cold smirk. Boss Wang, Lin Mo is a key talent cultivated by our Ability Management Bureau. Even Director Zhao holds him in high regard, should anything happen to him. Director Zhao will certainly not let this slide. Zhang Wei quickly interjected, attempting to invoke the authority of Zhao Tianlin. He's merely an intern investigator without even an official position. Killing him would bear no consequence. Once I dispose of him, I will personally explain to Director Zhao, so there is no need for Team Leader Zhang to worry. Wang Dalong scoffed dismissively, then turned his attention to Lin Mo, issuing a direct command. Seize him. Understood. The surrounding ability users immediately lunged forward, preparing to take action against Lin Mo suddenly. One of the ability users' faces contorted in horror as he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and began to scream. Don't come closer, please don't kill me. The remaining ability users, caught off guard, followed suit, one after another succumbing to the same fate. As if ensnared by an illusion, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang had intended to unleash their powers and break through the encirclement to assist Lin Mo. But those surrounding them fell as well. In mere moments, all 20-plus ability users lay sprawled on the ground, wailing and shrieking, none able to remain standing. Witnessing this scene, not only were Zhang Wei and Lu Liang stunned, but Wang Dalong too was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? Huh? Lin Mo, unfazed, set down his chopsticks and produced a purple glass vial from his pocket, placing it on the table. It was none other than the 9 nether rosemary. Yet, the vial now contained but a mere trace of the purple liquid. What is this? Wang Dalong frowned. Have you ever heard of the 9 nether rosemary? Lin Mo asked, a teasing smile playing on his lips. I have indeed heard of it. This poison is colorless and tasteless, and even a small amount can render a person incredibly weak and trapped in hallucinations. If one inhales too much, it can lead to death. Even a level 10 ability user would struggle to withstand it. Wang Dalong, realizing something, stared intently at the vial before Lin Mo. Disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that what's in that bottle is? Precisely. While we were dining and drinking, I was secretly releasing this toxin. The entire room is likely now permeated with 9 nether rosemary. Lin Mo confirmed with a nod and a cold smile. Lin, why are Zhang and I unharmed? I remember now. The white pills you gave us in the parking lot were not an antidote for inebriation, but rather the antidote to this poison. Lu Liang suddenly realized. Indeed. Lin Mo nodded with a smile, then turned to Wang Dalong, a playful glint in his eyes. Tell me, Boss Wang, who do you think will descend into hell tonight? You little bastard, I will kill you. Wang Dalong roared in fury, preparing to lunge at Lin Mo. But his expression suddenly changed, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Mo stood up, gazing down at Wang Dalong with a cold smile. No wonder you are a level 9 ability user. It took you this long for the poison to take effect, but that is all there is to it. Wang Dalong, tonight marks your demise. Wang Dalong's head exploded on the spot, leaving him utterly lifeless. What on earth are you babbling about? How obnoxious, Lin Mo remarked, digging his fingers into his ears with an expression of impatience. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. They clearly did not anticipate Lin Mo would act without a moment's hesitation and take such drastic measures. After all, he had just killed the chairman of the Wang Group, a figure so significant that even a stamp of his foot could cause tremors throughout Jiangzhou. Yet, Lin Mo had executed his decision without a shred of remorse. This was truly a moment that could shatter the heavens. Lin Mo, you are far too impulsive. Zhang Wei sighed heavily, his voice laden with resignation. I am the one who has committed the act, and I alone will bear the consequences. You two shall not be implicated in any way. Lin Mo replied with remarkable calmness. Brother Lin, what do you mean by that? Do you not regard me as a brother? I too am involved in this affair. Should the sky fall, we shall bear the weight together. Lu Liang stepped forward, thumping his chest in solidarity. Thank you, your words suffice. Lin Mo smiled and nodded graciously. Let us depart swiftly. After all, we are on the territory of the Wang Group. If others notice something amiss, we may find ourselves unable to escape. Zhang Wei shook his head in resignation and proposed hastily. The trio then hurriedly exited the private room, making their way toward the elevator. Lin Mo, why the urgency? Where are you headed? Just then, the door to the adjacent private room swung open unexpectedly, and a figure slowly emerged. Upon recognizing the visage of the figure, Lin Mo and his companions were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. For it was none other than Wang Dalong, the very man Lin Mo had just slain. In that instant, their composure shattered. After all, they had witnessed Wang Dalong's demise with their own eyes. How could he now stand before them alive? Was this truly a case of encountering a ghost in the dead of night? Wang boss, are you a man or a ghost? Zhang Wei blinked, convinced he must be hallucinating. Rest assured, team leader Zhang, I am very much alive and not so easily dispatched. Wang Dalong smirked, his expression brimming with arrogance. Then who was it in the private room just now? Lin Mo inquired, furrowing his brow. Ha. Wang Dalong threw his head back in laughter, exuding pride. Allow me to introduce to you my extraordinary ability. As he spoke, a radiant light enveloped his body. In the next moment, from that very light, another Wang Dalong materialized beside him, identical in appearance and aura. A doppelganger. Your ability is to create duplicates. Lu Liang's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, the one you thought was dead was merely one of my doppelgangers. Wang Dalong smirked, then turned his gaze toward Lin Mo with a cold sneer. You little brat. You are indeed clever. At such a young age, you possess such cunning, even preparing the treacherous 9 nether rosemary poison. Truly, one must remain vigilant. But do you think my rise to this day has been solely due to luck? Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, I would have indeed met my demise today. Now that your poison has been exhausted, do you have any other trump cards? If not, prepare to meet your end. As he finished speaking, numerous figures surged from both ends of the corridor, swiftly closing in on Lin Mo and his companions. They vastly outnumbered the individuals in the private room, each one formidable, boasting levels above 4. Witnessing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang's expressions turned grave. Brother Lin, perhaps we should retreat for now. A wise man does not court danger. Lu Liang urged, grabbing hold of Zhang Wei and Lin Mo's wrists, intent on fleeing. However, in the next moment, Lu Liang found that his powers seemed to have faltered, rendering him unable to escape through the floor. Panic set in as he exclaimed, how can this be? Do not waste your effort. This hotel was constructed with materials designed to negate abilities. It is impervious, and no techniques for tunneling or wall breaching can be executed here. I had previously researched your profiles and anticipated this ability, which is why I arranged our meeting in this very location to prevent your escape. Wang Dalong sneered. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang's face turned ashen. It seems we are truly doomed tonight. In that case, let us carve a path through blood. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with a fierce resolve, preparing for a desperate fight. At that moment, Wang Dalong's subordinates charged forward. With no other option, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang braced themselves for battle. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Everyone, cease at once. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed down the corridor. Everyone turned their heads in unison. A middle-aged man, clad in a Zhongshan suit and slightly portly, strode confidently toward them. Zhang Wei paused for a moment. Then his face lit up with astonishment, as if he had seen a savior. Director Zhao. Clearly, the newcomer was Zhao Tianlin, the director of the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau. Accompanying him was an elderly man dressed in a silver tang suit, with white hair and a beard. Upon seeing this elder, Wang Dalong's brow furrowed in concern. Lord Jiang? Chapter 32. The Crisis in Jiangzhou City, the beast tide of ghost level. Under the watchful eyes of all, the two approached. Quickly, pay your respects to Lord Jiang. Zhao Tianlin gestured towards the elder and addressed Lin Mo and his companions. We greet you, Lord City Master. The trio hastily clasped their fists in reverence. No need for such formality. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, smiling amiably, devoid of any airs befitting a city master. Director Zhao, so your urgent matter was actually to summon Lord City Master. Zhang Wei finally grasped the situation, his face a mix of realization and clarity. I anticipated that tonight's negotiations would not proceed smoothly, and if conflict were to erupt, it would require Lord City Master's intervention to stabilize the situation. Hence, I made these preparations as a precaution. It seems my predictions were not amiss. You have indeed reached an impasse, Zhao Tianlin remarked, his expression tinged with resignation. Director, your foresight is commendable, Zhang Wei praised, giving Zhao Tianlin a thumbs up. Enough with the flattery. Are you all unharmed? Lin Mo, are you all right? Zhao Tianlin inquired with evident concern. Rest assured, Director, we are all well. Lin Mo responded with a smile. That is a relief. You are now a prized asset of our Jiangzhou branch. I cannot allow you to come to harm, as we rely on you to uphold our reputation. Zhao Tianlin exhaled in relief, then turned to Jiang Qinian, clasping his fists. Lord City Master, I entrust the ensuing matters to you. Fear not. Jiang Qinian nodded, then turned to Wang Dalong with a smile. Wang boss, these are all allies. Allow your subordinates to disperse for now. Lord Jiang, you cannot be here to intercede on Lin Mo's behalf, can you? Wang Dalong inquired, his expression darkening. Is that not permissible? Does Wang boss not wish to grant me this courtesy? Jiang Qinian asked playfully, stroking his white beard. It is not that I am unwilling to grant you this favor, but regarding my grievances with Lin Mo, we have reached a point of no return. Today, it is either his demise or mine. I implore Lord City Master not to interfere in this matter. Wang Dalong clasped his fists, earnestly beseeching. Sigh. I have come to understand the ins and outs of this matter. It is not as grave as you portray. Jiang Qinian waved his hand and chuckled, saying, Isn't it merely a slight clash between young friend Lin Mo and your son? Such fervor is typical of youth. Why must it escalate to such life and death extremes? Master Jiang, this is no trifling matter. That Lin Mo is ruthless. My son has had his right arm and leg rendered useless by him, and he is currently lying in a hospital bed. Moreover, he has slain dozens of my subordinates. Look, there are still 20 or 30 corpses in the private room beside you. Had I not been prudent and kept a contingency plan, I might have fallen victim to him as well. Wang Dalong gritted his teeth, brimming with indignation. Enough, enough. Since the situation has not yet spiraled beyond redemption, let us cease hostilities here. To continue would only lead to mutual destruction. Regardless of whether it is your men or those of the Ability Management Bureau who suffer, the loss will ultimately be borne by the defensive forces of Jiangzhou City. Jiang Qinian spoke with a grave countenance. A crisis? Wang Dalong was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Qinian exchanged a glance with Zhao Tianlin. Zhao Tianlin promptly retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, opened it, and presented it to Wang Dalong, stating, according to intelligence, a beast tide is advancing towards Jiangzhou City from approximately 300 kilometers away. Although its progress is slow, it is expected to reach our city within a month. Our initial assessment at the Ability Management Bureau suggests that the disaster level of this beast tide is at least of the ghost level, and it is highly likely to be at the dragon level. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Team leader, what does this disaster level signify? Lin Mo turned to Zhang Wei, his curiosity piqued. The power of individual beasts is classified similarly to our ability users, from level 1 to 10. Hence, when a certain level of beast is detected, we dispatch the corresponding level of ability users to confront it. However, when a multitude of beasts congregates, forming an army or a beast tide, we cannot classify them using ordinary levels. Thus the concept of disaster levels was established. These range from low to high as follows: wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, and god. For instance, a ghost-level beast tide can easily obliterate an entire city. The last time Jiangzhou faced merely a tiger-level beast tide, we suffered innumerable casualties and lost many ability users just to barely hold our ground. This ghost-level beast tide could very well spell disaster for Jiangzhou. Zhang Wei spoke with a serious demeanor. Hearing this, Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. It seems that Jiangzhou is indeed facing a perilous fate. A ghost-level beast tide. Observing the information and location of the beast tide displayed on the tablet, a solemn expression also graced Wang Dalong's face. Thus, Boss Wang, under these circumstances, I implore you to unite with the Ability Management Bureau to weather this calamity together. As for personal grievances, let us set them aside for now. Otherwise, engaging in internal strife at this juncture will only lead to mutual destruction. If Jiangzhou falls, all your hard-earned enterprises will be in jeopardy, resulting in an even greater loss. Jiang Qinian continued to urge. Wang Dalong was well aware of the urgency of the situation but still voiced his discontent. Yet my son has been grievously injured, and I have lost so many subordinates. I cannot simply let this go without a resolution. What of my reputation? I have already devised a solution for you. I will ensure that a dedicated physician from the City Lord's mansion attends to your son's injuries, guaranteeing his recovery within 3 days. As for your lost subordinates, the City Lord's mansion is currently recruiting to bolster the defense forces. Those we hire can be prioritized for your needs. Whatever you require will be replenished. Surely this will suffice? Jiang Qinian inquired with a smile. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. For the sake of Jiangzhou, I am willing to set aside personal grudges. Wang Dalong took a deep breath and nodded in concession, recognizing that Jiang Qinian had already shown him considerable deference. One must not overreach in such matters. As for his enmity with Lin Mo, there would surely be opportunities to address it in the future. Boss Wang, you truly are a hero, capable of seeing the bigger picture. As long as we stand united, I believe no obstacle is insurmountable. Zhao Tianlin extended his right hand towards Wang Dalong with a smile. You flatter me, Director Zhao. Wang Dalong managed a strained smile as he shook Zhao Tianlin's hand. Seeing this, the gathered crowd collectively exhaled, relieved. Excellent, everyone is content. Let us consider this matter resolved for today. You may disperse. Jiang Qinian waved his hand, preparing to depart. Master City Lord, please hold on a moment. At that moment, Lin Mo called out to Jiang Qinian. Oh, young friend Lin Mo, do you have something to discuss? Jiang Qinian halted, puzzled. Previously, Boss Wang dispatched multiple assassins to kill me, nearly costing me my life and resulting in significant losses. To demonstrate his sincerity and reconciliation, shouldn't he compensate me? Otherwise, it would be rather unfair for me. Lin Mo feigned a look of grievance. Nonsense. Did I not send people to kill you, only for you to eliminate them all? You are alive and well. What losses could you possibly claim? Wang Dalong's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Mo, seething with fury. I have lost so many subordinates. Yet you are the one making accusations first? This is truly upside down. Sigh, Boss Wang, your words are misguided. My survival thus far is a matter of fortune and fate, but that does not negate the losses I have suffered. Let us not even mention the rest. Consider the 9 nether bewildering rosemary I used this time. It was hard-earned through perilous tasks, accumulated to a total of 588 merit points. I had intended it as a life-saving trump card, yet all of it was expended on you and your subordinates. Shouldn't Boss Wang offer some form of compensation? Lin Mo grinned as he inquired. You poisoned me, and now you expect compensation? Wang Dalong was so enraged his face contorted. If you had not tried to kill me, forcing me into a corner, how could I have resorted to poisoning? This is directly related to you. Lin Mo shrugged, feigning innocence. You. Wang Dalong's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Had it not been for Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin's presence, he would have relished the thought of tearing Lin Mo apart. Enough, enough. Boss Wang, you are not lacking in funds. Young Lin Mo makes a valid point. It is not easy for young people to accumulate their resources. Consider this an act of charity and compensate him. Jiang Qinian placated, patting Wang Dalong on the shoulder. Master Jiang, it is not that I am stingy. If I could spend money to buy peace, I would gladly do so, but who knows how much 588 merit points equate to? How am I to compensate? I have no merit points to give him. Wang Dalong gritted his teeth. Not to worry. If merit points are unavailable, monetary compensation will suffice. 1 merit point from our Ability Management Bureau is equivalent to 10,000 huaxia coins. This, both Team Leader Zhang and Director Zhao can attest to. Lin Mo pointed to Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianlin beside him with a grin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianlin nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress it, nodding in agreement. Lin Mo speaks the truth. 1 merit point equals 10,000? That trifling item amounts to 588,000. Wang Dalong's eyes bulged in disbelief as he turned to Jiang Qinian, seething. Master Jiang, did you hear that? Lin Mo is clearly attempting to extort me. I must interject on behalf of Lin Mo. The 9 nether rosemary in our Ability Management Bureau's merit shop is indeed priced at 588 merit points, equivalent to 588 million Chinese yuan. This pricing is uniformly determined by headquarters and is perfectly reasonable, Zhao Tianlin remarked. Boss Wang, did you hear that? Lin Mo isn't demanding exorbitantly. You should promptly acquiesce. And we can move past this matter. It would enable us to unite in resisting the beast tide, and for you, 588 million is merely a trifling sum. Jiang Qinian advised, casting a glance at Wang Dalong. Yet, Wang Dalong remained somewhat reluctant. To achieve great things, one must not be bogged down by trivialities. If Boss Wang cannot part with such a modest amount, how can he aspire to grander endeavors in the future? Jiang Qinian patted Wang Dalong on the shoulder with a smile. Wang Dalong took a deep breath, contemplating, and finally gritted his teeth, conceding. Very well, Lord Jiang. I will do this for your sake. However, our Wang group is currently facing a cash crunch. I do possess a villa under my name that I can offer as collateral. Lin Mo, my young friend, what do you think? Jiang Qinian inquired. A villa, you say? Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he nodded in agreement. All right then, I shall reluctantly accept. Upon hearing this, Wang Dalong nearly erupted with fury. His villa, valued at no less than 8 million at market price, not to mention the furnishings and appliances, was something he would not have relinquished to Lin Mo were it not for the current financial strain on the group. Yet, Lin Mo continued to feign reluctance, igniting Wang Dalong's ire. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Wang Dalong hastily bid farewell to Jiang Qinian and departed swiftly, fearing that remaining any longer would lead to his own demise from frustration. Once Wang Dalong had left, Jiang Qinian turned to Zhao Tianlin and chuckled. Director Zhao, I've smoothed this matter over for you. Shouldn't you also assist an old man like me? Lord Jiang, please speak. Zhao Tianlin responded promptly, clasping his fists. Recently, the city lord's residence is recruiting soldiers to expand the city defense forces, and I find myself in need of manpower, as my subordinates are exceedingly occupied. Thus, I would like to borrow some personnel from you, Director Zhao. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, smiling as he spoke. Throughout the conversation, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo. Noticing this, Zhao Tianlin's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward, shielding Lin Mo behind him, and nervously chuckled. Our Ability Management Bureau is also quite short-staffed lately. As you are aware, the city has been tumultuous with aberrant beasts and cults causing havoc, and our investigators are nearly insufficient. Jiang Qinian threw back his head and laughed heartily. Director Zhao, are you concerned that I might abscond with your prized possession? Worry not. A gentleman does not covet another's treasures. I merely intend to borrow them for a few days, and once the recruitment is concluded, they shall be returned in full. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlin finally exhaled in relief, and then turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, saying, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, You two shall go to the city lord's residence and assist Lord Jiang in the recruitment. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang clasped their fists in acknowledgement. In a dilapidated courtyard within the impoverished district of the city, a group of burly men adorned with tattoos emerged, cursing, "Damn it. You have one final week to repay your debts. If you fail to do so, I will end you." At that moment, two battered figures lay on the ground, none other than Lin Mo's uncle Lin Yuan and aunt. In a desperate bid to procure evolution potions for their son, Lin Nanfeng, they had sold their home and borrowed extensively, eventually resorting to high-interest loans to scrape together the necessary funds. However, their household had been reduced to utter destitution, burdened with insurmountable debt. Previously, they managed to get by due to the poultry farm left by Lin Mo's parents, but with the chickens gone, the farm had also failed. Thus, the Lin family found themselves living in this wretched courtyard, struggling to survive. Today, the loan sharks came to collect their dues, and with no money to pay, the couple was beaten mercilessly, leaving their already decrepit home in ruins, with not a single intact bowl remaining. "Are you all right, dear?" his aunt asked anxiously, helping Lin Yuan, who lay motionless on the ground. "Am I all right? Have the debt collectors left?" Lin Yuan cautiously opened one eye and inquired. "They've gone," his aunt replied after glancing at the door. "Phew." Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, sitting up from the ground, gritting his teeth in resentment. "Damn it. It's all Lin Mo's fault. He was supposed to tend to the poultry farm, and in one night, the beasts devoured all the chickens. If not for that, we could have sold the farm for a good price and not had to resort to high-interest loans. Indeed, that little wretch Lin Mo has brought us nothing but misery. If I ever encounter him again, I swear I will scratch his face to pieces." His aunt seethed with anger. "Humph. That good-for-nothing awakened the most useless F-grade ability. How could he possibly survive in this city? P.S. probably begging under some overpass right now, and who knows, he might already be dead from starvation." Lin Yuan scoffed disdainfully. "Exactly. Our son Fei is the one with potential. He awakened a D-grade ability, and after taking the evolution potion, he has successfully evolved to a C-grade ability. The future looks promising. We won't have to endure these hard times for long." His aunt said dreamily. "Father, mother, I'm back." At that moment, Lin Nanfeng stepped through the door. "Fei is back." Lin Yuan and his wife rushed to greet him. "What happened to you? Why are you two injured? And why is our home in such disarray?" Lin Nanfeng observed the bruised couple in the wrecked courtyard, puzzled. "It's nothing at all. Let us hear about you first. Did you achieve anything during your outing?" Lin Yuan waved his hand, his face full of anticipation. "Of course. I have tremendous news to share with you," Lin Nanfeng said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he pulled out a promotional flyer from his pocket, excitedly exclaiming, "The city lord's residence is recruiting. The benefits are exceptionally generous, and once selected, the future is boundless. That is wonderful, son. You must hurry and apply. With your C-grade ability, you will undoubtedly be chosen. Our family's resurgence depends on you." The couple was overjoyed. "Father, mother, rest assured. Tomorrow morning, I will register for the selection. However, this should merely be a formality. With my C-grade ability, I am guaranteed to be selected. There is no competition." Lin Nanfeng declared confidently, his fists clenched. He felt as though he were the protagonist of a novel, born into poverty but destined to defy fate and ascend to the pinnacle of life. At the city lord's residence, a long line had already formed outside early in the morning. Clearly, everyone had come to register upon hearing the news of the city lord's recruitment. After all, the city lord's residence was the most formidable power in Jiangzhou, and joining it would undoubtedly promise a bright future. "My extraordinary ability is classified as C-level freezing, a remarkable combat prowess. At the tender age of 28, I have already ascended to the rank of a level 4 ability user, and the future is indeed promising." Before Lin Mo and Lu Liang stood a young man fervently introducing himself. With a flourish, he swung his right hand toward a nearby scarecrow, which was instantly encased in ice, sculpted into a magnificent ice statue. With a gentle flick of his finger, the ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments. "Goodness, this ability is impressive," Lu Liang exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Esteemed examiners, please accept me. While I may not be the most exceptional, I assure you, I am the most loyal and will serve the lord of the city unto death." The young man hurriedly knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Very well. Congratulations." Lin Mo nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "You are eliminated." "Ah?" The young man paused, momentarily taken aback, and then turned away, disappointment etched on his face. "Why, Brother Lin? This candidate possesses commendable abilities and training potential. Why eliminate him?" Lu Liang queried, bewildered. "Fool." Lin Mo slapped Lu Liang's head lightly, turning away as he whispered, "Do you recall the promise the lord of the city made to Wang Dalong yesterday?" Lu Liang's eyes widened as the memory surfaced. "You mean? The lord promised Wang Dalong that those who were recruited first would be sent to the Wang family group?" "Precisely," Lin Mo affirmed, continuing, "Thus, the more outstanding the individual, the less desirable they are. Otherwise, it would merely strengthen the Wang family group. Although there was a temporary truce facilitated by the lord yesterday, a day of conflict will inevitably come. Those sent to him now will ultimately become our adversaries. Oh, I see. Brother Lin, your foresight is truly commendable. I was indeed short-sighted. Lu Liang finally grasped the situation. Now, do you understand what must be done? Lin Mo inquired with a cold smile. Understood. Lu Liang nodded mischievously. The two turned back, and soon, the next applicant approached. Esteemed examiners, my ability is B-level. Single eyelids? Our Lord prefers double eyelids. You are eliminated. Esteemed examiners, I am currently a level 6 ability user. You are too old. In a couple of years, you will be collecting retirement benefits. Next, esteemed examiners, you have body odor out. In a short span, Lin Mo and Lu Liang had eliminated over a dozen candidates. There was even one who was disqualified merely for stepping in with his left foot. The queue of applicants behind them began to murmur among themselves. Are the recruitment standards of the city lord's residence this stringent this year? Not a single candidate has met the criteria. This realization made them increasingly anxious. Brother Lin, we haven't passed a single candidate all morning. If the Lord inquires, it will be difficult to explain. Shouldn't we let a few through as a formality? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo, concern evident in his voice. Let us observe the next candidate first, Lin Mo replied thoughtfully. Hey, esteemed examiners. I am Niu Dazhuang. My father is a dung collector, my mother is a dung transporter, and I am a dung maker. Just as they were conversing, a boisterously simple laugh echoed from the front. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang instinctively turned to look. Before them stood a tall, robust young man, resembling the character Pudding Tiger from Doraemon. However, his eyes were not only somewhat cross-eyed, but one orb rolled upwards while the other gazed outward. His rather dim-witted appearance was further accentuated by a large bubble of snot nearly falling into his mouth. Yet, in that moment, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes lit up. A gem. What did you say your name was again? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Esteemed examiner. Are you asking for my Chinese name or my English name? Niu Dazhuang scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. You have an English name? Lin Mo asked, astonished. Of course. My father named me that. It's Dung Collector Boy. Niu Dazhuang chuckled. Dung Collector Boy? Uffed. Lin Mo and Lu Liang burst into laughter uncontrollably. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. A dung collecting family, how amusing. Lu Liang clutched his abdomen, shaking with laughter. Esteemed examiners, what are you laughing at? Share it with me. I want to laugh too. Niu Dazhuang inquired curiously. Nothing. Your father is truly talented to have given you such an extraordinary name. Lin Mo chuckled, shaking his head. Thank goodness we are on Blue Star. Had it been on Earth in my previous life, your father might have faced dire consequences. Can such a name even be given? Esteemed examiners, can I be selected? My father said if I'm not chosen, I must accompany him to collect dung. Niu Dazhuang sniffled and asked eagerly. Please. You must join our team. Lin Mo immediately stood and grasped Niu Dazhuang's hands earnestly. A talent like you, if missed, would be a loss for the city lord's residence. Indeed, congratulations, you are accepted. Lu Liang quickly produced an identity information form, handing it to Niu Dazhuang and pointing towards a room, advising, do you see that red door? Go inside and fill out the form for identity registration. There are steps at the entrance. Remember to lift your legs, and the door is closed. So be sure to push it open with your hand before entering. Do you comprehend? I'll remember. Thank you, esteemed examiners. Niu Dazhuang exclaimed, elated as he took the identity form and hopped eagerly toward the red door. Dad, Mom, I got selected. Now I can. However, before he could finish, Niu Dazhuang tripped on the steps, his two front teeth flying out, and he began to wail in agony. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged bemused glances. Brother Lin, what do you think Wang Dalong's expression will be upon seeing such a gem? Lu Liang asked, turning to Lin Mo. I imagine he will be quite pleased. Lin Mo replied with a mischievous grin. With that, the two continued the interviews, and with Niu Dazhuang as a precedent. Lin Mo and Lu Liang understood the kind of candidates they needed to recruit. The foolish, the impaired, those whose intellect was somewhat lacking, or those with particularly subpar abilities, whose combat power was akin to air. Ultimately, there was but one goal, to send these individuals to Wang Dalong, ensuring they would not only fail to assist him, but also create chaos. Thus, in no time, Lin Mo and Lu Liang had recruited over 20 such candidates. Despite the sweltering sun beating down on them, the unforgiving hardness of the chairs, and the absence of even a sip of water throughout, they felt no fatigue. Only an exhilarating thrill as they engaged in their mischief. In the city lord's residence, before a floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, a figure stood, observing everything that transpired in the courtyard below. This figure was none other than the city lord, Jiang Qinian. City lord. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in city defense military attire hurriedly entered, kneeling beside Jiang Qinian. Rise, Jiang Qinian gestured with his hand. The middle-aged man hastily rose to his feet, presenting a stack of documents to Jiang Qinian, his voice tinged with irritation. My lord, the city lord, Lin Mo, and LV Liang are utterly outrageous. After toiling for half a day, they've managed to recruit merely over 20 individuals. Just look at the peculiarities of those they've selected. We seek to enlist elite warriors for the city lord's mansion, not the feeble-minded or the inept. How are we to bolster the city defense forces with such recruits? How can we stand against the tide of beasts? On the battlefield, we won't even have the capacity to care for them. Jiang Qinian glanced at the documents in the man's hand and chuckled, shaking his head. What you speak of is already known to me. You already knew? Then why allow them to act so recklessly? We are recruiting talent, warriors capable of battling the otherworldly beasts, not engaging in charity work. What sense does it make to select the weak and the disabled? If you're concerned about offending the Bureau of Supernatural Management, let me handle it. I pay who? Fear no one. I shall drive these two out. As he spoke, the middle-aged man turned to leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Qinian waved his hand to stop Pei Hu, smiling as he said, when will you learn to temper your impatience? Furthermore, who told you that these recruits are to be added to the city defense forces? What then are they for? Pei Hu inquired, perplexed. These individuals are to be sent primarily to the Wang group. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, a smile on his face. The Wang group? Pei Hu was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. My lord, forgive my ignorance. But I fail to comprehend why we would recruit such inept individuals for the Wang group. Jiang Qinian chuckled softly, turning to the floor-to-ceiling window, squinting as he continued. In recent years, the Wang group has grown rather rapidly, leveraging the city lord's mansion to its advantage, and has unwittingly become the third major force in Jiangzhou City, after the city lord's mansion and the Bureau of Supernatural Investigation. There is no need to worry about the Bureau, as it is an official entity aligned with us. However, the Wang group is different. If allowed to continue expanding unchecked, it will inevitably break free from the city lord's control. Moreover, I frequently hear whispers that in Jiangzhou City, there are two city lords. During the day, it is I, Jiang Qinian, and by night, it is Wang Dalong. This was no mere rumor. So, my lord, you wish to take this opportunity to weaken the Wang group's influence? Pei Hu finally grasped the situation. Weaken is perhaps too strong a term. I simply do not wish for the Wang group to continue its rapid ascent. This is why I enlisted Lin Mo and LV Liang's help in recruiting. Jiang Qinian shook his head, gazing down at Lin Mo, a smile gracing his lips. I genuinely appreciate this young lad. Although I did not instruct him beforehand, we have nonetheless reached a tacit understanding in this matter. Let him continue his antics. I believe Wang Dalong will find this gesture quite delightful. Chapter 36. Why the sudden silence? Hey, have you heard? Just up ahead. A cripple passed the selection and was chosen by the city lord's mansion. Not just a cripple, a fool was also selected. That guy is so dense he doesn't even know that 1 + 1 = 2. Yet somehow he made the cut. This year's recruitment standards for the city lord's mansion are utterly baffling. They started off terrifyingly high, and now it seems anyone can qualify. Perhaps they each possess some hidden talents. A lower standard might actually be beneficial. It means more of us can get in, which would be splendid. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, those waiting in line to register were abuzz with chatter. Lin Nanfeng, standing among them, felt his confidence swell upon hearing these remarks. If even fools and cripples could be selected, then surely he would be chosen too. Perhaps this was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him, allowing him to soar to great heights from this moment on. With this thought, excitement lit up Lin Nanfeng's face. Before long, it was his turn. As Lin Nanfeng stepped forward, ready to introduce himself, he froze in place upon recognizing the examiner before him. Lin Mo? Lin Nanfeng. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter with his cousin. Lin, is this your relative? LV Liang, noticing the familial resemblance, immediately grabbed an identity information form, prepared to announce Lin Nanfeng's acceptance. Lin Mo swiftly pressed down on LV Liang's arm, shaking his head, and said coldly, no. He is my enemy. He could never forget the humiliation of being expelled from his home alongside the Lin family that fateful night. From that moment on, he severed all ties with them. Well, Lin Mo, I thought you'd starve to death. I assumed that after being thrown out, you wouldn't even be able to afford a meal. Yet here you are, still hanging on. Quite the feat. Lin Nanfeng scoffed, a look of disdain plastered on his face. Rest assured, I'm doing just fine. Even if you were to perish, I would still thrive. Lin Mo replied with a cold indifference. Huh. Just a waste with an awakened F-grade ability. Even if you manage to scrape by for a few more days, so what? In the end, you remain an ant at the bottom of society, forever doomed to obscurity. I, on the other hand, have evolved my ability to see great. Once I join the city lord's mansion today, I'll soar to greatness, and from now on, we shall inhabit entirely different worlds. Lin Nanfeng declared with utmost confidence. Then, glancing around impatiently, he asked, enough of this. I can't be bothered to waste breath on a loser like you. Where did the examiner go? Right here in front of you. Lin Mo smirked, an air of mockery evident in his expression. Lin Nanfeng shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance, scoffing. Who? You don't mean to tell me that you aspire to be the examiner, do you? Ha ha. Lin Mo, please don't make me laugh. You, a mere waste with an F-grade ability, think you can be an examiner for the city lord's mansion? You might as well beg for scraps. I would wager the examiner has gone to the restroom, and you've taken the opportunity to sit here, pretending to be someone important. You filthy beggar. Even if you donned a dragon robe, You would never resemble a prince. Do you understand? What nonsense are you spouting? LV Liang glared at Lin Nanfeng, his tone irritable. Lin and I are indeed the city lord's personally appointed examiners. Please, show some respect, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Oh, Lin Mo. Look at you, clearly thriving. You've even found accomplices to help you with your charade. But do you really think you can deceive me? Only a fool would believe your lies. Lin Nanfeng scoffed dismissively, then turned to the two, threateningly smirking. You two dare impersonate examiners of the city lord's mansion? Do you have any idea of the consequences? Kneel before me and bow 3 times, or I will summon others. Once the guards arrive, you shall face dire repercussions. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter. What are you laughing at? Lin Nanfeng glared at them. Laughing at your foolishness. Lin Mo replied with a chuckle. Lin Nanfeng's expression darkened, fixing a furious gaze on Lin Mo as he hissed through clenched teeth. Fine. I was willing to let this slide out of respect for our blood relation, but since you refuse to acknowledge that, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, he raised his voice, shouting, Someone! Quickly, someone come here. There's trouble. Moments later, 2 guards clad in silver armor, wielding long spears, rushed over. What are you shouting about? One of the guards glared at Lin Nanfeng, his voice cold. Lin Nanfeng, startled, quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Guard. Someone is impersonating examiners from the city lord's mansion and attempting to cause chaos. I am merely trying to stop them. Impersonating examiners? The 2 guards were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, my good sirs, it is these 2 rascals. Hurry, apprehend them. Lin Nanfeng hastily pointed at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Upon hearing this, the guards looked at Lin Nanfeng with expressions akin to that of a fool. However, Lin Nanfeng seemed oblivious to their disdain, still wearing a smug grin as he addressed Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Huh? Now you know fear, don't you? You 2 are doomed for causing a ruckus at the lord's estate. At this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head with a smile and waved at the guards. Immediately, they approached with utmost respect, inquiring, Examiner Lin, how may we assist you? Wait, what did you just call him? Lin Nanfeng's smile instantly faltered. Mr. Lin Mo is the examiner personally appointed by the lord of the city. We call him Examiner Lin. Is there a problem? One of the guards shot Lin Nanfeng a disdainful glare, his tone curt. Personally appointed by the lord? Lin Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. Why the sudden silence? Were you not just laughing? Have you suddenly lost your sense of humor? Oh, I see. It seems your smile has simply shifted to my face. Lu Liang remarked derisively, observing Lin Nanfeng. No, that can't be. You must be mistaken. Lin Mo is merely a waste with an F-grade ability. How could he possibly be an examiner at the lord's estate? There must be some misunderstanding, or perhaps you have been deceived by Lin Mo. I demand to see the lord. I must report this. I know the truth. Lin Nanfeng insisted, shaking his head in denial. Fool. Do you think the lord is someone you can just meet at will? Have you even looked at yourself in the mirror? What a joke. The guard scoffed at Lin Nanfeng. Enough of this nonsense. We recently eliminated him. Perhaps his psyche has been disturbed, and he is now a bit unhinged. Let us escort him out. Lin Mo waved dismissively, a cold smile playing on his lips. At your command. The guards clasped their fists and promptly seized Lin Nanfeng, dragging him forcefully toward the exit. Let go of me. I'm not insane. I still want to participate in the selection. I want to join the lord's estate. Lin Nanfeng struggled desperately, shouting. The guards, growing weary of his antics, tossed him roughly onto the open ground and began to pummel him with fists and feet. Please. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Spare me. Lin Nanfeng curled up on the ground, pleading for mercy. With your pathetic self, you think you can join the lord's estate? Go home and dream. They spat contemptuously at him, turning to leave. Once the guards had departed, Lin Nanfeng cautiously rose from the ground. The other applicants surrounding him were now pointing and sneering, their expressions filled with disdain, as if he were a mere clown. Lin Nanfeng felt his face burning with humiliation, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He couldn't fathom how Lin Mo, who had merely awakened an F-grade ability, had transformed into an examiner at the lord's estate. I must inform my parents about this immediately. With that thought, Lin Nanfeng scrambled to his feet, braving the mocking gazes of the crowd as he hurriedly fled the lord's estate. After a day of diligent effort, thanks to the unwavering determination of Lin Mo and Lu Liang, they finally gathered 60 exceptional individuals. It must be said, selecting these hidden talents from the vast sea of applicants was no simple feat. Observing the unique group they had assembled, all of whom looked somewhat dazed and lacking in limbs, Lin Mo and Lu Liang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Young friend Lin Mo, you have truly worked hard today. Jiang Qinian descended from the upper floor, smiling as he addressed Lin Mo. Not at all. It was no trouble at all. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, and then pointed to the 60 individuals he had gathered. Lord of the city, might I inquire if you are satisfied with the talents I have brought forth? Jiang Qinian glanced over, nodding in approval. Yes, quite impressive. Quickly, send these talents directly to the Wang group. He did not even bother to glance back a second time. Young friend Lin Mo, young friend Lu Liang, you have greatly assisted the lord's estate today. As a token of gratitude, I have prepared a small gift for you. I hope you will not find it lacking. Saying this, Jiang Qinian waved his hand, and 2 attendants approached with trays. On the trays lay 2 identical black longswords. These are C-grade weapons. Lu Liang's eyes sparkled with surprise, his face lighting up with astonishment. Indeed, young friend Lu Liang, your discernment is commendable. The Lord's estate may not possess much, but we do have some weapons. Jiang Qinian smiled as he stroked his white beard. Though C-grade weapons are not exceedingly rare, they should suffice for your current level. You are too kind, Lord of the City. This gift is already quite precious. Lin Mo responded, equally astonished. It is worth noting that C-grade weapons would fetch at least 1,000 merit points in the Ability Management Bureau's merit marketplace. Moreover, having formally stepped into the realm of a 6th-level ability user after eliminating over 20 of Wang Dalong's subordinates last night, it was indeed time to possess an ability weapon. This C-grade weapon would be just perfect, as long as you do not disdain it. Jiang Qinian's eyes twinkled as he looked at Lin Mo, asking with a smile, "What do you think of my lord's estate?" Just as Lin Mo was about to respond, a hearty laughter suddenly echoed from outside. Ha ha ha, is Lord Jiang here? In rushed a familiar figure, Zhao Tianlin. Director. Lin Mo and Lu Liang hurriedly greeted him. Director Zhao, what brings you here? Jiang Qinian inquired, puzzled. I'm here to take my people home. Zhao Tianlin gestured toward Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Jiang Qinian paused for a moment, then jested. I see you are worried I might keep these 2 here at the Lord's estate. Eh? A gentleman does not take what others cherish. I trust Lord Jiang would not do such a thing. Besides, the Lord's estate is brimming with talent. How could you possibly desire 2 mere interns from the Ability Management Bureau? Zhao Tianlin waved his hand dismissively, feigning seriousness. Old Zhao, your tongue is quite the weapon. Jiang Qinian chuckled, shaking his head. Very well, since you are here, take them away. All right then, let us plan to meet again sometime. Zhao Tianlin called out, as he headed toward the exit without looking back. Lin Mo and Lu Liang, having no choice but to pick up their C-grade longswords, expressed their gratitude to Jiang Qinian before hastily following after him. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, Jiang Qinian's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Lord of the City, stop staring. He is nearly out of sight. Pei Hu approached, smiling. What a pity, such a talent cannot be utilized by my lord's estate. Why must the Ability Management Bureau always seize opportunities ahead of us? Jiang Qinian sighed deeply, a look of regret etched on his face. Are you referring to Lin Mo? I fail to see what makes him so exceptional. He is merely young and a tad more gifted. Pei Hu scoffed dismissively. Trust my judgment. This young man is no ordinary talent. It won't be long before he shines brilliantly and makes a name for himself, and that day is not far off. Jiang Qinian said with conviction, his eyes narrowed in determination. As they exited the Lord's estate and boarded the carriage, the journey ahead awaited. Zhao Tianlin's smile abruptly vanished. And gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Old fox, you dare to undermine me? Not a chance. Director, surely Lord Jiang does not mean any harm? Lin Mo interjected with a smile. Doesn't mean any harm? Then why did he present you with C-grade weapons? While not particularly precious, it was merely to recruit a day's worth of soldiers. What a lavish gesture. Zhao Tianlin retorted with a hint of jealousy. He then turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, his expression turning serious as he admonished, from now on, try to minimize your interactions with the city lord's residents, especially with Jiang Qinian. Furthermore, you needn't come in tomorrow. I will arrange for others to assist. That doesn't seem right, Lin Mo said, scratching his nose. Don't worry. I will communicate with Jiang Qinian. You two must focus on completing 10 tasks to become official investigators. That is the priority, understood? Zhao Tianlin reiterated with emphasis. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Mo indulged in a soothing hot shower and then lay on the large bed. System, open the information panel. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Realm, level 6 ability user, ability points. Ability, S-grade Annihilation, can evolve into SSS-grade Catastrophe, current evolution progress at 70. Special reminder, the host has 1 opportunity for ability evolution remaining. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. After his breakthrough last night, he had been so exhausted that he fell asleep immediately upon returning, forgetting to evolve his ability. System, commence evolution immediately. Chapter 38, replace them at once. Congratulations, host. Your S-grade ability Annihilation has evolved into S-grade Annihilation, can evolve into SSS-grade Catastrophe, current evolution progress at 80. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, astonished. Was it truly an evolution from S-grade to S-grade? How could there be no change? However, when he noticed the rising evolution progress, he finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that after reaching S-grade, 1 opportunity for evolution was insufficient for further advancement. Given the current rate of progress, it would take approximately 2 more opportunities to successfully evolve his ability into SSS-grade Catastrophe, thereby unlocking new abilities. This pace was remarkably swift. Who would have imagined that just a few days prior, his ability was merely F-grade? In such a short span, he had achieved a qualitative leap. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered that although he had not successfully evolved his ability to SSS grade, his mastery over it was evidently much more proficient than before. It seemed that the 10% progress was not in vain. Today had yielded significant gains, and Lin Mo's spirits soared as he soon drifted into slumber. However, that night, someone was destined to lose sleep. At the Wang group, after a long day, Wang Dalong was preparing to head to the hospital to check on his son's injuries. Just then, a subordinate barged in, bowing respectfully as he announced, "Boss, the City Lord's residence has agreed to send us the ability users we requested." Oh, it seems the City Lord's residence is quite efficient, managing to gather them in a single day. Hurry, bring them in for me to see. Wang Dalong replied with a smile. The subordinate hesitated, cautiously adding, "Boss, before you see them, I suggest you prepare yourself psychologically, as they may disappoint you." I've anticipated that. Those recruited by others are certainly not as good as those nurtured by oneself. But how bad could they possibly be? As long as they are usable, my standards are not too high. Now, hurry and bring them in. Wang Dalong waved dismissively, turning to pour himself a cup of tea, savoring it leisurely. Though he could not yet take Lin Mo's life, replenishing his lost subordinates in one go was indeed a rare stroke of good fortune, which lifted his spirits considerably. The subordinate opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say more, but ultimately refrained and exited. Before long, Wang Dalong heard footsteps approaching the office. With a beaming smile, he looked up, eager to make a good impression on his new subordinates. However, upon seeing the group that entered, he was utterly dumbfounded, his teacup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. The assembly was a motley crew of the foolish, the limping, the aged, the maimed, and even the blind, truly a gathering of all sorts. Wang Dalong's smile froze on his face. It felt akin to visiting a karaoke establishment only to be greeted by a troop of 50 to 60-year-old grandmothers. An overwhelming surge of inexplicable fury welled up within him, as if he could have set the KTV ablaze in that moment. Hello, Boss Wang. I'm the dung boy." Just then, Niu Dajwang stepped forward, grinning foolishly as he introduced himself. The sight of him, with his intelligent eyes now marred by 2 missing front teeth, only added to his absurdity. For Wang Dalong, this was a devastating blow. "I'll be damned." Wang Dalong shot Niu Dajwang a furious glare, shouting toward the door, "Get someone in here, quickly." The earlier subordinate hurried back in. "What on earth is going on? Where are the ability users the City Lord's residence sent us?" Wang Dalong exclaimed, his frustration rendering his speech incoherent. "These are they," the subordinate replied sheepishly. "Get lost. Are you joking with me? What is this? A travel group of the old, weak, sick and disabled?" Wang Dalong fumed. "Replace them. Immediately bring me a new batch." He shot a furious glance at his subordinate, who shrugged helplessly. "We have no others, boss." "This is it. They are all here." "What do you mean there are no others?" Wang Dalong's blood pressure surged as he furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why? I have a decent relationship with Lord Jiang. Why would he do this to me? Even if he couldn't send me the strongest, he could at least have sent some normal people. What does he think this place is, an orphanage?" "Boss, I heard that today the City Lord's residence was short-handed and specifically borrowed from the Ability Management Bureau, and that person is Lin Mo. These individuals were actually all recruited by Lin Mo," his subordinate explained. "Lin Mo?" Upon hearing that name, Wang Dalong's expression turned ominously dark, his eyes practically shooting flames. "How could it be you again? I showed mercy and spared your life, yet you continue to oppose me at every turn. This is intolerable. Just you wait. I will take your life." The following morning, at the entrance of the Ability Management Bureau's residential complex, a taxi came to a halt. The door swung open, and Lin Yuan and his aunt emerged, each carrying several boxes of gifts. Gazing at the grand and opulent entrance, the couple's faces reflected astonishment. It seemed Lin Mo was indeed doing well, residing in such a posh neighborhood. "I have heard that even the cheapest properties around here cost 30 to 40,000 per square meter." Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. "Humph. I wonder how this good-for-nothing struck such luck to become so affluent all of a sudden. By all accounts, he is inferior to our son in every aspect, looks, character, and talent. Why does he get to thrive while we toil?" His aunt scoffed, her face a mask of envy, unable to conceal her bitterness. "Such words should remain private. When we see Lin Mo, be sure to refrain from saying anything like that. Listening to our son's intentions. Lin Mo is currently an examiner at the City Lord's mansion, highly esteemed by the City Lord. If we can win him over, perhaps our son could be directly placed in the City Lord's mansion, receiving an official position as well. If that happens, our family will surely prosper." Lin Yuan hurriedly instructed. "Rest assured, I am not foolish. I will certainly say flattering words when we meet. However, regarding Lin Mo, I sincerely hope he does not become arrogant and forget his roots, thinking he is above us now. If he helps our son today, I shall reward him with a warm smile. But should he dare utter a word of refusal, I will not hesitate to teach him a lesson." Aunt scolded fiercely. They then approached and registered at the gate. Upon learning they were relatives of Lin Mo and seeing the gifts in their hands, the guard allowed them entry without further inquiry. After all, since the establishment of the Ability Management Bureau's community, no one dared to cause trouble in this vicinity. That would truly be courting death. Chapter 39. Have you ever been on a free-fall ride? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking roused Lin Mo from his slumber, forcing him to groggily answer the door. He initially thought it was Lu Liang and jested, "You finally learned to knock when seeking me out." However, upon opening the door and seeing Lin Yuan and Ant at the threshold, Lin Mo's drowsiness vanished instantly. "What brings you here?" he questioned. "Oh, Mo. It has been a few days since we last saw each other. Your aunt expressed her longing for you, so we specifically came to visit. And we brought many great gifts for you." Lin Yuan eagerly lifted the items in his hands, beaming with enthusiasm. "Indeed, Mo, your uncle, who is usually so stingy, spent several hundred just to buy these gifts for you today." Ant chimed in, smiling. Their demeanor was starkly different from the night they had driven Lin Mo away. Without hesitation, they attempted to step inside the house. Observing this, Lin Mo swiftly positioned his hand against the door frame, blocking their entry, and coldly replied, "If you have something to discuss, do it here. My home does not welcome you." Lin Yuan and Aunt's expressions shifted dramatically. "Oh dear, look at you, child. We are family, after all. Why must you draw such a clear line between your home and my home? If you wish to return home, you are always welcome." Lin Yuan insisted, brazenly. "No need for that. From the moment you expelled me from my home that night, we severed all ties. This is the first and I hope the last time. Please refrain from disturbing my life in the future. Goodbye." With that, Lin Mo attempted to close the door. At this, Lin Yuan's smile vanished, and he dropped the pretense, his face darkening as he retorted, "So, Lin Mo, you have become prosperous and think you can turn your back on the uncle and aunt who raised you? What distinguishes you from a wolf that bites the hand that feeds it? You want to sever ties? Fine, but remember that for over a decade, you have lived in our home, eating our food, and we worked hard to support your education. You owe us this debt, it must be acknowledged. I roughly calculated on the way here, and you should give us 10 million. Once we receive the money, we will leave you in peace. And we will absolutely not trouble you again." "Exactly, Lin Mo. Moreover, we need a position for my Fei Fei in the City Lord's mansion. If you can arrange that for him, we shall consider our debt settled. Otherwise, we will not let you off easily." Ant shamelessly added, "Oh, so this is the true purpose of your visit today?" Lin Mo replied with a cold smile. "Since the intentions are now transparent, I do not wish to beat around the bush any longer. Though I am unsure how you have suddenly found success, the outside world may not know you. But we are well aware of your true nature. If you do not assist us today, we will create a scene at your workplace, exposing your lack of compassion to your superiors, and we will reveal that your ability is merely F-grade. At that point, you may find your job in jeopardy. I firmly believe they would not keep a useless F-grade individual." Lin Yuan declared arrogantly. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with cold fury. "Perhaps. And what of it? Do you intend to strike me? I am your uncle. If you possess the ability, try to lay a finger on me." Lin Yuan provocatively puffed out his chest. "I had intended to spare you some dignity, considering we are relatives, but you have truly forced my hand." Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Then without further ado, he delivered a swift kick. Bang! With a loud thud, Lin Yuan was sent flying backward, arching like a shrimp, until he collided with the wall and crumpled to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the corridor. Good heavens! Ant was stunned, clearly unprepared for Lin Mo to take such action. She turned to glare at Lin Mo, furiously berating him. "Lin Mo, you wretched child without parents. How ruthless you are to strike your own uncle. Do you not regard your elders? It is no wonder you became an orphan." At her words, Lin Mo's expression turned icy. "What a foul mouth you possess." With that, Lin Mo swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound resonated as Ant spun like a top, crashing right into Lin Yuan, prompting another chorus of wails. Observing this scene, Lin Mo felt not an ounce of remorse. "Elders? Uncle? I traversed realms. I care not for your identity. Should you dare to act high and mighty, I shall send you flying." "Brother Lin, what is happening here?" Lu Liang, who resided next door, emerged upon hearing the commotion. "Awake? Perfect timing. Please assist me in sending them off properly." Lin Mo gestured towards Lin Yuan and Ant with a cold smirk. Lu Liang understood Lin Mo's intentions immediately. Nodding with a mischievous grin, "Understood, Brother Lin, just watch." In a flash, he stood before Lin Yuan and Ant. "Who are you? If you strike us again, we will call the police." Lin Yuan and Ant recoiled in fear. "Fear not. I am here on Lin Mo's orders to escort you away." Lu Liang forced a congenial smile, inquiring, "By the way, do either of you have heart conditions?" No. Lin Yuan and Ant both shook their heads vigorously. "Then have you ever been on a free-fall ride?" Lu Liang asked, his excitement palpable. "What is a free-fall ride?" Lin Yuan and Ant replied, utterly bewildered. "You will find out soon enough." Lu Liang grinned wickedly, grabbing their wrists and descending rapidly. Remember, they were on the 28th floor. Approximately 2 minutes later. Ding! The elevator doors opened. "Have they been sent off?" Lin Mo inquired with a smile. "Indeed, they have been sent off, but I suspect that if they ever return, they might be wearing adult diapers, or at least prepared with an extra pair of pants." Lu Liang chuckled mischievously, glancing at the scattered gifts at Lin Mo's doorstep. Momentarily stunned, these two wouldn't happen to be your relatives, would they? Unrelated. Lin Mo waved his hand, intending to retreat to his room for a quick nap. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. Just then, a figure approached them briskly. It was Zhang Wei, the leader of the 7th group. Group leader? Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. Zhang Wei, visibly anxious, strode up to the two men, inhaled deeply, and with a grave expression declared, "Something has gone awry." Chapter 40. The Disappearance of Han Dong. What has happened? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Our official investigator, Han Dong, has gone missing while executing a task. Zhang Wei replied. Missing? What mission was he undertaking? Was it perilous? Lu Liang inquired, perplexed. No, merely a routine level 4 task. Han Dong had completed the assignment and submitted the completion request via his phone. However, the cleaner dispatched to the scene did not encounter Han Dong. All that was found was this. As he spoke, Zhang Wei produced a yellow talisman from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo unfolded the talisman, revealing 6 large characters inscribed with vermilion ink. Let Lin Mo come to retrieve him. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo's brow knitted in confusion as he queried. What does this signify? How is it connected to me? You may not be aware, but this talisman is an artifact used by the cult of the divine. I suspect Han Dong has been abducted by its adherents, and they desire your involvement due to prior events. Zhang Wei elucidated. The cult of the divine seeks to exploit this opportunity to exact vengeance on you, Brother Lin. Lu Liang's countenance shifted, and he quickly turned to Zhang Wei, stating, Captain, this matter is of grave importance and should be reported to the director. We must deploy other investigation teams to urgently search for Han Dong. Alas, I reported it last night. The director dispatched 4 investigation teams. However, a night has passed with no leads, aside from this talisman, and nothing else has surfaced. Zhang Wei sighed heavily, his expression darkening. Captain, there is no need for excessive concern, since the cult of the divine wishes to use Han Dong to draw me out. I believe he is temporarily safe until they encounter me, Lin Mo reassured, patting Zhang Wei's shoulder. Indeed, Brother Lin makes a valid point. Lu Liang nodded in agreement. However, his brow soon furrowed in contemplation as he questioned. It is indeed strange. If the cult of the divine desires you to retrieve him, why not provide an address? Leaving only this talisman? What could their intention be? At that moment, Lin Mo's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He promptly exchanged glances with Lu Liang and Zhang Wei before answering the call on speakerphone. Hello? Keek, Lin Mo, I presume you have the talisman in hand? A sinister voice emanated from the phone. Who are you? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that Han Dong is in my custody. If you do not come to retrieve him soon, he may very well perish. As the last words hung in the air, a chilling scream echoed from the other end of the line, causing Zhang Wei's expression to shift dramatically as he clenched his fists, recognizing it as Han Dong's anguished cry. Noticing Zhang Wei's agitation, Lin Mo gestured for silence with his index finger and calmly stated, Since you wish to see me, why torment Han Dong? Provide me with an address, and I shall come at once. Keek, Lin Mo, it seems you are truly unafraid of death. The voice on the phone chuckled darkly. Fearful of death? Would that ensure your mercy for me or Han Dong? Lin Mo countered with a cold smile. How intriguing. I now find myself looking forward to our meeting. Burn the talisman. It will guide you to me. Remember, come alone, and do not bring anyone else, or you shall only witness Han Dong's lifeless body. With that, the caller abruptly ended the call. So this talisman possesses a guiding function. Lin Mo mused, glancing at the talisman in his hand thoughtfully. Then let us hasten. I shall inform the director to deploy additional personnel to assist us in rescuing Han Dong. Zhang Wei exclaimed eagerly. That is inadvisable. Lin Mo shook his head, his demeanor turning serious. Captain, I understand your concern for Han Dong, given your close relationship. But that individual on the phone made it abundantly clear. He instructed me to go alone, or else Han Dong will truly be in peril. Brother Lin, if you venture alone, what if there is an ambush? Would that not place you in even greater danger? Lu Liang expressed his worry, looking at Lin Mo with concern. A foolproof plan must be devised. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Across the street from the Anomaly Management Bureau compound, a white van was parked. 2 men, one plump and one slender, donned sunglasses, leaning against their seats, appearing to be napping. Yet, their eyes, concealed behind the sunglasses, were keenly observing the entrance to the compound. I find it puzzling. Did our boss not reconcile with Lin Mo under the mediation of Jiangcheng? Why then are we still tasked with keeping an eye on him? At that moment, the heavier of the two yawned, his impatience evident as he complained. To call you a pig would be a grave injustice to pigs. You are even denser. The slender one shot a disapproving glance at the heavier man. When has our boss ever suffered such a loss? It is inconceivable that he would let Lin Mo off so easily, even though Jiangcheng has intervened, making it unwise to act against Lin Mo overtly. There are always ways to strike covertly, such as when Lin Mo is on a mission. Oh, I see. The heavier man suddenly grasped the implication. You mean to say that when Lin Mo undertakes a task, we should strike then, making it appear as though he failed and was slain by an anomaly, thus diverting suspicion from our Wong group. Surprisingly, you are not beyond redemption. The slender man smirked, patting the heavy-set man's belly. And even if someone suspects our Wang group, without evidence, even if Jiangqing learns of it, he can do nothing. After all, half of Jiangzhou is already under the Wang name. If this succeeds, we shall undoubtedly earn great merit, and I shall no longer feel fatigued. The heavier man suddenly perked up, his gaze fixating on the entrance of the compound. Just then, a figure hurriedly exited the compound, instantly capturing their attention. It was Lin Mo. Lin Mo flagged down a taxi and subsequently ignited the talisman, which transformed into a white dove, soaring in a specific direction. Lin Mo instructed the taxi to follow closely. Hurry, contact the boss. It seems Lin Mo is about to undertake a mission. We must ensure more personnel are dispatched to seize him, and then the credit will be ours. The slender man excitedly revved the van's engine, trailing behind. Meanwhile, the heavier man swiftly pulled out his phone to contact Wang Dalong. Chapter 41, The Eerie Taoist. This was an abandoned factory located on the outskirts, desolate and devoid of life. Even in broad daylight, an oppressive aura of malevolence lingered. Lin Mo stepped out of the car and knocked on the window, about to speak when the taxi driver abruptly slammed on the gas, fleeing without collecting the fare. Lin Mo could only shake his head in resignation. He had hoped the driver would wait for him, knowing this isolated location would make hailing another taxi difficult. It seemed he would have to devise another plan for his return. With a soft stomp on the ground, Lin Mo followed the white dove as it led him deeper into the factory. Shortly after entering, a white van came to a halt at the factory's entrance. Guided by the dove, Lin Mo arrived at a room situated at the furthest end of the factory. Whoosh! The white dove in the sky suddenly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo understood that he had arrived at his destination. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The factory had been abandoned for many years, and dust was everywhere. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Mo was overwhelmed by a choking cloud of dust, causing him to sneeze. He glanced around, only to find the factory utterly deserted. This made Lin Mo furrow his brow and speak in a low voice. Why go to such great lengths to lure me here, yet choose not to reveal yourself? Cackling laughter echoed ominously. Not far ahead, in an open area, an old man dressed in a green robe appeared out of thin air. Lin Mo at long last. We meet. The old man in the green robe said with a sinister smile. Who are you? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. I am the Yuli Taoist of the Baishan sect. The green-robed elder introduced himself. Indeed, you are from the Baishan sect. Your audacity is remarkable. After I have obliterated so many of your ilk, you still dare to seek me out? Lin Mo replied coldly, cackling. I am nothing like those worthless fools. I know you possess some skill, but against me, you will find it of little consequence. The Yuli Taoist declared with confidence. Then, I suggest you release Han Dong. Since I have already arrived, keeping him is of no use to you. Lin Mo stated. You are correct. Keeping him is indeed futile. However, I cannot release him. No one from the Ability Management Bureau can leave my presence alive, neither Han Dong nor you. The Yuli Taoist sneered. Are all members of the Baishan sect so untrustworthy? I have come alone as you requested, yet you still go back on your word? Lin Mo frowned. Alone? Are you certain? The Yuli Taoist retorted with a mocking laugh. Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart sank. Had he been discovered? At that moment, a man rushed into the factory, quickly kneeling before the Yuli Taoist with utmost respect. My lord, they have arrived. Is that so? A smirk curled at the corners of the Yuli Taoist's mouth, as if everything was already within his grasp. He turned to Lin Mo and said with pride, Lin Mo, is this what you refer to as coming alone? Did you think to play the game of mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird waits in hiding? I'm afraid you are still too naive. I do not comprehend your meaning. Lin Mo squinted, feigning calmness. Still pretending? Very well, I shall ensure you understand your fate today. The Yuli Taoist coldly chuckled, then gestured to the man. The man promptly produced a tablet and held it up before Lin Mo. On the screen was the surveillance footage of the factory's entrance, showing several luxury vans parked outside. The doors swung open, and dozens of figures emerged. Upon recognizing the leading figure, Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Wang Dalong. Why is he here? Lin Mo, did you truly believe I allowed you to come alone out of fear of the Ability Management Bureau? I orchestrated this ruse so that you would act clever and secretly bring reinforcements. Thus, I could ensnare them all and deliver a crushing blow to the morale of the Ability Management Bureau, avenging the grievances of that day. The Yuli Taoist proclaimed triumphantly. Lin Mo was taken aback. It seemed the Yuli Taoist had mistaken Wang Dalong and his companions for the reinforcements he had secretly brought. In light of this, a sly smile crept across Lin Mo's face, and he declared, since you are already aware, surely you can see how formidable my reinforcements are? If you wish to avoid your demise, you would do well to hand over Han Dong. Perhaps I might spare your life. Ha ha. The Yuli Taoist laughed heartily, then looked at Lin Mo with scorn. Lin Mo, do you know why I chose this location for our meeting? It is because I have meticulously set up a web of traps here. No matter how many you bring, they shall all meet their end. Not a single one shall escape. Oh no. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically as he slapped his thigh in frustration. How did I overlook this? I've fallen into your cunning trap. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo, Take your time to watch how your reinforcements perish. Once they are gone, it will be your turn. The Yuli Daoist laughed with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the abandoned factory, Wang Dalong and his group, led by two men of differing builds, entered through the factory doors. Bang! Just as they stepped inside, the factory door slammed shut behind them. Wang Dalong furrowed his brow and immediately heightened his vigilance. Watch for ambushes. However, before he could finish his warning, whoosh! An arrow, as thick as an arm, shot towards Wang Dalong. Reacting swiftly, he dodged just in time. But his subordinates behind him were not so fortunate, as they were instantly skewered, pinned to the factory door. Before the others could react, several sections of the ground suddenly collapsed, sending those standing atop plummeting down, impaled by hidden blades. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dalong lost several men, causing his expression to darken, his teeth grinding in fury. Lin Mo, you dare to betray me. If I catch you, I will flay your skin. Simultaneously, Lin Mo and the Yuli Daoist, observing the unfolding chaos through the surveillance feed, shared in the moment. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, do you see? Do you still believe your reinforcements are numerous and formidable? This is merely the beginning. It won't be long before they all become corpses. The Yuli Daoist laughed with glee. Lin Mo, watching his allies fall one by one, felt a surge of delight, unable to suppress a triumphant grin. However, he maintained a facade of outrage, glaring at the Yuli Daoist and shouting, "You scoundrel, cease this at once. If you kill them all, I shall become a criminal of the Ability Management Bureau. Stop this immediately. Stop? Heh, the show has only just begun." The Yuli Daoist replied with a cold laugh. Lin Mo gritted his teeth in frustration, stamping his foot in anger. Yet, the Yuli Daoist perceived this as mere impotent rage, dismissing it entirely. Chapter 42, Unexpected Gains. At the entrance of the abandoned factory, having narrowly avoided the first wave of traps and mechanisms, Wang Dalong and his men were preparing to advance further when suddenly, bang! A skeletal claw burst forth from the ground, grasping one man's ankle. What in the world? The man was startled and bent down to look. At that moment, a skeletal figure erupted from the earth, its jaws snapping onto his face. A gut-wrenching scream echoed as blood splattered everywhere. The man's skin was nearly torn from his face. Wang Dalong's expression darkened, and he rushed forward, delivering a kick that shattered the skeletal figure. However, the man's face was beyond saving. He lay on the ground, clutching his face, rolling in agony. My face. Wang Dalong frowned and turned to his remaining subordinates, instructing, "Be extra cautious." Yet, just as he finished speaking around the ground, an incessant emergence of skeletal remains unfolded, swiftly accumulating to over 100, encircling Wang Dalong and his companions. "Boss, what manner of bizarre beasts are these? How can their numbers be so overwhelming?" One of Wang Dalong's subordinates remarked, his countenance pale with trepidation. "No, these are not living beasts. They lack life." Wang Dalong responded, shaking his head, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. "It is rumored that within the ranks of the cult of the god worshippers, there exists a practitioner of dark arts known as the Yuli Daoist. His sinister abilities allow him to manipulate corpses. Anyone he slays can be transformed into skeletal puppets through his malevolent powers, obedient to his command. If I am not mistaken, that scoundrel Lin Mo has conspired with the cult, deliberately laying this trap to ensnare us all. How audacious of you, Lin Mo, to collude with a heretical sect. I wonder how Lord Jiang and Director Zhao will defend you now. Such treachery warrants the death penalty. Even should I strike you down, they would have no justification to object." With that, Wang Dalong turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Brothers, let us charge forth and capture Lin Mo and the cultists alive. I shall personally advocate for your rewards at the City Lord's office. Charge." In an instant, the group surged forward, emboldened, rushing towards the skeletal figures. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the skeletal remains, Wang Dalong had brought forth the elite of the Wang group. Coupled with his status as a level 9 ability wielder, they managed to break through the encirclement, pushing deeper into the factory's heart. Meanwhile, within the factory, the Yuli Daoist, recognizing Wang Dalong's formidable prowess, was taken aback. Could it be that even the director of your Jiangzhou branch has come in person? As Wang Dalong successfully broke free from the encirclement, Lin Mo felt a pang of regret, yet maintained a facade of triumph. "What is this? Are you beginning to fear? We are not merely accompanied by our director today, but also the elite from the Ability Management Bureau. If you are wise, release Han Dong at once and surrender, or you may find yourself meeting an untimely demise." Ha! The Yuli Daoist threw back his head in disdainful laughter, exuding confidence. "Lin Mo, I must reiterate, you underestimate me gravely. Since I have dared to set this trap, it is only because I have made ample preparations. I have nothing to fear. Come forth." At his command, a multitude of figures surged forth from the shadows, men and women, young and old, clad in diverse garments, numbering in the hundreds. Each bore a crimson cross emblazoned upon their foreheads, the very emblem of the cult of the god worshippers. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a substantial ambush of cult followers. Clearly, the Yuli Daoist held a significant position within the cult. Soon, These followers gathered behind the Yuli Daoist, and Lin Mo spotted Han Dong among them, tightly bound to a wooden cross, his mouth and eyes sealed with black tape, guarded by 2 cultists. Relieved to confirm Han Dong's survival, Lin Mo lightly tapped his foot against the ground. Do you see the figures behind me? The Yuli Daoist turned to Lin Mo, a smug expression adorning his face. I did not merely prepare traps and mechanisms. I have summoned the majority of the cult's elite hidden within Jiangzhou. Initially, my goal was to severely cripple the Ability Management Bureau's elite forces. But I never expected such a delightful surprise. Your branch's director has come in person. If I can capture him, the Jiangzhou branch would be rendered virtually non-existent. This city will belong to the cult of the god worshippers. Who knows, perhaps even the revered leader might grace Jiangzhou with his presence, rewarding me handsomely for my endeavors. Lin Mo, you are truly my fortunate star. Lin Mo's heart surged with elation upon hearing this. The elite of the cult? This unexpected boon would work in my favor. Suddenly, the factory door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Wang Dalong, leading the remaining subordinates, stormed in fiercely. Upon witnessing Lin Mo and the Yuli Daoist alongside the throng of cult followers, Wang Dalong's eyes nearly ignited with fury as he glared at Lin Mo, bellowing, Lin Mo. You. However, before he could finish, Lin Mo feigned excitement, his eyes brimming with urgency as he exclaimed, Director, you finally arrived. I've done my utmost to buy time. If you hadn't come, I would surely be doomed. What? Wang Dalong was momentarily taken aback, a whirlwind of confusion enveloping him. What do you mean, Director? What nonsensical talk is this? Before he could fully grasp the situation, the Yuli Daoist raised his hand, commanding his cult followers, my dear companions. The opportunity to serve the cult of the god worshippers has arrived. Whoever can slay the director of the Ability Management Bureau shall be generously rewarded. Walk with the divine, and you shall endure through the ages. The followers chanted their slogans, surging towards Wang Dalong and his men like a tide. Humph. A horde of heretical ants dares to be insolent before me, seeking death. Wang Dalong scoffed, issuing a command to his subordinates, kill them. Without hesitation, they charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the cultists. Wang Dalong, however, had his sights set on Lin Mo, charging directly towards him without a moment's pause. Chapter 43. Someone is behind you, yet Lin Mo remained unfazed. As Wang Dalong closed the distance, he pointed emphatically at the Yuli Daoist beside him, calling out, Director. You've arrived just in time. This man is the leader of the cult of the god worshippers in Jiangzhou. If we can take him down, the cult will find it exceedingly difficult to rise again. Humph. Wang Dalong coldly snorted, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo with an intense glare as he replied ominously. What I seek to capture is, but before he could finish, swish. A figure suddenly interposed itself, blocking Wang Dalong's path. It was none other than the Yuli Daoist. Ha. The director of the Ability Management Bureau, is it? I've long heard of your esteemed name. Today, I wish to claim your head as a trophy. Would you be so gracious as to oblige? The Yuli Daoist exclaimed, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. Get out of my way, you ignorant cur. I'll deal with you later. Wang Dalong glared fiercely at the Yuli Daoist, dismissing him with impatience. I do not appreciate your tone, and it may already be too late for an apology. The Yuli Daoist's eyes glinted with malice as he chanted an incantation, his right hand forming a seal. Crack. The ground around them began to fracture, and from below, 8 skeletal figures burst forth. Unlike the skeletal puppets at the factory entrance, these 8 exuded a formidable aura, each nearly on par with a level 7 ability wielder. Seeing this, Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes, coldly declaring, If you seek death, then I shall grant your wish. With that, he stomped his foot, activating his ability, and in an instant, he conjured 8 clones, each exuding power comparable to the skeletal figures. Onward! Wang Dalong commanded with a sweeping gesture, as his 8 clones charged towards the skeletal beings, engaging them in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, he himself surged forward, intent on confronting the Yuli Daoist directly. The clash was imminent. Wang Dalong truly lives up to his reputation as a level 9 awakened. With each punch and palm strike, he exudes an overwhelming sense of oppression, leaving others gasping for breath. Although Yuli Daoist appears to be at a disadvantage based on his aura, he has not been overwhelmed in the short term. Lin Mo, standing nearby, was taken aback by the formidable strength of Yuli Daoist, realizing that he must be at least a level 8 awakened. Fortunately, he had refrained from engaging him directly, or he would have faced dire consequences. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce battle, Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Han Dong, who was not far away. At that moment, only 2 followers of the cult of the divine remained to guard him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo dashed forward. Stop! One of the followers shouted as he lunged to block Lin Mo. Without a word, Lin Mo activated his obliteration light. Boom! The follower was instantly obliterated into dust. The remaining follower, terrified, hastily drew a dagger and pressed it against Han Dong's throat. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. Calm down. Just take a look behind you. Lin Mo promptly halted, pointing at the follower's back. Humph. Don't think you can deceive me. There's nothing behind me. Do you think I can be distracted so easily? Not a chance. The follower scoffed confidently. Suddenly, a black longsword pierced through his chest from behind. Who told you there was nothing back there? At the same time, a mocking voice emerged from behind the follower. What is happening? The follower's eyes widened in disbelief as blood poured from his mouth. He struggled to turn around to see who had ambushed him, but as his head turned halfway, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The ambusher was none other than Lu Liang. From the moment Lin Mo left the apartment complex, Lu Liang had concealed himself underground, following Lin Mo in secret, awaiting his command. Seizing the opportunity, he emerged from behind to deliver a fatal blow to the follower. Lin brother, what shall we do next? Lu Liang inquired, wiping the blood from his sword as he approached Lin Mo. First, we must rescue him, Lin Mo replied, moving forward to free Han Dong from the cross and remove the black tape from his face. However, Han Dong had sustained severe injuries and was currently unconscious. Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang and said, you take Han Dong and escape underground. Director Zhao and the others should have arrived at the rendezvous point. Han Dong needs immediate medical attention. And what about you? You're not planning to stay behind, are you? Lu Liang asked. Lin Mo glanced at the fierce battle nearby, a hint of excitement on his face. Indeed I am. Lin brother, have you lost your mind? Both sides are intent on killing you. Staying here would be extremely dangerous. Come with me. Lu Liang expressed his concerns. Fear not, I know what I am doing. Once you meet with Director Zhao and the others, follow the original plan. Lin Mo reassured him, patting Lu Liang's shoulder with a smile. Very well, Lin brother, but do take care of yourself. After I escort Han Dong out, I will return to assist you. Reluctantly, Lu Liang supported Han Dong and retreated underground. Once they had departed, Lin Mo rose to a more concealed corner, his eyes gleaming as he observed the powerful combatants not far away. Level 4 awakened, level 5 awakened, and even level 6 awakened. There was an abundance of awakened energy here. It appeared that today would yield a significant score. However, he knew he would only have one opportunity to strike. Otherwise, he would surely attract the attention of Wang Dalong and Yuli Daoren. If they turned their assault on him, it would spell disaster. He needed to act swiftly. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he extended his hands, focusing his mind. A sphere of obliteration light, the size of a soccer ball, coalesced above his palms. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Mo continued to expend awakening energy, causing the sphere to swell larger. After approximately half a minute, the diameter of the obliteration light sphere reached 2 meters, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. This should suffice. Lin Mo took a deep breath. At this moment, he had consumed a significant portion of his energy, but the power of this sphere would surely leave a profound impact on those gathered. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the massive obliteration light sphere into the air. It soared like a blazing sun, radiating intense heat, heading straight for the center of the combatants. What is that? Did someone bring down the sun? Quick, run. As the crowd sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the sphere, panic ensued, and they attempted to flee. But it was far too late. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the obliteration light sphere detonated. In an instant, the sheer destructive force surged outward. Those closest to the epicenter were instantly reduced to ashes. This was the result of Lin Mo, a level 6 awakened, expending half his energy to conjure such a formidable force, and its might was utterly terrifying. Awakened below level 6 stood no chance of resistance. Even if they survived, they would be severely injured. Before long, the casualty count among the powerful combatants reached 20 to 30, not including those who were merely wounded. The air was filled with wails and cries of agony, echoing throughout the factory. You shameless old fool. How dare you ambush my subordinates while we are engaged in battle? You are truly despicable, Wang Dalong shouted, having noticed the chaos, mistakenly attributing it to Yuli Daoren's actions. Which of your eyes saw me ambushing anyone? Moreover, among the casualties are also our followers. If I truly intended to ambush, why would I spare my own? Yuli Daoren retorted, rolling his eyes at Wang Dalong, clearly annoyed. Spare me your nonsense. What kind of treachery are you cultists capable of? Suicide attacks are your specialty. Prepare to pay with your life. Wang Dalong was consumed with rage, lamenting the loss of his already dwindling subordinates. Do you think I fear you? Yuli Daoren felt equally aggrieved, and they clashed once more in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, hidden in the corner, couldn't help but smirk. It appeared that these two had not yet realized what had transpired. If that were the case, it was time to reap another harvest. With this thought, Lin Mo focused his mind again. A flicker of red light danced in his right hand, and the next moment, the red glow coalesced into a long sword. However, this sword was not a physical weapon. It was semi-transparent and crimson, its surface ablaze with scarlet flames. This was the new skill he had recently acquired, Obliteration Sword. Having lacked the opportunity to test it until now, he decided to seize this moment. Grasping the Obliteration Sword, Lin Mo charged toward the throng of combatants. Lin Mo, one of Wang Dalong's subordinates, was the first to spot him. Lin Mo's eyes twinkled as he spoke. Do not panic. I am aware that you have come to deal with me today, but the cult is vast in number, and the situation is dire for us all. Let us join forces to overcome this crisis, and we can settle our scores afterward. What do you say? Very well, I shall trust you this once. The man nodded and turned to confront the followers of the cult of the divine. Lin Mo took a swift step forward, wielding the sword of annihilation. With a resounding thud, a man's head was severed from his body, which was instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Mo's eyes. Truly, the power was formidable. Without hesitation, he swiftly changed his position. Lin Mo, a follower of the cult of the divine, discovered him. Yet, Lin Mo remained remarkably composed. He raised a hand and calmly declared, "Stay calm. The Ability Management Bureau will surely impose severe penalties upon me for the heavy losses incurred today due to my actions. Therefore, I have resolved to join your ranks and fight alongside you against the Bureau. What say you?" "Very well, you have shown wisdom." The follower sneered and nodded, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, he flicked his right hand, sending a glimmering cold light hurtling toward Lin Mo. With a subtle raise of his brow, Lin Mo reacted with lightning speed, evading the lethal beam. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. I do not trust you." The follower scoffed, gritting his teeth. "Then you shall perish." Lin Mo replied, unable to conceal his murderous intent as a sinister smile spread across his face. With that, he lunged forward, bringing the sword of annihilation down upon the follower, who attempted to block, but was cleaved in two. This scene did not go unnoticed by another follower of the cult, whose face paled in horror. "What have you just witnessed?" Lin Mo turned to him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Aye. The follower stammered in fear. With a swift stroke, the sword of annihilation silenced him, and his head flew from his shoulders. "You know too much," Lin Mo coldly remarked, vanishing into the crowd like a phantom. Meanwhile, Wang Dalong and the Taoist Yoli quickly sensed something amiss, realizing their ranks were dwindling. They separated momentarily to survey the crowd, only to find Lin Mo wielding the sword of annihilation with ruthless efficiency, dispatching foes with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. The number of powerful adversaries was visibly diminishing. Lin Mo, both Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli ground their teeth in frustration, charging toward him without a second thought. Engrossed in his slaughter, Lin Mo suddenly felt a surge of danger and turned to see Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli approaching. His expression shifted instantly as he stomped the ground forcefully. "Lu Liang." Quickly, just as they drew near, the ground beside Lin Mo erupted, a hand grasping his ankle and pulling him down. Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli missed their target. Trying to escape? Taoist Yoli's expression darkened as a yellow talisman materialized in his hand. With a flick, it burrowed into the earth. He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings and then raced off in a specific direction. "Lin Mo is mine. Do not interfere," Wang Dalong immediately pursued. Approximately 2 kilometers from the abandoned factory, Lu Liang emerged from the ground with Lin Mo, panting heavily. "Why did you stop running? This place is still unsafe." Lin Mo inquired, puzzled. "I can't go on. My ability has been completely depleted." Lu Liang collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Lin Mo frowned, about to suggest relocating when a triumphant laugh echoed nearby. "Ha ha, Lin Mo, run if you can." Turning, Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically as he saw Taoist Yoli and Wang Dalong had caught up. This was indeed a precarious situation. Chapter 45, The Spatial Ring. Wang Dalong and Taoist Yoli quickly surrounded Lin Mo and Lu Liang, their potent auras amplifying the pressure on both. "Lin Mo, you little wretch. You have caused the deaths of numerous followers of our cult. You shall pay for your actions." Taoist Yoli glared at Lin Mo with malice. "Lin Mo, you have truly ruined me. If I cannot flay your skin today, my heart shall know no peace." Wang Dalong's teeth ground together. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Mo. Without hesitation, they prepared to attack. "Stop right there." A booming voice suddenly pierced the tension. Lin Mo and Lu Liang turned in relief to see Zhao Tianlin accompanied by a group of official investigators from the Ability Management Bureau. At the sight, Wang Dalong's expression faltered, retracting his fists. "Boss Wang, what brings you here?" Zhao Tianlin approached, eyeing Wang Dalong with suspicion. Aye. Wang Dalong stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words. His covert attack on Lin Mo was already disgraceful enough. Being caught red-handed only heightened his embarrassment. Boss Wang is assisting the Ability Management Bureau in capturing cultists. Just now, he and his men fought valiantly. Lin Mo interjected with a mocking grin. "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Tianlin turned his gaze to Wang Dalong. Wang Dalong's lips twitched, feeling like a mute man eating bitter gourd, unable to express his plight. He had been outsmarted by Lin Mo, losing numerous subordinates, and now found himself unable to confront Lin Mo without justifying his presence there with an entourage. Reluctantly, he forced a smile and replied, "Indeed, I am helping you. Truly, we are immensely grateful, Boss Wang." Zhao Tianlin clasped his hands in thanks before turning to Taoist Yoli, sternly commanding, "You, demon, surrender at once. Today, your cult shall fall." "Ah, so you are the director of the Ability Management Bureau." Taoist Yoli narrowed his eyes, turning to Wang Dalong, his voice low and menacing. "And who might you be? Why do you meddle in our affairs and thwart the ambitions of the cult? Dare you reveal your name?" Wang Dalong's expression shifted, not wanting to disclose his identity. After all, the cult was filled with lunatics. Earning their enmity would lead to a life of constant peril. At that moment, Lin Mo stepped forward, pointing at Wang Dalong. He addressed Daoist Yoli. Listen well. You ignorant fool. He is none other than Wang Dalong, chairman of the Wang Group. Remember this. You. Wang Dalong glared furiously. Don't mention it, Boss Wang. How could I not announce your illustrious name? This should surely frighten this old dog. Lin Mo grinned widely. Wang Dalong felt his head spin, blood pressure skyrocketing, nearly leading him to a stroke. At that moment, he wished he could strangle Lin Mo. The Wang Group, Wang Dalong is it? Very well, I shall remember you. And you will pay dearly for today's events. Daoist Yoli fixed his gaze on Wang Dalong, as if imprinting the man's features into his memory. Wang Dalong could only feel speechless. He was not the one responsible for the deaths. Why should he bear the brunt of this? Just then, Daoist Yoli produced a yellow talisman from his robes. This is bad. He's trying to escape. Quickly seize him. Do not let him get away. Wang Dalong's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily spoke. Zhao Tianlin signaled to the investigators behind him. The investigators were about to rush towards the Yuli Daoist. In a swift motion, Yuli Daoist tossed a yellow talisman into the air. Boom. The talisman exploded, releasing a cloud of thick black smoke. Cough, cough, cough. The acrid smoke blinded the investigators momentarily. By the time the smoke cleared, the Yuli Daoist had vanished without a trace. What a pity, we've let that demon escape. Zhao Tianlin lamented. No matter, there are still plenty of Shindao cult followers in the abandoned factory, being detained by Boss Wang's subordinates. Let us hasten to capture them all. Lin Mo suggested, pointing towards the nearby dilapidated factory. The group promptly made their way there. Naturally, the outcome was predictable. With Yuli Daoist's escape, the remaining followers posed little threat. United in purpose, Zhao Tianlin and the investigators swiftly eradicated them. Lin Mo even seized the opportunity to take down a few more, causing his ability points to surge to 320,000, bringing him ever closer to breaking through to a 7th level ability user. It must be said, today's gains were rather substantial. However, when Wang Dalong finally tallied his numbers, he was nearly in tears. Out of the dozens of elite members he had brought, less than a third remained after the onslaught from the Shindao cult and Lin Mo. His heart bled at the thought. Zhao Tianlin wished to express his gratitude. But Wang Dalong, with a sullen face, ignored him entirely and stormed off with his remaining men from the abandoned factory. What has gotten into Boss Wang? Zhao Tianlin asked. Perplexed. Perhaps he is reminded of some sorrowful matters. Lin Mo replied, stifling a chuckle. Forget it, let him be. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand dismissively and turned to Lin Mo, saying, Lin Mo, you and Lu Liang have made significant contributions this time. Not only rescuing official investigator Han Dong, but also assisting our ability management bureau in eliminating so many Shindao cult followers. I must reward you handsomely. Speak up. Is there anything you desire? I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Could we possibly be made official? Lin Mo asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Regarding that, Zhao Tianlin pondered for a moment before replying. I can indeed facilitate 10 tasks for you, assuming you have already completed them. However, the official assessment still stands. But for you too, it should pose no significant challenge. It will merely be a formality. Thank you, Director Zhao. Lin Mo clasped his fists in gratitude. Is there anything else you wish for? Zhao Tianlin inquired, looking at the two. Lu Liang considered for a moment before asking. Director, I have always wanted a spatial ring. It would be tremendously convenient for carrying items or weapons when going out. Is this request possible to fulfill? Upon hearing this mention of a spatial ring, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having been enamored with online novels in his past life, he was well aware of the significance of such treasures. When he had first received the reward of 500 merit points, he had also contemplated exchanging for one. The thought of having a ring where anything could be stored was incredibly appealing. However, upon seeing the price, he quickly discarded that notion. A spatial ring with a mere 1 cubic meter of internal space cost a staggering 3,000 merit points, equivalent to 30 million. Such an expense was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, when Lu Liang expressed this desire, Lin Mo felt a flicker of hope. Young man, though you appear quite earnest, your words could frighten the living daylights out of someone. Such rare items as spatial rings are only available to our high-ranking investigators within the Ability Management Bureau. Even ordinary official investigators cannot possess them, let alone intern investigators. Zhao Tianlin shot Lu Liang a disapproving glance, his tone unyielding. Come now, after all we've accomplished, can't we receive a special consideration? Lu Liang scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. We cannot set such a precedent. Otherwise, everyone will come asking me for one. And where would I procure so many spatial rings? They are exceedingly scarce. Our entire Jiangzhou branch has only a handful, and they are already claimed. Zhao Tianlin shook his head, clearly troubled. Are they really that rare? Lu Liang's eyes darted around, and then as if struck by a thought, he grinned. But I heard from Lord Jiang that the City Lord's mansion has quite a stock of spatial rings. He even mentioned that he intended to gift one to Brother Lin after some time. What? Zhao Tianlin's expression changed instantly as he turned to Lin Mo, asking urgently. Did Lord Jiang truly say that? Lin Mo glanced at Lu Liang, who was now making exaggerated gestures at him. With a resigned smile, Lin Mo replied ambiguously, "Well, it seems like he did. That old fox Jiangqinian is truly relentless in trying to entice me away, even offering such a precious item as a spatial ring. If I were to accept it, he'd surely recruit me into the city lord's mansion, leaving me without any grounds for refusal. No, I absolutely cannot allow him to succeed." Zhao Tianlin took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, and looked at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, declaring, "I will do my utmost to apply for the spatial rings from headquarters. Just wait for my good news." With that, he pulled out his phone and turned away, striding off. "Hee, Brother Lin, it seems we are quite likely to secure those spatial rings now," Lu Liang said with a broad grin. "You and your clever schemes." Lin Mo chuckled, shaking his head. Outside Jiangzhou City, a figure fled in a panic. It was none other than Yuli Daoist. In such haste, where was he headed? Just then, a voice laced with mockery rang out. Yuli Daoist quickly halted, turning to see a young man in a black robe standing nearby. The man had silver hair and was rather handsome, with a blood-red crucifix pendant hanging prominently on his chest. Upon seeing this, Yuli Daoist hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee with utmost reverence, and said, "I greet the esteemed priest." "Rise." The silver-haired man waved his hand dismissively. Yet, Yuli Daoist remained bowed, trembling as he replied, "I am a sinner of the Shindao cult, unworthy to stand." "Oh, what has transpired?" The silver-haired man squinted his eyes. Yuli Daoist promptly recounted the events that had unfolded in the abandoned factory. "Is it this Lin Mo again? Have you suffered losses at his hands multiple times now? Have you yet to learn your lesson? Is he truly that formidable?" The silver-haired man questioned coldly, a glint of menace in his gaze. "No. He is merely an intern investigator from the Ability Management Bureau, at most a 5th-level ability user. Yet, this young man possesses extraordinary luck, always managing to turn disasters into fortuitous outcomes. This time, he was unexpectedly hindered by a man named Wang Dalong, disrupting my plans. Otherwise, I would have captured Lin Mo long ago." Yuli Daoist gritted his teeth, expressing his frustration. "Enough. Failure is failure. Have the remaining followers in Jiangzhou City been mostly eliminated?" The silver-haired man asked coldly. "Well," Yuli Daoist's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "It matters not. The fall of Jiangzhou City is merely a matter of time. That beast tide is approaching ever closer." The silver-haired man turned his gaze to a distant point, narrowing his eyes with a chilling smile. "We must find a way to hasten its advance. Esteemed priest, leave this matter to me. I possess a technique that can incite the beasts into a frenzy, surely accelerating the beast tide's march." Yuli Daoist clasped his fists, eagerly volunteering. "Oh, is that so? Then this matter will be entrusted to you. Consider it a means of atonement for your past transgressions. Off you go." The silver-haired man waved his hand dismissively. "As you command." The ethereal Daoist finally dared to rise, hastening towards the direction of the beast tide. Watching the Daoist's retreating figure, the silver-haired man narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "Lin Mo, intriguing indeed. I hope you do not interfere with the grand designs of my sect, or else I shall not hesitate to personally send you on your way." At the Anomaly Management Bureau, Jiangzhou Branch. Night Patrol. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Indeed, prior to their formal assessment, all intern investigators must undertake a night patrol task, which will significantly impact their final evaluation and potential advancement. "So tonight, you and LV Liang must perform admirably. Do not falter," Zhang Wei advised, gazing at Lin Mo and LV Liang. "But how do we deem this task completed?" LV Liang inquired, puzzled. "The task system will randomly assign you to a jurisdiction. As long as you ensure the safety of that area throughout the night, with no civilian casualties, you will be fine," Zhang Wei elucidated. "I see." Lin Mo and LV Liang nodded thoughtfully. Before long, night fell. Fortune smiled upon Lin Mo and LV Liang, as the system had randomly assigned them to the jurisdiction of the Anomaly Management Bureau. This was undoubtedly one of the safest areas in Jiangzhou. Considering that the bureau was located here, who would dare cause trouble in such a secure domain? Lin Mo and LV Liang immediately felt a surge of confidence. This is a sure win. The night patrol officially commenced at 8 o'clock. Weren't we supposed to have vehicles for the patrol? Lin Mo glanced at the 2 shared bicycles that Zhang Wei had pushed over, feeling a sense of disbelief. Bicycles? The official investigators took all the cars. And due to recent budget constraints, these 2 shared bikes were purchased out of my own pocket. You'll have to make do with them. Zhang Wei patted the bike seat before turning to leave. It seems I must find time to buy a car. Otherwise, it's quite inconvenient for tasks like these. Lin Mo shook his head in exasperation. I've heard that a new SUV model has recently launched. It looks quite stylish. We should check it out later. LV Liang suggested with a grin. Thus, the 2 begrudgingly mounted their shared bicycles and began to meander through the nearby streets. Initially, all was calm. However, as midnight approached, hunger gnawed at Lin Mo and LV Liang, prompting them to head to the Hao Gu food stall next to the Anomaly Management Bureau for some skewers. Ah, help. There's a beast. A terrified scream suddenly pierced the night. The direction of the scream seemed to be the very Hao Gu food stall. Chapter 47. Are you here to cause trouble? Lin Mo and LV Liang instantly perked up, Finally, some action. Otherwise, this late at night, they would have been bored to the point of slumber. In an instant, their feet were pedaling furiously as they raced towards the Hauge food stall. Upon arrival, they beheld a small, lobster-like beast brandishing its pincers, pursuing a beautiful girl clad in a pink JK uniform. Tables and chairs had been toppled in disarray. Suddenly, the lovely girl stepped on an empty bottle, lost her footing, and fell. The lobster beast rushed towards her. The girl, startled, flailed her long legs wrapped in white stockings. Struggling to rise, furrowing his brow, Lin Mo was about to step in to assist. However, at that moment, LV Liang reached out to stop him, thumping his chest and eagerly volunteering, "Brother Lin, this beast seems weak. Allow me to handle it." Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. How could he not see through LV Liang's intentions? This was not merely about subduing the beast. He clearly aimed to play the hero and rescue the girl. "Spawn of darkness, release that girl. I shall subdue you," LV Liang bellowed, charging directly at the lobster beast. Now a level 3 anomaly wielder, his speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he was before the lobster beast, delivering a swift kick. Ow! A piercing scream escaped the beast as it was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. That scream sounded rather human. LV Liang paused momentarily, but did not dwell on it. He quickly turned to the beautiful girl, brushing his hair back and forcing a grin he deemed charming. "Miss, are you all right?" "You." The girl gazed at LV Liang, her wide eyes filled with terror. LV Liang, mistaking her fright for shock, hurried to reassure her. "Fear not. I am here to protect you." He bent down, intending to help her to her feet. Hey, what are you doing? Stop this at once." An irate voice suddenly rang out. A portly man clad in a leather jacket and sporting a cap stormed into the food stall, glaring at LV Liang and demanding, "Where did you come from? Are you here to cause trouble?" I was saving her. If I hadn't intervened, that beast would have devoured her." LV Liang stammered, bewildered as he attempted to explain. "Save who? We were filming a short skit, you know." The angry man pointed off to the side. LV Liang turned to look, only to find another man crouched nearby, filming the scene with a camera. But that beast. LV Liang rushed to glance at the lobster beast he had kicked. To his astonishment, the creature removed its headpiece, revealing a man writhing in agony on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. LV Liang was utterly dumbfounded. "Kid, are you from the neighboring crew, trying to sabotage us to delay our shoot so that you can seize the limelight?" The portly man fumed. "If you don't clarify this matter, I'll take you to the police station. Do you believe me?" The man seized LV Liang's arm angrily. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Lin Mo swiftly stepped forward, clarifying, "Brother, there's been a misunderstanding. We are from the Anomaly Management Bureau. Capturing anomalous beasts is our duty. We rushed over upon hearing cries for help, unaware that you were filming a scene." "You say that as if it's true? Riding a broken shared bike and pretending to be a big shot. What proof do you have?" The portly man rolled his eyes at Lin Mo, unimpressed. Lin Mo promptly produced his credentials and handed them to the man. However, the man merely glanced at them before tossing them back, sneering. "A glance is all it takes to see it's fake. We have plenty of these in our crew." As he spoke, he turned and shouted, "Props, bring our gear over." "Got it." A man jogged over, opening his backpack to reveal an array of credentials, some from the Anomaly Management Bureau, others from the City Lord's office. All departments were well represented, and they looked remarkably authentic. Seeing this, Lin Mo was at a loss for words. "Well, kid, now you have nothing to say, do you?" The portly man smirked, pulling out his phone and coldly stating, "Then let's have a chat at the police station." Smack! At that moment, a massive claw suddenly reached out, knocking the portly man's phone from his hand and sending it crashing to the ground. Startled, the man turned to see the lobster beast standing beside him. "Hey, Wongadan, are you trying to get yourself killed? I just bought that iPhone 16 Pro Max. If it's broken, I'll deduct it from your wages." The portly man shot a glare at the lobster beast before hastily bending down to retrieve his phone. After confirming the screen was intact, he finally let out a sigh of relief, then turned to the crayfish beast with a puzzled expression and said, "Weren't you just writhing in pain a moment ago? Now, you're perfectly fine. Honestly, you shouldn't have gotten up. You should have continued to lie there and wail in agony for a while longer. By the time the police arrive, those two lads will have some serious consequences to face." Crack, crack. However, the crayfish beast continued to snap its pincers, remaining silent. "What's wrong? Have you gone mute after taking a kick? Did someone kick your vocal cords? What are you pretending for?" The overweight man slapped the crayfish on its head and then turned to glare at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, saying angrily, "Did you see that? My employee has been rendered mute by your actions, and you will be held accountable. Don't even think about skimping on the medical expenses." Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances and took a few steps back. "What's this? Planning to run? In a society governed by law. Do you really think you can escape? I'm calling the police right now." As the overweight man spoke, he attempted to dial the phone again. "Director." At that moment, the cameraman shouted softly from a short distance away, "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm calling the police?" The overweight man shot a glare at the cameraman. "Look over there." The cameraman quickly pointed, following the direction of the cameraman's finger. The overweight man turned to see the man who had just been kicked by Lu Liang still lying on the ground, clutching his stomach and rolling in agony. Wang Godin. The overweight man was momentarily taken aback. The figure on the ground was indeed Wang Godin. Who, then, was the crayfish beast beside him? Could it be? The overweight man quickly glanced at his right hand, which he had just used to slap the crayfish. It was now covered in thick, sticky goo, emitting a foul stench. Beast. The overweight man's face changed dramatically as he instinctively raised his gaze to the crayfish beast before him. At that moment, the crayfish beast was also staring back. Its emerald green eyes filled with a thirst for blood. Oh my god. The overweight man was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Without a second thought, he turned to flee, but it was too late. The crayfish beast swung its massive pincers, striking the overweight man with such force that he was sent flying. Chapter 48. The Potion. In an instant, the sound of a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated throughout the entire food stall. There's a beast. Everyone run. The crew was terrified, each person turning to flee. The cameraman even dropped his camera in panic. The crayfish beast scanned the area and soon set its sights on a beautiful girl nearby, advancing toward her. Please, don't come any closer. The beautiful girl turned pale with fear, desperately trying to rise from the ground, but the more she struggled, the less she could stand. Moments ago, she had been acting, but now genuine terror had rendered her legs weak. As the crayfish beast approached the beautiful girl, Lin Mo exchanged a significant glance with Lu Liang. Understood. Lu Liang nodded and immediately burrowed underground. Just as the crayfish beast was about to close in on the beautiful girl, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the ground, grabbing its legs and pulling down with great force. The crayfish beast found itself half buried in the ground, immobilized and unable to advance further. Lin brother. Lu Liang emerged beside him, tossing a black longsword to Lin Mo. Lin Mo caught the black sword and swiftly stepped forward. Clang. The sword unsheathed. A glimmer of cold light slicing through the night sky. In the next moment, the entire head of the crayfish beast flew off, rolling a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 mutated crayfish beast, earning 100 ability points. Lin Mo shook his head with a wry smile. As his own realm advanced, the ability points gained from hunting lower-level beasts had indeed diminished. Nonetheless, the C-class weapon gifted by the city lord Jiang was truly remarkable. The hardness of the crayfish beast's shell was already comparable to solid stone. He hadn't expected it to be as easily cleaved as cutting through vegetables beneath this black longsword. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that using this black longsword required no expenditure of ability points, making it perfect for prolonged combat. Sweetheart. I've genuinely saved you this time. Lu Liang approached the beautiful girl, extending his right hand toward her. Thank you. The beautiful girl's face flushed as she grasped Lu Liang's hand and stood up. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Lu Liang, it seemed, was indeed only outwardly honest. Hey, are you alright? Still alive? Lin Mo turned to the overweight man and gave his large backside a kick. His concern wasn't for the man's well-being, but rather that their mission tonight could not afford civilian casualties. Therefore, it was imperative that the overweight man did not die here. I'm alive. The overweight man rubbed his rear and quickly got back to his feet, chuckling awkwardly. So it turns out you two are from the Ability Management Bureau. Oh, so you no longer doubt us? Lin Mo smirked playfully. Who would dare? After all, you saved our lives. I truly apologize for my earlier rudeness. It was my failure to recognize your stature. The overweight man's demeanor shifted completely, now filled with remorse and respect. Alright, if there's nothing else, you all can continue filming. Lin Mo waved his hand, no longer wishing to dwell on it, and was about to leave. A beast. Just then, a terrified scream erupted from the back kitchen of the food stall. Lin Mo frowned. What on earth was happening today? Wasn't this area usually quite safe? Why did it feel like they had disturbed a den of beasts today, with one after another appearing? As Lin Mo and Lu Liang rushed toward the kitchen, a figure bolted from within. It was a short-haired man with a scruffy beard, muscular build, but wearing a Peppa Pig apron. Who else could it be but the owner of the food stall, Brother Hao? What is going on inside? Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly approached him. There are beasts everywhere. Brother Hao exclaimed, his face filled with terror. At that moment, he noticed the decapitated crayfish beast not far away and pointed vigorously, shouting, "It's all because of this, all of them. How could there be so many crayfish beasts in your kitchen?" Lin Mo inquired, perplexed. I don't know. I learned a secret recipe for making crayfish online, and just as I was preparing it for a customer, they jumped out of the pot. Brother Hao shook his head in confusion. Secret recipe? Lin Mo frowned. Lin brother. They're coming out. Just then, Lu Liang pointed toward the kitchen. Lin Mo turned to see one crayfish beast after another charging out of the kitchen. Brother Hao, who had finally calmed down, was now so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bladder. Meanwhile, the overweight man and other patrons had already fled without a trace. Let us take action. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and, alongside Lu Liang, charged forward. Though there were numerous crayfish beasts, numbering around 20, they were all merely level 2 beasts. It didn't take long for Lin Mo and Lu Liang to slay them all, to prevent any further crayfish from mutating. Lin Mo and Lu Liang rushed into the kitchen, killing the remaining crayfish before finally feeling at ease. Thank you so much, you two. Without your help, there would surely have been a tragic incident today. Brother Hao was filled with gratitude, almost bowing down to them. The boss is too polite. If possible, could you grill us a few skewers? We're absolutely starving. Lu Liang grinned, rubbing his belly, which was growling incessantly. No problem, I shall arrange it immediately. Brother Hao swiftly turned and departed. Before long, a generous plate of skewers was placed before Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The two indulged heartily, relishing the feast. Suddenly, Lin Mo seemed to recall something. He set down his skewer and, gazing at Brother Hao, who was tidying the tables and chairs not far away, inquired, Boss, you mentioned earlier that you learned a secret recipe for preparing crayfish online. Would it be possible for me to take a look? Absolutely. Brother Hao promptly retrieved his phone and approached, placing it before Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The ingredients listed, 13 spices, dried chili, Sichuan pepper, and something referred to as no. One compound, appeared quite ordinary at first. However, Lin Mo furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, What, pray tell, is this no? One compound. It was sent to me by the person who provided the recipe, Brother Hao explained. He claimed it was to enhance aroma and flavor. Indeed, when I first added it, the scent was delightful, but before long, the crayfish in the pot transformed into strange creatures. Do you still have any of this no? One compound on hand. Please let me see it. Lin Mo inquired. Yes, I will fetch it right away. Brother Hao hurriedly turned towards the kitchen. Lin, do you suspect that the crayfish's sudden transformation into strange creatures is related to the no? One compound? Lu Liang asked, observing Lin Mo. Let us hope I am merely overthinking. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. Otherwise, this matter could become quite serious. Chapter 49, An Invitation from the Cult of Worship. Before long, Brother Hao returned. But his hands were empty. This is quite strange. I distinctly remember placing it beside the stove. How could it have vanished? Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances. Something feels amiss. Could it have been knocked over by the strange creatures? Lu Liang questioned Brother Hao. That seems unlikely. Even if it were knocked over, the bottle should still be there. I searched the kitchen thoroughly, yet it is as if it has vanished into thin air. Brother Hao shook his head. Can you still contact the individual who provided you with the no? One compound? Lin Mo inquired. Brother Hao quickly pulled out his phone, locating the number and dialing. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. The message from the phone caused Lin Mo's brow to furrow deeply. It was now abundantly clear that the no. One compound was indeed problematic. Yet, what could have been the purpose behind that person sending it to Brother Hao? Was it merely to produce these strange crayfish? Or was he utilizing Brother Hao for an experiment? Lost in contemplation, Lin Mo was suddenly alerted by a pair of eyes observing from behind a large tree across the street from the food stall. A boy, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, with a clean-cut appearance, short hair, and oversized black glasses, seemed to be the epitome of a well-behaved child. However, as his gaze fell upon Lin Mo and Lu Liang, a smug smile crept across his lips. It seems my research has been quite successful. Even the people from the supernatural administration have taken notice. As he spoke, the boy raised his right hand, revealing a small white vial inscribed with the words no. 1 foot in black lettering. Yet, the potency of the no. One compound ultimately has its limits. It can only induce mutations in lowly creatures, such as crayfish, to create a more significant impact. I must hasten my research on the no. 2 compound. At that point, the boy's excitement grew as he turned and vanished into the night. Just as he departed, Lin Mo, who had been deep in thought, abruptly turned to look at the large tree where the boy had just concealed himself. What is it, Lin? Lu Liang asked, puzzled. It felt as though a pair of eyes has been watching us from the shadows. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Could it be the person who sent the no. 1 compound to the boss? Isn't it said in criminal psychology that many offenders often return to the scene of their crime? Perhaps that individual wishes to observe the effects of the no. 1 compound. Lu Liang speculated. Well, you seem to know a thing or two about criminal psychology. Lin Mo replied, slightly surprised. Hee, I learned it from movies. Lu Liang scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Lin Mo sighed, shaking his head. Regardless, if it is indeed that individual, he likely hasn't gone far. If we pursue him now, we might still catch up. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. That boy who concocted the no. 1 compound surely harbors ill intentions. Lu Liang stood up decisively. Agreed. Lin Mo nodded, turning to Brother Hao. Boss, we have urgent business to attend to. We shall settle the bill upon our return. The night had deepened. As they walked through the dimly lit alley, the boy's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to develop the no. 2 compound. Suddenly, several shadowy figures appeared before him, blocking his path. The boy halted, lifted his head, and remained unfazed. Do you have business with me? Chu Tianqi, we have finally located you. A figure stepped forward from the darkness. A burly middle-aged man with a red cross drawn on his forehead. Members of the cult of worship? Chu Tianqi squinted, perplexed. We have had no dealings. What do you seek from me? We have taken an interest in your abilities and wish to invite you to join our cult of worship to collaborate on great endeavors. The middle-aged man extended his right hand towards Chu Tianqi. Glancing at the outstretched hand, Chu Tianqi promptly shook his head. I apologize, but I do not share the same path as you, so there is no need for such an offer. Not share the same path? The middle-aged man chuckled derisively. Chu Tianqi, our invitation is a mark of respect. Do not be so foolish as to refuse. Those who dare to reject the cult of worship often meet dire fates, of which I am sure you have heard. Thus, you will agree, whether you desire to or not. The man smirked coldly, exuding arrogance. As his words faded, the followers of the cult of worship stepped forward, blocking Chu Tianqi's escape routes. Are you resorting to force? Chu Tianqi turned his head, his voice icy. Chu Tianqi, you have only two paths before you. Either surrender the formula for the no, one compound, or forfeit your life. The choice is yours. The middle-aged man sneered. And what if I choose to give you neither? Chu Tianqi narrowed his eyes. Ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed scornfully, gazing at Chu Tianqi with disdain. Do you truly consider yourself a person of importance? You are but a useless individual who will never awaken supernatural abilities. If not for the no, one compound, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Now, I shall give you 3 final seconds. If you do not make a decision, I shall assist you in making one. As his voice trailed off, the middle-aged man's aura surged with a formidable energy. Simultaneously, a whip radiating blue light coalesced in his right hand, crackling with electricity. This was his supernatural ability, the lightning whip. Seeing this, a grave expression crossed Chu Tianqi's face. He could discern that this middle-aged man was a level 4 supernatural being. A formidable adversary not to be underestimated. He needed to devise a plan to escape swiftly. Chu Tianqi's mind raced, and at that moment, he caught sight of a cockroach scurrying in a nearby trash bin. An idea sparked in his mind. It's just the no, one compound, not a big deal. If you want it, I shall provide it. There is no need for violence. Chu Tianqi grinned, retrieving the no, one compound from his pocket. This is the no, one compound. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glint of understanding. However, he quickly regained his composure and regarded Chu Tianqi with suspicion, asking, You gave it up so readily. Could there be a trick involved? If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate. Chu Tianqi replied, and without hesitation, he uncorked the vial, pouring the number 1 serum into the trash bin. What are you doing? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. You shall soon find out. Chu Tianqi smirked slightly. Just as his words faded, a loud bang erupted. The trash bin exploded, and one after another, gigantic cockroaches crawled out. Each one was nearly 2 meters in length, their eyes glinting with a blood-red glow, brimming with a thirst for carnage. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 50. I beg you, arrest me quickly. Do you believe me now? Chu Tianqi asked with a cold smile. You dare to play tricks on me? The middle-aged man erupted in fury, reaching out to grasp Chu Tianqi by the throat. At that moment, the colossal cockroaches surged forward at blinding speed. Remarkably, as they passed Chu Tianqi, they chose to ignore him and charged directly at the middle-aged man and several other cultists. With no other choice, the middle-aged man and his companions had to unleash their abilities to battle the monstrous insects. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Tianqi retreated to the side, sneering. You think you can snatch my number 1 serum? You're courting death. Squeak. At that instant, a rat caught Chu Tianqi's eye. He promptly sprinkled the number 1 serum on the rodent. In an instant, the rat swelled to the size of a car, charging towards the middle-aged man. Lightning whip. The middle-aged man swung his electric whip relentlessly. Though these giant cockroaches were only second-level beasts, he could barely keep up with the sheer number of them. Dozens. With the addition of the giant rat, the middle-aged man and his companions found themselves overwhelmed. Several of the weaker cultists sustained serious injuries. Chu Tianqi intended to summon more beasts to send the middle-aged man and his companions to their demise. Just then, he turned to glance at the entrance of the alley, raising an eyebrow. They actually caught up? You think you can capture me? Not a chance. With that, Chu Tianqi swiftly turned and dashed toward the far end of the alley, disappearing into the night. Shortly after his departure, 2 figures arrived, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. What on earth? Why are there so many beasts? Both were taken aback at the sight of the densely packed giant cockroaches and the enormous rat. Without hesitation, Lu Liang drew his C-grade sword, ready to assist. Lin Mo grabbed Lu Liang's arm, pointing at the red cross emblem on the foreheads of the cultists. Look, they're from the cult? Then there's no need to intervene. Lu Liang immediately sheathed his sword, crossing his arms and observing with a cold gaze. Soon, the cultists exhausted their energy, unable to withstand the onslaught of the beasts any longer. Several were gruesomely torn apart by the giant cockroaches. The middle-aged man fared no better, being knocked to the ground by the massive rat, saliva dripping down his face as he struggled desperately. In that moment, he caught sight of Lin Mo and Lu Liang nearby and shouted for help. Hey, brothers, don't just stand there. Come lend a hand. Help you? We are from the Ability Management Bureau. It would be generous of us not to stab you ourselves, and you want us to assist you? Lu Liang scoffed, rolling his eyes at the middle-aged man. The Ability Management Bureau. The middle-aged man's expression shifted instantly, and he took a deep breath. Forget it. In this situation, being captured by the Bureau is surely better than falling victim to these beasts. He hastily shouted towards Lu Liang and Lin Mo. Investigators, I surrender. Please, arrest me quickly. Oh dear, Lin, this is the first time I've heard such a request. The cultists are truly something else. Lu Liang chuckled teasingly. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile, and then turned to the middle-aged man, asking, where do these beasts come from? They were all conjured by that bastard Chu Tianqi. He is utterly nefarious. You must not let him escape. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Oh, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, stepping forward and kicking the giant rat. With a shriek, the beast was sent flying several meters, crushing several cockroaches in its path. However, the kick wasn't lethal. The giant rat quickly regained its footing, eyes blazing red as it charged again. A third-level beast? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mo's gaze. As the rat approached, 2 beams of annihilation light shot forth. The giant rat's body exploded instantly, vanishing completely without leaving a trace of blood behind. Such was the terrifying nature of the annihilation light, capable of erasing objects from existence. This scene left the middle-aged man in utter shock, his face a mask of terror. In that moment, Lin Mo appeared far more formidable than the monstrous beasts. With Lin Mo taking action, Lu Liang joined the fray, and together they swiftly dispatched the remaining giant cockroaches. As for the cultists, they had already fallen prey to the beasts. Only the middle-aged man was left alive. Lin Mo approached him, casually asking, you mentioned that these beasts were conjured by Chu Tianqi. How did he achieve that? The middle-aged man hesitated. Speak, Lu Liang demanded, slapping the man on the back of his head. Why are you hitting me? Isn't the Ability Management Bureau supposed to treat captives favorably? The middle-aged man protested, nursing his head. Ah, so you want to be treated favorably, do you? Today, I'll show you what favor looks like. Lu Liang rolled up his sleeves and began to rain down punches and kicks upon the middle-aged man. In no time, the man was left bruised and bloodied, his face and body covered in shoe prints. Please, stop. I'll tell you everything, he begged. Spit it out. Lu Liang spat on the ground, irritated. That scoundrel Chu Tianqi used the number 1 serum. The middle-aged man exclaimed, clutching his head. The number 1 serum. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with interest. As expected, this Chu Tianqi was no ordinary character. How did the conflict arise? Isn't he one of your cult? Lin Mo asked, furrowing his brow in confusion, considering that Chu Tianqi's previous actions did resemble those of the cult. Not at all. I was actually sent to recruit him because he possesses the number 1 serum. If he joined us, our cult would be significantly empowered. However, this arrogant fellow refused to join, and just as we were about to take action against him, he turned the tables and escaped while we were besieged by the beasts. The middle-aged man shook his head, offering a bitter smile. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then decisively grasped the middle-aged man's collar, lifting him off the ground. Come. Accompany us back to the Ability Management Bureau and share everything you know about Chu Tianqi. Chapter 51, A Tragic Background. After Lin Mo and LV Liang brought the middle-aged man back to the Ability Management Bureau, they handed him over to their team leader, Zhang Wei, for interrogation. After all, they had night patrol duties to complete. That night, the entire Ability Management Bureau experienced a blackout, with only the electric batons fully charged. The following morning, as Lin Mo and LV Liang returned to the Bureau, Zhang Wei approached them, yawning, and said, I've clarified everything. The kid has confessed to all that he should and shouldn't have. Here is the information on Chu Tianqi. Thank you for your hard work, team leader. Lin Mo received the document. There is no need for formalities among colleagues. I must hurry to apprehend some suspects. This kid has revealed several hiding spots of the god-worship cultists. We should be able to eradicate their influence in Jiangzhou. Zhang Wei smiled broadly before hastily departing. Lin Mo opened the document. Chu Tianqi, male, age 16, registered in the Jinshui district of Jiangzhou. At 6 years old, he suffered a car accident, resulting in the loss of both parents and irreparable damage to his potential, rendering him unable to awaken any abilities. After relatives plundered his inheritance, they cast him out, leaving him to fend for himself. An orphanage rejected him, deeming him a burden, forcing him into a life of wandering and begging. Eventually, he was taken in by a kind family, but tragically, they were slain by a mysterious beast, leaving Chu Tianqi an orphan once more, enduring alone until the present. Upon reading this, Lin Mo's brow furrowed tightly. What a wretched fate for the boy, perhaps even more tragic than his own. It is unimaginable how he has persevered through these years. Lin, did you know that Chu Tianqi's father was a renowned scientist in our homeland? He was researching a purification serum capable of restoring normalcy to beasts, and it seems Chu Tianqi developed the number 1 serum based on his father's work. LV Liang remarked, unable to contain his admiration after reviewing Chu Tianqi's profile. He truly is a genius. If he were to follow the right path, he could achieve greatness like his father. Yet, if left unguided, he may stray into darkness and become a significant threat to humanity. Lin Mo pondered deeply. What are your plans, Lin? LV Liang inquired, observing Lin Mo intently. What do you think about recruiting him into our ability management bureau? Lin Mo suggested after some contemplation. What? Bring him into the bureau? Lin, you must be joking. Although he is not a member of the god worship cult, he has been classified as antisocial by the bureau's assessment, making him difficult to manage and control. Are you not concerned about the trouble he could cause? What if he unleashes a horde of beasts while we're unprepared? Demolishing our bureau? That would be catastrophic. LV Liang exclaimed, alarmed. His previous actions may have been antisocial, but that is solely due to the lack of guidance. Perhaps we could give him a chance. I cannot bear to see such potential squandered. Lin Mo smiled broadly. In truth, Lin Mo had a more significant reason for wanting to recruit Chu Tianqi into the bureau, the #1 serum in his possession. This serum could transform ordinary creatures into beasts. As he continuously vanquished these beasts, he could infinitely evolve and enhance his abilities. If Chu Tianqi cooperated with him, it would be a synergistic endeavor, propelling them both to extraordinary heights. In the Jinshui district, at Century Mansion, Villa No. 9, Chu Tianqi gazed at the opulent villa before him, feeling an array of complex emotions. This place had once been his home, holding all his childhood memories. However, since the passing of his parents, this villa had been forcibly seized by his uncle's family. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianqi approached and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman, his aunt, Lu Yuru. What do you want, you little star of misfortune? Go away, hurry up and leave. Lu Yuru glared at Chu Tianqi with disdain. I've come to reclaim my parents' belongings. Chu Tianqi replied coldly. We found your parents' things to be bad luck and disposed of them long ago. There is nothing here for you. Lu Yuru retorted brusquely. At least let me check inside. Chu Tianqi insisted, stepping toward the villa. Stop. At that moment, a stout, balding middle-aged man swaggered out from the villa, Chu Tianqi's uncle. Chu Liancheng. You little bastard. Have you forgotten the words I spoke to you years ago? If you dare come back, I will break your legs. Chu Liancheng glared fiercely at Chu Tianqi, his voice low and menacing. My home? Why can't I return? Chu Tianqi clenched his fists. Your home? Huh. This place has belonged to us for 10 years. It has nothing to do with you. Chu Liancheng sneered. Exactly. You filthy little beggar. You think you can enter our villa? You're not even worthy of that. We wouldn't even let a dog in. Lu Yuru added. Her expression, one of utter contempt. I may not enter, but please return my parents' belongings. Chu Tianqi took a deep breath, standing his ground. Everything in this villa belongs to me now. You can't take even a toothpick. Hurry up and go back to where you came from, or I won't hesitate to break your legs. Chu Liancheng scoffed arrogantly. You are truly overstepping your bounds. Chu Tianqi's eyes filled with a chilling fury. What? Do you want to fight? You pathetic waste without any abilities. Just say the word. Chu Liancheng dismissed Chu Tianqi with a contemptuous glare, gritting his teeth. Chu Tianqi withdrew the #1 serum and sprayed it towards the nearby flower bed. Instantly, a swarm of giant ants and spiders surged forth from the flower bed, advancing toward Chu Liancheng and Lu Yuru. Beasts. Lu Yuru's face paled in terror. Stay calm. Chu Liancheng, unfazed, smirked slightly. Bring it on. As his words fell, 6 black-clad bodyguards rushed out from the villa, charging toward the giant ants and spiders. Seeing this, Chu Tianqi's expression soured. For these bodyguards were all 4th-level ability users, possessing formidable strength. They swiftly dispatched the beasts. Just as Chu Tianqi contemplated summoning more beasts, Chu Liancheng lunged forward, snatching the #1 serum from his grasp. Give it back. Chu Tianqi's face turned ashen as he lunged to reclaim it. A terrifying wave of ability energy erupted from Chu Liancheng's body. Without a second thought, he struck Chu Tianqi's chest with a palm, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his face pallid. Chu Liancheng swaggered over, looking down at the fallen Chu Tianqi with a smug expression. You little bastard, do you still wish to challenge me? Over the past decade, I have used the wealth left by your parents to elevate myself to the level of a 6th-level ability user. You dare to flaunt your useless trinket before me? You are truly courting death. With that, Chu Liancheng contemptuously crushed the #1 serum beneath his foot and ordered the 6 bodyguards. Break this little bastard's limbs and toss him outside the city walls to fend for himself. Understood. 6 bodyguards nodded and approached, intent on assaulting Chu Tianqi. It was truly shameful to see so many ganging up on a mere child. However, at that moment, a voice laden with sarcasm suddenly rang out. Chapter 52. I am an exception. Chu Liancheng furrowed his brows and turned to the direction of the voice. He spotted 2 figures striding towards them, Lin Mo and LV Liang. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our family affairs? Chu Liancheng glared at them, his expression darkening. We have no interest in your trivial matters. We are here for him, Lin Mo said, pointing at the prostrate Chu Tianqi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Mo, an intern investigator from the Ability Management Bureau. As Lin Mo and LV Liang presented their credentials, Chu Liancheng's expression shifted slightly upon realizing they were from the Bureau. After all, there were 3 major forces in Jiangzhou that one must not provoke: the City Lord's Mansion, the Ability Management Bureau, and the Wang Group. Particularly, the Bureau was filled with formidable individuals. A forced smile crept onto Chu Lianqing's face as he approached them. Ah, so you are friends from the Ability Management Bureau. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. I hope you can forgive my oversight. That's all right, but if there's nothing else, please have your men withdraw. We need to take Chu Tianqi with us, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. What crime has this little brat committed to warrant your bureau's attention? Chu Lianqing inquired, a curious look on his face. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. The affairs of the Ability Management Bureau are beyond your understanding, LV Liang retorted. Casting a disdainful glance at Chu Lianqing, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for those who usurped others' fortunes and could not even tolerate their own nephews. My apologies for speaking out of turn. Chu Lianqing quickly slapped his own mouth and then commanded the 6 bodyguards, return. The bodyguards immediately retreated to the side. Lin Mo and LV Liang hastened forward. At that moment, Chu Tianqi appeared exceedingly weak. Upon seeing Lin Mo and LV Liang, his expression shifted dramatically. It's you. How did you get so injured? Lin Mo frowned and turned to LV Liang. You can move through the ground swiftly. Take him to the nearest hospital at once. Understood. LV Liang nodded, ready to lift Chu Tianqi. Wait. Chu Tianqi grasped Lin Mo's arm tightly, gritting his teeth. I haven't retrieved my parents' belongings. I'm not going anywhere. Belongings? Lin Mo paused for a moment, then turned to Chu Lianqing and asked, are his parents' items in your residence? What items? I know nothing of it. We've lived here for a decade and have never seen anything belonging to his parents in this villa. Even if there were, they would have been discarded long ago. Who would keep the belongings of the deceased for so long? Chu Lianqing shook his head, smiling broadly. Impossible. Those items are in the safe in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The box is made of gold, and you wouldn't dare throw it away. Chu Tianqi shouted at Chu Lianqing. At this, Chu Lianqing's expression faltered slightly, revealing a hint of unease. Nevertheless, he continued to feign ignorance. What gold box? I've never seen such a thing. You're just talking nonsense. Indeed, I am fully aware of everything in my house. If it isn't there, it isn't there. Don't fabricate stories in front of the investigators. Lu Yueju added, her tone assertive. Enough. Whether it's there or not can be determined by letting him take a look. Since it's his parents' belongings, it would be better to return them promptly, Lin Mo stated, casting a glance at LV Liang, signaling him to proceed towards the villa. However, at that moment, Chu Lianqing rushed forward to block the three, his expression grim. Investigator Lin, I have already shown you considerable respect, but do not push your luck. This is my home, and without my permission, even as investigators, you have no right to enter. Otherwise, I will truly report you for trespassing. At this point, Chu Lianqing leaned closer to Lin Mo and whispered, moreover, I must warn you, I am acquainted with the leaders of your bureau. If you force your way into my home today, be careful. I could ensure you lose your positions. After all, you are merely intern investigators. With a slight exertion of my connections, you would likely find yourselves packing your belongings. Therefore, it would be wise to stop while you're ahead and not jeopardize your futures over someone inconsequential. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips as he turned to Chu Lianqing, coldly asking, are you threatening me? Not a threat, merely a friendly warning. Chu Lianqing replied with a smirk, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder, exuding arrogance. Investigator Lin, you are still young and have yet to grasp many truths. In today's society, merely having strength is insufficient. One must rely more on connections and background. Do not narrow your own path. A warning, you say? Lin Mo sneered, nodding slightly before addressing LV Liang. Take Chu Tianqi upstairs to find the items. I want to see who can stop you today. Understood. LV Liang prepared to carry Chu Tianqi further into the villa. What do you mean by this, Investigator Lin? Chu Lianqing glared at Lin Mo. Can't you see? I refuse to accept your warning. Lin Mo replied, spreading his hands with an amused expression. Chu Lianqing's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched as he coldly stated, Investigator Lin, I have given you a chance. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for being unkind. As his words fell, a powerful wave of ability surged from within Chu Lianqing. Oh, a level 6 ability user? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? You, an intern investigator, are at most a level 4 ability user. Before me, you are like an ant. I advise you not to seek your own demise. Chu Lianqing boasted, satisfaction radiating from his expression, who said that intern investigators can only be level 4 ability users. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smirk as he replied coolly, I am an exception. With that, a wave of ability, equal to Chu Lianqing's, surged from Lin Mo's body. Seeing this, Chu Lianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You are actually a level 6 ability user. How can you be so young? This is impossible. After all, he had spent countless resources and nearly 20 years cultivating to reach his current stature. Yet here stood Lin Mo, barely in his 20s, matching him in power. The shock was overwhelming. Chapter 53, The Golden Box. I told you, I am an exception, Lin Mo said, a playful look on his face. Humph. Even if you are a level 6 ability user, what of it? Today, I shall show you that even among level 6 ability users, there exists disparity. Chu Lianqing scoffed, then stomped his foot forcefully. Crack. The ground before him shattered, and a multitude of debris soared into the air, suspended before Chu Lianqing. Today, I will let you experience the might of my C-grade ability, he bellowed. With that, the debris coalesced into a massive stone fist, hurtling towards Lin Mo with a terrifying force. From the side, LV Liang's expression changed drastically as he quickly warned, Lin, be careful. Not a problem. Lin Mo replied calmly, shaking his head. Humph, even facing death, you still feign nonchalance. Not a problem. That punch will leave you unrecognizable. Chu Lianqing let out a cold smile. His face contorted in disdain as he spoke. The enormous stone fist loomed ever closer to Lin Mo. At the critical moment, a hum resonated through the air as two beams of crimson light erupted from Lin Mo's eyes. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the colossal stone fist exploded into oblivion, dissipating into nothingness. The initially smug Chu Lianqing found his smile frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? However, he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a multitude of stone fragments soared into the sky. With a mere thought, Chu Lianqing commanded those fragments to coalesce into massive stone hands and fists, 40 or 50 of them, suspended in midair, each emanating a terrifying aura. Now, let us see how you handle this. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Lianqing's eyes as he waved his hand, sending all those stone fists and hands hurtling towards Lin Mo. It seemed as if Lin Mo would be engulfed by the onslaught. However, at that very moment, a scarlet sword chi sliced through the air. In an instant, those stone hands and fists were cleaved in two, shattering into fragments and fading away. What? At this sight, Chu Lianqing could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. After all, those constructs had consumed nearly all his energy. How could they collapse so effortlessly? Before he could recover from his shock, a shadow darted towards him at an astonishing speed. Chu Lianqing's expression changed dramatically, for that shadow was none other than Lin Mo. He immediately attempted to activate his powers once more, but it was too late. Lin Mo's speed was simply too swift. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Chu Lianqing and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Chu Lianqing struggled to rise, but at that moment, a long sword glowing with crimson light was poised at his throat. Paralyzed by fear, he dared not move, for he sensed a lethal threat emanating from the sword. He was certain that if he so much as twitched, the blade would swiftly sever his head from his shoulders. You were right earlier. Although we are both level 6 ability users, there is a distinct disparity. Lin Mo remarked with a faint smirk, his voice laced with mockery. You are simply no match for me. What level is your ability? Why does my C-level ability seem so trivial in your presence? Chu Lianqing gasped. A look of trepidation etched across his face. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Lin Mo. Me? Just a mere F-level ability, hardly worth mentioning. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Yet, Chu Lianqing could not bring himself to believe even a single punctuation mark of that statement. An F-level ability? To be so formidable? Surely, this was absurd. He would rather concede that he was simply inadequate. Now, will you obstruct Chu Tianqi from retrieving his parents' belongings? Lin Mo inquired with a cold smile. Lin Mo, I cannot defeat you, I concede, but I will certainly file a complaint with the Ability Management Bureau afterward. Just wait for your job to be in jeopardy. Chu Lianqing gritted his teeth, his face a mask of unwillingness. Suit yourself. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, signaling to LV Liang. LV Liang, accompanying Chu Tianqi, promptly made his way toward the villa. Approximately 10 minutes later, the pair returned, and in Chu Tianqi's hands was a golden box, roughly the size of a palm. At the sight of this, Chu Lianqing's expression shifted dramatically, his teeth clenched in fury, his body trembling with rage. This item was indeed a relic from Chu Tianqi's parents. However, given that the box was crafted from gold, the contents within were undoubtedly of immense value. Thus, he had sought every means to retain it, intending to study its treasures. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as Chu Tianqi took the item away, leaving him filled with profound resentment. Nothing left, right? Lin Mo asked Chu Tianqi. Nothing else. This is the most important. Chu Tianqi shook his head. Very well, let us head to the hospital, Lin Mo instructed, allowing LV Liang to assist Chu Tianqi as they made their way out of the community. Watching the three depart, Chu Lianqing's eyes nearly sparked with fury as he bellowed. I will definitely report this to the Ability Management Bureau. If they do not act, I shall escalate it to the City Lord's office. I refuse to believe that no one will seek justice for me. After all these years in Jiangzhou, I have some connections. Lin Mo, you, a mere intern investigator, dare to assault me and assist that wild spawn, Chu Tianqi, in taking what rightfully belongs to me? Just wait, I will ensure you pay 100-fold. 1,000-fold for this. At the Municipal People's Hospital, Lin Mo presented his credentials from the Ability Management Bureau, and the hospital promptly arranged for the best ward available. In the hospital bed, Chu Tianqi clutched the golden box tightly, refusing to relinquish it, even as the doctor tended to his injuries. Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged curious glances. Chu Tianqi, what treasure lies within this golden box that makes it so precious to you? As soon as the doctor left, LV Liang could no longer contain his curiosity. It's just my parents' relics, nothing special. Chu Tianqi replied, shaking his head, his gaze evasive. Spare me. That villa is also a relic of your parents, and everything within it belongs to them. Why disregard such a grand estate for this? Even if gold is valuable, this tiny box cannot fetch much. Moreover, in the villa's second-floor bedroom, that safe contains so many gold bars and jewels, yet you didn't even glance at them. Speak the truth. We are not easily deceived. LV Liang scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Chu Tianqi's words. To him, the contents of the golden box were undoubtedly extraordinary. Chapter 54, The Outbreak of the Zombie Virus. However, faced with LV Liang's relentless questioning, Chu Tianqi simply closed his eyes and chose silence. Come on, buddy. We just saved you. Are you really unwilling to share this much with us? LV Liang expressed his frustration. At that moment, Lin Mo raised his hand to interrupt LV Liang, turning to Chu Tianqi and saying, It seems you still do not trust us. The reason we intervened today was to forge a friendship with you, but it appears that our intentions were one-sided. After all, the foundation of friendship lies in mutual trust. Focus on your recovery. We shall not intrude further. With that, Lin Mo took hold of LV Liang and headed for the exit. Once the door to the ward closed, Chu Tianqi slowly opened his eyes, musing softly, Friend? It has been so long since I have heard that word. In the corridor outside the ward, LV Liang looked at Lin Mo with reluctance. Are we really leaving just like that? What else can we do? Do you plan to tie him up and torture him to extract the contents of the golden box? Do you think that would encourage him to join us? Lin Mo chuckled. So what do you suggest? LV Liang inquired, frowning. Let it unfold naturally. Lin Mo waved his hand, then decided to return to the Ability Management Bureau. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Team Leader Zhang Wei. Hello, Team Leader, what is it? Lin Mo answered the call. Lin Mo? Where are you and LV Liang right now? Zhang Wei's voice crackled with urgency over the line. At the Municipal People's Hospital. Lin Mo replied honestly. What? You are at the Municipal People's Hospital? Quickly, evacuate from there. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, expressing his bewilderment. What has transpired? The mortuary of the municipal hospital had erupted with a zombie virus, a place that housed the most corpses in Jiangzhou City. Should the virus spread uncontrollably, it would undoubtedly result in a calamity of wolf-level proportions. The director has already led the elite forces of the Supernatural Management Bureau towards the scene. You two must depart immediately. Retreat as far as you can. This is beyond your realm of intervention. Zhang Wei hastily elucidated. Understood. Lin Mo nodded, and together with Lu Liang, they intended to make their swift exit. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from not far ahead. Lin Mo and Lu Liang lifted their gazes, witnessing a zombie savagely gnawing on a patient, blood splattering everywhere. Two hospital security guards rushed in, poised to intervene, but from the stairwell emerged a throng of zombies. In an instant, the entire hospital descended into chaos. Screams, roars, and cries filled the air. Observing this scene, Lin Mo halted his steps. Lin, why aren't you leaving? Lu Liang inquired, puzzled. First, we must save lives. Lin Mo inhaled deeply and charged towards the zombies. Lin, wait. All right. Lu Liang, with a resigned shake of his head, unsheathed his C-class longsword and followed suit. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Merely on this level, there were at least 30 or 40. Moreover, more zombies relentlessly surged from the stairwell below. Fortunately, these zombies had only recently succumbed to the virus, their strength not too formidable. The majority could only be classified as first-level aberrations, with only a handful at the second level. Mama, I'm scared. A little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, cowered in a corner, terrified, as two zombies approached her. Upon witnessing this, her mother, confined to a wheelchair, turned pale and frantically propelled herself towards her daughter. However, at that moment, the left wheel of the wheelchair inadvertently rolled over a corpse's arm. The mother gasped in shock, causing the wheelchair to topple over. As the two zombies drew ever closer to the little girl, disregarding her mother's pain, the mother crawled desperately forward, shouting, Please, take me instead, do not harm my daughter. Yet, the two zombies paid her no heed, their bloodied hands poised to descend upon the girl's tender skin. No. The mother's eyes widened in horror, despair consuming her. Suddenly, at this critical juncture, two crimson beams of light shot forth, striking the heads of the two zombies with precision. Bang! The zombies' heads exploded, their bodies freezing momentarily before crashing to the ground. Are you all right? Lin Mo approached the mother, assisting her back into the wheelchair and positioning it before the little girl. Thank you, thank you. The mother expressed her gratitude, her face filled with relief. You're welcome. Lin Mo smiled gently before turning to confront the other zombies. Meanwhile, a female nurse found her legs pinned beneath an overturned medicine cabinet, unable to move despite her desperate efforts. Unfortunately, a zombie was advancing towards her. She closed her eyes in despair, memories of her gravely ill brother flooding her mind, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, brother. I can no longer care for you. As the zombie was about to pounce on the nurse, a swift motion occurred. Swish. A black longsword sliced through the air. In an instant, the zombie's head was cleaved in two. Hey there, nurse. Are you all right? The voice, reminiscent of a bumbling fool, reached her ears. The nurse opened her eyes to see a face adorned with a goofy smile. You, she began. Indeed. I am the hero sent by the heavens to rescue you. While I am here, no one shall harm you. Lu Liang dramatically flicked his bangs, hands on his hips, puffing out his chest in a pose he deemed heroic. Uffed. The nurse couldn't help but laugh. Success. Lu Liang's eyes sparkled, eager to forge a deeper connection with the nurse. Lu Liang, what on earth are you doing at a time like this? Get over here and help me. Lin Mo's exasperated voice called out from nearby. Lu Liang's expression changed, and he hurriedly lifted the medicine cabinet off the nurse, sheepishly saying, Nurse, I have to go save the world now. We'll chat later. With that, he dashed towards Lin Mo, who was besieged by zombies. Watching Lu Liang's retreating figure, the nurse's cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 55. Towards the morgue. With the combined efforts of Lin Mo and Lu Liang, they finally cleared the zombies from this level and barricaded the stairway door. Consequently, the zombies below were temporarily unable to reach this floor. You two heroes are truly our saviors. The rescued doctors, nurses, and patients were overwhelmed with gratitude, some even kneeling in thanks. After all, without Lin Mo and Lu Liang's timely intervention, not a single soul on this level would have likely survived. There's no need for such formalities. Lin Mo gestured dismissively, surveying the crowd. Is there someone in charge who can step forward? At that moment, a male doctor clad in a white coat approached, introducing himself. Heroes, I am the deputy director of this hospital, Lu Hao. Deputy Director Lu, this level of the hospital is temporarily secure, but the other floors are still under siege by zombies. We must descend immediately to eliminate the remaining threats. This level is now your responsibility to manage and command. Your priority is to isolate those bitten by zombies and reinforce the stairway door to prevent further incursions. Do you understand? Lin Mo instructed Lu Hao. Understood. Rest assured, heroes. Lu Hao promptly assured, thumping his chest. Good. Lin Mo nodded and then inquired, by the way, how many corpses does our hospital's morgue approximately house? Due to the outbreak of aberrations, to facilitate unified management, the other hospitals in Jiangzhou City no longer maintain morgues. All corpses are sent here to the municipal hospital for storage and safekeeping. Thus, the morgue here has undergone several expansions and is quite large, currently housing around 2,000 corpses. Lu Hao explained. 2,000. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. Did this mean that beneath the hospital, there were at least 2,000 zombies? Not to mention those who would transform into zombies after being bitten. The mere thought was enough to send shivers down their spines. However, having entered this fray, there was no retreat. Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Lu Liang, who immediately activated his powers, leading Lin Mo down to the next level. How? As soon as they arrived, they were surrounded by a dozen zombies. Lin Mo scanned the surroundings, gasping at the sight. The number of zombies on this level was markedly greater than the last, easily over 100. Split into two groups, prioritized saving lives. Lin Mo instructed Lu Liang. Understood. Lu Liang nodded. The number of survivors on this level was evidently far fewer. The duo exerted themselves to their limits, rescuing only around 20 individuals. After clearing the zombies and barricading the stairway door, they pressed on downward. As Lin Mo had anticipated, the deeper they descended towards the morgue, the more numerous the zombies became. After systematically clearing 3 levels, Lin Mo and Lu Liang found their energy reserves substantially depleted. Even though the two of them had made an effort to minimize the use of their supernatural abilities and relied more on their C-grade longswords, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Brother Lin, this cannot go on. If the reinforcements from the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau haven't arrived yet, we will exhaust ourselves to death. Lu Liang gasped, leaning against the wall. A solution must be found. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, deep in thought. I just heard a doctor mention that the morgue actually has a very thick and sturdy door. If we can close it, preventing the zombies from continuing to pour out, we should find it much easier. However, we have no idea what the situation is like in the morgue. It's likely swarming with zombies. Venturing down there would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. Too perilous, Lu Liang remarked. Yet, it seems this is the only path left for us. Lin Mo took a deep breath and made a decisive choice. Let us go, immediately to the morgue. Are we really going? Brother Lin, I don't want to become a zombie, Lu Liang said, a hint of fear evident in his voice. Then do you want the nurse you've just met to become a zombie? If we don't close that door, the zombie numbers will only grow, and she'll be doomed. Lin Mo smirked slightly, looking at Lu Liang. Hearing this, Lu Liang's expression changed instantly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, damn it. For my nurse sister, I'll risk it all. Brother Lin, you must vouch for me later that I was willing to sacrifice my life for her. This is the power of love. Enough of the chatter, let us move quickly. If we delay, your nurse sister will soon turn into a crazed gem. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang's shoulder, urging him on. Lu Liang inhaled deeply and grasped Lin Mo's wrist, descending into the depths below. The morgue was located on the underground 3rd level of the hospital. It was perpetually devoid of sunlight, embodying an oppressive atmosphere. As soon as Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived, they involuntarily shivered, feeling a bone-chilling cold. It's so dark. Where's the morgue? Lu Liang furrowed his brow, glancing around the pitch-black surroundings. We're quite close to the elevator. The morgue must be nearby. Otherwise, transporting corpses would be inconvenient. Let us search the area. Lin Mo whispered, analyzing the situation. The two began to cautiously explore their surroundings. Suddenly, a zombie lunged out of the darkness, charging towards them. Be careful. Lin Mo pushed Lu Liang aside and swiftly drew his sword, delivering a decisive strike. The zombie's head flew off like a deflated ball, rolling a considerable distance away. Though they had narrowly escaped danger, the commotion attracted the attention of other zombies. In an instant, howls erupted around them, and the sound of numerous footsteps made their faces pale. This place was nothing like above, where at least there was some light, even amidst a horde of zombies. It was manageable, but down here on the third underground level, it was pitch black, illuminated only by a few dim emergency lights. It was nearly impossible to see, and being surrounded by a multitude of zombies would be exceedingly perilous. Lu Liang, we must retreat underground. Lin Mo immediately turned to Lu Liang, urging him. All right. Lu Liang nodded, grasping Lin Mo's wrist as they attempted to burrow underground. However, just as they had descended halfway, an unseen force violently hurled them back. What is going on? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Why is there a barrier down here? Lu Liang was equally bewildered. I understand now. The hospital likely set up a barrier to prevent the zombies from escaping and causing chaos in Jiangzhou City while waiting for reinforcements from the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. Lin Mo frowned. So what do we do now? We can't get out. Lu Liang's face turned ashen. Chapter 56. The Rebirth of Mutation, Muscle Zombie. It seems we must carve out a bloody path. Lin Mo took a deep breath and concentrated. A humming sound resonated as a crimson longsword rapidly materialized in his right hand, the sword of Annihilation. Back to back, let us not get separated, Lin Mo said, turning to Lu Liang. All right. Lu Liang nodded. Just as they positioned themselves back to back, several zombies lunged at them. Lin Mo swung the sword of Annihilation, unleashing a dazzling crimson sword aura that obliterated the approaching zombies in an instant. The light from the sword allowed them to gain some clarity about their surroundings. They were surrounded by hundreds of zombies, densely packed and seemingly endless. My goodness, we've truly stirred up a zombie nest, Lu Liang exclaimed, his face paling. I think I just saw the morgue's door. It's about 100 meters straight ahead. Lin Mo pointed. Brother Lin, even at this moment, you're still thinking about that? Besides, not to mention moving 100 meters, we probably won't even be able to go 10. Lu Liang replied, his expression filled with frustration. We've come this far, and if we don't close that door, the pressure on us will only increase. Lin Mo said, his expression grave. Fine then. Let us do it. You lead, and I'll follow. Lu Liang reluctantly agreed. I'll clear the path in front, and you guard my back. With that, Lin Mo wasted no time, wielding both the C-grade longsword and the sword of Annihilation as he charged forward. Lu Liang followed closely behind, providing cover. The power of the sword of Annihilation was indeed formidable. With a single swing, several zombies turned to nothingness. However, the consumption of supernatural energy was astonishingly rapid. Yet at this moment, Lin Mo could not afford to concern himself with that, furiously swinging the sword of Annihilation. With their combined efforts, they finally carved out a bloody path and reached the door of the morgue. Looking at the door before him, over a meter thick and entirely forged from solid steel, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief. As long as they could close this door, the horde of zombies inside would be unable to break free for some time, significantly alleviating their pressure. Without hesitation, Lin Mo approached the heavy door and began to push it closed. Meanwhile, zombies continued to spill out from the morgue, forcing Lin Mo to use one hand to push the door while wielding the sword of Annihilation with the other to fend off the encroaching undead. This naturally slowed the door closing process. Although Lu Liang felt anxious watching from behind, he had to defend Lin Mo's rear and could not assist him. Boom. Just as Lin Mo withstood the pressure, the door was nearly closed. Suddenly, a terrifying force struck the door, flinging it wide open again. Lin Mo, who had been pushing, was violently thrown back, soaring several meters through the air before crashing into a concrete pillar and landing on the ground. A swarm of zombies immediately descended upon Lin Mo, quickly overwhelming him. Brother Lin. Seeing this, Lu Liang's expression turned grave with worry. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from within the morgue. Gulping, Lu Liang instinctively turned to look inside the door. What he saw sent chills down his spine. A terrifying zombie over 3 meters tall, its body covered in explosive muscles, was staring directly at him. Its eyes, resembling brass bells, glowed with an eerie green light, filled with a desire for slaughter. Clearly, it was the one that had just forcefully burst through the door. Lu Liang could no longer maintain his composure, forgetting its size. Merely by the essence of its presence, the strength of this zombie can be assessed to be at least at the level of a 6th-tier extraordinary beast. How could such a terrifying undead creature exist within this mortuary? Has the zombie virus undergone a mutation? Roar. At that moment, the muscular zombie threw its head back and unleashed a deafening roar, causing the surrounding zombies to part ways in an instant. With heavy strides akin to a speeding truck, It charged directly towards LV Liang. My heavens! LV Liang's face paled in terror, and he turned to flee. Yet, he found himself surrounded by zombies. With no room to evade, the muscular zombie quickly closed in, delivering a powerful blow. LV Liang hastily crossed his C-class longsword in front of his chest to absorb the impact, only to be sent flying backward. He soared through the air for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. LV Liang's complexion turned ashen as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, severely injured. The surrounding zombies, catching the scent of blood, became even more frenzied, swarming towards him like a horde. Witnessing this, LV Liang's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to negotiate. Could you perhaps just bite my little finger? Let me join your ranks. I truly fear pain. However, the zombies comprehended not a word, their eyes filled solely with the desire for flesh. This plunged LV Liang into utter despair. It's over. I'm completely done for. What a pity for the nurse I've just met. If only I could survive, perhaps we could have a romantic tale together. Now, it seems I must resign myself to regret. Oh, heavens, you truly are blind. I'm still a virgin. Can't you allow me to fulfill that before I meet my end? As the zombies inched closer, some had even reached LV Liang's thigh. Buzz. Just then, a crimson blade of energy sliced through the air. The dozen or so zombies encircling LV Liang erupted into nothingness. LV Liang, who had initially closed his eyes in resignation, quickly opened them, his face a mask of disbelief. What is happening? Has heaven intervened? All right, my little virgin, rise swiftly. It is I, your brother, who has manifested. A voice laced with jest resounded. LV Liang scrambled to his feet, spotting a figure swiftly approaching, none other than Lin Mo, who had been knocked aside moments ago. No way, brother Lin, you're still alive? LV Liang's face lit up with joy. After all, he had thought Lin Mo was doomed in that previous encounter. You must survive. I haven't fulfilled my desires yet. Lin Mo teased. Brother, just keep that to yourself. I implore you, do not speak of it. LV Liang clasped his fists in earnest supplication. Lin Mo grinned, about to respond when a thunderous roar erupted. Both Lin Mo and LV Liang turned to see the muscular zombie barreling towards them with terrifying momentum. Their expressions shifted instantaneously. Chapter 57, The Mysterious White Pearl. A sixth-tier extraordinary beast. A grave look flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Truth be told, this was his first encounter with such a formidable beast. To claim there was no pressure would be a lie. After all, extraordinary beasts were far more formidable than humans at the same tier. Brother Lin, can you handle it? LV Liang asked anxiously. You guard our rear. I shall confront it. Lin Mo tossed his C-class longsword to LV Liang. Brother, worry not. As long as I draw breath, no zombie shall sneak up on you. LV Liang vowed, thumping his chest for assurance, and brandished two C-class swords to meet the oncoming horde. Lin Mo gazed up at the muscular zombie, inhaled deeply, and gripped the sword of annihilation, ready to face it head-on. Roar. Perhaps it was the audacity of such a diminutive human daring to approach that provoked the muscular zombie to unleash its fury. Swinging its massive hand with terrifying force towards Lin Mo swung his sword in response. Clang. The clash resonated with a metallic ring. The once invincible sword of annihilation merely left a white mark upon the muscular zombie's palm. Such monstrous defense. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and quickly focused his mind. Buzz. Two beams of annihilation energy erupted from his eyes, striking the muscular zombie. However, it only staggered back a few steps, suffering no substantial damage. This left Lin Mo somewhat unsettled. After all, those two abilities had previously dispatched foes with ease. Is this the power of a sixth-tier extraordinary beast? Truly formidable. Roar. The muscular zombie thumped its chest, as if mocking Lin Mo, charging once more. Lin Mo could only release annihilation beams to push it back. Yet, this approach was not a sustainable solution. His energy reserves would eventually dwindle. He needed to devise a strategy to breach its defenses swiftly. Observing the muscular zombie closely, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon its enormous maw. No fortress is impervious. Every stronghold possesses a vulnerable point. An idea sparked in Lin Mo's mind. Roar. The muscular zombie lunged at Lin Mo again. This time, he refrained from unleashing annihilation beams to repel it. In an instant, the muscular zombie was upon him. Its massive hand reaching for Lin Mo. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo chose to remain still, allowing the colossal hand to grasp his throat. The muscular zombie hoisted him effortlessly. LV Liang, who was desperately fending off the zombies behind, turned pale. Brother Lin. He immediately prepared to turn and rescue him. Don't come over. Lin Mo called out to halt him. LV Liang paused, bewildered. The muscular zombie held Lin Mo before its gaping maw, ready to bite down on his head. At that critical moment, LV Liang's heart raced. Suddenly, Lin Mo raised his right hand, revealing a sphere of annihilation energy the size of a soccer ball. Without hesitation, he hurled the annihilation sphere into the muscular zombie's mouth. Boom. With a cataclysmic explosion, Lin Mo was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose and looked up. The muscular zombie's entire jaw had been obliterated. and its massive form trembled violently before crashing to the ground. Yet, it was not dead. After lying there for about 2 seconds, it began to struggle back to its feet. Now as the time, Lin Mo dashed to the muscular zombie's side, his right hand sweeping as the sword of annihilation formed in his grasp. He firmly gripped the hilt and thrust it into the gaping maw of the muscular zombie. Without its jaw for protection, the sword pierced through its entire oral cavity in an instant. With a surge of focus, Lin Mo unleashed a torrent of terrifying sword energy. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the muscular zombie's head exploded into fragments. At last, it ceased to draw breath. Congratulations, host. You have slain the 6th-tier extraordinary beast, the Iron Zombie, and earned 6,000 energy points. Upon the muscular zombie's demise, his once indomitable body rapidly decayed at a visibly alarming rate, soon transforming into a mere pool of blood. Within that sanguine liquid, a white orb the size of a ping-pong ball caught Lin Mo's attention. What could this be? Lin Mo hastily bent down to retrieve it. The white orb felt warm to the touch and emanated a faint glow, suggesting it was no ordinary object. This must be a remnant left behind by the steel zombie after its demise. However, Lin Mo had no time to ponder its nature at this moment. After all, hordes of zombies still roamed nearby, and the mortuary door had yet to be secured. He quickly pocketed the white orb and turned to Lu Liang, saying, "Cover me from behind. We must close the door." With that, he dashed toward the mortuary entrance. This time, no unexpected events transpired. With all his strength, Lin Mo managed to shut the mortuary door and lock it. Hearing the relentless pounding of zombies against the door from within, he let out a slight sigh of relief. The influx of zombies had ceased, significantly alleviating the pressure. "Lin brother, what should we do now?" Lu Liang asked, leaning against the door while fending off the zombies. Lin Mo glanced up and soon noticed the elevator not far ahead, its buttons illuminated. This indicated that the elevator's power remained intact, and they could ascend. "To the elevator. Let's take it," Lin Mo declared, brandishing the Annihilation sword to clear a path. Lu Liang followed closely behind. However, the seemingly short distance of just 100 meters felt like the greatest expanse in the world to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. After the previous battle, both had nearly exhausted their stamina and abilities. To say they were at the end of their ropes would be an understatement. Furthermore, the sounds of their earlier struggle had attracted every zombie in the underground level 3. Currently, they were surrounded by hundreds of zombies, with the numbers only increasing, rendering their progress painfully slow. "Lin brother, I fear I can't go on. You should leave me behind. Don't worry about me." Lu Liang finally reached his limit. Collapsing to one knee, his face pale. "What nonsense are you spouting? Since we came together, we must return together," Lin Mo insisted, supporting Lu Liang with one arm while wielding his sword with the other. However, this slowed their advance even further, and they barely made any headway. There were simply too many zombies. Gradually, Lin Mo's breathing grew heavy. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He could feel his ability reserves nearing depletion, and even the Annihilation sword in his hand began to dim and flicker. Yet, the horde of zombies showed no signs of diminishing, relentlessly surging towards them. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo forced himself to remain standing, for if he fell now, his fate would be sealed. "Lin brother, leave me behind. You might still have a chance to escape on your own, but with me as a burden, neither of us will survive," Lu Liang said weakly. "Honestly, this time spent as your teammate has been the happiest of my life. Thank you for not abandoning me, the worthless one, and for always bringing me along. If there is a next life, I wish to be your teammate once more. Enough of that. Conserve your strength," Lin Mo retorted, resolutely refusing to abandon Lu Liang. Just then, his ability reserves were entirely depleted, and the Annihilation sword vanished in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly took the C-grade longsword from Lu Liang's grasp and continued to strike down the advancing zombies. However, the power of the C-grade longsword was noticeably inferior to that of the Annihilation sword. The surrounding zombies multiplied, and several times they nearly overwhelmed both Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Gasping for breath, Lin Mo's forehead was slick with sweat, and his right hand trembled uncontrollably around the sword. Clearly, his strength was on the verge of collapse. A glimmer of despair flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Was today truly the day he would meet his end? As a horde of zombies surged toward them once more, Lin Mo's expression darkened to its utmost. Suddenly, the elevator door opened with a chime, casting a warm light into the darkness. Following that, a swarm of gigantic ants, cockroaches, and flies erupted from the elevator, charging towards the zombies before them and engaging in fierce combat. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the elevator. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang recognized the face, they were utterly astonished. It was Chu Tianqi. "What are you waiting for? Quickly, get in the elevator." Chu Tianqi beckoned to them. Without hesitation, Lin Mo summoned the last of his strength to support Lu Liang and rushed toward the elevator. The giant ants and cockroaches provided a crucial diversion, allowing Lin Mo and Lu Liang a much-needed respite from the zombies, who were temporarily occupied. Finally, just as Lin Mo was about to exhaust his energy, they collapsed onto the elevator floor. With a chime, the elevator doors closed once more, and both Lin Mo and Lu Liang finally exhaled in relief. They were saved. You weren't bitten, were you? Seeing the two covered in blood, Chu Tianqi frowned slightly. Rest assured, it's all zombie blood. We're fine. Lin Mo replied with a smile, shaking his head. By the way, buddy, weren't you supposed to be recuperating in the hospital? How did you end up down here? Lu Liang asked, looking at Chu Tianqi in confusion. Shortly after you two descended, I learned from Vice Dean Lu that you were going down to clear out the zombies, so I followed you. However, time was of the essence, and I couldn't gather enough insects, leaving me unable to summon many beasts. What you just saw were all I could muster. Otherwise, mere zombies would be no cause for concern. Chu Tianqi said nonchalantly. Why help us? Lin Mo suddenly inquired. Chu Tianqi paused momentarily, shaking his head. You two saved me, so I naturally felt compelled to assist you. I'm not one to leave a debt unpaid. Is that all? Lin Mo chuckled. What else could it be? You don't think I've come to see you as friends, do you? Don't flatter yourselves. Chu Tianqi replied with a cold laugh, feigning indifference. Hey you. Lu Liang was left speechless. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Mo interrupted him with a wave. Lin Mo extended his right hand toward Chu Tianqi, smiling as he said, regardless of how you perceive us, in our eyes, you will always be our friend. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqi's body visibly trembled. He quickly turned away, for his eyes had reddened, and tears threatened to spill forth uncontrollably. Struggling to suppress a smile, he stubbornly retorted, do as you wish. Ding. At that moment, they reached the first floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a throng of figures waiting outside. However, these figures were not zombies, but rather reinforcements from the Ability Management Bureau. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. Seeing the blood-soaked duo in the elevator, Zhao Tianlin, Zhang Wei, and others were taken aback. Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? Director, team leader, I never expected to see you both in my lifetime. I am truly overjoyed. Lu Liang exclaimed, his emotions nearly overwhelming him to the point of tears. Are you both all right? Lin Mo, how are you? You weren't bitten, were you? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei rushed forward, their faces etched with concern. Especially as they turned to Lin Mo, relief washed over them upon confirming he was unharmed. After all, Lin Mo was a precious asset to the Ability Management Bureau. Had anything happened to him today, the two would have been consumed by guilt and sorrow. I'm fine. Thanks to Chu Tianqi's timely arrival to rescue us, Lin Mo replied with a smile, shaking his head as he recounted the events that had transpired. Chu Tianqi. Zhang Wei glanced at Chu Tianqi, nodding thoughtfully before turning back to Lin Mo. You really gave me a scare. Didn't I tell you over the phone to evacuate with Lu Liang immediately? Why didn't you listen? As an investigator for the Ability Management Bureau, capturing aberrant beasts and protecting civilians was inherently their duty. Witnessing countless civilians meet their demise at the hands of zombies had made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye or abandon them. To do so would betray both his identity and conscience. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo replied earnestly, You're right. Excellent. Truly excellent. Zhao Tianlin clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder, visibly impressed. Your mindset brings me great comfort. If we, as investigators, were to flee at the first sign of danger, abandoning civilians, we would not deserve the title of investigator. Our identity and status are granted to us by the civilians. When disaster strikes, we must stand in front of them. Even if faced with a million adversities, we shall not retreat, even when confronted with mountains of blades and seas of flames. It is this spirit and heroism that has allowed humanity to survive amidst the onslaught of countless foes. You flatter me, Director. I am far from deserving the title of hero. Lin Mo humbly waved his hand. Nonsense. Today, you and Lu Liang can indeed be called heroes. Once this matter concludes, I will make sure to commend you both properly. Zhao Tianlin smiled. With the intervention of the Ability Management Bureau, the catastrophic outbreak caused by the zombie virus was swiftly brought under control. In a ward on the third floor, a temporary resting area had been established for Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi. Lin Mo lay on the bed, his eyes closed as he summoned his information panel within his mind. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Ability, S-rank Annihilation. Level, 6th level ability user. Upon seeing this, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. Although this experience had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. His ability points had surged by nearly 50,000, bringing him closer to the threshold of becoming a 7th level ability user. Ding. The system has detected that the host has acquired a 6th level beast essence. Would you like to absorb it immediately? A 6th level beast essence? Could it be that white orb? Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose to absorb it. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to a 7th level ability user and gained an opportunity for ability evolution. Lin Mo was taken aback. Did I just break through? I was still over 100,000 ability points away from reaching the 7th level. A single 6th level beast essence could provide such a tremendous boost? Hastily, he reached into his pocket, searching for the white orb, only to find it had vanished. What a remarkable item. This is far superior to exhausting myself to hunt aberrant beasts. However, what exactly was this beast essence? And why hadn't he found it in the bodies of the aberrant beasts he had previously slain? With this thought in mind, Lin Mo opened his eyes and asked Lu Liang, "Do you know what a beast essence is?" Beast essence. Lu Liang appeared momentarily stunned before shaking his head. "I'm not sure." "All right then," Lin Mo chuckled and was about to pull out his phone from the Ability Management Bureau to look it up. When Chu Tianqi spoke up, generally, a 5th level or higher aberrant beast will form a core, which we humans refer to as a beast essence. This is a prime cultivation resource, containing vast amounts of pure energy, making it incredibly precious. The higher the realm of an ability user, the more they require beast essences to enhance their strength. "I see." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Chu Tianqi, pressing further. "So, is it true that every 5th level and above aberrant beast has a beast essence within them?" "Not necessarily. The probability of a beast essence forming is quite low. It is merely possible for 5th level and higher aberrant beasts to possess one, but the odds are akin to winning the lottery. That is precisely why beast essences are so rare and valuable." Chu Tianqi shook his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. It seemed his luck was rather good, encountering a 6th level aberrant beast for the first time, and it had actually possessed a beast essence. This had significantly aided him. Otherwise, it would have taken him quite some time to reach the 7th level ability user. System, initiate ability evolution immediately. Lin Mo commanded in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Your ability has evolved to SS-rank Annihilation, can evolve to SSS-rank World Annihilation. Current evolution progress is at 90. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new skill, Annihilation Domain. Skill description. When the domain is activated, centered around the host, within a radius of 20 meters, infinite destruction will ensue. Any being below the host's realm will perish instantly, while beings of the same or higher realm will also suffer from the domain's damage and suppression effect. Please note, Annihilation Domain consumes a significant amount of ability points. The system recommends the host to use it only when at least a 9th level ability user." Upon reviewing the system's description, Lin Mo was elated. He had unlocked a new skill, one that appeared to be significantly more powerful than the previous 3. With a 20-meter radius, that was no small area. Presumably, as his ability evolved to SSS rank, the range would increase. Moreover, judging by the skill description, this was a trump card level attack. It may not be needed in everyday circumstances, but in critical moments, it could prove extraordinarily effective. Take today in the morgue for instance. Had he possessed this skill, perhaps he wouldn't have been so passive. Of course, he had to heed the system's advice. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to refrain from using it. "Lin brother, what are you grinning about?" Lu Liang, noticing Lin Mo's silly smile while lying in bed, expressed concern. "Did you hit your head during the battle with that muscle-bound zombie earlier?" Cough, cough, it's nothing." Lin Mo quickly composed himself. He had nearly forgotten that Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi were nearby. He needed to exercise restraint. He could indulge his joy later that night, alone in his bed. "All right then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Just then, Chu Tianqi stood up. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly got up and approached him, asking, "I never got the chance to ask you. Would you be willing to join us?" "Join you?" Chu Tianqi appeared momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, join the Ability Management Bureau. Like Lin brother and I, you can uphold justice and protect Jiangzhou. Isn't that far better than wandering aimlessly, homeless?" Lu Liang grinned. Chu Tianqi's brows furrowed tightly. "Lu Liang." Lin Mo shot him a disapproving glance. While it was indeed the truth, he shouldn't have said it in front of Chu Tianqi. It was rather disrespectful. "I apologize, I misspoke." Lu Liang quickly covered his mouth. "Yankee, do not take it to heart. Lu Liang did not mean it that way. We sincerely wish to invite you to join us, for I believe your life should not be confined to such limitations." Lin Mo gazed at Yankee and explained, "I understand." Yankee nodded, contemplating before addressing Lin Mo. "However, I have no interest in joining you." With that, he turned and strode towards the door of the hospital room, leaving Lin Mo and Lu Liang feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, just as Yankee was about to exit, he suddenly halted, turning back to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, saying, "Haven't you always wanted to know what lies within my golden box? I can reveal it to you now." Chapter 60, Meteorite Fragment. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were instantly invigorated. In truth, this object holds little value to outsiders, but for me, it is of utmost significance. Yankee produced the golden box and bit his thumb, allowing his blood to drip onto it. Buzz. The surface of the golden box shimmered with golden light, and then, with a crack, it opened itself. Lin Mo and Lu Liang leaned in to observe. Inside lay a purple crystal, roughly the size of a bottle cap. "What is this?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow. A century ago, a meteorite named Tiandao descended upon the blue star, altering its magnetic field and awakening myriad races. This piece is a fragment of that meteorite, which my father painstakingly acquired, ultimately sacrificing his life for it. My father firmly believed that with this meteorite fragment, one could create a purification potion to restore the aberrant beasts to their normal forms. Unfortunately, he failed. Yankee elucidated. "Now I see." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, looking at Yankee and inquiring, "But why are you so eager to obtain this meteorite fragment?" "My first formula, although successfully developed, can only transform lower life forms like cockroaches and ants into aberrant beasts, which falls far short of my ambitions. Thus, I must commence the development of the second formula, aiming to create more formidable aberrant beasts. Only then can one establish a foothold in this world, and this meteorite fragment is a crucial ingredient for my second formula. Kodiyanki's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. No wonder you were so reticent before. It was such a closely guarded secret. What has changed your mind now? Luoyang asked Kodiyanki. Because I believe you two are still worthy of trust. Well, I have said all I needed to say. Farewell. With that, Kodiyanki closed the golden box and exited the hospital room. Lin, should we report this to our superiors? If he truly develops the second formula and begins creating powerful aberrant beasts, it could spell disaster for Jiangzhou City. Luoyang expressed his concerns. No need. I trust he will not act recklessly. Lin Mo shook his head, squinting as he replied. Though he declined our invitation, I believe he still possesses a sense of morality. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to save us today. Since he has chosen to trust us, we must extend our trust to him. Let us hope that is the case. Luoyang sighed in resignation. Once the wolf-level catastrophe was thoroughly quelled, the Abilities Management Bureau promptly convened a commendation ceremony. The high-ranking officials of the Bureau, along with numerous investigators, gathered for the event, even attracting a host of reporters for live coverage. Now, let us welcome the two heroes of this disaster. Intern investigators, Lin Mo and Luoyang. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Mo and Luoyang stepped forward. The assembled reporters immediately aimed their cameras at the duo, and the flashbulbs illuminated the room incessantly. These two intern investigators had emerged as the greatest contributors to the resolution of the wolf-level catastrophe, a first in the history of our Abilities Management Bureau. You cannot deny it. I have heard they risked their lives to enter the morgue, shutting the door and trapping over half of the zombies, significantly reducing the danger of this disaster. Who knows how many lives would have been lost otherwise? Indeed, such courage is commendable. Not even full investigators would dare to do the same, so they truly deserve this recognition. I have no objections. The crowd below buzzed with admiration for Lin Mo and Luoyang. Lin Mo, Luoyang, as intern investigators, you faced the wolf-level catastrophe without flinching, bravely achieving such great merit. On behalf of the Abilities Management Bureau, I present you both with the Hero Medal. Zhao Tianlin produced 2 golden pentagonal star medals and handed them to Lin Mo and Luoyang. Instantly, envious glances were cast from the audience below. The Hero Medal is a prestigious award typically reserved for formal investigators who have completed 100 missions. Who would have thought that intern investigators Lin Mo and Luoyang would receive it? From now on, their futures are truly bright. Thank you, Director. Lin Mo and Luoyang accepted the medals and bowed deeply to Zhao Tianlin. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. I have prepared a great surprise for you today. Zhao Tianlin grinned. He then reached into his pocket and produced 2 small boxes, offering them to the duo. What is this? Lin Mo and Luoyang opened the boxes, only to find a black ring within. Lin Mo and Luoyang were momentarily stunned before bursting with joy. A space ring. After you mentioned it last time, I applied to the headquarters, and coupled with your recent achievements, you are both fully qualified to wear space rings. Additionally, I will reward each of you with 1,000 merit points, hoping you continue to excel and not disappoint my expectations. Zhao Tianlin said with a smile. At this announcement, the crowd was taken aback, with envy washing over them. Space rings are exceedingly rare, with only a few in the entire Jiangzhou branch. Coupled with the merit points, this reward is truly generous. In that moment, everyone wished they could take Lin Mo and Luoyang's place to receive the accolades, for these rewards could equate to years of their own hard work. In the office of the chairman of the Wang Group, Wang Dalong, upon seeing Lin Mo receiving accolades on television, furiously threw the remote control. Boss, why are you so angry? The secretary in black silk quickly retrieved the remote, concern etched on her face. It's that Lin Mo again. The insignificant ant I should have crushed underfoot. Instead, he seems to be thriving, now hailed as some sort of hero. In Jiangzhou City, only I, Wang Dalong, am worthy of the title hero. How dare Lin Mo presume to stand alongside me? Bah! Wang Dalong gritted his teeth, his expression dark. Calm down, boss. Do not let your anger take over. Who can compare to you as a hero in Jiangzhou City? You are the one who saved the entire city. While Lin Mo is nothing but an unknown junior, you, with your stature, should not stoop to be angered by such a minor character, lest you diminish your own status. The secretary in black silk quickly soothed him. At her words, Wang Dalong's expression softened somewhat. He then gazed at the alluring figure of the secretary, his eyes igniting with desire. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his embrace, roughly caressing her sleek legs, and mischievously remarked, "Your tongue has become quite adept. I wonder if your skills in bed have improved as well." Alas, my dear boss, how vexing. The secretary clad in black stockings felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she nestled her head into Wang Dalong's embrace. Ha! Wang Dalong, with a swift motion, lifted the secretary and made his way toward the bedroom within the office. As they passed by the television, he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Mo, his eyes momentarily glinting with a cold light. Lin Mo, I shall allow you to revel for a while longer. When the monstrous tide of beasts arrives, it shall mark your demise. Chapter 61, The Black Rhinoceros Armor. In the hospital, by the bedside, Chu Yuchi live-streamed the awards ceremony, her emotions swirling in a complex dance. She gazed at Wang Ba, who lay incapacitated on the bed, and then at Lin Mo, who appeared vibrant and full of life on her phone screen. For reasons unknown, a wave of regret surged within her. The once deemed useless Lin Mo had transformed into a hero, basking in the adoration of the masses. Yet, upon observing Wang Ba, despite the assistance of renowned physicians from the Lord's Manor, his grave injuries would leave him with lasting disabilities even after recovery. Had she truly made a grievous error in her choices? This thought flooded Chu Yuchi's heart with an amalgamation of emotions, rendering her utterly distressed. In Jiangzhou City, beneath a bridge in the impoverished district, the Lin family huddled together, their bodies marred by injuries. With no means to repay their exorbitant debts, all three had suffered broken legs, losing their home and resorting to begging for survival. Opposite them, a convenience store's television aired the awards ceremony of the Ability Management Bureau. Witnessing this, the expressions on their faces soured dramatically. This was unfathomable. How could Lin Mo, a supposed failure, be thriving while they languished in misery? Had they known, they would have never cast him out, thus securing their own place as a family of heroes, enjoying endless wealth and glory. Truly, a single misstep had led to a cascade of calamities. At that moment, the Lin family's regret surged to an unbearable peak, yet alas, no remedy for their remorse existed within this world. As the awards ceremony broadcasted citywide, Lin Mo and LV Liang became the talk of Jiangzhou City, attracting numerous visitors eager to pay their respects, including grateful patients and healthcare workers bearing gifts. Despite their efforts to evade the attention, they were occupied until the early hours of the morning before finally achieving a semblance of peace. Upon returning home, both men collapsed onto their beds, quickly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, a knock echoed at Lin Mo's door. Upon opening it, he found Team Leader Zhang Wei standing there. Team Leader, is there something you need? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. The location for the formal assessment has been confirmed. It will take place in the neighboring Kong City, starting tomorrow morning at 10. You and LV Liang should prepare promptly. Zhang Wei instructed. Lin Mo understood. Thank you, Team Leader. Lin Mo replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Just then, LV Liang emerged from the elevator, arms laden with numerous items, greeting them cheerfully. Lin, Team Leader, good morning. Where have you been shopping so early? Lin Mo asked, eyeing the array of bottles and jars in LV Liang's grasp. They are cultivation resources I purchased from the Merit Mall. With the assessment approaching, I intend to exert myself to become a level 4 ability user and ensure I don't hinder you, Lin. LV Liang explained with a grin. Ah, I see. Lin Mo nodded. Lin Mo, aren't you going to buy some as well? Zhang Wei inquired, studying him intently. Buy what? Lin Mo responded, momentarily taken aback. The cultivation resources, of course. You only have a day left, and I recall you are on the verge of breaking through to level 7. Are you not planning to make a final push? Zhang Wei pressed. Ah, that. Of course, I must make an effort. Lin Mo quickly affirmed. Well then, prepare well. I won't disturb you any longer. Zhang Wei said, taking his leave. By the way, LV Liang, what exactly are these cultivation resources you bought? And what are their specific benefits? Lin Mo turned to ask. Naturally, they are ability potions, ability herbs, and ability pills, essentials for enhancing our ability values. Lin, haven't you ever used these before? LV Liang inquired, puzzled. Aye. Lin Mo scratched the back of his head. With the system as his advantage, he had never needed such items. Defeating monsters alone raised his ability values significantly without dependence on external aid. However, to avoid revealing the truth, he nodded. Of course. I have used them. I just wasn't aware of which ones are particularly effective. Please recommend some to me later. Absolutely. LV Liang beamed. Returning to his room, Lin Mo sighed in relief and took out his phone to access the Merit Mall. LV Liang's words had prompted him to reflect. Since joining the Ability Management Bureau, his strength had surged, yet he had never purchased any cultivation resources. In the short term, this had gone unnoticed, but over time, it would surely raise suspicions. Thus, Lin Mo symbolically acquired a selection of cultivation resources from the Merit Mall to maintain appearances. While browsing, he recalled his vulnerability revealed during the wolf-level disaster. He lacked defensive measures. In scenarios like yesterday's, where his ability values were depleted and no reinforcements were available, he would be left to face certain death. Therefore, he sought out the S-level armor he had previously considered. Item, Black Rhinoceros Armor. Grade, S-level. Price, Merit Points. Description, this armor can withstand the full force of an level 8 beast's attack and can mitigate over 80% of assaults from level 9 beasts. Special function, under moonlight. It aids the wearer in gradually restoring their ability values. Lin Mo was already aware of the armor's defensive prowess. Once donned, it would be nearly impossible for any level 10 beast to defeat him in a single strike. However, today he noticed the special function for the first time. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lin Mo's eyes. His Oblivion domain consumed ability values rapidly, making it imprudent to use frequently. Yet this black rhinoceros armor had the potential to restore ability values under moonlight. Combined, would he not be invincible by night? It must be obtained. However, Lin Mo's current ability values totaled only around 1,000, a far cry from the required amount. Reluctantly, he added it to his shopping cart. It seemed he would need to undertake more missions in the upcoming days. Chapter 62, The Formal Assessment. The next day arrived, marking the day of the formal assessment. As Kong City lay mere kilometers from Jiangzhou City, Lin Mo and LV Liang, led by team leader Zhang Wei, arrived punctually at the assessment venue. This assessment was conducted nationwide, with interns from other cities' ability management bureaus also in attendance alongside Lin Mo and LV Liang from Jiangzhou. The audience at the assessment venue was already filled to capacity, a diverse assembly of individuals spanning various ages and backgrounds. Some were from the local management bureau, while others had come from afar to witness the spectacle. After all, the formal assessments of the Ability Management Bureau occurred only once a year, making it an event not to be missed. Are there any exceptionally talented interns this year? I've heard of one intern from Nanzhou City named Lan Yi. He is quite remarkable, having reached the level 6 threshold at such a young age and possessing a bona fide A-level ability. Such talent? It seems the first place in this assessment is destined for him. As the audience engaged in animated discussions, the venue witnessed the gradual assembly of intern investigators from various branches, all gathered to participate in the assessment. Among the crowd, a young man clad in a blue robe, with long azure hair, stood out conspicuously. He was none other than Lan Yi, the intern investigator from the Anomaly Management Bureau of Nanzhou City. Brother Lan Yi, it seems there are no formidable competitors in this year's qualification assessment. The first place is surely yours, remarked a girl beside Lan Yi, her pink hair framing her face, dressed in a white blouse and a black pleated skirt, smiling with a hint of mischief. Indeed, Brother Lan, this time, our Nanzhou branch is poised to make a name for itself nationwide. It has been a long while since a talent as exceptional as you has emerged, added another, a burly man, exuding confidence. Moreover, I've heard that the reward for first place in this assessment is quite enticing. 5,000 merit points, along with a mysterious bonus. Just considering the merit points alone, how many tasks do we need to undertake to accumulate that? This is undoubtedly yours. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Among the intern investigators, there are hidden talents. One must remain vigilant. Lan Yi responded, his hand casually resting behind him. Yet, despite his words, the pride etched on his face was unmistakable. Upon entering the venue, he had surveyed the crowd and discerned that most of the interns possessed powers at the 4th level, with only a handful reaching the 5th. He alone stood as a 6th level anomaly user. It was evident that first place was unequivocally destined for him. At that moment, two figures entered the venue, Lu Liang and Lin Mo. Wow, Brother Lin, I didn't expect so many intern investigators to be participating in the qualification assessment. There must be over 100, Lu Liang exclaimed, taken aback by the turnout. Quite normal, considering this is a nationwide unified assessment. The numbers are bound to be significant. Lin Mo replied with a smile. May the heavens bless me. I do not seek any particular ranking. I merely wish to pass and be officially confirmed, allowing me to return home with my head held high and show those relatives who dared to look down on me, Lu Liang said, clasping his hands together in prayer. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, then turned his gaze across the crowd. At that moment, Lan Yi's eyes met his, and a flicker of curiosity crossed Lan Yi's face. Where is this person from? Lan Yi inquired, raising an eyebrow as he turned to the burly man beside him. For some reason, he felt a twinge of pressure emanating from Lin Mo's gaze, which made him uncomfortable. The burly man cast a dismissive glance at Lin Mo, a smirk appearing on his face. Oh, he seems to come from Jiangzhou City, a mere small town. I doubt their intern investigators possess much skill. If they can reach level 3 or 4, that would be remarkable, not worthy of concern. Upon hearing this, Lan Yi felt a slight relief. As he glanced back at Lin Mo, the oppressive feeling dissipated. It must have been a figment of his imagination. Thus, he diverted his gaze, considering Lin Mo an insignificant character unworthy of his attention. Lin Mo, meanwhile, shook his head with a smile. Ha, I've broken through. I've ascended to a 6th level anomaly user. Just then, a loud, triumphant laugh reverberated through the venue, capturing the attention of all present. They turned to see a young man in black sportswear, exuberantly bouncing around. A powerful anomaly wave emanated from him, confirming that he had indeed reached the 6th level. That must be Wang Yuan from Luoqing. His talent is commendable. At just 24, he is already a 5th level anomaly user with an A-grade ability. It's astonishing that he has broken through at such a critical moment. He should now be able to contend for first place with Lan Yi. What a fortunate fellow, achieving a breakthrough just before the assessment. It seems the race for first place has become intriguing. A fierce rivalry between Wang Yuan and Lan Yi is in the making. Who would have thought that Luoqing would produce a talent of this caliber? How enviable. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Wang Yuan settled down, while two fellow intern investigators from Luoqing beamed with delight, eagerly lighting cigarettes for him. Brother Yuan, once the assessment begins, we'll be counting on you to lead us. Rest assured, we are all from Luocheng, and we shall look out for one another. Now that I've reached the 6th level, guiding you through the assessment will be a breeze. Wang Yuan declared confidently, then glanced at Lan Yi, his demeanor exuding self-assuredness. I intend to compete for that first place. In that instant, Lan Yi's expression darkened as he turned to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, noticing this, mockingly made a gesture across his throat, brazenly taunting Lan Yi. First place is mine today. No one can contest it, including you. I will prove to the nation that I am the strongest. Dream on. Lan Yi scoffed, turning away. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a slightly portly figure entered the venue. Observing the crowd, he announced, "Welcome, intern investigators from various cities. I am Zheng Tong, the chief examiner for this assessment. I hereby declare that the qualification assessment is about to commence." Chapter 63, New Rules. With these words, the venue fell into a hushed silence. All eyes, whether from the intern investigators or the audience, turned toward Chief Examiner Zheng Tong. Before we commence the assessment, there is an important announcement to be made. Compared to previous years, we will be implementing a completely new assessment rule this year. In past assessments, we utilized artificial monsters, with the requirement to eliminate 15 to pass. However, according to statistics from headquarters, the casualty rate among formal investigators in various cities has been alarmingly high in recent years. To prevent this number from rising further, headquarters has established new assessment rules, raising the bar for qualification. Thus, this year, we will replace artificial monsters with real aberrant beasts to test you all. Upon hearing Zheng Tong's declaration, the audience erupted into a flurry of astonished murmurs. The rules have changed, and now they will be real aberrant beasts? This significantly escalates the assessment's difficulty. Indeed, artificial monsters lack intelligence and are merely wooden constructs. For anyone with a modicum of strength, eliminating a dozen would pose no challenge. But now, with real aberrant beasts in play, the danger level has skyrocketed. There could be casualties. Oh no, it seems my dream of qualification may be dashed. My 5 insurances, my monthly salary of 50,000. At that moment, the intern investigators participating in the assessment were the most unsettled, particularly those whose abilities were already lacking. Upon hearing that real aberrant beasts would be involved, their faces turned ashen. Only Lin Mo's eyes brightened with intrigue. Is this truly a good fortune? Zheng Tong raised his hand, signaling for silence before continuing. Now, I shall announce the new rules. The assessment will take place in the outskirts of Kancheng, in the town of Purgatory. You will need to enter Purgatory Town and eliminate aberrant beasts within a time limit of 3 hours. 1 point will be awarded for defeating a first-level aberrant beast, 2 points for a second-level beast, and so forth. Achieving a score of 60 points will grant you eligibility for qualification. Additionally, there will be a leaderboard, and the top 3 will receive extra rewards. Do any of you have objections? To this, the crowd shook their heads in unison. Very well, everyone. Please collect your respective point wristbands and proceed to Purgatory Town. Remember, before the assessment concludes, it is imperative that you safeguard your wristbands. For any damage will result in immediate disqualification from the assessment, leading to elimination. Furthermore, during the evaluation, no killing is permitted, whether intentional or accidental. Such actions will result in immediate disqualification and expulsion from the Supernatural Management Bureau, rendering you ineligible for employment for life. Zheng Tong declared with a solemn expression. Before long, several buses arrived at the venue. Prior to boarding, staff distributed blue wristbands to each individual, designed to record the points accumulated throughout the assessment. Once inside Purgatory Town, it is crucial that the wristband remains on your person, as it will provide real-time tracking to ensure your safety. Should you encounter life-threatening danger, you may press the emergency button located on the inner side of the wristband, and assistance will be dispatched. However, doing so will also result in disqualification from the assessment. After handing the wristbands to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, the staff reiterated these instructions. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang replied as they took their wristbands and boarded the bus. Once all the trainee investigators were on board, the bus set off directly towards the outskirts of Purgatory Town. Simultaneously, above the assessment venue, a massive projection screen coalesced. It displayed not only the movements of the participants within Purgatory Town, but also featured a real-time leaderboard. Soon, the participants entered Purgatory Town. Lin bro, where shall we go? Lu Liang inquired, tapping his wristband, which produced a virtual map before him. The map illustrated the distribution of supernatural beasts throughout Purgatory Town. It indicated that the highest concentration of beasts, particularly high-level ones, was in the town's center, with numbers dwindling as one moved outward. Do you have dreams? Lin Mo asked, gazing at Lu Liang. Are you suggesting we aim for the top 3 on the leaderboard? If possible, who wouldn't want to try? Lu Liang responded with palpable excitement. Then let us head straight for the town center. Let us not squander time. Lin Mo grinned. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang took a deep breath and resolutely declared. Then let us do it. In the audience, most attention was fixated on Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, the frontrunners for the championship. Suddenly, the crowd was startled to notice 2 figures racing swiftly towards the town center. Who are those 2? What do they intend to do? The town center is swarming with ferocious beasts, all of high caliber. Are they seeking death? I checked, and those two are Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Apparently trainee investigators from Jiangzhou City, merely a fourth-tier small city. I doubt their capabilities. And the records show that Lin Mo has been with the Supernatural Management Bureau for less than a week. What? Participating in the probation assessment after less than a week? They must have connections. But even so, shouldn't they be hunting isolated beasts on the periphery to gradually accumulate points? Charging recklessly into the town center is akin to courting disaster. Just a couple of foolish clowns seeking to attract attention, convinced of their own abilities, eager to perform, yet utterly unaware of their own limitations. It won't be long before they are eliminated. Soon, the audience lost interest in Lin Mo and Lu Liang, redirecting their focus back to Lan Yi and Wang Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, seated in the audience, watched this scene unfold, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What on earth are you two doing? Within Purgatory Town, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, instantly incinerating a chicken-like supernatural beast into charred remains. That was effortless. Lan Yi smirked, retracting his powers. Congratulations, Brother Lan. With the points from this level 3 beast, you are now at the top of the leaderboard. The pink-haired girl exclaimed cheerfully. Lan Yi tapped his wristband, revealing a glowing screen that displayed the leaderboard. His name now proudly occupied the top position. After an hour of slaughter, his points had soared to 65, ensuring his advancement to a formal investigator was entirely secure. Quite the vicious bite. However, when Lan Ye's gaze fell upon the second place, his expression darkened. The second place belonged to Wang Yuan, with 60 points, a mere 5 points behind. This disparity irked Lan Yi, prompting him to turn to the pink-haired girl and the burly man, saying, from now on, if any supernatural beasts are spotted, I shall take priority in eliminating them to secure my first place, and when only an hour remains, I will assist you both in advancing. Understood. Both the pink-haired girl and the burly man nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Yuan had just incinerated a level 2 beast with a fireball, bringing his points to 62, closing the gap with Lan Yi to only 3 points. Lan Yi, I've told you, first place is mine. No one shall take it from me, Wang Yuan said with a confident smirk. Suddenly, the leaderboard underwent a dramatic shift. Wang Yuan's name plummeted from second to fourth, while Lan Yi fell from first to third. Two new names ascended to first and second place, capturing the audience's attention, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The unexpected upheaval in the leaderboard astonished not only the trainee investigators within Purgatory Town, but also left the audience wide-eyed in disbelief. Lin Mo and Lu Liang? Aren't they the two reckless clowns we just saw? How did they suddenly leap to first and second? Am I seeing things? Their points are astonishingly high. At that moment, the leaderboard displayed, first, Lin Mo, points 230. Second, Lu Liang, points 160. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience instinctively rubbed their eyes, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. After all, the assessment had only just begun an hour prior. Even the championship favorites, the 6th-level supernatural beings Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, had only managed around 60 points. Yet, Lin Mo and Lu Liang, hailing from a 4th-tier small city, had achieved triple digits? Was this real? Examiner Zheng, is there a bug in the leaderboard? Someone urgently queried Zheng Tong. To be honest, Zheng Tong himself was taken aback upon seeing the names of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. But after confirming the situation in Purgatory Town, he firmly stated, the leaderboard is accurate. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in astonishment once more. Seated in the audience, Zhang Wei trembled as he retrieved his phone, quickly dialing a number. Hello, Director? I have something to tell you. Our Jiangzhou branch is about to make history. Within Purgatory Town, at a convenience store located in the town center, what was once a nest of spider-like beasts had been reduced to ruins, with not a single spider egg left behind. Hee, Brother Lin, your plan was splendid. After taking down several beast nests, our points now place us in first and second. Lu Liang grinned as he glanced at the leaderboard. This is merely the beginning. We have only just begun. Lin Mo smiled subtly. Upon reaching the center of the town, he realized what paradise truly meant. Everywhere he looked, there were nests and congregations of supernatural beasts. Perhaps due to their captivity, these creatures tended to cluster together, making it all too easy to unleash a devastating obliteration orb among them. What a thrill it was. Eliminating the time wasted at the outset of our journey has proven remarkably fruitful. In this brief moment, we have amassed nearly 20,000 points of extraordinary ability. Lin Mo found himself reluctant to depart. Continuing our pursuit, it appears there lies a rat's nest approximately 50 meters from us. Let us eradicate it. With that, Lin Mo and LV Liang hastened towards their target without pause. Meanwhile, observing the steadily climbing scores of Lin Mo and LV Liang, Lan Ye's expression darkened to an extreme. What is happening? Can anyone elucidate the situation? Have these two fellows somehow activated some form of cheat? Lan Yi, I just inquired and learned that someone spotted these two heading straight for the town center. Could it be that the extraordinary beasts there are easier to vanquish? Pondered the burly man, furrowing his brow in analysis. It must be so, otherwise How could two mere ants from a fourth-tier city accumulate such an abundance of points in such a short span? Let us proceed directly to the town center. The first place shall be mine. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his tone ominous. Immediately, the trio set off towards the town center. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that while the number of extraordinary beasts was considerable, they were far from easy to confront. Their strength exceeded level 3, making them significantly harder to slay than those on the outskirts. Fortunately, Lin Mo was no slouch, managing to dispatch several beasts with relative ease. Yet, the rate at which his points accumulated paled in comparison to Lin Mo and LV Liang. This won't do, at this rate. I may not catch up to those two before time runs out. Lin Mo frowned in dismay. Lin Mo, I actually have a plan. At that moment, the burly man interjected. What plan? Lin Mo turned to him eagerly. Lin Mo and LV Liang must possess some form of large-scale destructive weapon, which explains their rapid accumulation of points. However, in terms of strength, these two ants from a fourth-tier city cannot compete with us, especially not with you. So why not take decisive action? Let us locate them and eliminate them. Then first place shall undoubtedly be yours. The burly man sneered coldly. But the assessment rules prohibit killing. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, visibly concerned. The rules only specify that killing is not allowed. They do not prohibit mutual attacks. As long as we defeat them and shatter their point wristbands, they will be eliminated, and any points they possess will be rendered useless. The burly man's eyes glinted with malice as he grinned wickedly. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's realization dawned, and he slapped his thigh in approval. Excellent. This plan is quite astute. In that case, let us immediately search for Lin Mo and LV Liang. The town center is not vast, and we shall surely find them swiftly. How dare they contest first place with me? Such audacity. They shall learn to return to their homes. This location was a gas station, simultaneously serving as the lair of a pack of black bull extraordinary beasts. Each of these beasts possessed strength exceeding level 4, with several reaching level 5. To avoid alarming them, Lin Mo preemptively conjured a series of obliteration orbs from a distance, directing LV Liang to burrow underground and stealthily position them beneath the gas station. When the number was sufficient, he ignited them. The obliteration orbs detonated alongside the gasoline, resulting in a veritable conflagration. Remarkably, 2 level 5 black bull extraordinary beasts survived the onslaught. Lin Mo and LV Liang approached to deliver the final blows, ensuring their complete annihilation. Lin Mo had initially hoped to see if these 2 level 5 beasts would yield any beast essence. Regrettably, none materialized. As Chu Tianchi had remarked, the odds of obtaining beast essence were lower than winning the lottery. After eliminating the pack of black bull extraordinary beasts, Lin Mo's score soared to 306, while LV Liang reached 243. They stood in proud defiance of the scoreboard, knowing that even Lin Yi and Wang Yuan would struggle to catch up, as their scores were still below 100. Thus, Lin Mo and LV Liang resolved to find a place to rest and recuperate, having expended a significant amount of energy and extraordinary ability in their recent frenzied assault. However, just as they settled down, Lin Mo and LV Liang were confronted by a chilling voice. So, you two are hiding here at last. I've finally caught up with you. Chapter 65. You all can come at us together. Lin Mo and LV Liang furrowed their brows and looked up to find none other than Lin Yi and his 3 companions standing before them. Do you have business with us? LV Liang inquired, puzzled. Business? Remove the word have. Lin Yi shot LV Liang a disdainful glance before stepping forward, extending his right hand. Hand it over. What? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Of course, your point wristbands. What else could it be? Lin Yi declared arrogantly. If you hand them over willingly, you may avoid suffering. Otherwise, should I resort to force, the situation will not remain simple. Do you understand? Why should we surrender our point wristbands to you? LV Liang retorted defiantly. Why? Huh? Lin Yi sneered coldly. Simply because my strength surpasses yours. Dare to contest my first place, and you shall be eliminated. Do you comprehend? I see now. Lin Mo stood up, dusting off his trousers with a nonchalant air. You believe that since you cannot surpass us through conventional means, you intend to abandon all pretense. Humph. In the game of kings and pawns, as long as I can seize the top position on the scoreboard today, it shall be my unparalleled glory. No one will care what means I employed. Lin Yi scoffed shamelessly. Ha ha, well said. Just then, a hearty laughter erupted from the side. The onlookers turned to see a dozen figures hastening towards them, led by none other than Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, what brings you here? Lin Yi's expression shifted instantly. Ha ha, Lin Yi, do not be alarmed. I am not here to oppose you, but rather to propose a partnership. Wang Yuan grinned widely. A partnership? Would you truly be so benevolent? Lin Yi remained cautious. Of course. Wang Yuan nodded, casting a glance at Lin Mo and LV Liang with a mocking smile. I have observed these two accumulating points at an alarming rate. At this pace, even exhausting themselves will not allow them to catch up. Thus, I have allied with some old acquaintances to come and ensure these two are eliminated. I did not anticipate you arriving first. It seems we are of like mind. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Lin Yi's face. In that case, let us join forces to eliminate these two, and afterward, We shall compete for first place. Agreed? Precisely. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement, promptly aligning with Lan Yi and his companions. In an instant, their numbers swelled to nearly 20. Moreover, aside from Wang Yuan and Lan Yi, both of whom were level 6 extraordinary ability users, each of the remaining members possessed a minimum strength of level 4. With several boasting level 5 abilities, such a formidable assembly was nothing short of terrifying. Seeing this, LV Liang's countenance shifted dramatically. He hurriedly approached Lin Mo, whispering urgently, "Brother Lin, we are outnumbered. Perhaps we should retreat for now, lest we suffer a grave defeat." "Ha ha ha, think you can escape?" Wang Yuan laughed triumphantly. "Do not presume I am unaware of your extraordinary ability. I have already gathered intel on your powers during our journey here. It is merely earth-burrowing, after all. I have made preparations." Wang Yuan tilted his head back in self-satisfied laughter, turning to a stout companion beside him. "Old Zhang, it's your turn." "Not a problem." The stout man nodded, swiftly forming hand seals and bellowing, "Barrier, activate." A vast purple barrier enveloped all those present. Once I activate this barrier, it cannot be shut down for an hour, not even by me. Now, let's see where you can run. The rotund individual proclaimed, brimming with arrogance. Observing this, Lu Liang stomped his feet in frustration, exclaiming, "Another barrier. I have an eternal grudge against barriers." "Ha ha." Lan Yi laughed heartily, stepping forward with a smug expression. "Lin Mo, Lu Liang, considering you both hail from a small 4th-tier city, I can extend to you a chance for a one-on-one duel. If either of you can defeat me, I might consider letting you off the hook. What do you say?" "There's no need for such complications." Lin Mo shook his head, gazing at Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, and calmly replied, "You all can come at me together." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into derisive laughter. "Did I hear you correctly, Lin Mo? Have you been so intimidated by our numbers that you've lost your mind?" Wang Yuan scoffed, casting Lin Mo a disdainful glance. "I don't know what tricks you've employed to amass so many points in such a short time, but I thoroughly investigated your background before arriving. You've only just joined the Jiangzhou branch a few days ago, and according to the records, you were merely at the 3rd level with a B-grade ability. Even if you are exceptionally talented and have managed to break through to a 4th level ability in these few days, you still appear as insignificant as an ant before me and Lan Yi. I truly wonder where you find the audacity to challenge us. Indeed, Lin Mo, are you genuinely afraid of dying today? Although the assessment rules prohibit killing, there's nothing stopping us from crippling you. Is there?" Lan Yi added with a mocking tone. The others present also cast scornful glances at Lin Mo, viewing him as nothing more than a jester. Sighing, Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "In this day and age, speaking the truth rarely garners belief. However, you did get one thing right. I truly am a 7th level ability user." As those words left his lips, a terrifying wave of ability surged from Lin Mo's body. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped everyone present. The expressions of Lan Yi, Wang Yuan, and the others shifted drastically, rendering them momentarily speechless. In the audience, everyone was equally dumbfounded. A 7th level ability user. Good heavens, how can Lin Mo's level be so high? Jiangzhou is merely a small 4th-tier city. How could it possibly cultivate such a genius? Forget about intern investigators. Even many official investigators likely haven't reached this level. No wonder he's participating in the assessment for formalization less than a week after joining. Who could possibly defeat him? Initially, it was assumed that the top spot in this assessment would be contested solely between Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, but now a dark horse had emerged, and this dark horse was astonishingly formidable. In that moment, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. After all, not a single one of them had believed in Lin Mo's potential. Even though Lin Mo and Lu Liang had amassed high points, they were still expected to be utterly defeated against the combined might of Lan Yi and Wang Yuan and nearly 20 others. However, the situation now seemed to be shifting dramatically. Within the confines of Hellfire Town, Wang Yuan, Lan Yi, and the others remained stunned for quite some time, their expressions twitching. This defies logic. Which in turn investigator possesses a 7th level ability? Can it get any more absurd? Who wants to go first? Lin Mo scanned the crowd, his tone indifferent. At this, the expressions of the onlookers changed drastically. Who would dare engage a 7th level ability user? That would be tantamount to courting death. Not speaking, are we? Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile as he declared, "Then let us clean up together." With that, Lin Mo summoned the sword of oblivion into his right hand, a terrifying aura of destruction radiating outward. The crowd was once again struck with fear, their faces paling. Wang Yuan hastily waved his hands, forcing a smile as he attempted to negotiate. My friend, this is all a misunderstanding. We merely happened to pass by and did not intend to offend you. We were just joking around. How about we just call it a day and leave? You want to fight? Then fight. You want to negotiate? Then negotiate?" Lin Mo replied coldly, "It's too late." With that, he charged forward, wielding the sword of oblivion. "What should we do?" Wang Yuan's expression shifted as he turned to Lan Yi. "What else can we do? We fight. With the two of us at level 6, a few level 5s. In a group of level 4s, we should be more than a match for his one level 7. Lan Yi gritted his teeth and activated his lightning abilities. Meeting Lin Mo head-on. Let's do this. Wang Yuan quickly unleashed his fire abilities and charged alongside him. As they launched their attacks, a blue lightning bolt several meters long and a terrifying fireball with a diameter of 1 meter hurtled towards Lin Mo. Yet at that moment, a crimson sword aura swept through, instantly obliterating both the blue lightning and the fireball. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were taken aback. What level of ability is this? It's incredibly overbearing. Before they could react, Lin Mo's figure appeared before them like a phantom, and without a word, he delivered a swift kick. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Lan Yi was sent flying. Wang Yuan attempted to retaliate, but Lin Mo's palm struck his face. With a resounding slap, Wang Yuan spun away like a top. In just a brief encounter, the two level 6 ability users were utterly defeated. Such was the terror of a 7th level ability user. The remaining onlookers were paralyzed with fear. After all, if even their strongest members, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, were swiftly vanquished by Lin Mo, how could they possibly stand a chance against him? In that moment, not a single one of them harbored any thoughts of resistance. Yet, this did not imply that Lin Mo would show them mercy. He charged at them, sword in hand. In an instant, wails filled the air. Without Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, these individuals were no match for Lin Mo's single strike. Had it not been for the prohibition on killing, Lin Mo would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them as if they were mere beasts, augmenting his own ability points. However, while death could be evaded, the pain of life remained. Lin Mo struck with considerable force, leaving them with broken arms and legs, blood pooling beneath them. Witnessing this scene, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, who had been sent flying, turned pale with fear. This guy must have been part of the underworld before, right? His strikes are merciless. They watched in horror as Lin Mo shattered several ribs of a level 5 ability user with a single kick. A chill ran down their spines, and at that moment, a singular thought consumed them: flee. Without a second thought, they turned to escape, only to slam directly into the barrier they had set up to prevent Lin Mo and Lu Liang from fleeing, which now ensnared them instead. Old Zhang, quickly deactivate the barrier. Wang Yuan shouted at the rotund figure not far away. The rotund man, still writhing on the ground in pain from Lin Mo's earlier kick, replied helplessly, I can't do it. Once this barrier is activated, it won't close for an hour. Your grandfather's, your own supernatural ability, can be activated but not deactivated. Can it? Wang Yuan exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. Just then, Lin Mo turned to face him. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Still thinking of escaping? Wang Yuan was instantly terrified, almost losing control of his bladder, and stammered, No, wait. Let me explain. But Lin Mo charged towards him without hesitation. In an instant, Wang Yuan's heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the small town. Nearby, Lan Ye's eyes glinted with a cold light. He quickly conjured a bolt of lightning, intending to ambush Lin Mo from behind while he was occupied dealing with Wang Yuan. As the lightning was about to strike Lin Mo, at that critical moment, Lin Mo suddenly pivoted, wielding the sword of obliteration to cleave the lightning in two. What? Lan Ye's expression shifted dramatically. What? You were too busy beating him to notice me, were you? Lin Mo replied with a chilling smile as he charged forward. Soon, Lan Ye's cries of agony pierced the heavens. From a distance, Lu Liang watched this scene unfold, his face adorned with a smug grin. Tell me, why did you have to provoke him in the first place? How does it feel now? He then pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, sitting back to enjoy the one-sided thrashing before him. Before long, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan lay battered and bruised on the ground, too afraid to move. Unable to fight back or flee, despair consumed them entirely. Lin Mo, merely feeling a bit fatigued from the exertion, paused and called out to Lu Liang. Do you want to have some fun? At these words, the defeated group on the ground felt their souls nearly escape their bodies. More, they hurriedly knelt, bowing their heads in supplication. Big brother, please stop. We beg you to spare us. We truly can't take any more. In that moment, Lin Mo appeared more terrifying to them than any beast. He was not merely a man. He was a demon. Chapter 67. Don't let him kill us. If you want me to spare you, then it's simple enough. Just crush your wristbands and roll out. Lin Mo said with a slight smirk, his voice laced with cold amusement. Upon hearing this, the group hesitated, reluctance evident in their faces. After all, crushing the wristbands meant elimination. To attempt reinstatement would require waiting for next year's assessment. What's the matter? Not willing, are you? The barrier won't dissipate for another half hour. So I suppose I could just beat you for another half hour. With that, Lin Mo began to advance towards them. At this, their expressions shifted dramatically. They dared not hesitate any longer, hastily removing their score wristbands and crushing them with all their might. Soon, only Lan Yi and Wang Yuan remained. The bitterness within them was immeasurable. As level 6 supernatural beings, they had anticipated shining in this assessment, gaining nationwide fame. Now, they faced the disgrace of elimination. Regret gnawed at them. Had they known, even death would have been preferable to provoking Lin Mo. However, there was no remedy for their regret in this world. Just as the two remained indecisive, A cold gaze fell upon them. They trembled involuntarily, hastily crushing their score wristbands. Simultaneously, the names of Lan Yi, Wang Yuan, and the others vanished instantaneously from the scoreboard, signifying their complete disqualification and the irrevocable loss of their chance for advancement. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Since the inception of the advancement assessments, this was the first time nearly 20 individuals had been simultaneously eliminated, and all by a single person. Lin Mo was indeed ruthless. Did he not fear making enemies? But what of it? Were they not the ones who had provoked him first? Should one merely endure being bullied? I rather admire Lin Mo's character. Anyone who dares to challenge me shall face double the retribution. While this approach was undeniably cathartic, both Wang Yuan and Lan Yi hailed from major cities, and their respective management bureaus had high hopes for their advancement. Being eliminated mid-assessment would surely not be met with leniency. I just saw the others who came with them already calling the bureau. Just wait and see. Lin Mo is in for big trouble today. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Zhang Wei's expression darkened considerably. No, I need to contact the director immediately, otherwise. This will surely lead to a major incident. He quickly retrieved his phone. Within the confines of Hell's Town, Lin Mo was blissfully unaware that his actions had stirred a tremendous uproar. However, given his disposition, even if he were aware, he would still act as he did. As the barrier dissipated, Lan Yi, Wang Yuan, and the others exited the town in utter disarray. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Lu Liang had just finished their brief respite and resumed their search for targets. After all, Lin Mo still had not accumulated enough supernatural value. In the blink of an eye, only half an hour remained until the assessment concluded. At this point, Lin Mo's score had soared to an astonishing 666 points, while Lu Liang had amassed 432 points. The two were leading the scoreboard by a wide margin, leaving the rest in their dust, as the highest score among them barely reached 80 points. Thus, the others had abandoned hope for the first and second places, now only vying for third. In the assessment venue, Chief Examiner Zheng Tong was monitoring the situation in Hell's Town. Just then, a panicked staff member rushed over, whispering, "Chief Examiner Zheng, perhaps you should announce the end of the assessment early." "Why? There is still half an hour left," Zheng Tong replied, puzzled. "If the assessment doesn't conclude soon, the supernatural beasts in the town will be wiped out by Lin Mo. You know that to establish Hell's Town and cultivate those supernatural beasts, our headquarters invested a tremendous amount of resources, preparing for 2.5 years. We originally planned to use Hell's Town for the advancement assessments in the coming years. But in just today, or rather, in 2.5 hours, Lin Mo has slaughtered hundreds of supernatural beasts, and he does so without leaving any survivors, exterminating entire nests without giving them a chance to propagate. If he continues to kill at this rate, Hell's Town will be rendered utterly useless," the staff member said, his face pale. Surely it can't be that exaggerated, Zheng Tong thought, somewhat unconvinced. He switched to the screen displaying Lin Mo's location. There, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were at the town's center, ruthlessly reaping the lives of supernatural beasts. In the brief moment he observed, more than a dozen supernatural beasts met their demise. Zheng Tong's lips twitched. Was this person truly an intern investigator? He was nothing short of a god of slaughter. Even seasoned investigators would not handle supernatural beasts with such skill and ruthlessness. "Yes, I believe your concerns are justified." Zheng Tong quickly retrieved a microphone and addressed it. "Hello. Lin Mo, can you hear me?" Currently searching for his next unfortunate target within Hell's Town, Lin Mo paused and looked up. Above the town, a loudspeaker broadcast Zheng Tong's voice. Aware that Zheng Tong could see him, Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. "With your and Lu Liang's scores, you have more than enough to qualify as formal investigators, and your first and second positions are unassailable. With less than half an hour remaining in the assessment, I suggest you both withdraw now. Continuing to hunt supernatural beasts would be meaningless for you," Zheng Tong urged earnestly. "Brother Lin," Lu Liang remarked, "the words of Examiner Zheng hold merit. Shall we venture outside now?" Indeed, there is truth in his words, Lin Mo replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips, before shaking his head resolutely. "However, I shall not heed his counsel. Let us continue our hunt. The exotic beasts within this town, being artificially bred, are far more docile than their wild counterparts outside, exhibiting lesser combat prowess and a penchant for clustering together. Yet, the energy value awarded upon their defeat remains unchanged. If we do not slay them now, we lose a precious opportunity. Finding such favorable circumstances again will be arduous. Thus, even with merely half an hour remaining, I would not consider a retreat, not even if only half a minute remained." Moreover, a bold notion began to blossom within him. He intended to seize this fleeting time to orchestrate a grand finale. Chapter 68, Domain of Annihilation, Activate. Witnessing Lin Mo and Lu Liang remain undeterred in their pursuit of exotic beasts, Zheng Tong felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, he had expressed all that needed to be said. It would be inappropriate to forcibly drag Lin Mo from the town in front of everyone. Thus he resigned himself to follow Lin Mo's lead. Within the depths of Purgatory Town, Lu Liang addressed Lin Mo. "Based on my reconnaissance, there are several layers of exotic beasts nearby, all possessing considerable strength, generally at level 3 or above. Excellent. Let us proceed as planned. Awaken them all, and lead them to me, Lin Mo exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Brother Lin, drawing them all over is not a trivial task. Are you certain of this course? Lu Liang expressed his concern. The combined count of the beasts in those layers must be at least 300. I fear you may not withstand the onslaught. Do not fret, simply follow my instructions. Lin Mo reassured him with a smile. Very well, I shall proceed. Prepare yourself. Lu Liang cautioned before vanishing underground. Approximately 3 minutes later, a drenched Lu Liang emerged from the earth, panting heavily. Brother Lin, I have awakened them all. Are you ready? No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony erupted nearby. A horde of wolf-like exotic beasts surged forth from their den, their eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson as they charged towards Lin Mo. The number was no less than 30. Simultaneously, a heavy thudding echoed from Lin Mo's right side. A throng of bear-like beasts approached with thunderous strides, akin to a fleet of speeding trucks. At this moment, exotic beasts were converging upon Lin Mo from all directions, their numbers easily in the hundreds. The sight would have sent ordinary individuals into a panic, but Lin Mo felt nothing but exhilaration. As the beasts drew ever closer, Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and declared, You may depart. Can you manage alone? Lu Liang gulped, concern etched on his face. Rest assured, I never undertake ventures without certainty. Lin Mo clapped Lu Liang on the shoulder. Take care, Lu Liang said before swiftly retreating underground. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings. The exotic beasts were now perilously close. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Now, Lin Mo inhaled deeply and commanded, Domain of Annihilation, activate. Buzz. In an instant, the ground around Lin Mo collapsed, revealing a series of astonishing fissures. Scalding lava surged forth, and as the beasts made contact with it, they erupted into puffs of white smoke, evaporating instantly. Simultaneously, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Crimson lightning, as thick as utility poles, rained down like a torrential downpour, enveloping the area entirely. Even level 3 or 4 beasts, if they managed to evade the lava below, would meet their demise upon being struck by the crimson bolts. At the center of the domain of annihilation, Lin Mo radiated a blinding red light. Any beast attempting to approach him would be reduced to wisps of vapor. Those he locked his gaze upon would vanish with a mere thought. Even level 6 beasts would be obliterated in an instant. This was the terror of the domain of annihilation. Creatures of a lower tier than Lin Mo could not survive. In a matter of moments, the number of exotic beasts diminished at a visible rate. The few that had just entered the domain realized the peril and sought to retreat, only to find a wall of crimson light rising at the edges of the domain, ensnaring them within. Should they attempt to break through the light wall, they would be mercilessly shredded. Remaining inside would lead to their demise by the falling lightning or the lava below. At that moment, this place was indeed a hell on earth. The howls of the exotic beasts echoed through the air. In the examination hall, Zheng Tong, standing before the massive screen, watched in astonishment, feeling a pang of sympathy for the beasts but equally astounded. What level of power did Lin Mo possess? The records from the Ability Management Bureau indicated he was merely a level B ability user. What manner of level B ability could wield such devastating might? With this thought, Zheng Tong turned to a nearby staff member, instructing, capture this scene. Send it back to headquarters for review. Understood. The staff member promptly retrieved a smartphone, beginning to record. Meanwhile, the audience was left utterly dumbfounded. To them, Lin Mo appeared as a veritable monster. Approximately 1 minute later, the hundreds of exotic beasts that had charged towards Lin Mo were reduced to ashes. Lin Mo, witnessing this, wore a satisfied smile. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically, and he collapsed to the ground. The domain of annihilation vanished in an instant, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Lin Mo's energy reserves had been entirely depleted, leaving him utterly drained. He was so weak he could scarcely stand. Even a solitary level 1 beast could easily take his life. At long last, Lin Mo comprehended why the system had cautioned him to wait until level 9 before employing the domain of annihilation. The rate of energy consumption was terrifying. In just a minute, he had been drained dry, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Fortunately, all nearby beasts had been eliminated. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. Brother Lin, are you all right? A head emerged from the ground. It was Lu Liang. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Please help me leave this place. With the examination nearing its conclusion and his energy reserves completely depleted, remaining would be futile. All right. Lu Liang quickly emerged, supporting Lin Mo as they made their way out of Purgatory Town. Witnessing this scene from the examination hall, Zheng Tong exhaled in relief. Their ancestor had finally emerged. Otherwise, the exotic beasts of Purgatory Town would have faced extinction. Chapter 69. Mysterious Rewards. As the second hand ticked down to its final moment, the examination officially concluded. The results, as expected, brought joy to some and despair to others. Those who accumulated enough points to reach 60 and thus qualify as permanent interns were positively elated. In stark contrast, those who fell short could only lament their misfortune, filled with regret. Among them, a group of individuals wore expressions so grim they could rival one who had just tasted excrement, namely, Wang Yuan, Wan Yi, and others who were eliminated mid-competition. They were the true embodiments of disgrace, destined to become the subject of ridicule among the various branches. While their failures might go unmentioned in everyday conversation, the moment a qualification assessment arose, they would undoubtedly be dragged out to face public scorn. Following the conclusion of the assessment, the time for awards arrived. The top 3 on the leaderboard would receive merit points as rewards. 1, 000 for third place, 2, 000 for second, and a staggering 5, 000 for first. It was, of course, no surprise who would claim the top spot. Lin Mo, with a final score of 1,800 points, not only secured first place, but also set a record that would likely stand unchallenged for many years to come. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Chief Examiner Zheng Tong transferred the 5,000 merit points into Lin Mo's account, eliciting a satisfied smile from him. This qualification assessment had proven exceptionally fruitful. Not only had he amassed nearly 600,000 ability points, bringing him closer to becoming an 8th-level ability user, but he had also gained 5,000 merit points, equivalent to 50 million Chinese yuan. While still insufficient to acquire that S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor, it would surely allow him to purchase a commendable A-Class weapon. He pondered how many tasks he would need to complete to earn such a substantial amount of merit points otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all undoubtedly aware, the first-place winner of the annual qualification assessment, in addition to the standard merit points, will also receive a mysterious prize. Now, allow me to draw this year's mysterious reward, Zheng Tong announced. At this, the attention of everyone present instantly focused on him. Their curiosity piqued regarding the enigmatic prize. A staff member brought forth a transparent lottery box filled with folded slips of paper. Zheng Tong reached in and drew one, unfolding it to read aloud. Clear your merit shop shopping cart. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Clear the shopping cart? He had added the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor to his cart just yesterday. Could it be? Excitement surged within him as he considered the implications. Come now, Lin Mo. Take out your phone, open the merit shop, and whatever is in your shopping cart will be covered by the Ability Management Bureau, Zheng Tong urged with a smile. Any item at all? Lin Mo asked, his hand trembling as he retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Zheng Tong. Indeed, any item. But it must be one that you added to your cart before participating in the qualification assessment, Zheng Tong replied, nodding with confidence. In his mind, a newly inducted intern would hardly possess enough merit points to consider expensive items. Much like a worker earning $3,000 a month would never dream of browsing for a luxury sports car worth millions. Thus, Lin Mo's cart likely contained items worth merely dozens or hundreds of merit points, with anything over 1,000 being exceedingly rare. However, when Zheng Tong accessed Lin Mo's merit shop and beheld the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor in his cart, his smile vanished instantaneously. 99,000. Zheng Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Lin Mo, incredulously asking, Lin Mo, as an intern, with this reward, you only have a few thousand merit points in your account. Why would you add such an expensive item to your cart? Well, one must have dreams, right? I added the Black Rhinoceros armor to my cart to remind myself to keep striving and earn merit points, Lin Mo replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head before asking, Examiner Zheng, is it truly possible to clear it? I hope it isn't too much trouble. Zheng Tong's mouth twitched. Having already made the announcement, how could he possibly retract it in front of the entire National Bureau? Moreover, upon checking the timestamp of the Armor S addition to the card, he confirmed it was indeed the day before the qualification assessment, fully compliant with the rules. That said, I need to contact headquarters. This amount is quite substantial, over 100,000 merit points. I can't make this decision unilaterally. Zheng Tong took a deep breath and pulled out his phone, stepping aside to make the call. Approximately 2 minutes later, he returned, looking at Lin Mo with a grin. Lin Mo, your luck is extraordinary. Headquarters has agreed to honor your prize. Do you understand what an S-Class armor represents? Let me put it this way. Aside from those in major cities, many senior investigators and even bureau chiefs in various branches may never have the opportunity to wear one. This item is exceedingly precious and rare. It makes me a bit envious of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's face lit up with excitement. He had thought he would have to toil for a long time to acquire the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor, yet here it was falling into his lap. It felt surreal, akin to winning the lottery. Thank you, Examiner Zheng, Lin Mo exclaimed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Why thank me? Thank yourself. You earned first place through your own hard work and were fortunate enough to draw the prize of clearing your shopping cart. Zheng Tong waved dismissively, chuckling. Just remember me when you become successful. That I certainly will. Lin Mo replied with a smile and a nod. I hereby announce that Lin Mo's mysterious prize is an S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor, Zheng Tong declared loudly into the microphone, causing a wave of astonishment to ripple through the crowd. S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor? My goodness, Lin Mo's luck is simply outrageous. I've seen it in the merit shop. It's valued at nearly 100,000 merit points. What? 100,000? I have never seen such an expensive prize before. Lin Mo has truly struck it rich. I'm practically drooling with envy. Oh heavens. If I were Lin Mo, how ecstatic I would be. Does this guy have some sort of system? How does he keep landing all this good fortune? In an instant, the crowd was consumed by envy, while Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, both eliminated, were so furious their faces turned green. They believed that the first place reward, along with the S-class black rhinoceros armor, rightfully belonged to them, now snatched away by Lin Mo, fueling their resentment to a boiling point. Chapter 70. Surrounded outside the city with the awards ceremony concluded, this qualification assessment had reached its definitive conclusion. Due to the extreme rarity of the S-class black rhinoceros armor, it was housed in the central headquarters vault in the capital and could not be awarded on-site. In a few days, a designated individual would deliver it to Lin Mo. Consequently, he and Lu Liang did not linger further and directly proceeded to the audience area to meet Zhang Wei. Let us get back to Jiangzhou immediately. Zhang Wei urgently grasped their wrists, his tone insistent. Why the rush? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. If we don't leave now, I fear we may not be able to escape. You've angered several city management bureaus, particularly those from Nanzhou and Luoqing. I suspect their people are already en route here. Zhang Wei replied, his brow furrowed. Let them come. It's only natural that Brother Lin eliminated them after they sought trouble first. They have no grounds for complaint. Even if they show up, what can they do? Lu Yang scoffed dismissively. Oh, you have no idea. Other cities might be manageable, but Nanzhou and Luoqing are substantial metropolises. Their administrative offices rank several levels above our bureau. And if it comes to a reckoning, I fear they may not even spare our director, Zhao, any face. Zhang Wei remarked with evident trepidation. Oh, it seems I've left the gas on at home. We should hasten back. Lu Liang's expression shifted, and he quickened his pace. However, no sooner had the trio's vehicle departed from Kangcheng than they found themselves encircled by a dozen cars on the road. Alas, it seems we cannot escape after all. Zhang Wei sighed helplessly and opened the door to exit the vehicle. Lu Liang intended to follow suit, but Lin Mo suddenly grasped his arm and inquired. Do you have any potions that can help restore ability points? Yes, I bought some yesterday and brought them in my spatial ring, thinking I might need them during the assessment. Lu Liang nodded. Hand me one, consider it a loan. I'll repay you later. Lin Mo replied. Come now. With our relationship, what do you mean by loan? Just take it, Lu Liang said, reaching into his spatial ring and producing a blue potion, which he handed to Lin Mo. Without hesitation, Lin Mo uncapped it and drank it down, slowly regaining his depleted ability points. Brother Lin, what are you planning? Are you preparing to fight? We are all from the Ability Management Bureau, albeit from different city branches. We are essentially one family. Surely we wouldn't resort to violence over such a trivial matter? Lu Liang asked, frowning. Better safe than sorry. If they wish to reason, then we shall reason. If they intend to strike, then we shall reciprocate in kind. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Outside the vehicle, upon seeing Zhang Wei exit, the individuals from the surrounding cars also disembarked. Among them were two prominent figures, an elderly man with a white beard, the deputy director of the Nanzhou Ability Management Bureau, Song Wuji, and a burly bald man, the deputy director of the Luoqing Ability Management Bureau, Chen Feihu. Following closely behind were Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, along with leaders from other city branches. The group exuded an intimidating presence, surrounding Zhang Wei and the vehicle. Where's Lin Mo? Haven't come out to see me, Song Wuji said, stroking his white beard with a stern tone. Indeed, old chap, one must face the consequences of their actions. How dare you eliminate members from our branch and then hide like a turtle? Chen Feihu sneered. Lin Mo, come out at once. To dare eliminate our branch's personnel is truly audacious, shouted the other branch leaders in unison. Everyone, please remain calm. I am Zhang Wei, the leader of the 7th investigation team from the Jiangzhou branch, and Lin Mo's direct superior. If there are matters to discuss, you may address them with me. Zhang Wei quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile. Discuss with you? And who might you be? Just a mere investigation team leader from a 4th-tier city. Your rank hardly compares. You might as well be asking for Director Zhao himself. Song Wuji shot Zhang Wei a disdainful glance. Indeed, you should vacate the premises immediately. We are here for Lin Mo, and if you obstruct us further, do not blame us for being impolite. Chen Feihu glared at Zhang Wei, his voice booming. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy emanated from him. Zhang Wei's expression changed drastically. The realization struck him that Chen Feihu was a level 9 ability user, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure. Deputy Director, Lin Mo is hiding in the vehicle. Just then, Lan Yi pointed towards the car. Humph, a coward indeed. Chen Feihu snorted coldly, preparing to advance. Zhang Wei quickly stepped in front of him, taking a deep breath. Deputy Director Chen, Lin Mo is a key target for our Jiangzhou branch's development. Should you harm him, we will not let it stand. How dare you threaten me? Chen Feihu's expression darkened, fixing a steely glare on Zhang Wei. I'll give you one last chance. Step aside, or I shall take action. To touch Lin Mo, you must first pass through me. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, readying his abilities to protect Lin Mo with all his might. Very well, You have chosen your own demise. Chen Feihu's eyes glinted dangerously as he prepared to strike. Wait. Just then, the car door swung open, and Lin Mo and Lu Liang stepped out. What are you doing? Get back in the car. Zhang Wei's face paled as he turned to Lin Mo. Captain, some things cannot be avoided. I must face this myself. Lin Mo smiled, shaking his head as he confidently approached Chen Feihu and Song Wuji. I am Lin Mo, and it was I who eliminated your branch's personnel. If you have grievances, direct them at me, and spare my captain and teammates. They are innocent. You have the courage to stand your ground. Chen Feihu replied coldly, turning to Lin Mo. But I fear you may not withstand the consequences. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Lin Mo. He felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, making it exceedingly difficult to breathe. A level 9 ability user, and seemingly even stronger than Wang Dalong. The intensity of the aura was simply terrifying. Lin Mo quickly summoned his abilities, forcing himself to remain upright, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed. I had thought that the Ability Management Bureau in larger cities would be guided by principles and reason, but it appears they too are prone to tyranny and oppression. Prone to tyranny and oppression? Lin Mo, your tongue is quite sharp. Song Wuji sneered. Our bureau has nurtured a prodigious talent for years, only to see them eliminated by you, losing their chance for advancement and becoming a laughingstock. Is it not justified to teach you a lesson? And now we are the ones in the wrong. How absurd. They brought this upon themselves. If they had not sought trouble with me, I would never have laid a hand on them. Or should it be that those from larger cities are inherently superior, and I am to endure their aggression without retaliation? If that is the case, perhaps we should simply award them prizes instead of holding assessments. Lin Mo responded sternly. You insolent brat. Even now, you dare to argue? It seems I haven't applied enough pressure. Chen Feihu glared at Lin Mo before turning to Song Wuji. Brother Song, let us increase the intensity. Agreed. Song Wuji chuckled coldly, channeling his energy. An aura equally as formidable as Chen Feihu's enveloped Lin Mo. In an instant, the pressure doubled, causing Lin Mo's right leg to buckle as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the immense strain, he struggled to stand straight. But his bones creaked painfully. If this continued, he would likely suffer catastrophic fractures without needing Song Wuji or Chen Feihu to intervene. Stop it. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang attempted to rush forward, but the other branch members swiftly blocked their path. So, Lin Mo, do you still wish to be defiant? Today, we do not seek your death. As long as you kneel and admit your fault, surrender your rewards, we may yet spare your life. Chen Feihu scoffed. You must be dreaming. Lin Mo's gums were nearly bleeding from the pressure of his biting down, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity as he steadfastly refused to yield. He was waiting for his ability reserves to replenish. Yet, it was still insufficient. He could not unleash the ensnaring domain. Even with death looming, he remains obstinate. Vice Director, I suggest we take action directly. Let him suffer a bit more and see how long he can endure. Lan Yu proposed, clasping his fists toward Song Wuji. Very well. Let it be you who takes action. He is currently immobilized under the oppressive aura of both myself and Vice Director Chen. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Song Wuji nodded in agreement. As you command. Lan Yu was instantly aflame with excitement. You two go ahead. Chen Feihu signaled to Wang Yuan. The two promptly approached Lin Mo. Haha. Lin Mo, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament today. What happened to that bravado you exhibited in Hellish Town? Why not continue to flaunt it? Lan Yu taunted, his expression brimming with arrogance. Lin Mo, you are but a mere insect born from a 4th-tier city. What does it matter if you are a level 7 ability user? An insect remains an insect. Daring to provoke us, today, no one can save you. Wang Yuan sneered. Just as they were about to strike Lin Mo, a sharp voice rang out. Stop right there. A black and a white car came to a halt not far away. Descending from the white vehicle were Zhao Tianlin and his companions. With me, Zhao Tianlin present. Who dares to lay a finger on Lin Mo? Zhao Tianlin swiftly stepped forward, shielding Lin Mo behind him. Instantly, the oppressive pressure surrounding Lin Mo diminished significantly, allowing him to breathe normally once more. Director Zhao, your timing is impeccable. Lin Mo from your branch maliciously injured our personnel and caused them to be prematurely eliminated from the qualification assessment. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Chen Feihu narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Indeed, we demand an explanation today. Severe punishment for Lin Mo is required, and he must apologize. This vile character cannot remain in the Ability Management Bureau and must be expelled. Others from the branch echoed in agreement. What explanation do you require from me? I have already ascertained the matter. Lin Mo has done nothing wrong. It is your people who instigated this, and their elimination is well deserved. Zhao Tianlin replied sternly. So, Director Zhao, are you planning to protect him? Then we shall have to seek justice through our fists. Chen Feihu's voice turned icy. What? Do you still intend to take action? Do you truly believe I fear you? Zhao Tianlin's spirit stirred, and a powerful wave of ability energy surged from within him, reaching the level of a level 9 ability user. However, Song Wuji dismissed this with disdain. Director Zhao, how could you possibly stand against both of us alone? If it comes to blows, you are bound to face defeat. Is that so? Then what if I add an old friend to the mix? Just then, a voice laden with amusement reached their ears. The door of the black car opened, and a figure descended. To their astonishment, it was none other than the mayor of Jiangzhou City, Jiang Qinian. Mayor Jiang, this is an internal matter of our Ability Management Bureau. What business do you have here? Chen Feihu inquired, furrowing his brow. That statement is misguided. Young Lin Mo is a hero of Jiangzhou City. Not long ago, when a level wolf disaster struck, he played a pivotal role in its resolution. How can this not concern me? Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, chuckling coldly. Therefore, anyone who wishes to harm him must first seek my approval. As his words fell, an overwhelming wave of ability energy surged from his being, crushing the atmosphere around him. The faces of Chen Feihu and Song Wuji turned pale, a level 10 ability user. Lin Mo was equally astonished. He never expected the seemingly affable Jiang Qinian to possess such terrifying strength, having reached the level of a level 10 ability user. But upon reflection, it was to be expected. Without considerable strength and means, how could one possibly occupy the position of mayor? Ha ha ha, Song Wuji, Chen Feihu. What are your odds of victory now? Zhao Tianlin laughed triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feihu and Song Wuji's expressions soured dramatically. One Zhao Tianlin was indeed no threat. But with Jiang Qinian added to the equation, the situation became far more complicated. If they were to engage in combat, the casualties would be significant, and it would be challenging to explain upon returning. After all, it would be a disgraceful affair to have a conflict among their own ranks. Exchanging glances, they reluctantly nodded and suppressed their ability energies with great reluctance. Lin Mo, consider yourself fortunate today. We shall see what transpires. And you, Director Zhao? This grudge between your Jiangzhou branch and our Nanzhou branch, as well as Luoqing branch, will inevitably be settled one day. We are leaving. Song Wuji and Chen Feihu beckoned their subordinates and prepared to depart. Wait. Just then, Jiang Qinian called out to stop them. Mayor Jiang, we have already given you face. What more do you want? Chen Feihu asked, raising an eyebrow, clearly displeased. You have bullied young Lin Mo for quite some time. Shouldn't you apologize to him before leaving? Jiang Qinian asked with a cold smirk. Chapter 72. Then let us continue to fight. Upon hearing this, Song Wuji and Chen Feihu's expressions darkened. Mayor Jiang, do not overreach. Apologize to him. On what grounds? Chen Feihu gritted his teeth. If you refuse to apologize, then we shall fight until you do. I will not indulge your bad habits. Jiang Qinian stepped forward, fully revealing the aura of a level 10 ability user. This put immense pressure on both Song Wuji and Chen Feihu. There was no denying that as one's level increased, the disparity in strength became more pronounced. Should they engage today, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. With this thought in mind, the two gritted their teeth and begrudgingly stepped forward, cupping their fists toward Lin Mo, reluctantly stating, we have wronged you today, we apologize. Having said that, they turned to leave. Two leaders, please wait. Lin Mo called out to halt them, then pointed to Lan Yi and Wang Yuan beside him with a cold smile. They have yet to apologize. Lin Mo, don't push your luck. Why should I apologize to a piece of trash like you? Do you think you deserve it? Lan Yi could no longer contain his rage and roared. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Just a lowly insect from a fourth-tier city. What right do you have to demand an apology? If it weren't for your good fortune in being saved today, I could have beaten you to a pulp. Wang Yuan seethed, gritting his teeth. Whoosh. Lin Mo transformed into a blur, charging toward the two, swinging his arms in a wide arc. Slap, slap, accompanied by two crisp slaps. The two were sent spinning through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths, and several teeth knocked out. In an instant, their heart-wrenching wails echoed through the air. It seems I didn't manage to beat you into submission last time in Hellish Town, did I? If that is the case, let us continue. Lin Mo chuckled coldly. Or let the affairs of the youth be resolved amongst themselves. We, the elder generation, shall merely observe from the sidelines. Jiang Qinian spoke lightly, with one hand clasped behind him. You, Song Wuji, and Chen Feihu glared in disbelief. Soon. The heart-wrenching cries of Lan Yi and Wang Yuan echoed once more. The two were mercilessly battered by Lin Mo, tossed about like rag dolls, utterly powerless to retaliate. And their plight was nothing short of tragic. Song Wuji and Chen Feihu watched anxiously, their teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet they were helpless, forced to bear witness to the brutal punishment. Haha, Brother Lin, give that young scoundrel Wang Yuan another kick to the backside. Yes, yes. A slap to Lan Ye's right cheek as well. His face seems to be swelling unevenly. Oh, look, Wang Yuan's rolling his eyes. He must be feeling defiant. Which is nothing less than a blatant provocation. Lu Liang, relishing the spectacle, began to direct the chaos. This will show you not to look down upon our small city. You used to seize our resources daily from headquarters and often belittled us with your words. Serves you right. This scene is truly gratifying. Zhang Wei clenched his fists in excitement. Before long, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were left in a wretched state. Clinging desperately to Lin Mo's leg, they cried out in supplication, Big brother, please, no more. We truly can't take it anymore. We beseech you. Show mercy and spare us. We yield, completely yield. Subsequently, the two knelt before Lin Mo, bowing their heads in apology. What transpired today was our fault. We instigated trouble and, after being eliminated, sought to cause you further inconvenience. We are despicable, shameless, and utterly lacking in dignity. Please, overlook our transgressions and grant us forgiveness. Had you said this sooner, we could have avoided all this. Lin Mo replied coldly, finally halting his assault and turning back to Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin. Go. Quickly lift them and place them in the vehicle. Song Wuji and Shen Feihu hastily gestured to their subordinates. A few men rushed forward, hoisting the battered Lan Yi and Wang Yuan towards the car. Deputy Director Song, Deputy Director Chen, we shan't see you off. Do visit us in Jiangzhou when you have the chance. Zhao Tianlin remarked with a smile. Humph. The two shot a fierce glare at Zhao Tianlin and Lin Mo before turning away, retreating to their vehicle. They had come today to reclaim their dignity, only to be humiliated in return. They simply could not bear to stay any longer. The remaining members of the sub-bureau, seeing their leaders flee, promptly followed suit, leaving in a hasty retreat. Soon, only Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and a few others remained. Thank you, esteemed Director and Lord Mayor, for your assistance. Lin Mo turned to the two of them, clasping his fists in gratitude. Oh, we are all family. Speaking thus feels overly formal. Zhao Tianlin waved dismissively. Indeed. Young friend Lin Mo, you have distinguished yourself on this national assessment, achieving the remarkable rank of first. I, as the mayor, feel proud as well. It has been ages since Jiangzhou has had such an opportunity to stand tall before the grand cities. Jiang Qinian grinned broadly. You flatter me, Lord Mayor. Lin Mo humbly clasped his fists. Director, Mayor, it is ultimately unsafe outside the city. Let us board the vehicle and converse as we travel. Zhang Wei suggested. Following this, the group climbed into their vehicle, setting off towards Jiangzhou. Shortly after their departure, several figures emerged from a nearby thicket. Leading them was a young man clad in a black cloak, silver hair cascading down, adorned with a red cross pendant at his chest. It seems that the internal affairs of the Ability Management Bureau are not as monolithic as one might think. This bodes well for our sect. And the conquest of Jiangzhou is but a matter of time. The silver-haired man smirked. My lord priest, forgive my ignorance. Jiangzhou is merely a fourth-tier city, even less prosperous than the nearby Kong city. Why is there such insistence on capturing Jiangzhou? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to direct our efforts towards a major city? A subordinate inquired, frowning in confusion. The higher-ups have their reasons. We merely need to comply. Moreover, as far as I know, Jiangzhou is not as simple as it appears. There are hidden complexities within. Capturing Jiangzhou will secure a significant portion of our sect's grand ambitions. The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes. He then turned to his subordinate and commanded, Go, inform the Yoli Daoist to employ every possible means to hasten the advance of the ghost-level beast tide, aiming to seize Jiangzhou within half a month. Chapter 73. I have an idea. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Ability Management Bureau, in the office of the Chief Director, Long Zhan, the Chief Director overseeing the National Ability Management Bureau, must be one of the busiest individuals in Huaxia. His desk was piled high with various urgent documents requiring his attention. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan has recently been exerting pressure on several coastal cities, seeking to open customs for trade between our two races. The cult of the Divine has seized Moon City, uprooting the local Ability Management Bureau and causing countless civilian casualties. A significant gathering of aberrant beasts has been detected in the southeast region, posing a potential dragon-level disaster, with nearby cities requesting assistance. As Long Zhan perused these documents, he could not help but let out a long sigh. At merely 50 years of age, he appeared particularly haggard and aged. There was no other choice. Huaxia is currently beset by both internal and external crises. As the chief director, the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders is unimaginable. Just then, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A young man hurriedly entered, holding a tablet. What is it that you appear so flustered? Long Zhan glanced at the young man, puzzled. Please, take a look at this video. The young man placed the tablet in front of Long Zhan. On it played a recording of Lin Mo unleashing the Annihilation domain in Purgatory Town. When was this filmed? Who was this individual? The previously weary Long Zhan was instantly invigorated. This footage was captured during the assessment. The individual on screen is named Lin Mo, a newcomer from the Jiangzhou Sub-Bureau. The young man explained hastily. Jiangzhou. A glint of excitement flashed in Long Zhan's eyes, and he quickly replayed the video, speaking with fervor. A domain. This is undoubtedly a domain skill. However, aren't domain-type skills exclusive to abilities rated SS or higher? Yet, upon reviewing Lin Mo's profile within the Ability Management Bureau, it states his ability is only rated B. The young man expressed his confusion. Either this individual is feigning weakness, or he is indeed playing the part of a fool. There is no mistaking it. This is undoubtedly a domain skill. Long Zhan asserted with certainty, slamming his hand on the table and rising from his chair. Huh? Amidst a flurry of grim news, this truly lifts my spirits. Who would have thought that after so many years, Huaxia would once again produce a genius with SS-level abilities? Truly a blessing for our nation. Arrange for a private jet at once. I must personally travel to Jiangzhou to meet him. Yes. The young man nodded, turning to leave. Wait. Just then, Long Zhan seemed to recall something. Quickly calling the young man back. Chief Director, is there something else? The young man paused, puzzled. No, I cannot meet him just yet. Long Zhan shook his head, furrowing his brow. Why not? The young man asked, perplexed. His strength is currently too weak, and my ambitions are far too great. Should I meet him now? The various factions will inevitably learn of this news, and he will undoubtedly become a target for all. The tragic events of yesteryear seem poised to repeat themselves. A prospect I am loath to witness, Long Zhan remarked with a grave countenance, before resuming his seat. Indeed, that child Dongqing was a true loss, possessing an SSS-level ability. Yet due to premature exposure, he fell victim to the nefarious machinations of the cult of the divine, rendering his powers obsolete and leaving him a mere shadow of his former self. Had he been nurtured until now, we would have gained yet another formidable powerhouse for our nation. The young man sighed deeply, an expression of regret etched upon his face. Therefore, we must redouble our efforts to safeguard Lin Mo. Relay my orders to erase all traces of this video and exert every effort to contain this matter. Fortunately, this was merely an internal assessment, devoid of nationwide broadcast, and the number of individuals capable of discerning the realm is exceedingly scant. It is unlikely that this will be leaked. Long Zhan commanded. Understood. The young man nodded and promptly turned to depart. As he watched the young man's retreating figure, Long Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, murmuring, Jiangzhou, Lin Mo, it appears as though fate has intertwined our paths. I can only hope this marks a turning point for our human race. At the entrance of the Ability Management Bureau in Jiangzhou City, Zhao Tianlin intercepted Jiang Qinian, who was about to enter. Brother Jiang, now that Lin Mo has returned safely, there's no need for you to linger here. You have matters to attend to at the City Lord's mansion. What? You choose to forget your friends once you've pulled your pants up? After I've helped you so significantly, you wouldn't even offer me a cup of tea? Jiang Qinian shot Zhao Tianlin a disdainful glance, his tone irritable. Oh, come now, Brother Jiang. It's simply not convenient today. Lin Mo and LV Liang have just been promoted to formal investigators, and I must handle their paperwork, which will likely keep me busy until late. Zhao Tianlin grinned sheepishly. Enough of that. Do you really need to personally attend to such trivial matters? Jiang Qinian was clearly skeptical of Zhao Tianlin's excuses, his eyes narrowing as he replied, if no tea, then let me speak with Lin Mo privately. That's out of the question. If you manage to abscond with my people later, I want to have a place to lament. Zhao Tianlin immediately shook his head, his expression akin to that of a wary guardian. Then in your presence, surely that should suffice? Jiang Qinian said helplessly. Now that is more like it. Zhao Tianlin nodded, then called out to Lin Mo, who was standing a short distance away. Lin Mo, come here for a moment. The City Lord has something to discuss with you. Lin Mo approached with a puzzled expression. City Lord, is there something you need? I've heard you've acquired an S-level armor. You've truly struck gold. There are scarcely a few of such treasures even within my City Lord's mansion. Jiang Qinian exclaimed with a smile. Just luck, really. I suppose I've been fortunate. Lin Mo scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Enough modesty. Luck is also a facet of strength. Jiang Qinian patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Then his expression shifted to one of seriousness. However, I must caution you. A man is innocent, yet the possession of wealth can bring misfortune. An S-level armor is not an ordinary object, especially in our small city of Jiangzhou, where it will undoubtedly attract envy and covetousness. Once you acquire it, exercise caution. For you are in the light, while others lurk in the shadows. Lin Mo's expression changed, and he quickly clasped his fists together. Thank you for the warning, Elder. I will keep it firmly in mind. Moreover, your recent actions have thoroughly offended the ability management bureaus of Nanzhou and Luoqing. Although they may refrain from acting against you today, given my presence and that of Director Zhao, they will undoubtedly seek retribution in the future. However, I have devised a plan that could temporarily shield you. Are you willing to consider it? Jiang Qinian asked, stroking his white beard with a smile. What plan? Lin Mo inquired. Curiosity piqued. Zhao Tianlin, standing nearby, perked up his ears in anticipation. My city defense forces currently have a vacancy for a commander. If you are amenable, I can offer you this position. Jiang Qinian proposed with a grin. Hold on, stop right there. Zhao Tianlin interjected, glaring at Jiang Qinian. Old Jiang, are you openly attempting to poach my people right in front of me? Oh, come now, Zhao, that is not my intention. I merely meant to suggest that Lin Mo could serve in both capacities, as an investigator for your bureau and as my deputy commander at the City Lord's mansion. With such an identity, should the ability management bureaus of Nanzhou and Luoqing wish to trouble Lin Mo in the future, they will have to think twice. They may disregard your Jiangzhou division, but they must afford my City Lord's mansion some respect. Jiang Qinian quickly clarified, waving his hands in explanation. However, Lin Mo is already a formal investigator. Would it not be inappropriate for him to concurrently hold the position of deputy commander? Zhao Tianlin frowned, expressing his skepticism. What of it? Wasn't he Director Long Zhan also a concurrent commander of the capital's garrison in his day? We are all part of the same family. Why must we draw such rigid distinctions? Jiang Qinian replied, shaking his head with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlin pondered for a moment and nodded thoughtfully. It seems we have no other choice, as long as it ensures Lin Mo's safety. I am agreeable to any arrangement. Lin Mo, do you consent to my proposal? Jiang Qinian turned to Lin Mo, awaiting his response. I have no objections. I just hope it doesn't cause you too much trouble, City Lord. Lin Mo replied, feeling somewhat bashful. Jiangzhou has finally produced a talent like you, and I shall do everything in my power to protect you. There is no need for formality. Jiang Qinian waved his hand dismissively, then added, once you complete your formalities, come report to the City Lord's mansion. That very day, Lin Mo and LV Liang's accommodations were upgraded from their previous 80 square meters to a spacious 200-plus square meter riverside apartment. The decor was nothing short of opulent. Their salaries were also raised to $50,000 a month, complete with 5 insurances and a housing fund, an astonishing increase. Moreover, due to their outstanding performance during the formal assessment, Zhao Tianlin awarded each of them an additional $100,000 in cash. Brother Lin, now that we're officially on board, it's time we get a vehicle for our missions. Shall we take a look at some 4S dealerships? LV Liang suggested. Let us go. The two made their way to the 4S dealership. Initially, they intended to check out the newly released SUV, but considering the practicality of fuel vehicles for future missions, they opted for one that ran on gasoline. Thus, they arrived at a BMW 4S dealership, and after a thorough inspection, they found themselves enamored with the BMW X5. Dubbed the king of the highway. In reality, the experience was far less dramatic than in novels. The sales staff were exceedingly amiable, accompanying them with smiles and providing detailed introductions. Lin Mo quickly developed a fondness for the BMW X5 and, upon inquiring about the price, found that the total would amount to over $700,000. He promptly swiped his card for the purchase, as this sum was hardly a concern for him now. The dealership had the vehicle readily available, and the registration procedures were completed expeditiously. Lin Mo and LV Liang drove off, unbothered by the absence of a driver's license. As they doubted any traffic officer would dare question them, they could always obtain a replacement later. As they cruised along, they decided to swing by the City Lord's mansion. Lin Mo completed his onboarding process and received his Deputy Commander's insignia. With this insignia, he could directly mobilize the city defense forces. Thus, he had acquired the trifecta of a home, a car, and military authority, every man's essential treasures. It was hard to fathom that just a week prior, he had been a worthless individual, scorned by his ex-girlfriend and cast out by his family. The whims of fate are truly remarkable. Lin Mo, where are you now? We have an urgent mission. Just as they were enjoying their drive, the call from their team leader, Zhang Wei, interrupted them. The two immediately hurried back to the Ability Management Bureau. Here are the materials. Take a look. Zhang Wei handed them a document. In the slums, a snow monster? But we're not in the snowy mountains. Where would a snow monster come from? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Wei shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. I cannot provide specifics. It is up to the two of you to investigate. According to eyewitness accounts, this snow monster possesses considerable strength, at least at level 5, and it may very well be a level 6 beast. After some contemplation, I believe that among our team, you two are the most suitable candidates for this task. Depart promptly and ascertain the situation, capturing this snow creature. Leader, from the records, it appears that this snow monster has previously emerged to either steal bread from a convenience store or pilfer apples from a fruit shop, without any recorded instances of harm. This could be considered one of the more benevolent beasts, Lu Liang remarked. There are no benevolent beasts. They are inherently savage and devoid of humanity. Regardless of whether it has harmed anyone, allowing a level 6 beast to remain within the city poses a tremendous threat. As investigators, it is our duty to eliminate it swiftly, Zhang Wei asserted, his expression grave. Understood, we will set off immediately. Lin Mo and Lu Liang gathered their materials and departed from the Abilities Management Bureau. The slums, in stark contrast to the opulence of the city center. This area exuded an air of decay and poverty. Yet, it served as a refuge for many impoverished individuals and the working class. With exceptionally low rents and prices, it offered a glimmer of hope for those struggling to survive. Brother Lin, this slum is vast. Where shall we search for the snow monster? Lu Liang surveyed the surroundings. His brow furrowed. This task is no less challenging than a bounty mission, and we lack any useful leads. We must rely on our own investigation. Let us first visit the convenience store where the snow monster was last seen. Lin Mo shook his head, preparing to move forward. Just then, he noticed that Lu Liang remained rooted to the spot. Following Lu Liang's gaze, he spotted a small boy, approximately 4 or 5 years old, squatting by the roadside. The child's face was grimy, and his clothing was tattered and patched. Before him lay an old bowl, riddled with cracks, presumably for begging. How pitiful. Lu Liang, feeling compassion, pulled out his wallet and extracted several hundred yuan bills, placing them into the boy's bowl. Uncle, this is too much. I can't accept it. The boy exclaimed, startled, and spoke cautiously. Don't worry, it's for you. Just take it. Lu Liang replied with a smile. At that moment, Lin Mo approached and added the entirety of his cash to the bowl, inquiring, what is your name, little one? My name is Nunu. The boy blinked his large eyes and responded. Nunu? What a peculiar name. Lin Mo paused, then gently ruffled Nunu's hair, advising, Nunu, nightfall is approaching, and there have been sightings of a snow monster nearby. You should return home soon, understood? Upon hearing the term snow monster, Nunu's expression shifted noticeably, not in fear, but in concern. However, this moment went unnoticed by Lin Mo and Lu Liang, who had already turned to leave. Chapter 75, Discovery of Clues. The 24-hour convenience store. This was the site of the snow monster's first appearance, where it had charged in and stolen a loaf of bread, as captured on surveillance footage. After presenting their credentials, Lin Mo and Lu Liang successfully accessed the recordings. In the footage, a creature towering 3 meters, covered in pure white fur and sporting a pair of antlers, was clearly visible. Its intentions were straightforward. It seized the bread and fled without hesitation, showing no inclination to linger. Remarkably, the cashier on duty was merely 2 meters away and even made eye contact with the snow monster, yet the creature exhibited no desire to harm him. This was rather peculiar. What kind of beast refrains from attacking humans, only to steal bread? With no further leads to pursue here, Lin Mo and Lu Liang prepared to explore other locations. Uncle, is this your wallet? A small figure suddenly blocked their path as they exited. It was none other than the boy, Nunu. He held out a wallet in his hand. Lu Liang recognized it immediately and quickly checked his pocket, eyes widening in realization. Oh, it truly is my wallet. Thank you, Nunu. You're welcome, Uncle. Goodbye. Nunu handed the wallet to Lu Liang and turned to leave. As Lu Liang opened the wallet to verify its contents, he discovered that most of the money he and Lin Mo had just given Nunu had been returned, leaving only 5 yuan. This little rascal. Lu Liang wanted to call out to Nunu, but the boy had already vanished from sight. Lin Mo could only shake his head and smile wryly. Nowadays, many beggars lament that the alms they receive are insufficient, even treating it as a profession for profit. Perhaps Nunu was truly begging out of a desperate need to survive. What a wretched child. Let us go. If we encounter him again, we can offer him more. Lin Mo patted Lu Liang on the shoulder, preparing to get into the vehicle. Just then, a fleeting white shadow darted across the alley directly opposite them, causing both men to momentarily freeze. Lu Liang swallowed hard, uncertainly asking, Brother Lin, did you see that? The white shadow seemed to be the snow monster. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with determination as he immediately pursued the apparition. In the dim alley, a woman adorned in heavy makeup and clad in a super short black skirt was swaying her slender waist as she walked ahead, the sound of her high heels echoing in the narrow space, oblivious to the tall white figure stealthily stalking her from a short distance behind. She soon arrived beneath a streetlight. The woman halted abruptly, startled to discover a massive shadow looming ahead, not her own. She swiftly turned around, only to find a 3-meter-tall snow monster, its white fur gleaming, standing directly behind her, fixated on her. Her piercing scream reverberated throughout the alley, and she nearly fainted from fright. However, at that moment, the snow monster extended its enormous palm, covering her mouth, and gestured for silence with a finger. Mmm. The woman desperately wished to flee, yet her legs felt weak, rendering her unable to heed her brain's frantic commands. You are you. The snow monster pointed ahead, and then to itself, looking at the woman with an expression full of inquiry. What are you saying? I can't understand. The woman was utterly perplexed. You are you. The snow monster sighed in exasperation, grasped her slender waist, and hoisted her onto its shoulder, beginning to walk deeper into the alley. Where are you taking me? Put me down. The woman was terrified and struggled violently, crying out. With a swift motion, the snow monster conjured a snowball the size of a fist and stuffed it into her mouth. Mmm. The woman was at her wit's end. This was it. She was surely doomed. With a creature of such size, she doubted she would be left with even a bone. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Upon seeing the woman perched on the snow monster's shoulder, Lin Mo paused momentarily before a cold smirk crept across his face. So, this is why you don't harm anyone. You're not interested in men, only targeting women. You are you. The snow monster gazed at the 2 men, its large eyes reflecting confusion, clearly unable to comprehend Lin Mo's words. Abilities Management Bureau, you are under arrest. Immediately release that woman. Lu Liang promptly produced his identification, raising it before the snow beast. Upon seeing this, the creature's expression shifted immediately. It hastily set the woman down and raised both hands in surrender. Its somewhat clumsy yet slightly fearful demeanor exuded an unexpected charm. This left Lin Mo and Lu Liang utterly astonished. After countless missions, it was their first encounter with a mythical beast that surrendered outright. It appeared that this task was not as formidable as they had anticipated. Brother Lin. It seems this fellow has discerned that you are no pushover and has surrendered out of fright, Lu Liang remarked, retrieving a pair of specialized handcuffs for mythical creatures from his spatial ring, intending to approach the snow beast. However, at that moment, a gust of frigid wind laden with snow suddenly swept through, rendering both Lu Liang and Lin Mo unable to open their eyes. When they regained their sight, the snow beast had vanished without a trace, leaving only the terrified woman crumpled on the ground. It ran away? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Goodness. It seems this snow beast possesses quite the intellect, even employing the art of retreat. Lu Liang was equally astonished and stepped forward, concerned for the still-dazed woman. Miss, are you all right? You frightened us half to death. The woman patted her heaving chest and exhaled deeply. Dressed in a minimalistic summer tank top, her deep breath accentuated her curves in an unmistakable manner. Lu Liang swallowed hard, extending a hand to assist her. Ahem, if you're uninjured, we shall take our leave. As they prepared to depart, the woman hastily caught up with them, scrutinizing them with a skeptical gaze. Are you truly investigators from the Ability Management Bureau? If not, who in their right mind would venture out at this hour to capture mythical beasts? That would be sheer madness. Lu Liang retorted with a smirk. Wonderful. The woman exclaimed with glee, throwing herself into Lu Liang's embrace, her hands caressing his chest as she coyly suggested. I've heard that investigators from the Bureau are quite affluent. Since I can't make it to my clients tonight, would you two gentlemen like to enjoy some company? Whether one at a time or together, I am amenable to either. Chapter 76, Nunu and Dubai. Initially, Lu Liang was rather enjoying the moment, but upon hearing her words, he abruptly pushed her away, staring incredulously. You can't be serious. Oh, don't speak so harshly. I'm merely a lonely woman seeking to earn a little extra in the dead of night. She pouted, playfully tapping Lu Liang's chest. Rest assured, in gratitude for your rescue, I can offer you a 30% discount. Lin Mo, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Bro, I thought we were about to have a romantic encounter, but it turns out you're just a tease. Go away. I seek only pure and beautiful love. Such monetary exchanges are beneath me. I'd rather stay home and play the captain. Lu Liang shot a disapproving glance at the woman and swiftly grabbed Lin Mo, making their escape towards the alley's exit. Brother Lin, you mustn't breathe a word of tonight's events. Trying to silence me? You're buying late-night snacks. No problem. I'll cover breakfast tomorrow too. At the alley's end, unnoticed in a rubbish-strewn corner, a small boy curled up, clutching a bright red apple. If Lin Mo and Lu Liang were present, they would instantly recognize him as Nunu. Just then, a tall, snow-white figure strode into view. It was the snow beast that had evaded them. Yet, upon seeing the creature, Nunu did not flinch in fear. Instead, he leaped into the snow beast's arms. Dubai, you're back. Dubai affectionately ruffled Nunu's hair. I brought this for you. No more stealing apples from others, understood? Nunu offered the red apple to Dubai. Dubai happily accepted the apple and devoured it in one bite. You finished it so quickly? Nunu exclaimed in surprise. Dubai rubbed its belly, appearing unsated. A kind-hearted stranger gave me 5 coins today, but it was only enough for 1 apple. I'll go beg for more tomorrow to buy you some extra, all right? Nunu scratched his head, a bit shy. Dubai nodded in delight, and the two nestled together in the corner. Hey, Dubai, you smell so good. Is that perfume? Nunu sniffed Dubai's shoulder, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Glancing up at Dubai, did you go out investigating again? Dubai gestured as it spoke. Remarkably, Nunu understood its language, his expression turning to one of surprise. You found out where my mother is? Dubai beckoned to Nunu and stood, walking toward the exit. Nunu took a deep breath, hesitating briefly, then followed suit. In the impoverished district, at an old veteran's barbecue stall, it was surprising that despite the shabby surroundings, the food was quite delectable. Lu Liang rubbed his belly with satisfaction after a hearty meal. After settling the bill, he turned to Lin Mo and asked, Brother Lin, where to next? That snow beast, shaken from earlier, probably won't show itself tonight. Let us find a place to rest and continue our search tomorrow. Lin Mo assessed the situation. Just as they were about to rise, Lu Liang suddenly pointed across the street. Look, Brother Lin, isn't that Nunu we encountered earlier? Lin Mo turned to see a petite figure standing at the entrance of a small bar. It was indeed Nunu. Initially, the bar's security refused him entry, persistently shooing him away. Yet, inexplicably, after a brief conversation, the guard escorted him inside. Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged astonished glances. No way, Brother Lin. Could we have been deceived? This child is part of an organization. Lu Liang's expression darkened. I don't think so. If he were part of a begging ring, he wouldn't have returned the money to us. Lin Mo replied, shaking his head confidently. After all, those organizations typically employed children to beg, with strict daily targets. And failure to meet them often resulted in punishment. But why is Nunu going into the bar? Lu Liang questioned, puzzled. Let us follow him and find out. Lin Mo felt that there was more to the story and promptly set off in pursuit. Inside the bar, guided by the security, Nunu entered a private room. In the center, a young man in a white shirt sat on the sofa, surrounded by a row of heavily made-up, provocatively dressed women. The guard approached the young man, whispering a few words in his ear. What? Looking for your mother? The young man glanced at the slightly anxious Nunu at the door and waved him over. Nunu mustered his courage and strode forward briskly. Little one, come and see. Who among these ladies is your mother? The young man gestured towards the group of alluring women before him, casting a glance at Nunu. Nunu quickly scanned the room and shook his head, declaring, None of them are my mother. And what is the name of your mother? Speak it so I may hear. so I can ensure she leaves this place. Consuming my resources despite having borne a child, the young man retorted with irritation. My mother is named Chu Meili. Nunu replied boldly. What? Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened, and he grimaced. How can that wretched woman still have an illegitimate child out in the world? My mother is not a wretched woman. Although Nunu trembled with fear, he could not remain silent when his mother was insulted, and he countered defiantly. Haha, it hardly matters now. The young man sneered coldly. Signaling to a nearby security guard, just take care of it. Dispose of him in the river to feed the fish, and ensure it is done cleanly. Understood. The guard nodded, then turned his gaze towards Nunu, revealing a menacing grin. He reached out towards Nunu's neck. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the private room collapsed. A towering white figure burst in. It was Dabai. Chapter 77. Then let us use another identity. The beast. The young man and the seductive women were instantly struck with terror, their eyes widening in disbelief. Dabai sidestepped to allow the women to escape the room, then charged directly at the young man and the guard. In an instant, the room was filled with heart-wrenching screams. Brother dog, are you all right? The young man's subordinates rushed in upon hearing the commotion. However, when they entered the room and beheld Dabai sitting atop their leader, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately feigned ignorance. Brother dog is not here. Let us search in other rooms. Upon hearing this, Brother dog, pinned beneath Dabai, nearly choked with anger. You scoundrels. I have truly wasted my resources on you all. Soon, Brother Dog's cries of agony echoed once more throughout the private room. Stop. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Two figures dashed in, Lin Mo and LV Liang. Upon recognizing Dabai, Lin Mo and LV Liang were momentarily taken aback. Why is the snow monster here? Dabai, run. Nunu urgently called out to Dabai. Dabai? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, then fixed his gaze on Dabai, stating sternly, the Ability Management Bureau is conducting an operation. Surrender immediately. With a sweep of his massive hand, Dabai conjured a blizzard, preparing to unleash it upon Lin Mo and LV Liang. Trying that again, are we? Lin Mo's eyes glinted with cold determination as he turned to LV Liang, commanding, subdue him. Understood. LV Liang promptly burrowed underground, reappearing behind Dabai in an instant and swiftly shackling Dabai's feet with handcuffs. The handcuffs, specially designed by the Ability Management Bureau, emitted high-voltage currents to suppress beasts. In mere moments, Dabai collapsed. Dabai. Nunu was filled with worry and rushed to Dabai's side. Do not fret. He has merely been stunned by the electricity. He is not seriously harmed. LV Liang reassured him. Uncles, Dabai has never harmed anyone. I beg you, please spare him. Nunu pleaded earnestly. Ridiculous. Who says he hasn't harmed anyone? I nearly met my end at his hands. Brother Dog groaned as he struggled to rise, then looked at Lin Mo and LV Liang, exclaiming, you investigators have arrived just in time. Otherwise, this law-abiding citizen would have lost his life to this beast. Please. You must eliminate it. And this little brat, he clearly colludes with the beast to cause harm. That is a grave offense, and he must not be spared. You certainly know the law. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Of course. As a law-abiding citizen, one must understand the law. Brother Dog grinned. Uncle, it's not like that. He is the villain. He kidnapped my mother, and Dabai was trying to save me when he acted against them. Nunu interjected urgently. Oh. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Little brat, do not slander me. Be careful, or I shall sue you for defamation. When have I ever kidnapped your mother? What evidence do you have? Brother Dog's expression soured as he glared at Nunu. You know my mother's name, yet you insult her. Nunu clenched his small fists, anger evident in his voice. Brother Dog attempted to argue, but was silenced by a piercing glare from Lin Mo. Be quiet and let him speak. Lin Mo commanded, then crouched down to Nunu's level, saying, Nunu, you must clarify the matter for Uncle so he can assist you. Uncle, it's like this. A month ago, my mother suddenly vanished, and I became a homeless orphan. Later, while scavenging, I encountered Dabai. Dabai did not harm me. He cared for me, even stealing bread from a convenience store when I was starving. I remember all of this. Today, with the $5 you gave me, I bought Dabai an apple and returned the rest to the store. Dabai has been helping me search for my mother. And when he discovered that my mother went missing in this bar, he brought me here. After hearing Nunu's story, Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged glances. It seemed that there truly existed benevolent beasts in this world. Moreover, compared to Dabai, those who had abducted Nunu's mother and left him homeless were the true beasts. In an instant, Lin Mo and LV Liang directed their icy glares towards Brother Dog. Brother Dog felt a shiver run down his spine as he raised his hands defensively. Stammering, investigators, you cannot simply take the word of a child. What if he is deceiving you? Whether he is deceiving us is irrelevant. What matters is whether you are deceiving us. Lin Mo replied coldly, then turned to LV Liang, instructing, let this fellow experience our Bureau's interrogation methods. Very well. LV Liang concentrated, and a massive electric baton materialized in his hand. With a flick of a switch, the baton crackled with electricity. Wielding the baton, LV Liang approached Brother Dog with a sinister grin, stating, this baton is specifically designed for beasts. A single strike can cause even the largest of them to lose control. Tell me, What do you think it would feel like if it were to be used on you? Brother Dog's face turned pale with fear. Brother Dog, we have come to rescue you. Just then, Brother Dog's subordinates rushed in. However, upon seeing Dabai collapsed on the ground and the enormous baton in LV Liang's grasp, their faces paled. How peculiar. We clearly heard Brother Dog's voice just moments ago. It appears he is not here. We should retreat. They hastily turned and fled. Brother Dog nearly spat blood in frustration. He was utterly despairing, collapsing weakly to the ground. I will confess. I will confess to everything. But I swear Nunu's mother is not in my possession, and the one who took her is someone you cannot afford to confront. Who is it? Lin Mo asked coldly. The leader of the Black Dragon Society, Qian Biguang. Brother Dog inhaled deeply, whispering. As they exited the bar, Lin Mo turned to LV Liang and inquired. Are you truly going to the Black Dragon Society? Indeed. Lin Mo nodded. Ah, you cannot go there. It is far too dangerous. LV Liang waved his hands frantically. What makes it so dangerous? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Just now, I conducted an online inquiry and discovered that the Black Dragon Society is a force within the civilian realm, entirely composed of ordinary individuals under their leader, Qian Biguang. Should you venture there, it is certain that a massacre will ensue. However, we are agents of the Ability Management Bureau, and our mandate is to confront only exotic beasts and those malevolent ability users. We must never harm ordinary people, otherwise, we would violate the Bureau's ironclad laws. If exploited by those with ulterior motives, you would find yourself in grave trouble. LV Liang elucidated. Is there such a regulation within the Ability Management Bureau? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Then suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a sly smile graced his lips. If the identity of an investigator is insufficient, then let us adopt another guise. Chapter 78. What can you do to me? In the Beihou district, the Moonlight nightclub stands as one of the top 3 entertainment venues in Jiangzhou. It also serves as the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. In this world teeming with ability users, although the Black Dragon Society is merely a gang of ordinary folk, its numerous, united members, armed with firearms, render it an entity that no one in civilian society dares to provoke. As long as they do not recklessly antagonize the forces of ability users, they can exert their influence and act with impunity in Jiangzhou. Over the years, they have indeed engaged in numerous acts of oppression and coercion. The two made their way directly to the entrance of the Moonlight nightclub. Lin Mo turned to LV Liang and inquired. You have already made the call, correct? Indeed. They are already en route. LV Liang nodded. Very well, let us first meet this Qian Biguang. Lin Mo chuckled coldly as he strode into the Moonlight nightclub. Halt. You two. The doorman attempted to obstruct them, but was swiftly dispatched by a kick from Lin Mo, sending him flying. They rushed into the nightclub, where Lin Mo seized a waiter and demanded in a low voice, Where can I find your boss? Third floor office. The waiter, clearly intimidated by Lin Mo's imposing presence, complied without hesitation. Without further ado, Lin Mo and LV Liang ascended to the 3rd floor, encountering no obstacles along the way. It was unlikely anyone would anticipate that someone would dare to cause a ruckus in the Moonlight nightclub. Meanwhile, in the 3rd floor office, the manager was confronted by a pretty waitress, frowning in confusion as she lamented, Boss, why has my salary been deducted by 1,000 this month? I haven't been late or left early. Seated at a large desk, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and clad in a green shirt turned his chair around. This was none other than Qian Biguang, the leader of the Black Dragon Society. Qian Biguang leered at the waitress, assessing her with a predatory gaze, and replied with a smirk, Oui, you must understand that the current economic climate is challenging. Everyone's income is declining. It's not just you that has been affected, but this deduction is excessive. My original salary was only 3,000, and others have only seen reductions of a couple of hundred. Why was mine slashed by a third? The waitress protested. Are you complaining about the money? I have a lucrative position available, should you wish to consider it. Qian Biguang grinned wickedly. Standing up and approaching the waitress, he pulled a small white pill from his pocket and offered it to her, saying, Here, take this pill, and I'll immediately grant you 5,000, and from this month onward, your salary will rise to 10,000. What do you say? As he spoke, his gaze remained greedily fixed on the waitress's alluring form, unwilling to divert his eyes for even a second. What kind of pill is this? The waitress asked, her voice trembling with fear. Fear not. I would never harm you. This is a pill that will bring you great joy. Trust me. You will love this sensation. Qian Biguang coaxed enticingly. No, I refuse to take it, and I quit. I'm leaving tonight. The waitress declared, attempting to walk away. Qian Biguang's expression darkened as he seized the waitress by the throat, his voice icy. You're being ungrateful. You will take it, whether you want to or not. He moved to force the pill into her mouth. Bang. At that moment, the office door was suddenly kicked open from the outside, startling Qian Biguang, who turned to glare at the entrance, bellowing, Who the hell dares to kick down my door? Do you have a death wish? TSK, Boss Qian. You truly have a magnificent temper. Came a teasing remark from beyond the door as Lin Mo and LV Liang sauntered in. Taken aback, Qian Biguang stammered. You are Lin Mo, the investigator from the Ability Management Bureau? Oh, you recognize me? Lin Mo replied, somewhat surprised. Qianberguang quickly released the waitress and approached Lin Mo with a broad smile. The illustrious hero Lin, who in Jiangzhou does not know your name? I saw you on television not long ago. What brings you to my humble establishment today? Has an exotic beast appeared here? Not quite. Lin Mo shook his head, his gaze fixed coldly on Qianberguang. I am here to find someone. Who? Qianberguang inquired with feigned curiosity. Chu Meili. Upon hearing this name, Qianberguang's countenance shifted dramatically. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head in pretense. I haven't heard of her. Qianberguang, cease your charade. The big dog has revealed everything to us. We would not approach you without solid evidence. LV Liang interjected sternly. Confess readily, or face severe consequences. This traitor is truly courting death. A glint of malice flashed in Qianberguang's eyes. Yet, he exhibited no sign of panic, instead returning to his chair, crossing his legs with audacity, and brazenly stated, if I recall correctly, this matter doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of your Ability Management Bureau, does it? That is not your concern. Where's Chu Meili? Lin Mo queried coldly. No comment. Qianberguang replied, raising his palms in mock surrender. Bang. LV Liang stepped forward, slamming his fist onto the desk with a resounding thud. Qianberguang, if you do not cooperate, do not blame us for being rude. What? Do you intend to demolish my nightclub? Qianberguang shot back, rolling his eyes at LV Liang, his bravado unwavering. Everyone in Jiangzhou knows the rules of the Ability Management Bureau. Surely you are not ignorant of them? If you have the gall, try laying a finger on me today, and let us see who ends up worse off. Are you indicating that you have no intention of cooperating? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement in his voice. Cooperate? Huh. I grant you the courtesy of addressing you as an investigator, but without that courtesy, you are nothing in my presence. Qianberguang sneered, reclining in his chair with his legs propped on the desk, his arrogance palpable. Today, let us see what you can do to me. Bad news, boss. This is serious. At that moment, a flustered subordinate rushed into the office. Qianberguang glared at the intruder, exasperated. What are you panicking about? Is the sky about to fall? Boss, there are a lot of people outside. They've surrounded the entire nightclub. You need to come and see. The subordinate reported, his face pale. What? Qianberguang's expression darkened, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, they dare to encircle the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society? They are truly seeking death. Gather the men and arm yourselves. I want to see who has the audacity to challenge us. He rose abruptly and strode toward the exit. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. Chapter 79. Do you deserve to live? Qianberguang led a group of dozens of subordinates, storming to the entrance of the nightclub with an imposing air. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, his expression changed dramatically. The nightclub was already surrounded by a throng of people, and at a glance, one could see that there were at least several hundred individuals. Moreover, these individuals donned identical silver armor, wielding silver spears. No resident of Jiangzhou would be unfamiliar with the design of such armor. Qianberguang swallowed hard, his face paling as he inquired, the City Defense Army? Why on earth would they surround our nightclub? I have no idea. They just appeared suddenly. Surely, they aren't here for a team-building exercise? One of his subordinates shook his head, equally bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Qianberguang mustered his courage and approached cautiously, asking, might I inquire what brings you esteemed military gentlemen to my Moonlight nightclub? We operate as a legitimate establishment, strictly avoiding any involvement with illicit activities or tax evasion. If we have inadvertently offended the City Defense Army, I kindly ask for your guidance, and we shall rectify it immediately. Yet, in response to Qianberguang's words, the soldiers appeared to be impervious, remaining rooted in place, expressionless. This only heightened Qianberguang's anxiety. After all, the City Defense Army did not adhere to the same constraints as the Ability Management Bureau. If they felt insulted, they would not hesitate to strike down anyone, be they ordinary citizens or ability users. Allow me to enlighten you regarding their purpose. A voice laced with amusement echoed from behind Qianberguang. Lin Mo and Lu Liang emerged unhurriedly. You know? Qianberguang looked at Lin Mo, bewildered. Indeed, they have come at my behest to eradicate your Black Dragon Society. Lin Mo nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. Huh. Lin Mo, spare me your attempts to intimidate me. You are merely an ordinary investigator. What authority do you possess to mobilize the City Defense Army? Such arrogance is laughable. Qianberguang scoffed, rolling his eyes at Lin Mo. Do you doubt me? Lin Mo's lips curved slightly, and with a flick of his mind, the insignia of the deputy commander manifested in his right hand. He stepped forward, raising the insignia high and declaring, City Defense Army, heed my command. Present. The soldiers responded in unison. At this, Qianberguang's complexion shifted dramatically. The Black Dragon Society has long committed heinous acts, exploiting the vulnerable and wreaking havoc. To ensure the peace of Jiangzhou and the safety of its citizens, I hereby order the immediate dismantling of the Moonlight nightclub. All members of the Black Dragon Society are to be executed without exception. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldiers charged toward the Moonlight nightclub. It was over, utterly over. The sky had fallen. Qian Buoguang collapsed to the ground, engulfed by despair. A cacophony of screams erupted within the nightclub. Against the trained and capable city defense soldiers, the members of the Black Dragon Society were utterly defenseless. While they may have bullied ordinary people, now they faced a relentless slaughter. In a mere matter of moments, the vast Moonlight nightclub was transformed into a scene of carnage. All high-ranking members and associates, save for Qian Buoguang, were slain without leaving a single survivor. After expelling all patrons and staff, Lin Mo ignited the entire establishment, reducing it to ashes, truly leveling it to the ground. My empire. The culmination of nearly 20 years of hard work. Qian Buoguang gazed at the inferno consuming the nightclub, his heart bleeding. If you wish to avoid sharing the same fate as the nightclub, you will obediently reveal the whereabouts of Chu Meili. Lin Mo looked down at Qian Buoguang, his voice icy. Lin Mo? Qian Buoguang raised his gaze to meet Lin Mo's eyes, gritting his teeth as he venomously replied. You dare treat me this way? My backer will not let you go. And who might that backer be? Lin Mo inquired with a chilling smile. The chairman of the Wang Group, a level 9 ability user, Wang Dalong. Qian Buoguang hastily declared. Oh, so you are one of his men? Lin Mo paused, momentarily taken aback. Now do you feel fear? Qian Buoguang smirked, standing tall and boasting. If you are wise, you will release me at once. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. I was initially inclined to spare your life. Lin Mo's smirk vanished, his gaze turning frigidly severe. But since you are his lackey, then your life is forfeit. As the words left his lips, Lin Mo and Lu Liang rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Qian Buoguang. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams echoing through the night. They continued their assault until Qian Buoguang lay motionless on the ground, utterly beaten. Why? My backer is Wang Dalong. Why do you still dare to strike me? Qian Buoguang clutched his head, utterly bewildered. Because you are blind. Do you not realize that Lin is sworn enemies with Wang Dalong? He has incapacitated Wang's son. What do you think he will do to you? Lu Liang shot Qian Buoguang a disdainful glance. Qian Buoguang's expression shifted as panic consumed him. Are you still not going to confess? Lin Mo's voice was icy. That frigid gaze sent a shiver down Qian Buoguang's spine, and he quickly stammered. I confess. I confess. Chu Meili is not with me. She is already dead. What? Lin Mo and Lu Liang's expressions changed instantaneously. About a month ago, I went to Dagu's bar and noticed Chu Meili working there as a waitress. I thought she had some appeal and wanted to have a liaison with her. Initially, I presumed that the women in bars are usually quite promiscuous, and a brief encounter would be inconsequential. However, I discovered that Chu Meili had quite a fiery temperament. After learning that her husband had passed away years ago and that she had no one in her family, I had someone drug her and take her to a hotel. But unexpectedly, just as we were about to engage, the drug wore off, and she awoke, screaming and biting me. In a moment of panic, I accidentally strangled her to death. Her body is now buried beneath a phoenix tree outside the city gate. Qian Buoguang recounted cautiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes were filled with a chilling, murderous intent. You are truly a beast. Lu Liang seethed, wishing he could dismember Qian Buoguang. I am a beast. Not a human. Qian Buoguang slapped himself twice, looking up at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, pleading, I have said all that I needed to say. Could you two brothers? Buzz. 2 beams of annihilation light suddenly shot forth. In an instant, Qian Buoguang's arms vanished without a trace. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Qian Buoguang turned to flee in terror. Buzz. 2 more beams of annihilation light struck again. Qian Buoguang's legs disappeared, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing, please. Don't kill me. I beg you, I don't want to die. Lin Mo approached, delivering a brutal kick to Qian Buoguang's groin, turning it to a bloody pulp. Qian Buoguang was on the verge of losing consciousness from the excruciating pain. Someone like you, less than a beast, still wishes to live? Do you even deserve it? The annihilation light surged once more, this time targeting Qian Buoguang's head. Lin brother, what should we do? He has always believed his mother is still alive. Lu Liang stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with crimson as he inquired. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gazing up at the moon in the sky, and replied helplessly. He will eventually find out. I shall seize an opportunity to speak with him. Chapter 80. A complaint awaits you. The dawn broke. In the ability prison, cell number 188, Daba lay desolate against the wall, staring up at the sealed window, a visage filled with confusion and bewilderment. Upon awakening, it discovered that Nunu was missing, and it itself was confined here. Yet, at that moment, it had no time to fret about its own safety. All that occupied its mind was Nunu. Nunu was still so small. What if danger befell him? What should be done? Daba. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. This brought a glimmer of hope to the sorrowful Daba, which swiftly turned its head. A petite figure was racing towards the cell. It was none other than Nunu. Woo-woo. Daba exclaimed joyfully, instantly rising from the ground and approaching the iron bars. Daba, are you all right? Nunu hurriedly ran forward, gazing at Daba within the cell. Concern etched on his face. Daba shook its head and, equally worried, asked Woo-woo. Of course, I'm fine. Uncle Lin Mo and Uncle Lu Liang are good people. Nunu replied with a smile. With a sigh of relief, Daba then gestured to Nunu, inquiring, woo woo woo? Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Nunu's face. His eyes turning red as tears streamed down. Daba, I no longer have a mother. My mother has passed away. Daba froze, momentarily at a loss for words. It longed to pull Nunu into its embrace to offer comfort, but separated by the iron bars, it could only extend its hand to gently caress Nunu's head. Observing Nunu's sorrow, Daba's own eyes quickly filled with tears of icy blue. Not far away stood three figures, Zhang Wei, Lin Mo, and Lu Liang. Brother Lin. He is so young, yet he has lost his mother and everything else. How will he live from now on? I should have waited longer to tell him. Lu Liang's eyes also glistened with tears. Grief is inevitable. Time will heal the wounds. The sooner he learns, the sooner he can accept it. Besides, he is not entirely alone. He has us, and he has Daba. Lin Mo sighed softly, then turned to Zhang Wei, saying, Captain, you have seen it yourself. Daba is kind-hearted. Its only concern is for Nunu. It would never harm anyone. May we allow it to reside within the city? Nunu has no one else. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, expressing concern. The Ability Management Bureau has no precedent for this. What if something goes awry in the future? I will vouch for it. Should anything happen, I am willing to take full responsibility. Lin Mo declared earnestly. And I too. Lu Liang chimed in hastily. You too. Zhang Wei sighed deeply, exclaiming in resignation, very well, let us bear the burden together. Although the Ability Management Bureau exists to eradicate exotic beasts, it must not completely forsake its humanity. Even if the director learns of this matter, he should understand. As he spoke, he directly handed the cell key to Lin Mo. Consider me ignorant. I have seen nothing today, and none of you have encountered me. With that, Zhang Wei turned and strode towards the prison exit. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, joy illuminating their faces as they hurried forward to unlock the cell door. Woo woo. Daba and Nunu embraced tightly. Upon leaving the prison, Nunu looked up at Lin Mo and said, Uncle Lin Mo, I want to know where my mother is buried. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before replying. I will take you there. Brother Lin, the city is manageable, but what about at the city gate? Daba is quite large. Lu Liang expressed his concerns. Have you forgotten my other identity? Lin Mo smirked slightly, producing his Vice Commander's badge. Outside the city, beneath a grand sycamore tree. Mother, rest easy. With Daba looking after me, no one shall dare to bully me. Nunu knelt before his mother's grave, his eyes swollen with tears. Woo woo. Daba patted its chest, as if promising Chu Meili that it would protect Nunu. Mother, I have made up my mind. When I grow up, I too shall become an investigator like Uncle Lin Mo, capturing villains and exotic beasts. Nunu declared with resolve, his small fists clenched. Woo woo. Daba looked at Nunu. Confusion etched on its face. Of course, that does not include you. Ha ha. Nunu burst into laughter, observing this from a distance. Lin Mo and Lu Liang both felt a sense of relief. Brother Lin, what are your plans for their accommodation? Lu Liang inquired. Previously, Wang Dalong gifted me a villa. It is spacious and has few inhabitants. Let us settle them there for now, and when a more suitable place arises, we can relocate them. Lin Mo pondered aloud. Sounds reliable. Lu Liang nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Director Zhao Tianlin. Hello, Director, what is it? Where are you now? Hurry back to the bureau. Someone wishes to file a complaint against you. Zhao Tianlin's voice resonated through the phone. Complaint against me? Who? Lin Mo was taken aback, puzzled. He had not provoked anyone recently. The only person he had encountered was Qian Buoguan last night, but he was already deceased. Just return for now. Zhao Tianlin ended the call abruptly. What is going on? Lu Liang asked. The director mentioned someone has complained about me, and I am bewildered as to who could be so idle. Lin Mo frowned. Could it possibly be that scoundrel Chu Lianqing? Lu Liang speculated. Are you referring to Chu Tianqi's uncle? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. That old rascal is up to something. Lin Mo's expression darkened as realization dawned upon him. Let us go back and see what he has scheming. At the entrance of the Ability Management Bureau, a throng of reporters had already amassed. Inside, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei observed the scene with growing concern. After all, if even a trivial matter reached the media's ears, it would undoubtedly create a tempest, leading to unpredictable chaos. Mr. Chu, if you wish to file a complaint against Lin Mo, feel free, but why bring so many reporters? Zhao Tianlin turned to the side where Chu Lianqing stood, who had recently been reprimanded by Lin Mo. Director Zhao. I am left with no choice. Previously, I attempted to file complaints several times, but you and the Ability Management Bureau wouldn't even let me through the door. I understand that Lin Mo is currently the hero of Jiangzhou, and your bureau is protecting him. Without the media present, you would not take it seriously. It appears my cunning has paid off. Now I find myself face to face with you. Chu Lianqing proclaimed, a smug look on his face. Chapter 81, Malicious Editing. You. Zhao Tianlin's eyes widened in fury. Let us wait for Lin Mo to return before addressing this matter. Zhang Wei quickly pulled Zhao Tianlin aside. He knew well the director's temperament. Should he lose his composure in front of the multitude of reporters and strike Chu Lianqing, the consequences could be dire. Upon returning to the city, Lin Mo and Lu Liang viewed the commotion at the entrance of the Ability Management Bureau with furrowed brows. That old dog Chu Lianqing. What is he trying to stir up? Lu Liang gritted his teeth in anger. Because he knows that a formal complaint would not harm me in the least. He plans to tarnish my reputation in front of the media. What a clever scheme. Lin Mo sneered. Brother Lin, do you have any way to prevent this old dog from succeeding? Lu Liang inquired, gazing at Lin Mo. A way, you ask? Lin Mo's eyes darted around as he replied. You need to summon someone for me and gather some information. Act swiftly. As he spoke, Lin Mo leaned in close to Lu Liang's ear, whispering a few instructions. Understood, Brother Lin. Just watch. Lu Liang patted his chest and immediately drove off. Lin Mo took a deep breath and headed straight for the Superpower Management Bureau. Director Zhao, will Lin Mo ever return? The media reporters are waiting. And you haven't just called him to flee, have you? Inside the Superpower Management Bureau, Chu Lianqing glanced at the time, his impatience evident. Our investigators are all upright individuals. They would never run away. Zhao Tianlin's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. That's debatable. Perhaps Lin Mo is feeling guilty about something. Otherwise, why is he so slow to appear? Chu Lianqing retorted, casting a glance at the reporters blocking the entrance. Don't you agree, dear media friends? Indeed, Director Zhao. Why hasn't Lin Mo shown up yet? It's been nearly an hour. Director Zhao, could it be that Lin Mo has something to hide? Which is why he is avoiding us. We demand to see Lin Mo immediately. Please do not shield him. Listening to these remarks, Zhao Tianlin was so furious that it seemed his eyes might ignite. Oh, how lively it is. At that moment, a teasing voice drifted in from outside. Everyone turned to look, and the newcomer was none other than Lin Mo. In an instant, all cameras and recording devices were aimed at him. After all, Lin Mo had recently risen to fame, becoming a celebrated hero in Jiangzhou. If any scandal or controversy could be captured, it would surely soar to the top of trending news. Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei rushed forward. My apologies, Director, Team Leader. I've caused trouble for the Bureau. Lin Mo clasped his fists, an expression of regret on his face. Do not say such things. We are well aware that there are malevolent individuals seeking to frame you. However, this matter must be handled properly. I am of an age where my career as a branch director is nearing its end, but you are still young, with a promising future ahead. You cannot allow this incident to affect you. Zhao Tianlin said, his brow furrowed, his eyes devoid of blame. Filled only with concern for Lin Mo. Rest assured, Director, I am well aware. Lin Mo nodded, and then turned to Chu Lianqing, a smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Chu, it has been a while. I trust all is well. Thanks to you, I nearly didn't survive. Chu Lianqing scoffed. Do you still remember my words from that day? I keep my promises. Today, prepare to be disgraced and become the pariah everyone despises. With a sinister grin, Chu Lianqing declared, stepping before the reporters, pointing at Lin Mo. Esteemed reporters, I believe you are all familiar with this man. He is Lin Mo, the hero who recently achieved great deeds at the Municipal People's Hospital, renowned throughout Jiangzhou. However, today, I am here to unveil the side of him that remains hidden. At this proclamation, the gathered reporters erupted with excitement. Breaking news was upon them. Chu Lianqing pulled out his phone, addressing the journalists. This Lin Mo may appear benevolent on the surface, but beneath lies a tyrannical, overbearing brute. Relying on the Superpower Management Bureau for protection, he disregards others, trampling laws and endangering lives, committing heinous acts. If anyone dares to provoke him, they risk severe injury or even death. Countless innocent citizens have perished at his hands, not for any significant wrongdoing, but merely for inadvertently offending him, only for the Superpower Management Bureau to cover up his misdeeds. How can such a savage individual be worthy of the title hero? How can he serve as an investigator for the Superpower Management Bureau? He is a devil, a demon from hell. As his words echoed, the reporters aimed their cameras at Lin Mo, snapping away furiously. This is utter nonsense. Zhao Tianlin's face darkened as he glared at Chu Lianqing, infuriated. What you are saying is baseless slander against Lin Mo. Director Zhao, without evidence. How could I be standing here today? Chu Lianqing retorted coldly, raising his phone for the journalists to see. I know Lin Mo's true nature intimately because I am one of his victims. Had I not been a level 6 superpower user, I would have perished at his hands long ago. Now, I will show you the surveillance footage of Lin Mo's assault on me, so you can clearly see his true colors. With that, he played the video on his phone, revealing the surveillance from outside his villa. However, as the video played, Lin Mo noticed something amiss. The footage had been meticulously edited and altered, stripping away all evidence of Chu Lianqing's arrogance and threats toward Lin Mo. Only the damaging footage remained, depicting Lin Mo retaliating against him and Lu Liang forcibly bringing Chu Tianqi into the villa. Notably, Lin Mo's taunting remark, "Let us see who can stop you today," and Chu Lianqing's final shout to complain about Lin Mo, followed by Lin Mo's casual reply, "Do as you wish," were amplified in the audio. As a result, the entire context of the video shifted, painting Lin Mo in the very light Chu Lianqing had just described, arrogant and tyrannical. Chapter 82. Do you have evidence? Upon finishing the video, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei's expressions turned grave. With this footage, Lin Mo's situation was indeed precarious. At that moment, Chu Lianqing continued to address the reporters. His eyes red and his face filled with grievance. I am merely an ordinary citizen without any status or background. Lin Mo covets an item from my home. The golden box featured at the end of the video, and he came to seize it by force. When I refused, he assaulted me. Had I not pleaded desperately and offered that item, I might not be standing before you today, revealing the truth and shedding light on Lin Mo's true nature. When I went to the Superpower Management Bureau to file a complaint, they vehemently protected Lin Mo, refusing me entry. It is precisely because the Superpower Management Bureau indulges Lin Mo that he has become so arrogant. I implore you, esteemed reporters, to help me seek justice and ensure that all citizens of Jiangzhou see Lin Mo for who he truly is. Upon hearing this, the media reporters immediately swarmed around Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei. Lin Mo, is what Mr. Chu claims true? By remaining silent, do you tacitly admit to it? Lin Mo, I never expected you to be such a person, barging in to seize belongings. You are an investigator for the Ability Management Bureau, not a bandit or a thief. Does your conscience not ache for such actions? Director Zhao, why does the Ability Management Bureau continue to indulge Lin Mo's brazen behavior? Is it due to some connections he possesses, or is there a certain blood relation between you two, perhaps as an illegitimate child? Recently, Lin Mo was hailed as a hero for his contributions in the hospital. Was this event orchestrated from the beginning by the Ability Management Bureau as a deliberate publicity stunt to elevate Lin Mo's status? I implore you, Director Zhao, to respond candidly to this inquiry. Listening to these outrageous questions, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei were nearly rendered speechless with indignation, hastily attempting to clarify the situation. Lin Mo, however, remained unfazed, strolling over to a nearby chair and taking a seat. Observing this, Chu Lianqing let out a cold smirk and stepped forward, boasting, Lin Mo, why do you not defend yourself? Or is it that you realize your arguments are futile and have resigned yourself to this predicament? You have truly gone to great lengths. That lengthy speech and the meticulously edited video must have required considerable effort, correct? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. To bring you down, I would gladly invest any amount of effort. Chu Lianqing retorted through clenched teeth. Then today, I fear you shall be disappointed. Lin Mo replied with a gentle shake of his head. What? Lin Mo, you can't possibly believe that you will clarify everything today and turn the tide, can you? Do you understand the saying 3 men make a tiger? Once a rumor gains traction, it inevitably becomes accepted as truth. By then, you will be nothing but a pariah in Jiangzhou, and I wonder how you will manage to survive here. Chu Lianqing shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance, brimming with confidence. Individuals like you, Lin Mo shook his head, a mocking smile playing at his lips, will never comprehend the meaning of being upright and unafraid of shadows. A splendid notion of being upright and unafraid of shadows. I shall see for myself today who faces disgrace. Chu Lianqing sneered, faced with the incessant inquiries from the reporters. Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei found themselves at a complete loss for words. In such a situation, even the most rational arguments could be twisted into absurdities. Just as the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, a voice called out, Brother Lin, I'm back. At that moment, Lu Liang rushed in from outside. Seeing him, Lin Mo promptly stood up, smiling as he asked, Have everything been handled? Absolutely. You can rest assured. Lu Liang patted his chest, and then turned to shout toward the outside, Come in quickly. Before long, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was none other than Chu Tianqi. Upon seeing him, the smile faded from Chu Lianqing's face, and he glared at Chu Tianqi, demanding, You little bastard. What are you doing here? Why can't I come? Chu Tianqi shot back, rolling his eyes at Chu Lianqing. If I don't come, how will everyone know your true nature, uncle? What do you mean by that? Chu Lianqing's expression shifted dramatically, an ominous premonition rising within him. Everyone, please quiet down. I have something to say. At this moment, Lin Mo stepped forward and addressed the reporters. Upon hearing this, the reporters fell silent, their attention fixed on Lin Mo. After all, he was the focal point of the day, and every word from him could potentially become the highlight of the week, or even the month. Do you all know who he is? Lin Mo pointed to Chu Tianqi. The reporters exchanged glances at Chu Tianqi and shook their heads in unison. Allow me to properly introduce him. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he gestured toward Chu Tianqi. This is Chu Qingshan, a highly esteemed scientist in our nation. Surely, you are all familiar with this name? Academician Chu made numerous significant contributions to our country and dedicated his life to researching ways to revert ferocious beasts back to normal creatures. Tragically, just as he was on the brink of success, he suffered a fatal car accident. And this young man beside me, Chu Tianqi, is the sole descendant of Academician Chu, his only bloodline left in this world. At this revelation, the reporters swiftly turned their cameras toward Chu Tianqi. As Academician Chu's heir, the state afforded him exceptional care, providing him with the villa and assets left behind by his late father, along with a substantial compensation package. Yet, the current Chu Tianqi finds himself homeless and living in abject poverty. Do you know why? Simply because of him. Lin Mo pointed an accusing finger at Chu Lianqing. His voice cold. As Chu Tianqi's uncle, a blood relative. He should have assumed the responsibility of caring for him. Instead, he has seized Chu Tianqi's villa, assets. In compensation for himself, driving Chu Tianqi out onto the streets, forcing him to scavenge for scraps and beg to survive. He is nothing short of a despicable scoundrel, lower than the beasts themselves. At this declaration, the reporters immediately redirected their cameras toward Chu Lianqing. The latter began to panic, as he was already guilty of feeling guilty about this matter. Nevertheless, he stubbornly defended himself. Lin Mo, everything must be substantiated with evidence. Are you trying to slander me? Do you have proof? Here comes the evidence. Lu Liang stepped forward, his mind racing as he retrieved a stack of documents from his spatial ring, presenting them to the assembled journalists. This is the proof of villa transfer. The date shows that 1 week after Academician Chu's passing, Chu Lianqing transferred the villa from Chu Tianqi's name to his own. This is the record of the transfer of Academician Chu's remaining funds, which were entirely moved into his own account at the same time. Furthermore, the state-issued compensation was also deposited into his account, leaving not a single cent for Chu Tianqi. Lu Liang unfolded the documents before the reporters. The journalists erupted into a frenzy of photography, recognizing the significance of the story involving the renowned scientist Chu Qingshan. Slander. This is all slander. Chu Lianqing began to panic. Excuse me, all of this documentation comes from various government departments and is verifiable. Should any of it be fabricated, I, Lu Liang, am willing to bear full responsibility. Lu Liang replied with a cold smile. Mr. Chu, if these documents aren't sufficient, we also have eyewitnesses. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he signaled to Chu Tianqi. Chu Tianqi immediately stepped forward before the reporters, stating, Indeed, everything Investigator Lin has said is entirely accurate, and I can attest to that. With this statement, it was undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back. Chu Lianqing's expression was one of utter despair. Nevertheless, he continued to glare at Lin Mo, defiantly asserting, Humph, even if everything you say is true, it doesn't absolve your character. My character is upright. Why would I need absolution? Lin Mo shook his head and smiled, addressing the reporters, Ladies and gentlemen, what credibility can one such as him, who treats his own nephew with such cruelty, possess? What trust can you place in his words? At this, the reporters nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this Chu Lianqing was hardly human. If he could commit such a heinous act against his own nephew, it was entirely plausible that his accusations against Investigator Lin were also mere fabrications. Exactly. With such a character, I wouldn't believe a single word he says. His greed is appalling. If he could betray his own nephew in such a manner, imagine what he might do to Investigator Lin if he felt slighted. They realized they had been played by him. Clearly, at that moment, all the journalists found Lin Mo's words to be quite reasonable. Lin Mo turned to glance at LV Liang, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei, silently mouthing the words, Done. The three could not help but give Lin Mo a thumbs up. Most individuals would have been flustered and at a loss in such a situation. Yet Lin Mo managed to turn the tables, demonstrating remarkable composure that is truly admirable. Ladies and gentlemen, rather than lending an ear to the baseless slander of a petty individual, I propose that you conduct an interview with him to uncover how he has usurped the estate and pension of Academician Chu. I believe this story holds equal, if not greater, value than my own. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to address the journalists. Upon hearing this, the media reporters perked up, directing their cameras toward Chu Lianqing. Chu Lianqing, why have you chosen to seize the assets of your nephew, Chu Tianqi? Does your conscience not ache? Chu Lianqing, Academician Chu's orphan son has already endured a tragic life, having lost both parents at a young age. Why must you inflict further suffering upon him? Do you possess any semblance of humanity? Chu Lianqing, please respond directly to our inquiries. Your silence suggests tacit acceptance of the accusations. Faced with the journalists' relentless questioning, Chu Lianqing's countenance turned ashen, seemingly worse than if he had consumed something vile. Overcome with shame, he hastily covered his face and attempted to flee toward the Bureau of Supernatural Management. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo discreetly extended his foot, causing Chu Lianqing to trip and tumble to the ground, losing several teeth and bleeding profusely from his nose, rendering him utterly disheveled. However, he could not afford to dwell on his predicament, scrambling to his feet and continuing his escape. Yet the media would not let him slip away easily, pursuing him relentlessly and capturing the scene with fervent clicks of their cameras, leaving Chu Lianqing in utter despair. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo, LV Liang, and Chu Tianqi could not contain their laughter. Chu Lianqing was now thoroughly disgraced. Given Academician Chu's immense influence in Huaxia, particularly in Jiangzhou, he would likely face public scorn whenever he ventured outside. Brother Lin, that move of yours was truly satisfying. LV Liang praised, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up. It was merely a stroke of inspiration. I merely turned the tables on him. Lin Mo replied coolly. Compared to physical demise, social death is the most terrifying fate. Let him bear the consequences of his actions. Lin Mo then turned to Chu Tianqi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for stepping forward to testify on my behalf. You are too kind. This matter originated from me, and since you have aided me, it is only right that I assist you in return. Chu Tianqi waved his hand. Smiling. By the way, how is your development of the number 2 serum progressing? Lin Mo suddenly inquired, remembering the potential of Chu Tianqi's serum to produce high-level supernatural beasts, which should significantly enhance its abilities. It's still in development, but it should be ready soon. What? You seem quite interested in my number 2 serum? Chu Tianqi raised an eyebrow, responding, once you succeed in its development, please refrain from sending it out indiscriminately. Should chaos ensue again, I will have to take action. However, if you seek someone to test your results, I would be more than willing to volunteer. Lin Mo declared, patting his chest. Really? Then I shall not hold back when the time comes. Chu Tianqi replied, clearly delighted. He had been worried about how to conduct the tests. But now it seemed they had struck a chord together. After bidding farewell to Chu Tianqi, Zhao Tianlin summoned Lin Mo and LV Liang to his office. Director, regarding today's events, Lin Mo began to explain. No need to elaborate. The matter has passed. Just remember to learn from this experience. At this point, Zhao Tianlin lowered his voice, whispering, in the future, if you encounter anyone as tactless, try to find a location without surveillance to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and LV Liang were taken aback. So this was the lesson to be learned. They initially thought Zhao Tianlin wanted them to avoid causing trouble in the future. Now, back to the topic at hand. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand, placing a tablet before Lin Mo and LV Liang. The screen displayed a map, with a skull icon rapidly approaching Jiangzhou. Is this the ghost-grade beast tide? Why is it so close to Jiangzhou? The last time we checked, it was still a month away. Lin Mo's expression changed, his brow furrowing. For reasons unknown, the speed of the ghost-grade beast tide had suddenly accelerated. At this rate, they would likely reach the city in less than 10 days. Zhao Tianlin's demeanor turned serious as he spoke. Thus, the reason for calling you both here is. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. You two are those I trust most. You are intelligent and capable of adapting to unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, I intend to send you both outside the city to investigate the cause of the accelerated speed of the ghost-grade beast tide. If possible, try to slow them down. As Jiangzhou is not yet prepared, what do you think? Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Zhao Tianlin inquired, looking at the two. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged determined glances, standing up resolutely. We guarantee the completion of the task. Chapter 84, Heading to the Beast Tide. The following morning, Lin Mo was busy packing his belongings in preparation for departure. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was the black rhinoceros armor awarded by the headquarters in the capital. Lin Mo eagerly opened the package and donned the armor. The primary color of the armor was black, with silver accents at certain joints. The helmet sported 3 horns, 1 long and 2 short, giving it a particularly imposing appearance. Moreover, once Lin Mo wore the black rhinoceros armor and activated his supernatural abilities, he could distinctly feel his energy levels gradually recovering, albeit at a rather slow pace. He surmised that under moonlight, this effect would likely be significantly enhanced. Wow, this armor looks fantastic. Just then, LV Liang walked in, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Mo in the black rhinoceros armor. You're just in time. Come, give me a strike. Lin Mo laughed, patting his chest. Brother Lin, isn't that a bit excessive? LV Liang said, though he had already drawn out a C-grade longsword without realizing it. If I ask you to strike, then strike. Lin Mo shot him a glance. Then I won't hold back. LV Liang replied, spitting into his palms, gripping the C-grade longsword tightly, and swinging it with all his might toward Lin Mo's chest. Clang! With a resounding metallic clash, LV Liang's face changed as the C-grade longsword was sent flying from his grasp. His hands felt numb from the impact. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained unfazed, a testament to the formidable defensive capabilities of the S-grade armor. He nodded in satisfaction before instinctively retracting the black rhinoceros armor into his spatial ring. Such high-grade armor naturally came with a one-click donning feature, allowing Lin Mo to wear it effortlessly with just a thought. Having a spatial ring truly made life convenient. Where's your sword? Lin Mo looked up at LV Liang, who was still clutching his hand in pain. Who knows where it went? My hand feels like it's about to fall off. Brother Lin, were you trying to set me up? LV Liang complained, looking quite aggrieved. Who told you to use so much strength? Lin Mo rolled his eyes at him, then scanned the room and quickly located LV Liang's C-grade longsword. At this moment, the sword was firmly embedded in the living room's television. Oh, Lu Liang had evidently noticed this detail, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You owe me for my 100-inch television, which I haven't even had the chance to watch. Lin Mo remarked, turning to Lu Liang. All right, is that how we're playing it? I'll compensate you for the television in my room later. Does that suffice? Lu Liang responded with a wry smile. That sounds more reasonable. Lin Mo grinned, then promptly turned and strode towards the door. Lu Liang, why must your hands be so reckless? He thought, observing his still trembling hands. Feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment, the two drove to the city gate, preparing to exit the city. However, not far ahead, a figure caught Lin Mo and Lu Liang's attention. It was Chu Tianqi. Lin Mo slammed on the brakes, coming to an immediate halt. Chu Tianqi, what brings you here? Lu Liang inquired, puzzled. I heard you guys are heading out to confront the ghost-level beast tide? Chu Tianqi questioned. Who told you that? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. That's none of your concern. I have my own sources. I just want to confirm if it's true. Chu Tianqi pressed on. Indeed, that is the case. Lin Mo nodded. Take me with you. Chu Tianqi declared as he opened the car door and slid into the seat. This is quite perilous. Are you certain? Lin Mo asked, surprised. Don't worry, I won't be a burden. I'm going to retrieve a crucial material that pertains to the success of my second formula. Chu Tianqi explained. What material? Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang questioned, intrigued. The blood of a level 10 beast. Chu Tianqi stated matter-of-factly. Level 10 beasts? Come on. Do you really think any of us stands a chance against a level 10 creature? Lu Liang responded, unable to maintain his composure. You need not worry. I have my methods. Chu Tianqi asserted confidently. Lin, what do you think? Lu Liang shot a glance at Lin Mo. Let us play it by ear. Lin Mo contemplated briefly before starting the car and driving towards the city outskirts. Shortly after they had left the city, a man in black emerged from the side of the city wall. Watching the departing BMW X5, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Lin Mo and his group have set off. Are you certain they're heading towards the ghost-level beast tide? A male voice inquired from the other end. Absolutely. The man in black nodded. Excellent. Heaven has a path you choose not to tread. Hell has no gates. Yet you dare to enter. Lin Mo, now that you've ventured forth, you shall never return. Ha ha ha. Approximately 100 kilometers from Jiangzhou. Dust swirled and footsteps resonated like thunder. A glance revealed a dense mass of various beasts, numbering at least in the thousands. Moreover, more beasts were continually joining this colossal throng from all directions. At this moment, about 3 kilometers away from these creatures, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi were observing the horde through binoculars. Is this the ghost-level beast tide? It's terrifying. At this rate, by the time they reach Jiangzhou, the number of beasts will surely exceed 10,000. Lu Liang gasped in astonishment. Level 3 sand scorpion beasts, Level 4 three-headed snakes, and Level 5 rock monsters. These are just the outermost creatures. Their power is already staggering, which means the center of the tide must house Level 9 or even 10 beasts. Chu Tianqi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, they certainly exist. Are you planning to charge in and slay a Level 10 beast? Lu Liang shot a skeptical glance at Chu Tianqi, exasperated. I can't charge in, but you can, can't you? You have the ability to burrow underground. Chu Tianqi assessed Lu Liang with a smile. Don't even think about it. I can burrow, but I'm not foolish. That's a level 10 beast we're talking about. Am I supposed to deliver takeout to it? Or do you think level 10 beasts are kind-hearted creatures that I can amuse with a joke, and they gladly offer me their blood? Lu Liang retreated 2 steps, exclaiming with irritation. I say, brothers, can we refrain from bickering at a time like this? Lin Mo interjected, feeling a bit exasperated with the two. This young lad needs a reality check. I must ensure he doesn't rashly charge in, forcing us to rescue him later. Lu Liang pouted. Our immediate priority is to discover the cause of the sudden acceleration of this ghost-level beast tide. As for the blood of a level 10 beast, Tianqi, I'll do my utmost to assist you in obtaining it, but you must not act recklessly. Clear? Lin Mo addressed the two firmly. Understood. They both nodded. Lin Mo raised the binoculars once more, scrutinizing the beast tide. Soon, he noticed something amiss. Look quickly. The beast tide appears to be continuously adjusting its direction of advance. Lin Mo exclaimed, pointing towards the tide. Hearing this, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi also raised their binoculars and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's true. Originally, the beast tide's trajectory toward Jiangzhou would have taken at least 10 days, but with this change in direction, they could reach Jiangzhou in about 5 days. Lin Mo frowned. How could this happen? Generally, the direction of a beast tide does not change unless there are obstacles. Could someone be deliberately guiding them? But who would go out of their way to manipulate a beast tide to take a shortcut? They must have a deep-seated hatred for Jiangzhou. Lu Liang expressed his confusion. Suddenly, all three seemed to arrive at the same realization, exchanging glances before exclaiming in unison, the god worshippers. This certainly seemed like something those madmen would be capable of. Quickly, search for them. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. The trio immediately began scouring the beast tide with their binoculars. Before long, they identified the source of the issue. Directly in front of the beast tide stood 8 skeletal creatures. Unlike the other beasts, each of these skeletons bore a yellow talisman affixed to their foreheads, pulsating with an eerie red light. This caused the beasts behind them to become extremely agitated, instinctively following the skeletal creatures. Consequently, the beasts in the rear began to join in, altering the entire tide's direction. Lin, those skeletal creatures look somewhat familiar. Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo squinted, a spark of recognition igniting in his eyes. Yuli Daoist. Indeed, it's the sorcerer who escaped that day. These skeletons and that yellow talisman are unmistakably his handiwork. Lu Liang nodded eagerly. Finally, we've uncovered the source. That old dog is using the skeletal creatures to incessantly alter the beast tide's direction, leading it toward Jiangzhou. Lin Mo declared coldly. What should we do now, Lin? We have no idea where that sorcerer is hiding. Lu Liang furrowed his brow. No need to panic. Let us first eliminate those skeletal creatures. That old dog will reveal himself. Lin Mo smirked slightly before turning to Lu Liang. This task falls to you. Understood. Lu Liang replied with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer to the west of the ghost-level beast tide, atop the treetop of a large tree, stood a figure clad in a green Taoist robe. It was Yuli Taoist, with a single hand gesture. He occasionally cast a glance at the bone skeleton monsters positioned ahead of the beast tide, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha. The Bureau of Supernatural Administration in Jiangzhou City would never have dreamed that the ghost-level beast tide would alter its course, taking a shortcut that would lead it to Jiangzhou in less than 5 days. By then, we shall catch Jiangzhou City completely off guard. Its capture will be but a matter of time. At this point, a chilling murderous intent enveloped the face of the enigmatic Taoist, Lin Mo. You have truly brought ruin upon me. Before encountering you, I was merely the steward of a city, overseeing hundreds of believers of the divine cult. Yet now, because of you, I find myself toiling in this desolate wasteland, redeeming my sins. You wait, on the day the city falls. I shall be sure to sever your head as an offering to the heavens. As he spoke, the Taoist cast another glance towards the advancing beast tide, confirming that he had successfully redirected its path and decided to rest against the treetop for a moment. After all, he had not slept for 3 days and nights in order to guide the ghost-level beast tide into this shortcut. Boom. However, just as he lay down upon the trunk, a deafening explosion erupted suddenly from the direction of the beast tide. Startled, the Taoist sprang to his feet and focused his gaze, only to be met with a drastic change in his expression. The 8 bone skeleton monsters that had previously led the beast tide were now reduced to mere fragments scattered upon the ground. Yet, the 8 yellow talismans remained intact, lying on the ground and pulsating with a crimson glow. This caused the surrounding beasts to begin circling around the talismans, with the beasts in front refusing to advance. Those behind also came to a halt, spinning in place. Witnessing this scene, the Taoist's expression darkened. How could this happen? Have I been discovered? He quickly scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of humans. How strange. What could have caused such an explosion? Did they trigger a landmine? The Taoist furrowed his brow, then leapt down from the treetop, chanting incantations. Soon, another 8 bone skeleton monsters emerged from the ground beside him. Go. The Taoist gestured, and the skeleton monsters sped ahead to the forefront of the beast tide. As he quickly recited his incantation, the 8 yellow talismans soared into the air and adhered to the tops of the new bone skeleton monsters. Soon, the fresh skeleton monsters continued leading the beast tide forward. Seeing this, the Taoist let out a sigh of relief, just as he was about to turn away. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed once more. When he turned back, the newly summoned skeleton monsters were obliterated into fragments yet again. This is outrageous. The Taoist was instantly enraged. The first explosion might have been an accident, but the second was clearly a deliberate act of sabotage. He charged into an open space, glaring around as he bellowed. Which fool dares to thwart my plans? If you have the guts, show yourself instead of lurking in the shadows like a coward. A coward, you say? Do you truly consider your current actions to be heroic? A voice laced with disdain suddenly rang out. The Taoist turned to see a figure approaching leisurely. Lin Mo? The Taoist was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter Lin Mo here. Old dog, it's been a while. I see you're still alive and kicking, Lin Mo said with a teasing smile. You audacious fool. Rather than staying safe within the city like a turtle, you dare to venture here? The Taoist's eyes darkened with murderous intent. Had I not come, I would never have known that the beast tide was accelerating due to your shameless meddling. Lin Mo sneered. Haha, you've caught me. But what of it? The ghost-level beast tide is drawing ever closer to Jiangzhou. The people of Jiangzhou have but a few days left. The Taoist threw back his head in triumphant laughter, then glanced around Lin Mo, furrowing his brow in confusion. What is this? You've come here all alone? Where are the others from the Bureau of Supernatural Administration? To deal with a wretched old dog like you, there is no need for anyone else. I alone am enough. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Lin Mo, it seems you are utterly oblivious to your own limitations. You, a mere 6th-level superhuman, dare to appear before me? The Taoist scoffed derisively, charging at Lin Mo with a sweeping palm strike. In response, Lin Mo exhibited no fear, meeting the attack with his own palm. Bang! With a dull thud, both were sent staggering backward. The Taoist took 3 steps back, while Lin Mo retreated 4, neither appearing to be at a distinct disadvantage. Seeing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed the Taoist's eyes. Impossible. You are merely a 6th-level superhuman. How can your physical strength be so formidable? Parting for 3 days warrants a fresh perspective. Were you too impoverished in your youth to receive an education and grasp such basic concepts? Lin Mo smirked, then released his superhuman aura. 7th-level superhuman. No, given the intensity of this aura, it seems he has even reached the late 7th level. This is inconceivable. The Taoist could no longer maintain his composure, nearly having his eyes pop out in disbelief. After all, it had been merely a few days since their last encounter. Not even a week, and Lin Mo had surged from a 6th-level superhuman to the late 7th level. Such a rapid progression in cultivation was simply astonishing. Old dog, my failure to eliminate you back then has been a lingering regret. Today, let me rectify that. Lin Mo coldly laughed, the sword of annihilation forming swiftly in his right hand as he charged toward the Taoist. Humph, even if you have broken through to the 7th level, what of it? I am an 8th level superhuman. You remain no match for me. The Taoist sneered, stamping his foot. Several bone skeleton monsters erupted from the ground, their eyes glowing green as they lunged for Lin Mo. These skeleton monsters were entirely different from those that had guided the beast tide. Each one exuded an aura comparable to that of 7th level superhumans. Yet, Lin Mo exhibited no trepidation, meeting them with his sword as they engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, not far from this location, on a hillside, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi were covertly observing the unfolding scene. How despicable! To attack with numbers against a lone individual. This demon is truly shameless. Lu Liang gritted his teeth in anger. Should we assist Brother Lin? Chu Tianqi suggested. Absolutely not. We have our own mission. Lu Liang shook his head, then turned to the 8 yellow talismans on the ground, his eyes gleaming with insight. Can the beasts you create now be directed in their movements? That is no problem at all. The beasts produced by the first formula possess all necessary functions, albeit with somewhat weaker strength. Chu Tianqi nodded. Good, summon 8 ant beasts. We'll redirect the beast tide back to its original path. Lu Liang declared with determination. Chu Tianqi immediately gathered a handful of ants from the ground, and together, they hastily descended underground. The power of the Sword of Annihilation was indeed formidable. In a short span of time, the bone skeleton monsters summoned by the Taoist were reduced to mere shreds by Lin Mo. They proved to be more challenging than ordinary 7th level superhumans. However, that was all there was to it. Today marks your demise. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of the ethereal master as he bit through the skin of his middle finger, swiftly drawing a rune on the ground with his blood. Following this, he stomped his foot forcefully and bellowed, "Arise." Instantly, the blood rune shimmered with a crimson glow. Boom. The earth trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. A massive fissure opened behind the ethereal master, and from it emerged a colossal skeletal figure, towering over 4 to 5 meters. This skeletal monstrosity possessed eyes that glowed with a malevolent crimson light, wielding a gigantic bone hammer. The terrifying aura it exuded sent shivers down one's spine. Witnessing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brows. The ethereal master's techniques were indeed unlike those of ordinary supernatural beings. He had seamlessly fused his summoning abilities with Taoist arts. It was undeniable that he possessed extraordinary skills. Lin Mo glanced towards the direction of the beast tide. Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi should have already begun their operations. He needed to buy them enough time. Crush him, commanded the ethereal master. In an instant, the skeletal giant swung its colossal hammer towards Lin Mo. Without hesitation, Lin Mo brandished the Sword of Annihilation. A scarlet sword energy surged forth, aiming to cleave through the skeletal giant. Boom. A deafening sound echoed, yet in the next moment, the skeletal giant remained unscathed. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, the Sword of Annihilation had obliterated previous skeletal foes with ease. Ha ha, Lin Mo. This is my ultimate technique. It has taken me nearly 20 years of effort to cultivate this skeletal giant, gathering various hard bones from supernatural beasts to forge it. Not only you, but even a level 9 supernatural being would find it difficult to inflict any harm upon it. I advise you to save your strength. The ethereal master laughed triumphantly. As the giant's hammer drew nearer, the terrifying power it contained could likely reduce Lin Mo to mere pulp with a single strike. At this moment, there was no time to evade. Lin Mo dared not hesitate. He quickly focused his mind. Buzz! A flash of black light enveloped him, and in an instant, he was clad in the black rhino armor. Boom! Simultaneously, the bone hammer struck Lin Mo with tremendous force. Clang! A deafening metallic clash reverberated through the air. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, it's all over for you. However, the ethereal master's taunt was cut short as the skeletal giant's hammer was sent flying away. The giant itself staggered backward, struggling to regain its balance. Witnessing this scene, the smile on the ethereal master's face froze, his eyes bulging in disbelief. How is this possible? He scrutinized Lin Mo closely and gasped in shock upon noticing the gleaming black rhino armor enveloping him. That SS-class armor. How can an intern investigator like you possess such a treasure? Does the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau value you that much? Apologies, but this is something I earned through my own efforts. Moreover, I am now a full-fledged investigator. Lin Mo replied with a hint of amusement, shaking his head. Humph. I care not who you are. Anyone who dares to thwart my plans shall become a corpse. The ethereal master's eyes glinted coldly as he commanded the skeletal giant. Quickly kill him. The skeletal giant charged forward, brandishing its massive bone hammer once more. However, with the protection of the black rhino armor, Lin Mo remained unharmed. Despite the giant's formidable defenses, it was merely an 8th level beast, and its attacks were entirely negated by the black rhino armor. Lin Mo, though unable to harm the giant in return, seized the opportunity to carefully observe its weaknesses. Meanwhile, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi had swiftly moved beneath the 8 yellow talismans, emerging to create 8 ant-like supernatural beasts using the number 1 serum, affixing the yellow talismans to them. Under Chu Tianqi's command, the 8 ant beasts promptly joined the beast tide, retracing their original path. The ethereal master, engaged in battle with Lin Mo, quickly sensed something amiss. He focused his gaze and immediately spotted the 8 ant beasts at the forefront of the beast tide. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn it. You're not alone. Oh, you noticed. Lin Mo smirked slightly. Humph. Do you think you can use my talismans to redirect the beast tide back to its original path? Not a chance. The ethereal master scoffed, casting a spell with one hand. The 8 yellow talismans ignited, incinerating the ant beasts to ash. At that moment, the beast tide, having not yet returned to its original route, pivoted back and continued onward. Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Ha ha, Lin Mo. The fall of Jiangzhou City is a foregone conclusion. With just you, do you think you can reverse this? What a fool's dream. The ethereal master laughed triumphantly. It seems I must eliminate you first. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Heh, that's the funniest joke I've heard. What can you do besides cower in your shell? You can't even handle my skeletal giant, yet you think you can defeat me? Dream on. The ethereal master sneered disdainfully at Lin Mo. That was just before. Lin Mo smirked, his gaze locking onto a specific segment of the skeletal giant's right leg bone. Now, I have found the flaw. Right here. As he spoke, beams of annihilating light erupted, striking the leg bone directly. Crack. Compared to its previously indestructible state, this segment of bone shattered instantaneously. Without the support of that bone, the skeletal giant collapsed, its body disintegrating into countless white fragments. Witnessing this, the ethereal master could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could this happen? A 1,000-mile dam can collapse from an ant's nest. Your skeletal giant's other bones are indeed hard, and no matter how I attack, they remain impervious. But this particular segment of the right leg bone, its color is distinctly yellower than the others. I suspected isn't even from a supernatural beast, but rather from a human. Now it seems my suspicions were correct. Lin Mo sneered. Human bone? The ethereal master's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in anger. That despicable black market dealer assured me that all the bones were from supernatural beasts, yet he mixed in human bones. He has truly caused me great trouble. Old dog, prepare to meet your end. With the skeletal giant no longer obstructing him, Lin Mo charged directly at the ethereal master. You're seeking death. The ethereal master glared furiously, hastily summoning skeletal minions to assail Lin Mo. Yet, those skeletal minions were utterly powerless against Lin Mo's sword of annihilation, vanishing in an instant. How could a mere 7th-level supernatural being possess such overwhelming combat prowess? The ethereal master gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer confront Lin Mo head-on. He had to retreat. After all, he had been manipulating the skeletal minions and directing the beast tide for 3 days and nights, leaving him utterly exhausted and drained of supernatural energy. After the recent battle, his ability value had dwindled to nearly nothing, plunging him into a state of weakness. Continuing the fight was undoubtedly a path to defeat. Thus, without uttering a word, he stomped his foot and summoned several skeletal figures to delay Lin Mo, promptly turning to flee. Buzz. Just then, a swarm of mutant ants emerged from behind him, charging directly at him. How could there be mutant beasts here? The expression of the wandering Taoist changed dramatically. He hastily threw several yellow talismans, obliterating the ant mutants. Just as he was about to escape, suddenly, hands erupted from the ground, seizing his ankles and yanking him downward. In an instant, half of the wandering Taoist's body was ensnared by the earth. What is happening? He widened his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the ground beside him, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi. Haha, old dog, how does it feel? Lu Liang laughed broadly. You 2 scoundrels dare to ambush me. The wandering Taoist's countenance darkened, struggling to extricate himself from the earth. Lin, now is the time. Lu Liang urgently shouted to Lin Mo, who was not far away. Buzz. A crimson sword energy sliced through the air. The wandering Taoist instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. No. In a desperate scream, the wandering Taoist was cleaved in 2, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving not even a corpse behind. Chapter 88, Guiding the Beast Tide, the Yellow Bird in the Rear. Congratulations, host. You have slain an 8th-level ability user for the first time, earning a reward of 10,000 ability points. Host level, 7th-level ability user, 630,001,000,000. Observing his proximity to breaking through to the 8th level, a knowing smile graced Lin Mo's face. He turned to regard the ghost-level beast tide in the distance. If he could conquer this tide, it might be enough for him to ascend to the 10th level, wouldn't it? Of course, given Lin Mo's current strength. The ambition to consume the entire ghost-level beast tide was somewhat delusional. Should his ability points be exhausted, he would truly be left with no escape. Moreover, There would undoubtedly be 10th level mutant beasts within this ghost level tide. If they were roused, escape would be improbable. Lin, what should we do now? The beast tide is returning to the shortcut, and that old dog's yellow talismans are gone. Luring them back will be difficult. Lu Liang stepped forward, furrowing his brow. This indeed posed a challenge. Lin Mo squinted thoughtfully. However, soon, a relatively feasible idea emerged in his mind. He swiftly turned to Lu Liang and asked, "How many ability points do you have left?" "Plenty. I could evade for a good 20 kilometers without issue." "Why?" Lu Liang replied, puzzled. "I have a bold idea. If we launch an attack on the front of the beast tide, do you think it would provoke the mutant beasts to rush towards us? If we then retreat along our original route, wouldn't that draw them back?" Lin Mo proposed his strategy. This method was indeed viable, but fraught with peril. "Lin, you must prepare yourself mentally. If we inadvertently get surrounded by the tide, there will be no escape. Even though I can burrow underground, there are many types of mutant beasts, including those capable of pursuing underground." Lu Liang remarked gravely. "That's where Tianqi's #1 potion comes into play." Lin Mo turned to Chu Tianqi. "Me?" Chu Tianqi was momentarily taken aback. "Precisely. I plan for you to use the #1 potion to create ant mutants. These ant mutants will carry my annihilation sphere towards the beast tide. We three will stand as far back as possible. Once it explodes, if the beasts begin to chase us, we will immediately burrow underground to escape. As long as we maintain a safe distance from the tide, I believe we won't be surrounded." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he smiled. "Sounds reliable." Both agreed with a nod. "Then let us get to it," Lin Mo decisively declared. The trio then positioned themselves about a kilometer ahead of the beast tide. Any closer would be too dangerous. Lin Mo concentrated and formed a soccer-sized annihilation sphere. Chu Tianqi created an ant mutant. Lin Mo placed the annihilation sphere on the back of the ant mutant. With everything ready, Chu Tianqi issued the command. The ant mutant, carrying the annihilation sphere, charged towards the beast tide. Upon reaching the front of the tide, Lin Mo focused his mind. Boom. The annihilation sphere detonated instantaneously, obliterating several mutant beasts along with the ant mutant. Roar. The remaining beasts, startled, frantically surged towards Lin Mo and his companions. "Quick, burrow underground." At Lin Mo's command, Lu Liang seized both companions and dove underground. When they resurfaced, they had already reached a kilometer away. The spot they had just occupied was already engulfed by the beast tide. The speed of the tide was truly terrifying. Thankfully, they could burrow underground. Otherwise, this plan would have been a death sentence. Lin Mo let out a slight sigh of relief and proceeded to repeat the method, executing it a total of 20 times. Finally, just as Lin Mo and Lu Liang's ability points were about to be depleted, they successfully redirected the ghost-level beast tide back onto its original path. This, in turn, afforded Jiangzhou City a few more days to prepare. Behind a large tree, the three leaned against the trunk, panting heavily. "Lin, we should consider this a successful completion of our task, right?" Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo and inquired. "Indeed. We can report back now." Lin Mo nodded, preparing to rise. "Ha. Lin Mo, so you were hiding here." Just then, a voice filled with smug laughter suddenly echoed. Moments later, a dozen figures rushed in from the side, encircling Lin Mo and his companions beneath the tree. The leader among them was none other than Wang Dalong. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened, glaring at Wang Dalong as he demanded, "How did you get here?" "Haha, Lin Mo. I had initially planned to let you live a few more days, waiting for the beast tide to attack the city before seizing the opportunity to strike. I never expected you to come out of the city to deliver yourself to me. This is truly a heaven-sent chance. How could I let such a grand opportunity to eliminate you slip by?" Wang Dalong stepped forward, a triumphant look on his face. "You had someone monitor me?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "Lin Mo, you've been doing quite well for yourself, having risen to the position of deputy commander of the city lord's mansion. I can't afford to let you out of my sight, can I? I never imagined you would climb so quickly. Today, you must remain here forever. Or who knows when you might surpass me." Wang Dalong sneered. "Since you know Lin is the deputy commander and an official investigator, do you still dare to harm him? Are you not afraid of repercussions from the city lord's mansion and the ability management bureau?" Lu Liang glared at Wang Dalong, questioning him. "Ha." Wang Dalong threw back his head and laughed, unabashedly declaring, "In this desolate wilderness, even if I were to kill you all, what of it? The people of Jiangzhou City would only know that you came to carry out a mission, inadvertently perishing within the beast tide. What does that have to do with me? Wang Dalong, I've never even set foot here. You are truly despicable and shameless." Lu Liang seethed through clenched teeth. "Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff." Wang Dalong let out a cold, disdainful laugh, and then waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of your futile chatter. It is high time I send you on your way. I have been watching you from the shadows as you orchestrated the beast tide, laboring tirelessly for what seems to be an eternity. It must be exhausting, and I suspect your supernatural abilities have long since been depleted. I owe a debt of gratitude to the three of you on behalf of the people of Jiangzhou. Once you meet your demise, I shall petition Lord Jiang to posthumously honor you as martyrs." With that, he issued a direct command to his subordinates. kill without mercy.